The legend of him lingers on the Apokolips star, causing the gods to tremble at the mere recollection of his existence. The wall of origins crumbled because of him, and the realm of heavenly blood shattered in his wake. He established the cosmic oversight organization known as the Heavenly Craft Association to replace OA. He is the star of Flash, the colossal giant, the clock king, the omniscient and all-seeing deity. He is the creator of the boundless firmament map, the sovereign of the outer celestial palace. Praise be, the master of time and space, the grand existence from whom all things emerge, and to whom all return. Yuri Aluperona Sotos. The past resides within him. The future is also in his grasp. Yet now, he is but a newly arrived traveler in Central City. As dusk fell, a dilapidated, pale yellow RV cruised steadily along the long, winding road. For reasons unknown, the usually bustling thoroughfare was devoid of traffic, save for this solitary vehicle. The driver of the RV was a boy of about 16 years. With deep blue hair cropped short and emerald green eyes, his face, which should have been striking, bore the marks of malnutrition and emaciation. Suddenly, the old radio within the RV crackled to life. Reports indicate that 5 days ago, a mysterious marine creature attacked the shores of Guam, abducting dozens of tourists and dragging them underwater, before they were rescued with the aid of the Sea King. 3 days prior, 24 corpses washed ashore at Gotham Harbor. Following verification by the GCPD, it was discovered that these deceased hailed from Broodhaven, with the masked vigilante Nightwing allegedly investigating the case. Last night in Gotham, the bat signal illuminated the night as usual. All we know is that Batman and his sidekick Robin dismantled 7 criminal organizations. In Central City, former FBI agent Hunter Zolomon made significant strides in his investigation into the network. Could the legendary secret black market hidden beneath Central City truly exist? Additionally, Star City, Boston, New Norin, San Francisco. 2 hours ago, Lex Luthor, chairman of the Metropolis LexCorp, once again expressed his concerns regarding Superman to the public. Yet we all know that Superman has saved countless lives, bringing hope to this world and inspiring us all. Since the formation of the Justice League 3 years ago, there have been no updates regarding new member recruitment. That concludes our summary of this week's hot topics. Thank you for watching and listening. The Planet Daily will continue to report for you. Truly, the renowned DC universe is fraught with unrest everywhere. After the broadcast concluded, Yuri couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His full name is Yuri Aluperona Sotos, though technically, it is not his true name, but that of the body he inhabits. This unfortunate boy named Yuri was born in Wedgestone City, in a family of dire circumstances. His parents had both passed away when he was very young. The only inheritance he received was this dilapidated RV, a relic from 1976, whose longevity remains uncertain. Yuri affectionately referred to it as the old wreck. For over a decade, he had survived on meager welfare, barely managing to stave off starvation and suffering from long-term malnutrition. After turning 16, Yuri promptly obtained his driver's license, allowing him to earn a small commission by occasionally delivering goods for a ranch. Today's task was to transport a batch of milk to neighboring Central City, for which he would receive around $10 after deducting fuel costs. He would net approximately $6, enough to last him about 5 days. Not long ago, an unfamiliar soul from another universe occupied Yuri's body, merging their essences into the current Yuri. Unfortunately, Yuri was not a fan of DC in his previous life. He had scarcely read any comics, had no interest in the TV shows, and had only seen a few films directed by Zack Snyder, yet it was evident that this was not the cinematic universe. Aside from the movie plots and the boastful information gleaned from the internet, Yuri knew little about this world. The foresight often attributed to travelers from other realms was completely absent in his case. Nevertheless, both the adaptations and the online chatter indicated one undeniable truth: the DC universe is exceedingly perilous. The repeatedly reconstructed metropolis, the utterly devastated Broodhaven, the city of seaside carnage. The myriad news reports Yuri encountered after arriving in this world only corroborated such assertions, suggesting that he might unwittingly be swept into a monumental conflict at any moment. There were even rumors online that in this world, one could unexpectedly find themselves caught in a Flashpoint reboot and vanish into oblivion without a trace. It took Yuri several days to begrudgingly accept this reality. He had no choice but to come to terms with it. Having arrived, there was no way to turn back, as he had no idea how he even crossed over. Life must continue after all. Fortunately, being a resident of Wedgestone City, with Central City just next door, one of the safest cities in America, guarded by the Flash family, should be able to live a tranquil life without much concern. As long as certain individuals did not stir up trouble. Well, it should. Possibly. Likely be fine, right? Shaking off his errant thoughts, Yuri glanced in the rearview mirror. The highway was devoid of any other vehicles, alleviating his concerns about potential robbery. Though he had little of value to steal, what if a female thief were to take an interest in him, perhaps even in his milk? With this thought, Yuri shivered involuntarily. It was quite terrifying, and he felt the need to hasten into the city. He contemplated pressing the accelerator to speed up, but abandoned the idea upon seeing the meager fuel gauge reading. After several minutes of driving, the silhouette of a bustling city began to materialize in the distant central city, his destination. As he drew nearer, the full visage of this city, often hailed as the gem of the Midwest, became increasingly discernible. The sky darkened, and from Yuri's perspective, the sun dipped behind Central City. The rays of the setting sun pierced through the city's outline, casting a gentle glow upon Yuri. The light was not overly bright, allowing him to gaze directly at it, capturing the scene of the sunset in its entirety. He could even discern a minuscule dark spot on the sun's surface, likely a sunspot, and the spot seemed to grow larger and closer in his vision. Wait, growing closer? Yuri focused intently. What he had initially thought was a sunspot was in fact an unidentified object plummeting downward. Judging by its trajectory, the object would pass just 10 meters above him. It was moving at an astonishing speed, initially appearing as a barely perceptible dot on the horizon, yet within mere seconds, it was only a few hundred meters away. However, just as the unidentified object was about to swoop past the old wreck, its flight path abruptly altered, transforming from a straight descent into a vertical plunge. Clang! The reflexes of a mere mortal were far too slow to react. Yuri could only watch helplessly as the object shattered the windshield and landed in the passenger seat beside him. Only then did Yuri's instincts kick in, and he instinctively slammed down on the brakes. With a screeching sound, the old wreck came to a halt in the middle of the road. Yuri turned to assess the situation in the passenger seat, expecting the unidentified object to have pierced through the entire vehicle, leaving a gaping hole in the seat, revealing the undercarriage of the old wreck beneath. Yet, the outcome was that the seat remained unscathed, merely adorned with a spherical metallic object atop the cushion. Indeed, it appeared to be metallic. Suddenly, the spherical object activated on its own, revealing the treasures it housed within. It was a watch of peculiar design. The dial showcased a green hourglass emblem, flanked by sections filled with black, while the edges were accented with four evenly spaced green dots. Beneath the dial, a green button awaited. In stark contrast to conventional timepieces, its strap was significantly broader than the dial, cloaked in black, with a white stripe gracing each side. As Yuri gazed upon this watch, his pupils gradually dilated. Though he was unfamiliar with this particular device, he recognized it with great clarity. It was the Omnitrix, a piece of level 20 technology from the Ben 10 series, colloquially known as the Little Broken Watch. Chapter 2. A heist worth millions with a sudden snap, the Omnitrix, henceforth referred to as the Little Broken Watch, automatically opened, swiftly darting towards Yuri's left wrist. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the watch secured itself onto his wrist, impossible to remove. Is this not the DC universe? How could such a contraption exist here? The bizarre events that had just transpired left Yuri utterly bewildered. Cautiously, he pushed open the car door and stepped out, gazing in the direction where the little broken watch had fallen, then scanning his surroundings for any suspicious signs. Yuri fell into deep contemplation. It had been 2 minutes since the watch had plummeted and shattered the glass, yet the flash had not made an appearance. This indicated that no one in Central City had witnessed the fall of the little broken watch. Otherwise, the news of an unidentified flying object descending from the sky would surely have captured the Flash's attention. Given the Flash's incredible speed, he could traverse the distance from Central City to this spot in less than a second. Returning to the vehicle, Yuri glanced down at the little broken watch on his left wrist and tentatively pressed the activation button located beneath the dial with his right hand. A green light emanated from the center of the dial, and the mechanism beneath it slightly ejected, revealing a circular holographic touchscreen that encircled the mechanism above. The holographic screen displayed numerous black squares, of which only 10 were illuminated, each showcasing a different avatar, with the number 10 prominently displayed in the lower right corner. Upon selecting one of the avatars, a holographic projection materialized at the center of the dial, revealing a towering figure, 3 meters tall. With 4 arms and 4 eyes, an imposing red-skinned giant. 4-armed behemoth, Yuri exclaimed, recognizing the figure all too well. Clicking through the remaining 9 avatars, he was greeted with familiar faces. Firestorm, Glide King, Diamond Warrior. This was no illusion. Yuri pinched his own cheek vigorously to confirm he was not dreaming. He had truly donned the little broken watch. With this device, his chances of survival in the perilous DC universe had significantly increased. The little broken watch could scan the DNA of various species and store it in its database, allowing the wearer to transform into that species and harness its abilities. Moreover, once donned, the watch would bond with the user's DNA to prevent theft by others, and it housed a universal translator capable of deciphering nearly all species languages. It could even repair damaged DNA and optimize intact DNA, ensuring that the database stored only the most exemplary specimens of each species. To illustrate, if Yuri were to casually scan a Kryptonian and record it in the database, the little broken watch would optimize the Kryptonian genes. And since the finest specimen among Kryptonians is Superman, when Yuri transformed into a Kryptonian, his Kryptonian physiology would be modeled after Superman, rather than the ordinary Kryptonian he had scanned. The little broken watch not only captures the DNA of new life forms, but also contained millions of DNA records from various extraterrestrial beings, awaiting specific conditions to unlock the corresponding genetic data. In the universe of Ben 10, there exist 2 generations of the Omnitrix. The Omnitrix obtained by Yuri resembles the first generation in appearance, yet its functionalities bear a closer resemblance to those of the second generation. We might as well consider it a third generation. Although Yuri yearns to experiment with transformation, he is currently preoccupied with a matter of greater urgency. The delivery of milk is due in less than half an hour, and he is running late. With a press of the accelerator, Yuri sped in his old, battered vehicle towards the bustling central city. 29 minutes later, he halted in front of a chain supermarket. At the entrance stood a plump woman in her 50s, Miss Schufen, the warehouse manager of the supermarket. In Yuri's recollections, he had delivered goods here several times before, each occasion overseen by Miss Schufen. "You're exceedingly late, delivery person. If you had arrived 30 seconds later, you would have forfeited even a single cent of your payment," Miss Schufen remarked, her expression reminiscent of someone who believes the world owes her $5 million. "But I haven't received it, Miss Schufen, so where is my payment?" Yuri extended his hand toward her. In response, Miss Schufen, her face devoid of emotion, produced a Hamilton and placed it in Yuri's palm, then shouted into the warehouse. "Tung Rue, Yim, come out and unload the goods, you 2 lazy bones." 2 young men in their 20s, dressed in work attire, emerged from the warehouse. One sported a nose ring, while the other had 3 sets of earrings. "Looking at you both, it's hard to believe I could have such nephews," Miss Schufen exclaimed. Tung Rue and Jimu paid no heed to her remarks. The one with the nose ring climbed into the vehicle and began unloading boxes of milk, while a mess. Schufen checked the inventory beside him. Jimu casually approached the car door and greeted Yuri. "Hey, Yuri, there's a hole in your windshield. Did you get robbed on the way?" "No, just a minor mishap," Yuri replied dismissively, harboring a dislike for these 2 brothers. Tung Rue and Jimu were notorious delinquents in the area. Though they had not committed any grave offenses, they indulged in gambling and substance abuse, often causing trouble and spending time in jail. Were it not for their aunt, Miss Schufen, securing them jobs as porters in the warehouse, they would have struggled to find employment, though they had no intention of working diligently. "Don't be so cold, buddy. I have something to discuss with you," Jimu whispered, casting a furtive glance at Miss Schufen to ensure her attention was elsewhere before continuing. "I know you've been short on cash. It's evident from the state of your vehicle. That hole in your windshield is quite significant and could shatter at any moment. A new pane of glass isn't cheap. Look at your frail frame. How long has it been since you had a proper meal?" As Yuri listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. What scheme was Jimu concocting? What do you wish to convey, Jimu? Jim's eyes darted around, not only casting a furtive glance at Miss Schufen, but also surveying his surroundings. "My friend Tang Rue and I were contemplating a grand scheme, one that could potentially yield millions of dollars. However, we required assistance." Yuri raised an eyebrow, sensing that these 2 were contemplating illicit activities and sought to enlist him in their endeavor. A heist promising millions, such audacity was remarkable. Although he knew little of Tang Rue and Jim, Yuri surmised that any scheme capable of generating such wealth would likely involve kidnapping or bank robbery. He could not help but applaud their audacity. "Do you know where Central City is?" "The territory of the Flash. To dare to stir trouble in such a domain." Did they think themselves part of a rogue gang? Individuals of their ilk could not possibly aspire to rival the notoriety of the Flash's adversaries. Chapter 3. The First Transformation. The Flash Star. Deep within Yuri's gaze lay a tinge of pity for the impending fate of Tang Rue and Gem. Yet, he felt a flicker of curiosity. The brothers, living in Central City, had surely heard of the Flash's legend. No one in Central City was unaware of the Flash. The Grand Flash Museum in the downtown area attested to this truth. Otherwise, why was Central City's public safety so commendable? With the Flash's extraordinary speed, conventional crime had little chance of success. Only those armed with advanced technology or superhuman abilities could truly wreak havoc in Central City. Ordinary folks could at most serve as street thugs, merely contributing to the police's performance metrics. A venture promising millions was evidently beyond the reach of mere street criminals. Were they truly preparing to rob a bank? Did they not fear the Flash? I would wager the Flash would incapacitate them before they even exited the bank's doors. Yuri inquired, lowering his voice to feign interest. Well, considering the meager sum in his pocket, a mere $327.55. Alongside the recollection of his recent meals consisting of stale, 2-month-old, cheap cereal that had turned bitter, Yuri was indeed intrigued. However, this did not imply a reckless rush into criminality. Meticulous planning was essential. No, robbing a bank was foolish. Gem was pleased with Yuri's response. Aware of his dire living conditions, recognizing that those in desperate need of money were often the most easily swayed. Not robbing a bank. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuri's eyes. It appeared these brothers had not yet reached the depths of folly. Do not worry about the Flash, for he is no longer in Central City, Gem whispered, his demeanor exuding an air of unwavering confidence. The Flash is absent from Central City? How do you know this? Yuri could swear he had not missed a single piece of news regarding superheroes in recent days, his concern being that he might need to evade any sudden calamity. Yesterday, the Flash had a confrontation with the weather wizard, and on the commercial street less than 5 kilometers away. It is said that half of the shops were ravaged by the storm. Not only is Central City's Flash occupied, but the seasoned Flash from Wedge City has also traveled to Denver, while Jessie Quick, that alluring femme fatale, is entangled in financial troubles, leaving her oblivious to our minor concerns. As for Kid Flash, he is merely a fledgling. Gem cast a lewd grin at Yuri. Central City is currently experiencing a rare vacuum of superheroes, and our only concern is the law enforcement. In just a few sentences, the information conveyed is immense. Secrets that even the police and media could not possibly know so intimately. Yuri began to doubt whether the man before him was indeed the same ruffian Gem he remembered. There is no need to inquire how he knew this. Once you decide to join us, everything will become clear. Gem reached through the car window and patted Yuri on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, we won't ask you to do anything too perilous. You just need to drive. If you've made your decision, come find us here tomorrow night at 8. With that, Gem turned and returned to join Tom, helping him unload the milk from the car. Yuri, meanwhile, was processing the information gleaned from their brief exchange. On one hand, Gem had yet to divulge their plan for a heist, leaving Yuri in the dark about Gem and Tom's intentions. On the other hand, Gem appeared quite knowledgeable about the movements of superheroes in Central and Wedge City. Either he possessed some unknown source of intelligence, or he was merely spouting nonsense. Yuri leaned towards the former, yet he remained uncertain about the relationship between Tom, Gem, and this source of information. A sense of impending trouble loomed over Yuri. Associating with Gem and his ilk might lead him into bizarre underground organizations. However, if he were to decline their invitation and they had ties to some group, he worried they might retaliate by revealing his refusal. Yuri detested complications. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation tomorrow. After all, with his trusty old watch in hand, he felt no apprehension that Gem or Tom, mere ordinary men, could pose a threat to him. The milk was swiftly unloaded from the dilapidated vehicle, while Yuri sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought, too apathetic to glance back, knowing there was little of value in that old wreck. As for why Yuri did not assist in unloading, it was simply because Ms. Schufen did not wish to pay him an additional fee for his labor. This is the land of the free, where one can make anyone do anything, provided they are compensated. Under the understanding gazes of Tom and Gem, Yuri departed with a complicated mood. He had initially believed he could lead a tranquil life, but now seemed that possibility was dwindling. The distance between Central City and Wedge City is so minimal that the two may as well be regarded as one city, truly a twin city. Between these two cities lies but a solitary river, with the Van Buren Bridge connecting Central City directly to Keystone City, allowing for a swift journey that scarcely takes 10 minutes. The police stations of both cities are conveniently positioned near either end of the bridge, enabling rapid assistance between them. Yuri often arrives late, as the dairy factory is situated on the outskirts of Keystone City, far removed from its center, necessitating an alternative route. As he traversed the bridge that links the two cities, Yuri pressed onward toward the slums of Keystone City. Before returning home, he had another matter to attend to: repairing his vehicle. Without these repairs, the car's appearance would be so poor that no one would wish to hire him for deliveries, severing his sole source of income. The crack in the windshield was nearly half an inch wide, requiring a complete replacement. I recall the cheapest windshield was. Boom! Ha ha! These toys are simply marvelous. Just as Yuri pondered where to procure the glass, a sudden explosion erupted above him, followed by the gleeful laughter of someone nearby. A young man with golden hair, clad in a bizarre ensemble of yellow and blue reminiscent of a circus magician, dashed past the dilapidated vehicle, sparks flying from beneath his shoes. As he ran, he turned back and shouted, "You cops will only be played like puppets by me. Remember to tell your colleagues the magician has returned tomorrow." The self-proclaimed magician, a veteran of the Rogues, was once the arch-nemesis of the Flash. However, since the formation of the Justice League, the Flash had shifted his focus from daily affairs in Central City to League missions, leading to the disbandment of the Rogues, the reasons for which remain unknown. The Pied Piper reformed and became a vigilante. Captain Cold and his sister, the Golden Glider, established a bounty hunting agency. Heat Wave accepted a position as a fire consultant. Mirror Master retired, and Weather Wizard had vanished for quite some time until his sudden reappearance yesterday, engaging in a skirmish with the Flash. As for the magician, he, like Heat Wave, had accepted a job and was now an FBI agent. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that the magician known to the public as James Jesse had surpassed 40 years of age. The individual who had just claimed to be the magician, however, appeared to be a mere youth in his 20s. All of this had little relevance to Yuri. Gazing at the four conspicuous dents on the roof of his car, caused by bricks that had fallen during the explosion, Yuri fell into a pensive silence. He was perplexed as to why the magician seemed to have regained his youth. All he knew was that his entire fortune amounted to $327.55, and the cost of the windshield repair alone was enough to cause him distress. Now, he also needed to fix the roof. No, this magician must pay for his misdeeds. Without further ado, Yuri extended his left hand to reveal a small, worn watch, while his right hand pressed the start button. The mechanism sprang to life, and a DNA list materialized on the dial. Among the 10 initial DNA options, Yuri swiftly made his selection. He chose the icon from the list and gently pressed down on the mechanism. It has been decided. You shall be the chosen one, Flash Star. A radiant green light erupted from the dial, enveloping Yuri, followed by an excruciating sensation as if his muscles were being torn apart. His body began to transform at the very DNA level. His skin hardened, cloaked in shades of blue and black, adorned with a badge reminiscent of a small broken watch on his chest. His hands morphed into sharp claws, while his legs became akin to those of a velociraptor. Sprouting black wheels beneath his feet, and a tail emerged from behind. The form of a human vanished, replaced by the Flash Star. Chapter 4. A debt with a face. The Flash Star, belonging to the peculiar Flash species, is characterized by its remarkable swiftness, as the name suggests. Its speed escalates with age and experience. In the original tale, a 10-year-old Flash Star could reach speeds exceeding 300 miles per hour, while a 30-something's Flash Star could traverse the globe in mere seconds. Yuri, at the physiological age of 16 and with zero combat experience, could not compare to the older version, yet he surpassed the 10-year-old's speed. Whoosh! Yuri dashed in the direction the magician had fled, trailing a nearly invisible blue streak behind him. Axel Walk was elated. This was perhaps the happiest day of his life, as not everyone gets the opportunity to pilfer from the evidence room of the Kestrel City Police Department. Moreover, he had stolen the equipment of the notorious supercriminal, the magician. He should be referred to as the original magician. For now, Axel was the one wielding that equipment, having assumed the mantle of the new magician. Axel had to concede that the previous magician was a clever individual, relishing in his collection of eccentric gadgets that allowed him to deftly manipulate the police guards. How did that old magician conceive of the aerial walking shoes? It was utterly exhilarating. As Axel ran through the air, he eagerly glanced below, for walking in the sky was an exhilarating novelty for him. 2 or 3 police cars pursued him, attempting to catch up with the young second-generation magician. But the magician moved above the ground, unencumbered by terrain, while the police vehicles were confined to the streets, having to dodge other cars and adhere to traffic regulations. Axel effortlessly evaded the police in just 2 minutes, landing triumphantly on the rooftop of a building with hearty laughter. I did it. I have acquired the uniform and equipment of a supercriminal. Now I, too, am a supercriminal. He approached the edge of the building, gazing down at the vibrant world below, his eyes brimming with confidence for the future. With this, the blacksmith should allow me to join the ranks, Axel mused with a smirk. He seemed quite pleased. A voice rasped from behind Axel, low and foreboding, but I must say, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, yet you have crossed my path. Axel swiftly turned on his heel, his right hand deftly retrieving a toy water gun from his bag. As he faced backward, his grip on the whimsical firearm tightened, with his index finger poised on the trigger, ready to squeeze. Yet, to his bewilderment, there was nothing behind him. What on earth? Axel paused, beginning to doubt whether he was succumbing to auditory hallucinations. Behind you came the soft admonition from Yuri, who had transformed into a fleeting star. In a moment Axel turned. Yuri had leisurely positioned himself behind his adversary, making Axel's every movement appear sluggish, akin to a tortoise-esque crawl. The novice magician felt a surge of indignation, sensing he was being toyed with. Yuri, however, was indifferent to Axel's discomfort. He had come with a singular purpose. A magician, you say? While I hold no interest in your other affairs, you just damaged my mode of transport. Be wise and provide compensation. I have no time to squander. Despite Yuri's conciliatory tone, Axel was entirely disinclined to engage in dialogue. Abruptly, the magician pivoted, disregarding the need to aim, raising the toy water gun, and fired a shot. A beam of yellow laser burst forth from the nozzle. Yet still, nothing lay before him. Having anticipated this outcome, a smirk crept across Axel's lips as he swiftly extended his other hand behind him, scattering a handful of itching powder. Anyone within 10 meters would inevitably succumb to its effects. Flash? Yuri scoffed. No, the blacksmith claims Flash has departed the city. So, you must be the Flash boy then. Do you truly believe such antics can intimidate me? Clearly, Axel had disregarded Yuri's words. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken identities. He turned with a smug expression, eagerly anticipating the sight of a superhero flailing helplessly. Instead, he was met with a fierce gust of wind. Axel strained to focus his eyes, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure. In an instant, a resounding smack struck his face, sending him reeling backward, just before he collided with the ground. A jarring sensation coursed through his back, eliciting a grimace as Axel's body was propelled back up, landing face-first instead. Moments before his face met the ground, the familiar jolt returned, this time at his chest. His body rebounded once more, a dizzying whirlwind enveloping his mind. This cycle repeated, his form never once touching the earth, all the while remaining oblivious to the identity of the one who was toying with him. Damn it! Stop! Just stop! What the hell is wrong with you? Axel shouted, gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his chest and back, battling the urge to vomit. Upon hearing his plea, Yuri abruptly ceased his actions, allowing Axel to collapse onto the ground. You have tasted the bitterness. Thus, I hope you refrain from foolishness. Axel nodded weakly, pondering whether this was the fate that awaited him in a confrontation with a superhero. It was rather different from what he had envisioned. What do you want? Hand over your wallet. Axel was taken aback. Was this truly dialogue befitting a hero? Struggling to lift his gaze, he was met with a sight that would be difficult to forget in the near future. A creature resembling a dinosaur stood silently beside him, its elongated face obscured by a black helmet that suddenly slid open, revealing a blue visage adorned with pupilless green eyes and a straight, expressionless mouth devoid of a nose. Behind the dinosaur-like entity, a long, powerful tail swayed gently, poised as if ready to deliver a lethal strike. It was the very being responsible for dragging Axel into this predicament. Axel had never been fond of studying and had never paid attention in class. Yet the scant biological knowledge he possessed was sufficient to discern one undeniable truth. The creature before him was undoubtedly not a species native to Earth. The itching powder sprinkled upon it had no effect whatsoever. It was a mere folly to think that even the most talented of magicians could concoct a potion capable of influencing an extraterrestrial being. Where are you? Why are you attacking me? Axel swallowed hard and asked. He was aware that Earth was home to various extraterrestrials. Visiting Kryptonians and green-skinned Martians were hardly shocking sights in Central City. What truly baffled Axel was why this alien had singled him out. He was merely an inexperienced criminal, having barely embarked on his journey, and now he found himself entangled with a being of such cosmic significance. Why attack you? Did you not hear what I just said? You smashed my vehicle. Pay up. Yuri's temper flared upon hearing this. After toiling to deliver goods without earning a dime, he had to contend with a broken window and now, on his way home, a damaged roof. Regardless of whether Axel had acted with intent or was simply oblivious to the situation, Yuri understood one thing. Every grievance has a source, and Axel was responsible for the financial loss he had incurred. Chapter 5. Give me your money, huh? Axel was dumbfounded, struggling to recall when he had ever damaged this alien's vehicle. No, the alien's mode of transport must be a spaceship. And what right did he have to cause harm to such advanced machinery? Furthermore, the demand for compensation was bewildering. What money? Dollars? Did aliens even use currency? Was it possible that dollars were the universal currency of the cosmos? Seeing Axel stare blankly at him, speechless and seemingly dazed, Yuri's mind began to race. Did I somehow injure his head? Could it be that he doesn't comprehend my words? Is the built-in universal translator in my watch malfunctioning? Upon reflecting upon the situation, Yuri bent down and swiftly inscribed the words, "Give me your money," upon the ground in English. He then forcefully seized Axel, twisting his head towards the inscription. Axel, bewildered, queried, "Why do I get the impression that you are the villain here? I could provide you with money, but one thing perplexes me. With your speed, you could have effortlessly stolen my wallet without my knowledge, saving both time and effort. Why not do that? Don't you merely desire money? Just take it. Why the theatrics?" The last remark lingered unuttered on Axel's lips, a silent outcry in his mind. Yuri scowled, retaliating with a sharp slap to Axel's face, declaring, "Do you truly believe I am akin to you wretched thieves? I am a law-abiding citizen, utterly incapable of petty theft. I would never pilfer your money. Do you comprehend? If so, produce your wallet at once." Left speechless, Axel trembled as he reluctantly retrieved his wallet from his clothing. Yuri snatched it from him and began to open it slowly, simultaneously offering words of consolation. "If only you had done this sooner. You have wasted so much of our time. Yet, seeing you so young and already on the path of crime, life must be quite arduous for you. I am not a robber. I merely seek what is rightfully mine." Upon revealing the contents of the wallet, Yuri could not suppress an expletive. The wallet was brimming with $50 bills, even containing 5 Franklin notes. There were only 3 bills of lesser denominations, and not a single coin in sight. A cursory glance revealed at least $2,000 in cash, along with numerous credit cards. This stark contrast to Yuri's own meager possessions, never exceeding $500, ignited a profound sense of injustice within him. Are criminals truly this affluent these days? How can you be so wealthy and still engage in crime? Yuri mused, recalling Jem and Tori's $1 million scheme. Could it be that they indeed had a means to acquire such wealth? Suddenly, the small badge on his chest, a device known as the Flash Star, blinked to life with a red light, accompanied by an alarming siren. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuri cursed under his breath for nearly forgetting this detail. He hastily removed the cash from the wallet and menacingly warned, "Kid, do not let me see you again." With that, Yuri vanished in an instant. Moments later, in an unoccupied alley several blocks away, a red light flickered briefly before fading. Yuri emerged from the shadows, having reverted to his original form. The small device was programmed with a transformation time limit of roughly 10 minutes. This precaution was implemented to safeguard the user's DNA, preventing it from being permanently overridden by the DNA of the transformed species, thus ensuring the user's genetic integrity was preserved. Despite this, Yuri was acutely aware that the protective mechanism of the small, broken device was not inflexible. It would assess the user's circumstances and determine whether to extend the transformation duration to prevent any threat to life. Thus, it was improbable that the transformation would suddenly cease during a fierce battle. He realized that he needed to find a way to disable the protective mechanism, as it left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Reflecting on the original story, he recalled that Kenny, the son of Ben in the future, had once utilized the wisdom of the Gavin people to unravel the protective mechanism, and he believed he could achieve the same. He could only hope that this third-generation device had not upgraded its protective measures. Glancing down at the device, he noticed the once green screen had turned red, indicating it was in a cooling state and temporarily unable to transform, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. After a while, Yuri returned to his vehicle. Counting his spoils and legitimate compensation, he totaled $2,375, which, when added to his existing savings, brought his wealth to $2,702.55. With his pockets suddenly feeling heavy, Yuri resolved to alter his car repair plans. He drove to a junkyard located behind the Wedgestone slums. The yard was cluttered with over 300 discarded vehicles, and at the back stood several rusted metal shacks. A wooden sign at the entrance bore the crooked inscription, Old James's Rampaging Auto Modifications. An hour later, Yuri emerged with a substantial collection of second-hand parts, nearly filling the entire trunk of his vehicle. These were salvaged from abandoned cars, costing him a total of $700. Rather than foolishly leaving his car at the shop for modifications, he opted to purchase the parts and modify it himself. Half an hour later, Yuri stopped in front of a low, narrow house, his home. Externally, the structure was less than 10 meters long and barely 5 meters wide, clad in white metal sheeting with a blue metal roof. Though modest in size, the door was quite large, nearly occupying an entire wall. As Yuri stepped out of his car and approached the entrance, he extended his hands and pulled. The door swung open with ease. It was not locked, for the interior contained nothing of value. There was no bed, no sofa, no chairs, not even a single piece of furniture, and not a window in sight. An empty room that resembled a garage more than a living space. In fact, it was indeed a garage. After fully opening the door, he drove his old, dilapidated vehicle inside. The vehicle was considerably longer than an average RV, measuring nearly 8 meters in length and 3 meters in width, nearly filling the entire space. The outermost area allowed barely enough room for a person to walk around. Essentially, Yuri lived in his car, and the reason he did not simply reside within it was that he could not afford the parking fees. The year his parents passed away coincided with the inauguration of the new mayor of Wedgestone City. As the adage goes, a new official brings 3 fires, a sentiment echoed in both Eastern and Western cultures. Upon taking office, the new mayor initiated a significant policy change, reducing the city's orphan assistance funds. He believed that the allocation of such funds was of little consequence. Therefore, it would be more prudent to utilize the saved budget to provide orphans with free housing until they reached adulthood, specifically until Yuri turned 21, allowing him to live without paying rent for the tin house. Yuri firmly locked the door and turned to gaze at the dilapidated old vehicle nearby, exhaling deeply. It was time to commence his endeavors. He activated the small device, transforming into the diminutive hero. Chapter 6. The Network and the Second-Generation Magician, the Diminutive Hero. A member of the Gavinian race, possessed extraordinary intelligence, arguably the highest among all species within the Ben 10 universe. The inventor of the small device, Azimuth, was indeed a Gavinian. In an instant, a beam of green light enveloped Yuri, causing his body to shrink to approximately 15 centimeters. His skin turned a bluish gray. His head took on an inverted triangular shape, and his large, round eyes were positioned on either side of his face, giving him the appearance of an upright frog, albeit with a comparatively small mouth. While the external transformation was remarkable, the true metamorphosis lay within Yuri's mind. His cognitive, computational, associative, and deductive abilities surged exponentially, enabling his brain to process an immense volume of information instantaneously. Although the super intellect of the diminutive hero could not directly endow Yuri with knowledge, it could facilitate deeper insights based on the simple information he had already assimilated. For instance, if Yuri possessed only a rudimentary understanding of electricity, his mind could autonomously derive fundamental principles such as Ohm's law, Kirchhoff's laws, Coulomb's law, and Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, subsequently extending to the law of conservation of charge, the Lorentz force equation, and even Maxwell's equations. This entire process required no systematic learning, as he could surmise these concepts independently, though the more intricate the knowledge, the longer the time required for its derivation. Regrettably, Yuri was not inherently an intellectual, and even the cosmic wisdom of the diminutive hero could not instantaneously transform him into a technological prodigy. Thus, he quickly recognized the reality that he could not forcibly hack into the small device to disable its protective mechanisms, a feat even the 10-year-old Ben could not achieve. By Kenny's era, Ben's understanding of the Omnitrix had become profoundly sophisticated. Having been influenced by Ben, Kenny undoubtedly grasped a considerable amount of information regarding the small device. Furthermore, Kenny's Omnitrix was a replica of Ben's, likely featuring a less stringent encryption than that established by Azimuth. Not to mention, Yuri was in possession of what appeared to be an upgraded third-generation Omnitrix. It seemed that to disable the protective mechanisms, he would have to either methodically unlock the DNA, gradually deepening his understanding of the small device, or, akin to Ben, fortuitously activate the master control mode. Yuri thought to himself in resignation. However, he did not feel disheartened. Mere hours prior, his greatest wish had been to enjoy a hearty meal. Now, having gained a measure of self-preservation, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to. The carriage full of parts he had retrieved was, of course, essential. He intended to refurbish the dilapidated vehicle. Despite his diminutive stature, the little tinkerer manipulated mechanical components with remarkable dexterity and ease. A cacophony of clattering sounds ensued as Yuri skillfully transformed the old wreck. The battered exterior was instantly rejuvenated. Regrettably, the second-hand parts he procured lacked sophistication, limiting any substantial upgrades to the aging vehicle. Particularly concerning was the engine. He could merely restore the deteriorating motor without the possibility of enhancing its horsepower. However, he could at least ensure it would not inexplicably stall. Capable of propelling an 8-meter-long RV, the engine's foundation was still commendable, although its severe degradation left Yuri incredulous that it could still function at all. The outdated distribution box boasted woefully low efficiency, necessitating a complete redesign of the circuitry. The usable space within the carriage was excessively squandered, warranting a complete overhaul. All malfunctioning air conditioning units and refrigerators were repaired, and everything from tires to brakes, clutches, transmissions, and radios was replaced. After 10 minutes, the transformation concluded, followed by a 10-minute recharge, culminating in a total of 3 hours. Yuri's old clunker had finally undergone a metamorphosis. With the task completed, it was time for slumber. Yuri reclined on the newly optimized bed, drifting into dreamland. Meanwhile, beneath the bustling city center, hundreds of meters below ground, lay a vast concealed base, encased in lead-infused superalloy. The base ensured formidable defense while evading detection by those with X-ray capabilities. This base, known as the Network, served as a clandestine marketplace for supervillains. Operating for a staggering 15 years, nearly every supercriminal in City Center and Wedgestone had collaborated with the Network, facilitating activities such as fencing stolen goods, laundering money, gambling, medical services, intelligence, and procuring equipment. The enigmatic ruler of the Network, whom one might find hard to believe was a woman, referred to herself as the Blacksmith. The Blacksmith never revealed her identity, wholly dedicated to managing her enterprise, which is why her name circulated exclusively among supercriminals. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would likely never set foot on the surface. Yet, life is often rife with surprises. This year's revenue had plummeted by 27% compared to the previous year. In her office, the Blacksmith glared at the dismal report presented by her accountant, her expression darkening. "Boss, ever since the Flash emerged, criminal activities in Twin Cities have significantly declined. Everyone has been struggling in recent years, and, consequently, our business has suffered as well," the accountant lamented. Anxiety etched across his face. "If this continues, I fear that." Suddenly, the Blacksmith slammed her palm onto the table, leaving an imprint in the surface. "The Flash," she articulated with deliberate intensity, her eyes brimming with profound animosity. The accountant's subordinates were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that the Blacksmith might unleash her wrath upon them as well. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the announcement, "Boss, the boy has returned and wishes to see you." The accountant, feeling as though he had received a timely boon, promptly excused himself. The Blacksmith, a stalwart presence in the underbelly of the Twin Cities for 15 years, was not one to succumb to anger. He quickly regained his composure. "Let him in." Before long, a golden-haired youth adorned in an eccentric ensemble of yellow and blue, resembling a circus magician, entered the Blacksmith's office. He was Axel Walker, the second-generation magician. having operated within the network for many years and acquiring numerous cutting-edge technological devices. The blacksmith immediately recognized that Axel's attire was the same gear once used by the previous magician. After initially feeling rather despondent, a smile finally graced the blacksmith's face. You mentioned that as long as I became a true super criminal, I could join the network. Well, now I'm a magician, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Axel exclaimed with palpable excitement upon entering. Look at where you stand now. Had you not joined, you would be dead. The blacksmith replied. Axel's expression brightened at this remark. So, does that mean I am part of the team now? The blacksmith nodded. I have faith in you, young man. Your potential is boundless. I have a plan, a scheme to eliminate the Flash and seize all the wealth of Central City and Keystone City. As the blacksmith observed Axel's eager demeanor, he continued, to realize this plan, I require you to complete a task. Chapter 7. Kid Flash after hearing the blacksmith's instructions. Axel chuckled. I suspected you would ask me to do this, so I prepared ahead of time. Is that so? The blacksmith raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of anticipation. Then I shall wait with bated breath. Meanwhile, at the Keystone City Police Department, half an hour after the second-generation magician's departure, Officer Chayer was engaged in conversation with a young hero clad in a skin-tight costume, yellow on the top and red on the bottom, adorned with a red lightning bolt on his chest. Are you saying someone has stolen the original magician's uniform and equipment, claiming to be the second-generation magician? The dialogue partner was Fred Chayer, a veteran patrol officer in his 50s, the most seasoned member of the active police force. Indeed, you heard correctly, Kid Flash. Chayer replied gravely. While we are uncertain of the thief's intentions, whether to imitate a crime or for some ulterior motive, he possesses all the equipment used by a supercriminal. And that makes him extremely dangerous. We will uncover what this second-generation magician is plotting, but first, we must ascertain his identity. Did he leave behind any surveillance footage? And I would prefer if you refer to me as the Flash. Kid Flash stroked his chin thoughtfully before shifting the subject. I acknowledge your capabilities. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by any of us. However, your mentor, the Flash, casts an overwhelming shadow. At that moment, another officer approached, clad in a blue suit jacket, in his 30s, with brown skin and a scar on the right side of his chin. His name was Gerald Murillo, a detective, and he was Chael's partner. Together, they were members of the Keystone City Police Department's Metahuman Response Unit, and indeed, the only ones available. Well, I'm not suggesting that I have attained a level to rival the Flash. I am fully aware of my many shortcomings. I merely acknowledge that I have reached adulthood, and you must understand that the title of Kid Flash is more befitting of a youth. Kid Flash waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had no aspirations to usurp anyone's position. Speaking of which, why hasn't he, the Flash, shown up? Is the Justice League on the move again? Murillo inquired curiously. I wish I knew. Ever since his confrontation with Weather Wizard yesterday morning, I have not seen him. Moreover, the Flash never allows me to involve myself in Justice League matters. He believes I am not yet ready. Thus, my knowledge on this matter is as limited as yours. Detective Murillo, is that so? I hope he has not run into trouble. Murillo nodded in understanding and then handed Kid Flash a USB drive. Here you go. What is this? Kid Flash looked at him with confusion. ISNT, this the surveillance footage of the second-generation trickster you were seeking? Murillo has provided it for you. Chael explained. Let me guess you want me to deliver it to Hunter. Kid Flash was well aware that Murillo's prompt retrieval of the footage was clearly not tailored for him, given that he was Kid Flash and not Kid Wonder. Hunter Zolomon is the finest criminal profiler in Twin Cities. Having his assistance will expedite our capture of that thief. Murillo confirmed Kid Flash's assumption. We initially planned to search for him ourselves, but now that you are here, there is no one better suited for the task, considering you are friends. No problem. I will ensure this reaches Hunter. Kid Flash tucked the USB drive away, and as soon as he spoke, his figure vanished. The following day, Yuri slept until noon. This not only alleviated the fatigue from his transformation into a diminutive sidekick the previous night, but also spared him the cost of breakfast, a twofold advantage. As he sat up in bed, he fell into contemplation. He needed to make plans for his future. Acquiring the little broken watch signified that Yuri had obtained extraordinary powers. Without a doubt, his life was destined to be anything but ordinary, and he would not settle for mediocrity. Jim had invited him to join his gang to execute a $1 million scheme and had requested him to meet tonight at 8. Should he go? Yuri was uncertain. He did not understand how Jim had become so well acquainted with the movements of all the superheroes in Twin Cities. It was clear that Jim and Tonri could not have conducted the investigation themselves. Perhaps there was a vast criminal organization behind them. Perhaps this organization was plotting to annihilate twin cities, and Jem and Tonri were merely pawns being utilized as tools. It is indeed possible, and perhaps the likelihood is not insignificant. As for reporting the other party to 911, don't be foolish. Do you possess evidence to accuse them? Are you aware of their intentions? You do not even know under what charge to report. This is precisely why Jem directly informed Yuri of the rendezvous time, wholly unafraid of any betrayal. If only I were familiar with DC Comics. I would merely need to ascertain what villainous organizations lurk in Mid-City to deduce the identities of those who might relay information to Tom and Jem. Unfortunately, the reality is that Yuri is not well-versed in the narratives of DC, which complicates matters. Should he simply forget about the affair, as if it had never transpired? The moment this thought flickered through his mind, it was swiftly extinguished. Ridiculous. Although Yuri has not perused DC, the progression of plot lines in such a comic universe is generally not overly difficult to anticipate. Should Yuri choose not to attend a meeting, he would likely become a target for both Jem and Tom, with the possibility that the forces behind them would also set their sights on Yuri. Furthermore, if the villainous organization succeeds in executing their nefarious plan to annihilate twin cities, Yuri, along with the entirety of Keystone, could meet their end, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events until the very last moment of his life. Of course, it is also possible that he is merely succumbing to paranoid delusions. After all, having just acquired a stroke of luck, Yuri may feel somewhat exceptional. Regardless, Yuri ultimately resolves to investigate, at the very least to ascertain the source of Jem's information. Securing intelligence is paramount. Whether it leads to a financial windfall or a timely escape, the initiative rests solely in Yuri's hands. Having made his decision, Yuri prepares to dine. Foregoing breakfast may save a little money, but it would also leave him famished sooner. He opens his storage locker, which contains 3 large bags of cereal and a stale, hard loaf of expired bread. Confirming that there are no other provisions, Yuri silently closes the locker and departs from the tin shack, following his unexpected financial gain last night. Rather, his compensation. Yuri now possesses a disposable fund of $2,000. Thus, he decides to indulge in a hearty meal after a prolonged absence from such luxuries. At the burger joint, he orders 2 beef burgers, a strawberry sundae, a medium cola, 2 servings of chicken nuggets, and an order of spicy fries to go. The total comes to $8.55. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuri produces 8 $1 coins, 2 quarters, and 5 pennies. A 15.52, your meal will be ready shortly. The cashier accepts the coins and hands Yuri the receipt. As Yuri prepares to find a place to sit for a while, he turns around only to nearly collide with someone. Before he can discern the features of the individual before him, a woman's voice reaches his ears. "Oh dear, Wally, I've told you repeatedly not to look back while walking. You nearly bumped into someone just now." Chapter 8. Wally West and Linda Park as he turns. A young woman clad in a green trench coat, with deep blue wavy hair, approaches, appearing to be around 22 years of age. Yuri found the woman somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. "I apologize, child. I hope Wally did not hurt you," she said, the term child feeling oddly nostalgic. Yuri gazed at the woman who was apologizing on behalf of someone else, swallowing the words of apology he had intended to express, momentarily at a loss for words. Although referred to as child, he was indeed only 16 years old, and due to malnutrition, he was somewhat shorter than the average boy of his age. Miss, I actually did not bump into this child. Linda, you need not be overly anxious." Wally, the young man who had nearly collided with Yuri, wrapped an arm around the woman's waist. "I'm sorry, child. I hope you were not frightened." Wally then flashed Yuri a benevolent smile. Being called child once more caused Yuri's eyelid to twitch, and he forced a smile, saying, "Sir, ma'am, I am perfectly fine. I am neither injured nor surprised. So I wish you a pleasant meal." This little incident did not weigh heavily on Yuri's mind. He turned to glance around the establishment, spotting an empty seat, and made his way over to sit down. In less than 2 minutes, he heard a familiar voice. "Hi, nice to see you again." It was Wally's voice. Turning around, he noticed Linda was also present. With no additional seats available, Wally awkwardly scratched his head, hesitating to speak. "It's all right. I want to be dining here. You two go ahead." Upon receiving his consent, Wally and Linda settled comfortably across from Yuri. "Thank you. By the way, my name is Linda Parker. What is yours?" she inquired amiably. "Park. Yuri, he felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Do you know someone named Peter Parker?" "I do not know that person." "What about Peter Parker?" "Nothing much. I am Yuri Aluperona Sotos." Wally West, the young man beside him, introduced himself as well. "You don't like being called child, do you, Yuri?" Linda stated affirmatively. Yuri was taken aback. "Your expression was not very pleasant when Wally and I referred to you as child." "Really? How did you notice that?" Wally asked, somewhat surprised. "I didn't pick up on it at all. That is why your uncle always says you're not quite good enough." Linda smiled gently. The two then began conversing as if they were the only ones present. Yuri felt a bit weary, whether in this life or the last. He had never been adept at social interactions, particularly with such warm and outgoing individuals. However, one thing piqued his curiosity. While he did not consider himself a master of micro-expression management, he typically preferred to conceal his emotions. Generally, no one would specifically observe the subtle expressions of strangers. For instance, Wally had failed to notice Yuri's slight change in demeanor earlier. Yet, Linda had perceived it, and such insight was extraordinary. "Who was this woman?" "Miss Parker. Are you a detective?" Yuri suddenly inquired, causing Linda and Wally to pause momentarily. Wally then gazed at Yuri with incredulity. "You don't know who Linda Parker is?" "Why would I?" came Yuri's perplexed response. "How could you not?" Linda playfully slapped Wally on the head. "Enough, Wally, I'm not that famous, and I hardly work these days." After chastising Wally, Linda turned to Yuri and offered him a business card. "I am a journalist." To add, Wally interjected, "She is the most popular news anchor in Midtown." Upon hearing this, Yuri suddenly recalled why Linda looked familiar. "I remember now. You reported on the Pied Piper, claiming he's a good man now." "I read it in the newspaper." "Indeed." Linda nodded with a smile. "A journalist, if I recall correctly, in American blockbusters, this profession is typically embodied by either the hero themselves or their loved ones. You mentioned that you are working less lately. Has something happened?" Yuri casually asked. Linda's lips curled slightly as she grasped Wally's hand. "Really? Do you intend to share our news with a stranger?" Wally seemed to sense Linda's impending revelation. "I simply don't understand what is there to hide. We are getting married next month, yet you have kept it from our friends, from Iris, from Barry, from Jay, from Jesse." "Why?" Linda exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips in frustration. It appeared to Yuri that this was a couple on the cusp of matrimony. He glanced at Wally, thinking the man was quite fortunate. Linda was beautiful, and her affection for him was unmistakable. However, Linda's subsequent words cast a shadow over Yuri's impression of Wally. How could one conceal their impending marriage from friends and family? Were they eloping like Romeo and Juliet? As Yuri indulged in his imagination, a digital announcement interrupted. "A 1552. Please proceed to the front desk for your meal." Rising, Yuri bid farewell to Wally and Linda. "It was a pleasure to meet you both, Mr. West and Miss Parker." "Oh, next time, it will be Mrs. West. Wishing you a splendid wedding." As he stepped away from the table, Yuri glanced back at Wally. "Mr. West, I did not mean to intrude upon your private matters, but if you truly love Miss Parker, then do share your happiness with your family. They will sincerely bless your union." With that, Yuri made his way to the front desk, collected his lunch, and exited the burger joint. Checking the time, he noted it was 12:37, leaving him with nearly 7.5 hours until the rendezvous at 2000 hours. Off to the library it was. Yuri spent 20 minutes reaching the Central City Library, where he borrowed 10 books, including Advanced Mathematics, Classical Electromagnetism, The Origin of Species, and High-Energy Physics. He transformed into a little prodigy, devouring each book in a minute and returning them promptly before borrowing another set of 10. The Gavins, with their highly developed brains, possessed an extraordinary capacity for retention. They not only read but fully comprehended the essence of each tome. In less than 3 hours, Yuri amassed sufficient knowledge to qualify as a professor at any university in the world. By the time he prepared to depart, he had consumed every science-related book in the library. While this may seem absurd, it ultimately bore little utility, as the overall technological level of Earth was rather low. Despite the existence of numerous advanced technologies, they were all classified materials of various factions, inaccessible to Yuri. Returning the borrowed books to the library, he started his old, dilapidated vehicle and set off towards the rendezvous point with Jem. Chapter 9. The Four Rascals at Central City, 8 p.m. In a secluded alley behind a chain supermarket, a yellow camper van pulled in. As Yuri parked, two figures approached, Jem and Tori. "I knew you'd come, buddy. Who wouldn't want to make some money?" Jem remarked with a knowing expression. "Hey, your vehicle looks remarkably refurbished. Did you have it renovated?" Tori inquired, his attention fixated on the old van. Of course, you have a grand plan, and a vehicle in disrepair would hardly facilitate its execution, would it? Yuri replied nonchalantly. Besides, if what you say is true, we'll soon be filthy rich. Renovating a camper van is a minor detail. You couldn't be more right, Jem agreed. When it's time to spend, one must spend. As he spoke, he climbed into the vehicle. The interior of the old van remained unaltered, though was noticeably cleaner and tidier than before. Achieving this level of cleanliness in one night is no small feat. Did you visit a repair shop under the Canyon Union? Torai asked, moving towards the front of the van. Who else but the Canyon Union could manage such speed? Yuri concurred, even though he had never set foot in the Canyon Union. Now is not the time to discuss my vehicle. Where are we headed, and how do we intend to make a few $1 million? Jem and Tori exchanged glances, neither speaking. Come on, I'm in this with you. Whatever you plan to do, we are accomplices. If I don't even know your intentions, how can we ensure our actions are foolproof? Yuri gestured emphatically, his sincerity palpable. You're right. You're indeed part of this. At this point, even if you wanted to back out, it's too late. Jem finally spoke after a moment of silence. Are you familiar with the Rascals gang? That is truly a trivial statement. In Twin Cities, no one is unaware of their existence. James glanced around, ensuring there were no other souls nearby, and then lowered his voice. But do you know who supplies weapons and intelligence to the Rascals? Who has been covertly aiding them from the shadows? Indeed, Yuri felt a stir of realization. James and Tony had evidently aligned themselves with a formidable power. Who? Yuri inquired, matching James's hushed tone. The network. Both James and Tony exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with boundless yearning and reverence. The network? Yuri privately repeated the term, pondering its unfamiliarity. One odd name. Who could have conceived such an organization? Just look at the neighboring villainous groups. Hydra, Umbrella, Team Rocket, the Brotherhood, Blackwatch. Each name resonates with a sense of grandeur. And here we have a network. One might think you've just connected to the internet. Do not even entertain the thought of reporting the network to the authorities. For every corner of Twin Cities is beset by their watchful eyes. They are privy to our every action, James warned solemnly. Whenever someone attempts to withdraw from the network or is apprehended, they erase their memory. No matter where you might flee, even to Iron Mountain Prison, you cannot evade the network's retribution. Yuri nodded gravely. I understand what must be done and what must not. So where do we go from here? I can scarcely contain my eagerness to become a part of the network. First, we must pick up 2 individuals, then head to Wedge City, James instructed, providing Yuri with an address. The latter immediately started the old clunker. A mere 15 minutes later, the dilapidated vehicle halted before an abandoned warehouse. 2 individuals were squatting outside, seemingly indulging in some substance, their heads bobbing in a trance-like state. James and Tony waved from the car, softly calling out, Pikey, Busker. Upon hearing their names, the 2 addicts turned and hurried over. Hold on, we still have work to do. Don't get too high, Tony cautioned as he opened the door for Pikey and Busker. Meanwhile, James wore a look of mild discontent. Don't worry, today's consumption is barely half of our usual amount. Pikey and Busker chuckled nonchalantly. Yuri remained silent, redirecting the vehicle toward Wedge City. James, Tony, Pikey, and Busker, a quartet of miscreants and addicts. Yuri was uncertain of the network's true intentions, but he did not believe these were worthy of its attention. Hey, James, after we cross the Van Buren Bridge, we'll reach Wedge City. What is our plan? Blow up the bridge? Yuri asked as he drove onto the bridge, glancing back. We're headed there. Our boss is waiting for us. James leaned closer, whispering an address into Yuri's ear. The boss. Yuri squinted slightly. If his instincts were correct, this leader was indeed the one with tangible connections to the network, while Jem and his trio were merely pawns in the game. After approximately half an hour, Yuri finally arrived at his destination, a bar. Standing at the entrance, he fell into contemplation. At 21, he was prohibited from consuming alcohol and had never set foot in a bar throughout his life. What are you hesitating for? Come inside, Jem remarked, noticing Yuri's daze at the door. I'll be right there, Yuri replied casually, ultimately following them inside. He expected to be stopped by security, but to his surprise, no one paid him any mind. From the outside, the bar appeared small, and upon entering, he found the actual space to be even more diminutive. There was a bar counter and a few tables. Behind the counter stood a burly bartender with a shaved head, resembling a Vin Diesel look-alike, diligently polishing glasses. The arrangement of tables and chairs resembled that of a quaint cafe rather than a bar. At least in Yuri's eyes, it was entirely different from the bars depicted in films. Business was slow, with only 2 tables occupied, distanced enough to suggest the patrons were not together. One of them was likely the leader. Closer to Yuri and his companions sat a man in his 30s, with white hair and donning a blue sleeveless jacket. His table displayed a dozen bottles, with 7 or 8 empty ones to his right and untouched ones to his left. His face was flushed, eyes glazed, and he seemed intoxicated, yet continued to pour drink after drink for himself. Another individual occupied a seat further back, facing away from Yuri. The only discernible feature was his yellow hair. As soon as Tori and Jem entered, they made their way to the back, followed closely by Busk and Paige. The inebriated white-haired man did not even warrant a glance from the quartet. Yuri did not dwell on it either, following the group to the leader's table. However, upon catching sight of this so-called leader, he was taken aback. Chapter 10. Can watching the wind earn you $1 million? Before him sat a young man with spiky yellow hair, adorned with a diamond-patterned eye mask, clad in a yellow and blue striped outfit and draped in a cloak. Resembling a second-rate circus magician. What a familiar face. Yuri could scarcely believe that the leader of this gang was a magician, the very individual he had just rightfully claimed compensation from the day before. As he reflected, he recalled how, when they had ascended to the rooftop together, this character had muttered something about a blacksmith joining the crew, leading Yuri to think he aspired to be a blacksmith. Now, it appeared that the significance of blacksmith was far more complex than he initially surmised. Coupled with the network information hinted at by the gang, the connection between the blacksmith and the network must be profoundly intricate. No wonder Jem and his cohorts had managed to establish ties with the network. It was all because of the magician. Although this second-generation magician may seem somewhat inept, it is only logical that the underworld would seek to recruit him, given his stature as a notorious criminal. Boss, we've gathered a few more helpers. And they're all here now. Jem and Tom reported to Axel with servile expressions. It turns out that not only Yuri, but also Busk and Paige had been brought along by the two. These 2 ruffians were not well-liked, having very few acquaintances. Their recruitment of Yuri was merely a means to bolster their numbers. Axel cast a glance at Yuri and the others, counting 5 in total, barely sufficient, and noted with dismay the presence of a child among them. Suddenly, Axel's gaze sharpened on Yuri, and his expression darkened. The Rogue Gang never involved children or women in perilous situations. Even though the Rogue Gang no longer existed, the criminals of Twin Cities must adhere to this rule. Axel shouted angrily at Jem and Tom, completely disregarding the fact that they were in a public place. Yuri cast a furtive glance at the other patrons in the bar. The bartender, Vin Diesel, seemed oblivious, continuing to wipe glasses with an impassive expression. As for the white-haired drunkard, he merely drank more fervently without any reaction to Axel's outburst. Axel's words failed to stir any significant response. Yuri sensed that the others were somewhat accustomed to such displays. It appeared that this bar was not a bastion of lawfulness. Otherwise, they would not have permitted Yuri's entry. Is this fellow truly principled? Yuri could see that the second-generation magician was genuinely incensed rather than merely pretending. Boss. Yuri's situation is rather special, Jem stammered, cold sweat beading on his brow. Special situation? Axel crossed his arms, awaiting further elaboration. Jem embellished Yuri's background, painting a picture of dire poverty, as if Yuri were on the brink of starvation, compelled to take this risk for a windfall. While Jem explained, Tom subtly signaled to Yuri, frantically urging him to remain silent. Yuri responded with a reassuring glance, prompting a sigh of relief from Tom. Your name is Yuri? Axel abruptly inquired after hearing Jem's introduction. Yes, boss, Yuri affirmed. You are here for the money, correct? Yuri nodded earnestly, indeed eager to earn some cash. Axel reached into his pocket, seemingly intending to retrieve something, but abruptly halted his motion, withdrawing his hand empty. Ahem, Yuri, I permit your joining, he declared, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he lowered his voice, ensuring only those nearby could hear. The network will not neglect those who fulfill their duties. If you complete today's task, you shall receive no less than $1 million as a reward. Upon hearing the phrase, $1 million, the eyes of the 4 miscreants widened with astonishment. Boss, what is our mission? Are we to kill, or perhaps to kidnap? Busk and Paige, the 2 addicts, eagerly inquired, their minds consumed with thoughts of how much narcotics they could procure with such a sum, willing to undertake any task for it. No, Axel replied with an enigmatic smile. We merely need to steal one item. In truth, it would be he who would execute the theft. They were only required to serve as lookouts. The gang exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Is it truly that simple? What could we possibly steal that would yield at least $1 million? And all we need to do is keep watch? Rare gemstones? World-renowned paintings? Corporate secrets? Advanced technology? Axel refrained from divulging further details. Mindful of the presence of outsiders in the bar, a comprehensive plan could not be discussed openly. Yuri and the gang trailed behind Axel as they set off towards their destination. Axel, donning his airborne shoes, glided through the air, while Yuri and his companions drove in their dilapidated vehicle. Though a magician could not outrun a car, the advantage of aerial movement allowed him to progress at a speed comparable to that of the vehicle. The target was situated not far from the bar, and within 10 minutes they arrived. As they disembarked and beheld their destination, the gang and Yuri immediately comprehended the reason for the lucrative reward. The parking spot lay beneath a slope, atop which stood a towering edifice emblazoned with the words Federal Bureau of Investigation, Keystone City Office. Stealing from the FBI branch in Fort Bowler earned Yuri's silent admiration for the second-generation magician. Many assumed that official forces in the comic world were feeble. Yet this was far from the truth. Though Yuri had never read the comics, he possessed 16 years of memories from living in this world, and he was well aware of widely known facts. To date, over 13 million superhumans had emerged globally, implying that among the 7 billion people, 1 in every 5 to 600 was a superhuman, and this statistic only accounted for those documented. While the vast majority of these superhumans lacked extraordinary abilities, they provided governments with a considerable pool of quality personnel, bolstered by various clandestinely developed high-tech equipment, forming a highly formidable force. In the United States alone, there existed 2 prominent departments, the Celestial Society and the Super Investigation Division, with the former typically handling external matters and the latter focused on domestic affairs. This was the publicly acknowledged structure. Covertly, organizations like the Shadow Bureau and the Chess Society also operated. Although Yuri had no access to the Shadow Bureau, he was well acquainted with the reputations of the Celestial Society and the Super Investigation Division. The FBI certainly had its own cadre of superhuman agents. Without delving into the past, the former magician, James Jesse, currently served as a supervisor at the FBI branch in Midtown. The equipment of the second-generation magician was undoubtedly derived from that of the first, with the latter possessing far more extensive experience. Should an incident arise at the Keystone City branch, James could arrive in mere minutes. The novice magician Axel, a second-generation talent. Will he be a rival to the venerable James? Chapter 11. Phantom. Axel produced a toy water gun from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Yuri. Upon glancing over, he noticed the quartet of thugs brandishing identical prop weapons. Though they appeared to be mere toys, they were, in truth, exceptionally perilous instruments. Axel flashed a bloodthirsty grin at everyone, revealing his intentions. A simple pull of the trigger would unleash vibrant beams of laser light, their beauty undeniable. Yet, as the saying goes, the more exquisite something is, the more lethal it becomes. These lasers could penetrate even the Flash's suit. In fact, they were more effective than the Rainbow Thief's goggles. However, one should never recklessly eliminate an FBI agent unless he fires first. The thugs harbored no dissent regarding their leader's directive. They were merely a band of aimless ruffians, not cold-blooded killers, especially with the FBI on the other side. Only Yuri sensed something amiss, his mind deep in contemplation. Unbeknownst to others, Axel continued his explanation unabated. You need not infiltrate the FBI building. Simply assist me in distracting the patrolling guards outside. Tom, Busk, and Patch. Axel began to assign roles. You are responsible for the left side, while Jim and Yuri will take the right. Shortly, I shall employ my aerial walking shoes to slip into the 7th floor evidence room. When the alarm sounds, you will spring into action. Understood? Yuri and the quartet of thugs solemnly nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now let us commence our separate missions. No sooner had Axel spoken than he activated his aerial walking shoes, ascending step by step towards the sky. The decrepit vehicle was parked at the base of a steep slope behind the FBI branch building, a height and incline that would be insurmountable for an ordinary person. Thus, Axel first scaled the incline, then tossed down several ropes for the others to ascend. The FBI branch building was structured in a U shape, with entrances distributed along both sides. Yuri and Jim dashed along the wall towards the right side of the FBI building, halting when they could almost discern the entrance, taking cover behind the nearest pillar. From this vantage point, they could vaguely see two fully armed guards stationed at the entrance. "Do you truly believe what the boss said?" Yuri casually inquired from behind Jim. "What do you mean?" Jim did not turn back. Instead, he remained perched at the pillar, peering intently towards the entrance. "The network," Yuri mused, stroking his chin. "How can you be certain the network truly exists? How can you ascertain the magician's connection to it?" Jim turned back, a look of confusion upon his face, seemingly unable to comprehend Yuri's inquiry. "He provided us with intelligence on the superheroes, the Flash, Jesse Quick, the original Flash, Kid Flash. He is well acquainted with all the superheroes in Metropolis and Keystone City. Someone possessing such information must be a figure of significance. The second-generation magician is roughly the same age as us. I cannot bring myself to believe that he could independently unearth such information. What other explanation is there, apart from the internet divulging these details to him? Very well. Let us assume you are correct, but why would the internet steal from the FBI? What could the FBI possess that would compel the internet to risk exposure, enlisting us mere novices for assistance? Do they not fear the possibility of our failure?" Upon hearing this, Jim was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated these issues before. Noticing Jim's expression, Yuri realized that he would not extract any substantial revelations from him. He was now utterly convinced that Jim and his companions had been manipulated by the second-generation magician. If Jim were privy to any secrets, that would be one thing, but his ignorance posed a significant concern. Drawing the guards' attention and stalling them essentially meant providing Axel with cover as cannon fodder, while admonishing against indiscriminate killing. They were nonetheless armed with lethal weapons. Yuri did not believe that a group of untrained thugs could wield such weapons with any finesse. And given the FBI's standard operating procedures, they would undoubtedly fire upon them, inevitably igniting a gunfight. Even armed with superweapons, Jim and his unfortunate companions would stand little chance against the elite FBI agents. Over time, James Jesse and his team from Midtown would arrive, leaving them with no option but to surrender. As for Axel himself, with his gravity-defying shoes, he could simply flee as soon as he obtained the desired items, paying no heed to the ensuing skirmish below. Even if Jim and the others were captured alive, the FBI would likely glean no more information from them than the mere mention of the term "the network," unaware of its headquarters, members, or plans. The existence of this organization had never been a secret in Twin Cities. It had circulated as urban legend for over a decade, known by nearly everyone but believed by few. It is entirely possible that the FBI had already uncovered traces of the network. Their mission today was likely to seize documents that would genuinely threaten the network, thus explaining Axel's actions. If Jim and his companions were not captured but instead shot on the spot, the network would have even less reason to fear exposure. Yuri surmised that these 5 helpers had been discarded by Axel from the very beginning. He had no desire to accompany Jim and his foolish companions to their demise. "Hey, Jim, look over there. Haven't the guards noticed us?" Suddenly, Yuri whispered, pointing towards the entrance. Jim jolted in surprise, quickly turning to look. But the guards at the door remained in their previous positions, their gaze not shifting toward them. Seizing the moment when Jim turned, Yuri rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small, worn wristwatch, and pressed the activation button with utmost speed. Only one extraterrestrial hero was suited for this moment. Shadow. A flash of green light flickered, and Jim sensed an anomaly behind him, turning back once more. However, behind him lay nothing. No one, no object, not even Yuri, who had always been at Jim's side, was to be seen. "Yuri, where are you?" A peculiar sense of dread began to unfurl within Jim, accompanied by the illusion that the air temperature had plummeted several degrees. In truth, it was not merely an illusion. Yuri remained in his original position, less than 2 steps away from Jim, yet he was entirely invisible to him. The Spectre, a being of the Icterian race, bore a striking resemblance to a ghost, both in appearance and abilities. The experience of possessing an ethereal form was remarkably intriguing. Yuri instinctively sensed that he could pass through any object. "Don't jest with me, buddy, come out quickly." The alarm could sound at any moment, and we need to get to work. Jim swallowed hard, forcing a nervous laugh. He had considered the possibility of Yuri fleeing, but the time had been far too brief. brief enough that even Bolt could not have strayed from his line of sight. Unless Yuri was the Flash. All right, if you desire my presence so much, I have returned. Yuri controlled his essence, seamlessly merging into Jem's body. Chapter 12. The Mantis catches the cicada. Wow. Is this what possession feels like? Jem raised his hands, clenching his fists and then releasing them. Indeed, the specter of Yuri had possessed Jem, seizing control over his physical form. As for Jem's consciousness, it slipped into a deep slumber. Upon Yuri's exit from his body, he would forget everything that transpired. Yuri utilized Jem's body to throw 2 punches. The sensation was lacking in force. The feeling of possession was peculiar. After all, Jem's body was not his own, creating a faint sense of dissonance in control. Yet the overall movements remained unimpeded. It felt somewhat strange, but fortunately, Yuri did not find it uncomfortable. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, followed by 3 resounding explosions. A glint flashed in Jem's eyes. The second-generation magician had triggered the alarm, indicating he had found what the network required. The trio on the left side, including Tori, began wreaking havoc to divert the guard's attention. Unseen, a specter drifted from Jem's form, causing him to collapse to the ground, as if his soul had been cast adrift, plunging into unconsciousness. Yuri extended a hand to Jem's forehead. When you awaken, you will forget everything that has transpired over the past 2 days. On the 7th floor, in the evidence room, Axel finally pinpointed his target after a flurry of rummaging. A deeply hidden, inconspicuous safe. He retrieved a device resembling a stethoscope and placed it against the safe near the combination lock. Turning the dial, as one might see in the movies, listening intently as he did so. However, at the very moment the device made contact with the safe, the gravity alarm system situated beneath the safe was triggered, and the sound of the alarm reverberated throughout the entire building. Axel, undeterred by the commotion, continued to turn the knob, fully engrossed in deciphering the combination lock. Bang, bang, bang. Approximately 1 minute later, a series of loud banging emanated from the door. It turned out that Axel had locked the door upon infiltrating the evidence room and had firmly sealed it with candy adhesive. This adhesive, a staple in the magician's toolkit, possessed such formidable stickiness that it could restrain even the fledgling Flash for several seconds. Its only drawback being its rapid melting under high temperatures. The first guard to arrive at the evidence room discovered that no matter how forcefully they struck the door, it would not yield, and they faintly detected a sweet aroma in the air. It was the candy adhesive. Does anyone have a flamethrower? The original magician was an FBI supervisory agent, and all his equipment was no secret within the bureau. The guards were acutely aware of the necessary course of action. The alarm blared suddenly, prompting the guards on the floor to rush over, armed only with their standard weapons, leaving no time or opportunity to retrieve additional gear. Fortunately, they were also equipped with another tool capable of generating high temperatures. Molotov cocktails. Use the Molotov cocktails. The guards swiftly retreated and hurled a Molotov cocktail at the entrance. Although this could potentially damage the evidence nearby, there was little time for concern. Boom! The cocktail erupted in a violent explosion, flames roaring fiercely, likely to persist for several minutes, if not longer. Under the influence of the intense heat, the candy adhesive began to melt at a visible rate, and the air gradually filled with the scent of caramel. In a mere 30 seconds, the adhesive had essentially dissolved, prompting the guards to charge forward, extinguishing the flames at the doorway with fire extinguishers before forcefully breaching the door. This time, a gentle push was all it took for the door to swing open. From the moment the alarm sounded to the guard's entry, approximately 3 minutes had elapsed. Put down what you have. You are under arrest. In the corner of the evidence room, Axel had just managed to unlock the safe, retrieving a document comprising several pages, its cover emblazoned with the word network. He gazed in astonishment at the guards who had burst in. What? I'm being arrested? You must be joking. Surely you jest. Axel grinned broadly, stuffing the document into his waist pouch, and then suddenly hurled a smoke bomb towards the guards. His objective was clear: to abscond with the document. After casting the smoke bomb, Axel made a beeline for the windowsill, shattering the glass with a single shot before leaping out. At that very moment, an invisible spirit emerged from the floor of the 7th level. It was Yuri, transformed into a ghostly apparition. After erasing Jem's memories, he had flown directly towards this location. Upon arriving at the evidence room, he witnessed Axel's escape through the window. Yuri promptly followed in pursuit. Above the skies, Axel sprinted forward, donning his aerial footwear, as he urgently needed to deliver the acquired information to the blacksmith. Yuri floated behind him, swiftly catching up to Axel. The essence of the Phantom exhibited remarkable malleability when rendered intangible. He could transform into an elongated, invisible thread or extend his form like a stretchable being. In an astonishing display, Yuri's waist elongated, if one could indeed ascribe a waist to a phantom, with his upper body curling around Axel's front. Axel's waist pouch came into Yuri's view. "My apologies, it seems you will return empty-handed today," Yuri mused silently. He extended two slender tendrils, silently unzipping Axel's pouch, extracting the digital data, and then zipping it shut once more. Being a novice, Axel remained blissfully unaware that someone had stealthily pilfered the very information he had secured. After acquiring the data, Yuri ceased his forward momentum, hovering in the air, while Axel, filled with joy, continued his reckless dash, soon vanishing from sight. With the data in hand, Yuri hastened back to Tom, Patch, and Busk, systematically erasing their memories from the past 2 days. As for why Axel's memories were not likewise expunged, it was primarily unnecessary. Axel was not acquainted with Yuri and would likely fail to recognize him upon their next encounter. Moreover, he would not venture to the FBI to disclose that there was indeed a fifth accomplice, thus leaving them one individual short. Secondly, memory erasure is a complex endeavor. The more resolute a person's will, the more challenging it is to manipulate their memories. Axel, despite his naivete, was a supercriminal, creating a significant disparity compared to ordinary individuals. Thus, Yuri would likely be unable to affect Axel in any meaningful way. In fact, there was a third point within the DC universe. Memories are intricately linked to the soul. Unless one cleanses a person's soul, true erasure of their memories is unattainable. One can merely induce profound forgetfulness, with the possibility of recollection always lingering. A quintessential example is Zatanna, one of DC's most formidable magical prodigies, who expended considerable effort to erase the memories of the second-tier villain Dr. Light, only for him to ultimately regain his memories. However, Yuri was unfamiliar with DC Comics and was thus unaware of this nuance. Chapter 13. The Lightning Lad is, some time ago, at the FBI's Central City branch. In the supervisor's office, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. Among them was one clad in a yellow and red uniform, with golden short hair, none other than Lightning Lad. Seated at the supervisor's desk was a middle-aged man nearing 40, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression grave, with a nameplate on his desk denoting his identity, Supervisor James Jesse. The final individual was a man with a limp, leaning on a cane, sporting short brown hair, most strikingly characterized by his crimson pupils, and was several years older than Lightning Lad. "Are you suggesting that last night someone stole my former costumes and props, intending to inherit the title of the magician?" In the United States, the relationship between local police departments and the FBI is rather tenuous, and they operate independently. Thus, even James, as the head of the FBI field office, was oblivious to the events that transpired at the Wedge City Police Department yesterday. The individual in question is Axel Walker, hailing from an affluent family in Central City, who has enjoyed a life of privilege. However, following his parents' recent divorce, he began to indulge in reckless behavior, seeking attention through drug use, street fights, and vandalism, ultimately becoming the second-generation magician. The calm, brown-haired cripple introduced. Upon hearing this, James expressed his surprise and commended to uncover the background of a case that just occurred last night so swiftly. "You truly deserve to be the youngest criminal profiler in the FBI." At this juncture, James let out a sigh, casting a regretful gaze toward the crippled man. Had last year's incident not transpired, the position of Central City's field office chief should have rightfully been yours, Hunter. The FBI has suffered a great loss without you. It turned out that this young cripple was Hunter Zolman. Last night, Detective Murillo from Wedge City had commissioned the Flash to assist in the investigation, and it was indeed Hunter who was summoned. Even during his training at the FBI headquarters, Hunter Zolman had displayed remarkable talent and accomplishments, far surpassing his contemporaries in the realm of criminal profiling. Such a prodigy was promoted post-haste upon graduation, and he truly warranted the advancement. Throughout several years of service, Hunter's analyses had never faltered, earning him significant accolades. It was not until a case a year prior that Hunter's profiling analysis first went awry, resulting in a gunshot wound to his left leg, leaving him permanently disabled. Yet, this was not the worst of it, for believing in Hunter's judgment led to the deaths of 2 fellow agents, and even his father-in-law perished in that case. Consequently, Hunter's wife divorced him, and the FBI had no choice but to dismiss this once promising talent. In an instant, Hunter transitioned from a celebrated profiler to a nearly impoverished private investigator, occasionally assisting the Wedge City Police Department with investigations. They were right to dismiss me. I was so arrogant that I believed I knew everything, ultimately causing the demise of so many. Hunter lamented, his expression somber. This was the greatest failure of his life. That is not entirely your fault. You merely executed your responsibilities. No profiler can guarantee perpetual accuracy, James responded calmly. Hey, gentlemen, I regret to interrupt. But now is not the time for lamenting the past. We must swiftly identify this new magician, the Flash interjected, interrupting their conversation. The Flash was correct. Axel had stolen the magician's equipment, and we suspect he may have some connection with you, whether it be animosity or admiration. Pardon my intrusion, James, Hunter remarked, emerging from his reverie with a demeanor of professionalism. Do not take offense. Even now, many within the Bureau regard me with suspicion. Yet I am no longer the person I once was. James gestured to Hunter, indicating that he need not concern himself, and continued, I have never encountered Axel Walker, nor do I know anyone by the surname Walker. Hence, I do not believe this individual harbors any animosity towards me. It is quite possible that this is the work of an imitator. Axel may be an ardent admirer of the original magician. And since the original magician has ceased to perform, he has taken it upon himself to create a new one. Hunter speculated that his recent parental divorce might have imparted a negative influence upon him, unsettling his psyche and leading him down a path of crime. The intelligence we possess is woefully insufficient. Before he strikes again, we can only deduce this much. James nodded in agreement, finding his thoughts in perfect alignment with Hunter's. Suddenly, the phone on James's desk rang with a piercing chime. Apologies, this is a work number, he said as he answered the call. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. Hunter, we must revise our profiling analysis, he stated somberly after hanging up, turning his gaze towards Kid Flash and Hunter. Moments ago, Axel Walker breached the evidence room of the FBI branch in Wedge City, stealing data from the network. He is an underling of the blacksmith. What? Hunter's face paled. No one understood the significance of the network's data better than he, as he had led the investigation into it, and even now, he had not abandoned his pursuit. I will head over first. You two follow swiftly. Although Kid Flash was unaware of the FBI's progress regarding the network, the expressions on James and Hunter's faces indicated the gravity of the situation. In a flash of yellow lightning, Kid Flash vanished from the office. James, too, wasted no time in donning his tactical gear, rallying the agent team to board a helicopter and proceed. As for Hunter, his mobility was severely hindered by his limp, rendering him unable to keep pace with James's helicopter. Thus, he had to take a different one. Meanwhile, Yuri drifted out of Bust's body, having made minor alterations to the memories of Paige and Tom. Consequently, the quartet of miscreants had entirely forgotten how they had arrived here, as well as Yuri's involvement with them. The guards at the FBI branch in Wedge City had already cuffed Tom and the others, confining them within the interrogation room, including the previously incapacitated Jim, oblivious to the reason behind their sudden unconsciousness. Just as Yuri contemplated his departure, a flash of electricity materialized in the vicinity. Hey guys, how's it going? Does anyone know where the magician has gone? Kid Flash emerged from the lightning. That voice seems familiar, thought Yuri, hovering in the air. Although the intellect of the Ectherians does not rival that of the Gavinians, their mental prowess is formidable, allowing them to recall every detail of their memories with clarity. Thus, Yuri swiftly remembered where he had heard Kid Flash's voice before. Hamburger shop Wally West. He turned out to be Kid Flash. Chapter 14, The Capture Mode of the Omnitrix. Yuri floated before Kid Flash, peering at him with curiosity, as this was the first time he had genuinely encountered a bona fide superhero since his traversal. Wally, oblivious to the scrutiny he was under, was engrossed in a conversation with a guard about the recent chaos instigated by Axel. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yuri's mind. Kid Flash must be a metahuman. Perhaps I could capture his DNA. Previously, when Yuri transformed into Kid Ben, he had conducted some research on the Omnitrix. Although he could not activate the master control mode, he discerned how his device functioned in universal mode and the differences from its predecessors. The active transformation mode had been introduced earlier, and the charging mode required no further explanation. However, the capture mode was somewhat distinct. This iteration of the Omnitrix rectified a significant flaw present in the first two versions, which was their inability to capture anodite entities. The first and second versions could only capture DNA, and beings devoid of DNA could not be scanned. Thus, anodites, composed of pure energy, could not be stored in the Omnitrix's database. Yet, the term captured DNA is misleading, for in the original narrative, the Omnitrix's criteria for DNA encompassed far more than mere genetic material. The database contained various non-carbon-based life forms, such as Diamond Head, Upgrade, Crystal Ghost, Clockwork, and Energy Monster. Do such entities possess DNA? Does Optimus Prime have DNA? There are even beings like Nuclear Man, a pure energy entity, and the essentially incorporeal Soundwave. Strictly speaking, they lack a physical body. From where, then, does their DNA originate? And as for Superman, he is a cosmic entity. The Omnitrix is certainly not limited to life forms that possess DNA. Contemplating this, Yuri could not help but scoff internally. Anodites are energy beings, as is Nuclear Man. Yet only anodites cannot be captured by the Omnitrix, with the justification being their lack of DNA. Remarkable. While the energy of anodites is indeed formidable, must it also be devoid of dignity? This is utterly absurd, a preposterous notion indeed. Clearly, this represents a flaw. The Omnitrix's capture capabilities should not be confined to DNA. Particles, elements, and energy, any form of life, ought to be eligible for entry into the Omnitrix's database. Moreover, Yuri's Omnitrix could capture DNA through touch, akin to the first generation, or utilize the second generation's capability to emit a capture beam for remote scanning. However, remote scanning necessitated a prerequisite. The target must not resist during the capture process, either by willingly submitting or being incapacitated. Yuri was uncertain whether the super speed of Kid Flash stemmed from a genetic mutation or some form of energy that bestowed such extraordinary velocity. Nevertheless, he speculated that his diminutive timepiece might successfully capture it. The inhabitants of Earth universally acknowledged the Flash as the swiftest being alive. While Kid Flash held the title of the fastest youth, both could effortlessly traverse at the speed of light. No instrument could ascertain their speed limits, nor could anyone hope to match their pace. As to who was swifter, the Flash or Kid Flash, the answer remained elusive, though it was widely believed that the Flash had the edge. Should Yuri manage to capture Kid Flash's DNA, he would unlock an immensely potent transformation. Careful planning was imperative, given that this was the FBI headquarters and Kid Flash was no mere adversary. A failed capture could lead to dire consequences. Yuri mentally calculated the time elapsed since he last transformed into Shadow Phantom. Over 5 minutes had passed, and conservatively estimating, he could maintain that form for just a little longer than 4 minutes. While Yuri was absorbed in devising a strategy to seize Kid Flash's DNA, the guards had already relayed the events to the young speedster. "I have a general understanding of the situation," Wally stated with a grave expression and a composed demeanor, feeling an ominous premonition. Since the Flash's absence following his confrontation with Weather Wizard 2 days prior, Wally had initially presumed that the Flash had been called away on a secret mission by the Justice League. However, upon contacting the League's satellite headquarters, the Watchtower, Cyborg informed him that no recent activities had been reported. Wally then visited the Flash's home, where Iris, the Flash's wife and Wally's aunt, disclosed a chilling truth. If this revelation were indeed accurate, and if it fell into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, such as the network, then Central City might face a catastrophic disaster. The events of the past few days compelled Wally to contemplate the worst-case scenario. In addition to the Flash, several of Wally's friends were also encountering tribulations. Jesse Quick's company was embroiled in a severe financial crisis, with a staggering $500 million evaporating overnight, leaving her in a state of distress. The original Flash, Jay Garrick, now in his 60s, faced heart-wrenching news as his beloved wife, Joan, was diagnosed with terminal cancer, with doctors estimating her remaining time at merely 1 month. Consequently, the Garricks decided to spend this period in a vacation in Denver. Impulse, the grandson of the current Flash, was deemed too young by Wally to engage in vigilante matters, thus accompanying Jay to Denver instead. Big Barda, one of Wally's superhuman friends with spatial abilities, had recently been shot and nearly lost his life, leaving him bedridden for an extended period. It seemed as if someone were systematically incapacitating the superheroes of Central City. A pressure as immense as a mountain descended upon Wally. It was the first time since embarking on his heroic journey that he experienced such overwhelming weight. Previously, he could always rely on the Flash, who effortlessly overcame any adversity. Now, however, he had to depend solely on himself. Regardless of who might be lurking in the shadows, Wally was determined to thwart their plans with all his might. The golden lightning flickered once more, and Wally's figure vanished from sight. Yuri had been prepared, hiding within Wally's shadow as he spoke. The specter moved at a leisurely pace, yet it possessed the ability to traverse great distances by merging with the shadows. Like the Shadow Legion, the specter could instantaneously relocate wherever there was darkness. In a mere second, Wally would traverse every street and alley within a 5-kilometer radius of the FBI building. However, he found no trace of Axel. This was unusual. The magician's airborne shoes enabled him to run in the air, but did not enhance his speed. Given Axel's physical prowess, it was improbable for him to exceed this range. Furrowing his brow, Wally began to accelerate, covering the entirety of Keystone City in just 2 seconds. Along the way, he incapacitated 2 robbers and a thief. Yet Axel remained elusive. Chapter 15. Successful capture, speed force in hand on the labyrinthine streets of Twin Cities. Wally found himself running aimlessly. One moment he was in Central City, the next in Keystone City. The golden lightning surged chaotically, his speed not particularly swift, merely several hundred times the speed of sound. Without any leads on Axel, he felt like a headless fly, careening about with no direction. From within Wally's shadow, Yuri cautiously emerged, extending a hand towards Wally's back. His lower half remained merged with Wally's shadow. Otherwise, at the current speed of the Flash, Yuri would lose sight of him in the blink of an eye. With a thought, the small broken watch at his chest sank into the Spectre's form, reappearing at his wrist. The third-generation timepiece had been bonded to Yuri's DNA, rendering it impossible to remove through physical means. Even if Yuri's hand were severed, the timepiece would still be affixed to it. After transforming, the watch remained on Yuri's wrist, yet many extraterrestrial beings lacked arms, allowing Yuri to determine the watch's position post-transformation. Furthermore, in this altered state, he could utilize the watch's fundamental functions without reverting to human form to activate capture mode. With deliberate control, Yuri aimed the watch's dial at Wally's back, slowly bringing it closer. The dial shifted from green to yellow, signifying that capture mode was engaged. The moment the watch made contact with Wally's back, the dial displayed a series of substantial data, continuously fluctuating. Immediately, several bolts of lightning shot from Wally's back, absorbed by the dial. Subsequently, a message written in the language of Gavin Star appeared on the dial. Unknown high-intensity energy captured, currently under analysis. Estimated analysis time: 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 47 seconds. Wally was running when he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his back, akin to a mosquito bite. However, such a thing was utterly impossible. Wally was in a state linked to the Speed Force, enveloped in a field of that very power. How could he possibly be bitten by an insect? Mistakenly believing he had fallen victim to some strange attack, Wally abruptly halted, casting a vigilant glance around while scratching his back. Yuri, sensing that the small broken watch had indeed captured the supernatural energy of the lightning lad, saw no reason to linger any longer and slipped deeply into the shadows, following the paths of the shadow realm. Wait, no, that's not right. It should be the unique shadow routes of the Icthurians. No, it should be the shadows, Following the shadowy passages that the Icthurians traverse at will, in the next moment, Yuri floated out from beneath the old clunker. With just over 2 minutes remaining before the ghostly transformation would be lifted, there was ample time. Yuri reached out to tap the dial on his person, manually deactivating his transformation, standing right inside the old vehicle. I forgot to mention earlier that before Axel and the others infiltrated the FBI division, Yuri had driven the car to a hiding spot that was not easily discovered. After all, the position of the old clunker was perilously close to the FBI division and could easily be spotted. Perhaps Axel hadn't even triggered the gravity alarm before they were all exposed. Though the location was quite discreet, the opposition was led by the elite FBI team under James Jesse. It was only a matter of time before they located this place. Once Yuri resumed his normal form, he swiftly drove the old clunker away from this troublesome spot. Elsewhere, at the evidence room of the FBI's Wedge Stone division, after Axel's antics, the place had become a chaotic mess. The current FBI supervisor, James, and former FBI profiler, Hunter, scrutinized every corner of the evidence room. While their team members dispersed to seek out any possible clues, leaving no stone unturned. However, it seemed increasingly difficult to uncover any useful leads. After observing for a while, Hunter sighed, stating, "Axel's objective is very clear: to seize the investigative materials of the network. He will not engage in unnecessary actions, which diminishes the clues we can find." James remained silent for a long moment, aware that Hunter's assessment was accurate. He could only hope that the captured criminals would divulge some valuable information. "Report, Supervisor. The unconscious individual and the 3 assailants have regained consciousness," announced one of James's agents. James and Hunter exchanged a glance, simultaneously declaring, "Take us to the interrogation room." The FBI agents, efficient and to the point, immediately led James onward, with Hunter trailing behind, leaning on his cane. For individuals, for interrogation rooms. James and Hunter entered with unwavering confidence. One was a former leader of the notorious Rogue Gang, while the other was a brilliant ex-FBI profiler. Dealing with a few petty criminals misled by Axel was mere child's play, was it not? After a while, James and Hunter emerged from the final interrogation room, their expressions grave and their faces somber. "Hunter, what is your take on their statements?" James inquired. "I wish they were merely putting on a brave face. But I meticulously observed each of their expressions, gazes, and subtle movements. Regrettably, they spoke the truth, unless, of course, their psychological acumen surpasses mine," Hunter replied, lowering his head solemnly. Damn it! James had anticipated this outcome, yet hearing it from Hunter's lips ignited a fire within him. How could they remember nothing? How could they possibly remember nothing? After the FBI's extensive investigation, the intelligence we painstakingly gathered has been snatched away. Years of effort wasted. Ironmonger. James gritted his teeth, uttering the name of the network's leader. "No, not entirely." Hunter placed a hand on James's shoulder, speaking with gravity. "Do you know why the network's files were maintained in paper format rather than as electronic records?" James paused, taken aback. "You should know that I was initially in charge of the FBI's task force investigating the network. At that time, I sensed that the network might have infiltrated our ranks, and files on computers could be deleted or altered at any moment. Thus, I made the decision to use only paper documents for all investigations into the network, entrusting them to reliable individuals." Hunter's expression was serious, his voice lowered. "But that is not the entirety of it. In secret, I backed up all the documents onto my personal computer, a fact known only to me. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the network, Axel strode confidently into Ironmonger's office. Chapter 16. The furious Ironmonger. "I hope you bring good news," Ironmonger said, his face lighting up with anticipation upon seeing Axel. "Of course, I have retrieved the documents," Axel replied with a confident smile, unzipping his satchel and reaching inside to extract the files. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Axel's movements became increasingly frantic and vigorous, the smile on his face gradually fading. He flipped the satchel inside out, desperately shaking it to spill its contents. Inside were only deadly weapons disguised as magic props. Explosive rubber chickens, candy-coated shells, expanding chewing gum, itching powder, and T-bombs. Yet conspicuously absent was the sought-after network documentation. Rubbing his eyes, he still found nothing. Ironmonger's expression turned icy, while Axel broke into a cold sweat, disbelief evident in his eyes. "This is impossible. I had it. It was right in there." Axel was utterly convinced that he had placed the documents inside his bag. The zipper was intact, the bag itself was undamaged, and he had encountered no obstacles along the way. How could they possibly have vanished? No matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom that an invisible extraterrestrial being had pilfered the documents from him. "I need an explanation," the blacksmith stated in a tone devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down Axel's spine. He meticulously recounted his actions, detailing how he had enlisted Yuri and others, how he had manipulated the Gang of Four as a cover, and how he had evaded the FBI guards after obtaining the documents. After finishing, Axel furtively glanced at the blacksmith, who was staring at him with an inscrutable expression. "Are you certain that no one noticed you on your way here?" the blacksmith suddenly inquired. Axel immediately responded, "I am positive. I can assure you of that." A cold smirk appeared on the blacksmith's face. "Then how did the documents disappear?" "I do not know," Axel replied, summoning his courage. "But I do not believe that those documents pose a real threat to the network. They have no idea where we are, nor that we are hidden underground, and they know very little about the number of people involved in the network. The few peripheral members they are aware of cannot divulge much information." Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the blacksmith suddenly lunged at Axel, crashing into the desk as if it were made of mere tofu. In Axel's horrified gaze, the blacksmith's skin transformed into a metallic blue hue, and he seized Axel by the throat. "I do not wish to hear, I do not know," the blacksmith exclaimed, lifting Axel high into the air. The sensation of suffocation drove Axel into a frenzy of struggle. "Do you comprehend how vital that information is to us?" the blacksmith roared. "The next phase of the network's plans is of paramount importance. There can be no risk of leakage. They may not yet have recognized the truly critical components within those documents, but sooner or later, they will piece together a complete picture, and at that moment, we will all be doomed. Perhaps you think that with the Flash absent from Central City, we can act with impunity. But do not forget that there is a damned satellite watching over the entire planet. If our plans are exposed, the Justice League will undoubtedly intervene. We must proceed with utmost caution." With great difficulty, Axel managed to plead, "I understand my error, but I can assure you that the documents are not in the hands of the FBI at this moment. You still have time to execute your plan. Please grant me another chance to rectify my mistake." The blacksmith regarded him coldly for a moment before finally releasing his grip. Axel crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat and retching uncontrollably. "I will give you one more opportunity. Remember, I will not tolerate a second failure." Axel exhaled in relief, realizing how perilously close he had come to death. "I will retrieve the documents as swiftly as possible." "No need." The blacksmith shook his head, asserting that if the information were in James's possession, it would undoubtedly be concealed in a location beyond our reach. Conversely, if it had fallen into the hands of another, that individual would surely come seeking us. Axel found himself perplexed by the blacksmith's words, yet he dared not inquire further, patiently awaiting the continuation of the discourse. Within the police department of Wedgestone City, there exists an external profiler by the name of Hunter Zolman, who mistakenly believed he had deceived me. However, I was already aware of his connections with my ex-husband. Your task is to eliminate all files from Hunter Zolman's personal computer. The blacksmith tossed a palm-sized disk toward Axel, instructing him to affix it to the computer. It would automatically purge the data. "Axel, do not let me down." Meanwhile, at Yuri's residence, he sat upon the rickety chair of his old vehicle, examining his spoils. The diminutive device was still analyzing the mysterious energy captured from the Lightning Kid, with an estimated remaining time of 17 hours before it could be utilized. In the interim, Yuri turned his attention to another prize, the network investigation materials. He spread the documents across the table and began to peruse them. Wow, this network possesses some intriguing capabilities. The content was not overly extensive, totaling merely a few pages. Yet each page brimmed with astonishing information. The headquarters of the network remained shrouded in secrecy, with its location still unknown. All known supervillains in the Central City had collaborated with the network to varying degrees, suggesting a wealth of intelligence could be extracted. However, the reality was that every captured supervillain recalled visiting the network, yet they could not remember its whereabouts or the activities they engaged in while there. They bore no mental illnesses, suffered no head trauma, and exhibited no visible injuries. Even the notoriously ruthless warden of Iron Mountain Prison was unable to extract information regarding the network. The network monopolized the black market in Central City and Wedgestone City, maintaining close trade relations with black markets across various states, effectively rendering it a place where no commodity was unattainable. According to FBI estimates, the annual transaction volume of the black market could reach $200 million, from which the network could siphon off 20%, equating to an annual profit of $50 million. Before long, Yuri had perused all the materials, beyond detailing the network's operations. It notably highlighted that a select few super criminals mysteriously vanished after committing a series of crimes or remained elusive, suggesting a deeper connection to the network than others. The final page specifically introduced the leader of the network, with the information provided by an anonymous informant. The leader, self-identified as the blacksmith, was revealed to be M.U. Net Black, the former supercriminal known as the Masked Man and the former wife of Keith Kenyon, the current president of the Wedgestone City Kenyon Guild. She had commenced the formation of a network 15 years prior. Chapter 17, When the Central City Lost the Flash. Yuri felt an unsettling disquiet within, sensing something was amiss after reviewing the network's dossier. At first glance, this information seems to serve no purpose other than to illustrate the formidable prowess of the network. It can be said that it offers no assistance whatsoever to the FBI in their investigation of the cyber organization. considering that even the FBI does not place significant emphasis on the security of this material, carelessly storing it in the evidence room. However, the network deliberately dispatched Axel to steal the documents. What could be the reason for such an act? Unless the blacksmith perceives some intelligence within these documents that poses a threat to the network, there would be no necessity for her to concern herself with their existence. Moreover, she exhibited caution by sending a novice to execute the theft, first diverting everyone's attention by stealing the magician's equipment. Before the documents were pilfered, it is likely that the FBI had never considered the network as a suspect. Yuri stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Whatever secrets the documents concealed, they must hold significant importance for the blacksmith. During the network's peak, their annual profit reached a staggering $50 million. James had mentioned that this heist could yield several $1 million. Yuri was eager to discover whether it was indeed worth such a fortune. He resolved to sell the documents to the blacksmith, anticipating at least a few million in profit, and then distance himself from the tumultuous affairs of Midtown. Afterward, he would contemplate his next destination. He had heard that Blue Valley boasted the lowest crime rate in the world, which seemed an ideal refuge. In any case, he would no longer have to endure stale cereal. The thought of indulging in a daily feast of meat, eggs, and dairy brought an involuntary smile to Yuri's face. Wait. Suddenly, he recognized a grave issue. Selling the documents to the network was a splendid idea, and with the little watch in hand, he felt secure from any potential double-cross. However, where was the network? Damn it, why hide so well? Yuri cursed under his breath. Never mind, the network is not oblivious. They would realize the documents were missing and likely come searching for them. He decided to see if there would be an opportunity for contact later. After securing the documents, he lay down in bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the residential district of Wedge City, a modest single-story house stood. James and Hunter arrived at the door, accompanied by Kid Flash. Wally had remained on high alert after being attacked by a mysterious figure, guarding the area for quite some time. However, the anticipated second attack never materialized, and feeling no discomfort, Wally concluded that his heightened emotions had likely led to a misperception. He abandoned his aimless wandering and rejoined James and the others. Hunter produced a key and unlocked the door, allowing the trio to enter the house. Hunter, I've been pondering something since earlier, James remarked as they walked inside. I've reviewed the network's documents, and they contain little valuable intelligence. There was no need for the network to go to such lengths to steal them. When you led the investigation into the network, I had not yet joined the FBI. Was there some hidden context to what transpired that I am unaware of? What secrets lie hidden within the data? Hunter shook his head, expressing his uncertainty regarding the sudden urgency of the network to reclaim that information. In truth, we were unable to uncover anything at that time. The network concealed itself too deeply. The majority of our intelligence stemmed from anonymous tips within the network, yet the informant refused to meet with us or divulge further details. Our communications were infrequent, leaving me unaware of the informant's true identity or even if he was still alive. James pondered for a moment, noting that the data had been stored in the evidence room for several months, presenting numerous opportunities for intervention. However, it was only now that the network chose to steal it, indicating a larger issue at play. Perhaps I comprehend why the network waited until now to act, he suggested. At that moment, Wally interjected. Both Hunter and James turned to him, the latter's expression grave, as though foreseeing dire consequences. The Flash is no longer in this world. Upon hearing this, Hunter and James stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Realizing their misunderstanding, Wally hastily clarified, "It is not as you think. The Flash is alive. He has merely transitioned to another realm." James and Hunter exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, "The mirror world?" To be precise, I cannot say, but it likely is not. Wally continued, "Do you recall the confrontation between the Flash and the Weather Wizard a few days ago?" Of course. The destruction of an entire street by tornadoes and lightning is unforgettable. But wasn't the Weather Wizard defeated? Indeed, the Flash triumphed over the Weather Wizard. Yet few are aware of the manner in which he achieved this victory. The tornado summoned by the Weather Wizard exceeded all known classifications, accompanied by an unfathomable number of lightning strikes. He had never been so powerful. Wally recounted the information he received from Aunt Iris. To thwart the Weather Wizard, the Flash had to surpass the speed of light. I am uncertain why, but the Flash often cautioned me that speedsters should not recklessly exceed light speed, lest they incur severe consequences. In the past, I did not grasp what those consequences entailed, but now I do. The Flash was drawn into an unknown, mysterious realm, and no one knows when he will emerge. Upon hearing Wally's account, James and Hunter immediately considered the grave implications. Good heavens! Are you suggesting that the network may have learned of the Flash's disappearance and thus initiated their actions? Wally nodded emphatically. It is not merely that. I suspect the network may be systematically targeting the Flash and my allies, such as Jesse Quick, Old Flash, and Big Eye, among others. Before he could finish, a sudden realization struck Hunter. He seemed to grasp the network's intentions. The night passed without further incident. The old clunker. Yuri did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. Avoiding school has left Yuri feeling an overwhelming sense of despondency. In a moment of ennui, his attention shifted to the small device on his wrist. After an interminable wait, the device finally completed its analysis of the speed force. Eagerly, Yuri yearned to discover the nature of his new form and pondered what it might be named. To his astonishment, he gasped as he noticed that the number of unlocked entries in the DNA database still read 10. He opened the transformation list, confirming that it remained unchanged, consisting solely of the initial 10 heroic forms. How could this be? After such a prolonged analysis, he had garnered nothing? Surely a report of some sort should be provided. Just as impatience began to mount, and he contemplated transforming into a four-armed titan to seek out a foe, he finally observed a subtle change. In the lower right corner of the icon for the Flash star, a tiny green dot glimmered. Chapter 18. The Speed Star. Yuri tapped the icon of the Flash star, and a virtual screen materialized above the small device. Two images appeared. To the left, the Flash star in its normal state, and to the right, a significantly altered version of the Flash star. Its physique had grown immensely, adorned with a lightning emblem upon its chest, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity. Reminiscent of a Flash-inspired version of the Flash, or perhaps a Flash-like iteration of the Flash. Below the images, a description appeared. This form was identified as a mutated variant of the China Flash clan. Upon absorbing an unknown extraterrestrial energy, its speed would experience a geometric enhancement, with limits that were difficult to quantify. The Omnitrix energy core could not convert this type of energy. Hence, the duration of the transformation would be drastically reduced and would require continuous recharging. As one of the 7 fundamental forces of the DC universe, the Speed Force could not be readily accessed. Only the Speedsters could connect with the Speed Force, and, among them, the family of lightning wielders maintained the closest ties. Barry nurtured the Speed Force, Wally transcended it, and Bart merged with it. Yuri, not being a speedster himself, could not connect with the Speed Force, and the small device lacked the means to forcibly communicate with it. Instead, it could only draw from a minute amount of Speed Force absorbed from Wally as a conduit, quietly linking to the Speed Force wall, continuously siphoning off Speed Force energy as sustenance. The advantage of this method was that the transformation relied entirely on Speed Force energy, negating the need to expend the device's inherent energy. Moreover, this transformation was based on energy rather than DNA, allowing it to circumvent the protective mechanisms of the device. Even when the stored Speed Force energy was depleted, the transformation would not revert. Instead, it would automatically revert to the Flash star's normal form, at which point the protective mechanisms would activate. The drawback, however, was that the rate of energy siphoning was rather slow, with a day's worth of collected energy sustaining the transformation for merely 3 minutes. Fortunately, the energy core of the small device had recently been upgraded with a Speed Force storage module, capable of retaining approximately 30 days' worth of Speed Force energy. The act of stealing Speed Force is not an uncommon tactic. It was demonstrated in the battle between the Flash and Gorilla Grodd in N52. Dr. Elias, a mere mortal, managed to surreptitiously siphon an unknown quantity of Speed Force through his research on Barry. Similarly, the 5th-generation Reverse Flash, Daniel, inadvertently encountered the Speed Force. As he himself could not connect with it, the Speed Force within him diminished gradually, prompting him to plunder Speed Force from other speedsters. As for Yuri, he was oblivious to the secrets of speedsters. He only understood that the mutated form of the Flash could not serve as a regular state. 3 minutes a day is neither excessively long nor particularly short. For now, it can only be utilized as a trump card. The name Mutated Flash is too cumbersome. It would be more fitting to call it Speedstar. Yuri pondered a name for this new form. What should he do next? He had finished reviewing the materials and understood the analysis of the Speed Force. The sun hung high in the sky, with ample time remaining until dusk. He had nearly completed the books at the Midtown Library, and there were no classes or reading to occupy his time. Training? If he could awaken the potential of the small patterns, Yuri might spend time delving into magic. However, what was there to train with the little broken watch? As for transforming into an alien to roam about, Yuri was far from the age of youthful recklessness. He had long outgrown those whims, and such actions could easily lead to trouble. After contemplating for a while, he found himself feeling quite bored. If only he knew where the network was. He could simply seek it out, rather than languishing in idleness. Although he entertained thoughts of retreating to Blue Valley, Yuri was a pragmatic individual. Lacking funds made it impossible to relocate. The cost of gas alone for the drive would be considerable, and he was uncertain if he could afford housing thereafter. While he could reside in an old, decrepit vehicle, he still needed to cover utilities and put food on the table. With no qualifications, Yuri could only seek the most menial jobs, which would leave him exhausted without yielding substantial income. With a golden opportunity in hand, how could he endure such a wretched existence? He feared he would succumb to darkness in no time. He must acquire some funds through the network. But where was the network? Yuri tilted his head, gazing out the window, and spotted a bar named Spinning Dick across the street, already closed for the day. Lost in thought while staring at the bar S sign, he suddenly recalled Axel and the group of delinquents at the bar on the street. Axel had brazenly mentioned the rogue gang within that establishment, and neither the bartender nor the other patrons had reacted. That bar might not belong to the network, but it was likely a similar gathering place for criminals. With this realization, Yuri immediately leapt from his bed, took his place in the driver's seat, and drove to the bar he had visited the previous day. Meanwhile, in the studio of Hunter Zolomon, after a night of extensive discussion, Hunter had outlined a clear course of action for James and Wally. Firstly, there is Jesse Quick. A fortnight ago, $500 million from the Sheenshire Corporation was illicitly transferred, resulting in the freezing of the company's accounts. To stabilize the situation and uncover the truth, Jesse Chambers must personally preside over the board meeting. Unlike Wally and the Flash, Jesse Quick is not an anonymous hero. Her true identity is well known, and she harbors no fear of exposure, as her father is Johnny Quick and her mother is Liberty Bell. The three of them are superheroes, and no villain dares to seek vengeance against Jesse's family. Next is the former Flash, who departed for Denver upon discovering that his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Following him is the big guy, who was ambushed a week ago while accompanying his wife on a shopping trip. A sniper, whose identity remains unknown, shot him, but fortunately, the Flash arrived just in time to save him, or the consequences could have been dire. Lastly, there is the Flash himself, who vanished days ago after being attacked by the Weather Wizard, a figure who had been absent for quite some time. Hunter recounted everything that had transpired over the past fortnight. James and Wally listened attentively. These incidents appeared to be unrelated, leading us to believe that there was merely an increase in criminal activity in Twin Cities. However, in reality, they are interconnected. He activated his personal computer and retrieved the backup data. The network had engaged closely with numerous criminals, not only metahumans, but also ordinary offenders, as criminal organizations constantly seek fresh blood. At the time, we did not pay much attention to this, nor would it have made a difference, for those individuals vanished after their interactions with the network. You see, a year ago, the network recruited a killer known as the Reaver, proficient in various firearms. 9 months prior, the blacksmith was frequently in contact with a hacker prodigy. 6 months ago, the second Mirror Master, Evan McCulloch, joined the network. It is possible that the network established contact with the Weather Wizard through the Mirror Master. Long before this, the blacksmith had been orchestrating schemes against the Flash. Hunter concluded, I am still uncertain of the blacksmith's intentions. Perhaps he aims to dominate or obliterate Twin Cities, or perhaps he merely seeks to confront the Flash. In any case, it is unlikely to bode well, James interjected. Regardless, their next move will undoubtedly target the superheroes in Twin Cities, and apart from Kid Flash, the only other active superhero left is... Oh no, Wally exclaimed. Chapter 19. The Pied Piper and Leonard in the parking lot across from the Villains Bar, Yuri parked his dilapidated vehicle. The name of the bar was coined by Yuri, as there was no sign displaying its title. I knew there was bound to be something amiss. A bar that remains open during the daytime? Gazing at the bar across the street, Yuri felt assured he had arrived at the right place. Eagerly, He took out a toy telescope purchased for $3.50 from the supermarket and began peering through it at the windows of the bar across the way. The villain's bar was rather diminutive, with only one side by the window accommodating patrons, while the opposite side housed the bartender's counter. Thus, it was easy to discern the number of individuals within by merely gazing out the window. There at a table lay a figure with white hair clad in a blue sleeveless jacket, presumably the same drunkard Yuri had encountered during his last visit. Aside from this solitary individual, no other patrons were present. The locale was somewhat remote, with few passers-by on the street, and not a single soul had ventured into the bar. After a prolonged period of surveillance, Yuri had yet to spot the person he was hoping to see. What should he do now? Perhaps he could directly inquire with the bartender about the whereabouts of the network? Just as Yuri was growing impatient and contemplating a more forceful approach, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A suspicious individual entered the bar. How suspicious, you might wonder. Rather than taking the path, he opted to descend from the rooftop adjacent to the bar, tethered by a rope. This peculiar sight was further compounded by his attire. A form-fitting black suit, green boots, a green cloak, and a green hood with a green flute tucked at his waist. Save for the black base, he was entirely adorned in shades of green. This ensemble appeared undeniably strange. Yet in Twin Cities, few were oblivious to the significance of such attire. It seemed this fellow was the Pied Piper. Yuri's interest piqued at once. The Pied Piper was a renowned figure, once entangled with the rogues gallery, who had inexplicably turned over a new leaf. Now serving as an anonymous street hero and frequently collaborating with the Flash. His redemption had been the subject of an exclusive report by Linda Park, the fiancée of the Scarlet Speedster, a former villain, now a hero, stealthily entering a bar suspected of harboring criminals. What could this signify? Speculation would lead nowhere. Thus Yuri resolved to investigate personally. Activating his little watch, he transformed into Phantom Shadow. Inside the bar, it appeared that the Pied Piper was not there to indulge in libations. Upon pushing the door open, he proceeded directly to the solitary occupied table. "Why have you summoned me, Leonard? You know our meetings are ill-advised." The white-haired man, Leonard, rose from the table, wearily rubbing his eyes, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. "Peur? You've arrived. Why not sit down for a drink?" "It's on me." "No, thank you," the Pied Piper replied as he took a seat opposite Leonard, his expression devoid of warmth. "What do you wish to procure from me? Why the animosity? I'm a law-abiding citizen now." Leonard crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Old friend, it's been ages. Are you planning to maintain that sour expression indefinitely?" At this, the Pied Piper fell silent. After a moment, he sighed, his demeanor softening considerably, and asked, "How is Lisa?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Leonard's smile evaporated, his countenance darkening. "Her brain tumor is growing increasingly severe. The doctors say there is virtually no hope for recovery." Do you know what I was thinking at that moment? Leonard lifted his head, fixating on the eyes of the Piper with a fierce expression. I was consumed by a desire to freeze the head of that incompetent doctor who could not cure my sister, shattering it into icy fragments. No, I would freeze the entire hospital. I exhausted all my savings, even selling the company I built with Lisa, just to ensure she received the best treatment. Yet all I received in return was the prognosis that she might never recover. Ultimately, I could do nothing, for I depended on them to sustain Lisa's life. Why did God take away my only family? Why must I endure this? Leonard murmured. The Piper waited patiently for Leonard to vent his emotions before responding. The softness in his demeanor vanished. This is precisely why everyone adores Lisa and not you, Leonard. You consistently choose to forget your own transgressions. If it were not for your arrogance, Lisa would not be in this state, and Mark, Sam, and Mick would not have suffered as they did. Do not present yourself as a victim before me. I grieve for Lisa's plight, but I will not sympathize with you, nor will I forgive your past actions towards the rascals. Forgive my actions towards the rascals? What are your deeds against them? Leonard erupted in fury at the Piper's reproach. You betrayed us. When you were lost in the thrill of crime, it was the rascals who took you in, and I helped you rediscover yourself. Even when we later learned of your orientation, we accepted you. But how have you treated us? You dare to date a cop, even resigning from the rascals to become some pathetic vigilante against us. You betrayed us. The Piper's anger flared as well. I did not betray the rascals. I have never disclosed our secrets to David, nor has he ever pressured me to do so. The reason I sought to prevent your criminal activities was that I did not wish for you to remain perpetual fugitives. You wish for us to become the lapdogs of those politicians, chanting Black Lives Matter while adhering to white supremacy. And you call this redemption, Leonard scoffed. Old James and Mick fell for your lies and genuinely joined the FBI, but I never will. They are not anyone's lackeys. They are acting according to their own volition. The Piper's expression gradually calmed. He could not fathom why he was arguing with Leonard or why he had come here in the first place. Leonard? No, Lenny. I'm grateful for everything you did to help me, but you must comprehend what is right. With those words, the Piper stood from his seat and walked directly toward the door. Recently, the network had been making significant moves. At that moment, Leonard's voice echoed from behind the Piper. The blacksmith dispatched a little imp to pilfer old James's equipment, now claiming to be the second-generation sorcerer. Last night, he wreaked havoc at the FBI headquarters. I suspect the FBI has not disclosed these events to you. The Pied Piper paused, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "What are you trying to imply?" The blacksmith is targeting the allies of the Flash, and I am uncertain how many have already fallen victim. But it is only a matter of time before you too shall be ensnared. Leonard stated solemnly, as an old member of the Rogues, I would not wish for you to fall at the hands of an insignificant novice, thereby tarnishing the reputation of our guild. Following this, Leonard laid his head upon the table and fell into a deep slumber. Thank you. The Pied Piper, with a complex expression, murmured his gratitude and exited through the door. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible entity drifted out alongside him. Chapter 20. The Pied Piper arrested on charges of parental homicide. Yuri was exhilarated. He felt as though he had eavesdropped on a monumental secret. As a resident of Keystone City, while he may not have encountered the Rogues up close, the repercussions of their battles with the Flash were certainly felt. The tempest conjured by the Weather Wizard had long since wearied the residents of Twin Cities. Many might ponder how such extensive conflict would inevitably endanger numerous civilians, akin to Metropolis, Boston, or Gotham. However, this is the city of the fastest man alive. No matter the destruction wrought by the Rogues, the Flash possesses the ability to relocate all citizens to safety in the blink of an eye. This distinction sets the Flash apart from other heroes. His super speed allows him to prioritize the evacuation of the populace over defeating formidable foes. Furthermore, the Rogues adhere to a fundamental rule. Unnecessary killing is to be avoided. It is well understood among the populace that whether robbing a bank or stealing treasures, as long as one does not provoke the Rogues, they will not inflict harm upon anyone. After all, they're destined to be vanquished by the Flash eventually, and the stolen money and treasures will invariably be returned. Even when other villains disrupt the peace and cause carnage, or when someone seeks to obliterate Central City, the Rogues will stand alongside the Flash in battle, a rarity among the heroes of other cities. It is indeed astonishing. Yet this is the essence of the Rogues, honor among thieves. Thus, when the Rogues ceased their criminal activities and reformed, it left many in disbelief. The public was left curious about the reasons behind the dissolution of the Rogues. Over the past year and a half, speculation has abounded, yet a definitive answer remained elusive. Now, Yuri has finally uncovered a portion of the truth. The disintegration of the Rogues appears intricately linked to Captain Cold, Leonard Snart, who had committed acts that severely harmed members of the Rogues, to the extent that even the typically mild-mannered Pied Piper harbored grievances against him. It appears that the Cold Captain still harbors some concern for his former companions, or perhaps he is burdened by guilt. Otherwise, he would not have taken the trouble to caution the Pied Piper to be wary of the network. Yuri returned to his dilapidated vehicle. Gazing at the agile Pied Piper as he deftly scaled the rooftop, he started the engine and followed in the direction the Pied Piper had taken. Sooner or later, the network would confront the Pied Piper, and trailing the latter was tantamount to trailing the network. Yuri cautiously regulated his speed, ensuring he neither drew too close to the Pied Piper nor fell too far behind. Of course, Yuri was not genuinely attempting to stalk the Pied Piper, for the latter was a seasoned supervillain. Although he lacked the deranged mentality typical of those in Gotham, he undoubtedly possessed fundamental counter-surveillance skills. During the tedious hours of surveillance at the bar, Yuri did not merely idle away. He transformed into a makeshift signalman, crafting a rudimentary signal transmitter with a reception range of 100 meters. As the Pied Piper exited the bar, Yuri affixed the transmitter discreetly to the back of his hood. A distance of 100 meters was not particularly vast, especially since the Pied Piper was maneuvering atop the building. Any overtly obvious following would certainly expose him. Following someone is indeed a skillful endeavor. Yuri pondered how Batman consistently managed to track gangsters into their clandestine hideouts. He recalled the frequent Gotham news stories of Batman's covert infiltration tactics, leading to successful captures of various individuals. If the task had fallen to Yuri, he would likely have had to transform into a specter devoid of protective mechanisms to achieve success. Perhaps the Pied Piper was preoccupied with concerns after heeding the cold captain's words. Or perhaps Yuri's adept control of his vehicle allowed him to remain undetected until the Pied Piper returned home. Silently committing the Pied Piper's address to memory, Yuri drove away, parking in a distant free lot. The fines for illegal parking were considerable, and Yuri preferred to take a longer walk. With the target identified, he resolved to keep watch on this location daily. The Pied Piper's residence was an exceedingly ordinary apartment, each room equipped with windows. Opposite the apartment building stood another, allowing for visibility through the windows. However, monitoring the Pied Piper through the windows was out of the question. Any rational individual would refrain from exposing himself to such a vantage point. A lack of surveillance was inconsequential. Yuri held no curiosity regarding the Pied Piper's private life. He simply needed to bide his time, awaiting the arrival of the network's operatives. Inside the apartment, it mattered little. Should any clandestine individuals emerge outside, they would undoubtedly be the rabbits Yuri had been anticipating. Thus, Yuri spent his days observing the apartment building and his nights discreetly trailing the Pied Piper, witnessing him patrol the area. Whenever he encountered someone on the brink of committing a crime, he would intervene, delivering a beating, and sending the more serious offenders to the precinct, while dealing with the lesser offenses accordingly. Sometimes, in the face of particularly vile individuals, such as those who seek to prey upon innocent maidens, Yuri discreetly lends his assistance, orchestrating the shadows to dismantle their mental fortitude. The Pied Piper, once renowned for his enchanting melodies, now rarely plays his famed flute. He resorts to physical confrontation whenever possible, only resorting to his instrument in dire circumstances where he faces multiple adversaries. In such instances, all foes are swiftly subdued by his enchanting tune. Upon returning to his apartment, Yuri transforms into a specter to retrieve the signal transmitter, only reattaching it once the Pied Piper has departed. This precaution is taken to prevent any unforeseen laundry endeavors that may lead to the discovery of the transmitter. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, without incident. The anticipated assault had yet to materialize. Meanwhile, Axel, the second-generation magician, executed a significant operation on the very day Yuri commenced his surveillance of the Pied Piper. He infiltrated the residence of Hunter Laserby, obliterating all information contained within the man's personal computer. It is rumored that Lightning Boy was present at the time. Yet instead of apprehending Axel, he found himself ensnared, trapped within a sugary shell, utterly immobilized. Axel completed his task and vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yuri remained focused on the Pied Piper's apartment, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. By the time news of the invasion reached him, it was already too late. On the fourth evening, Yuri resumed his watch over the apartment building. At 10:30 p.m., it was once again time for his patrol. Clutching his timepiece, he activated his transformation into a shadowy figure. It was customary for the Pied Piper to venture out at this hour. However, not only did the Pied Piper fail to emerge, but his sanctuary was also breached. 4 FBI armored vehicles arrived at the entrance, and a dozen armed elite agents stormed into the building, forcefully kicking open the Pied Piper's door. Hartley Laserby, you are charged with the murder of your parents. The Pied Piper, seated before a mirror, turned to face the FBI agents, tears streaming down his face, and with a trembling voice, he proclaimed, I confess. Chapter 21. The Master of Mirrors, what in the world is happening? Yuri, now incorporeal, entered the room, observing as the Pied Piper was handcuffed and roughly escorted away. Throughout the ordeal, the Pied Piper offered no resistance, submissive as a pet dog, his visage marred by regret. Just an hour prior, the bodies of the Pied Piper's parents had been discovered within their home, their cause of death attributed to gunfire. The police department of Wedgestone promptly initiated an investigation, ultimately revealing surveillance footage that indicated only one individual had entered the Laserby mansion throughout the day, the Pied Piper himself, armed with a firearm that matched the caliber of the bullets that had claimed the lives of his parents. Moreover, the timing of his departure coincided precisely with the moment of their demise, rendering him the sole suspect. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the Wedgestone Police Department swiftly contacted FBI Supervisor James Jesse. Then came the incident of the FBI bursting through the door, capturing the Piper of Hamelin without resistance. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, this case is essentially resolved, for the Piper has confessed to his crimes, and he spends his days either in his apartment or out combating crime, leaving even his neighbors oblivious to his whereabouts. Yet, an unexpected twist did arise. As Yuri had been closely monitoring the Piper these past few days, he could assert with certainty that at the time of the incident, the Piper remained in his apartment, never having ventured out, let alone to the lavish residence of the Lathervies. It was evident that the network had targeted the Piper, murdering his parents and framing him for the act. But why does he not defend himself? The only matter that perplexed Yuri was the Piper's apparent innocence. Why would he admit to guilt, his expression of remorse seeming all too genuine? It appeared as though the Piper truly believed he had slain his parents. Strange, exceedingly strange. Contemplative, Yuri floated beside the Piper and reached out toward his head. His spectral hand seamlessly traversed the scalp, delving deep into the recesses of the brain. Indeed, something was amiss, influencing the Piper's memory and consciousness. Utilizing the telepathic gifts of the Ictaruri, Yuri soon discerned traces of hypnosis within the Piper's mind. Yet the question remained, who had hypnotized him? This hypnotic technique led the Piper to subjectively believe he had killed his parents, even in the absence of any detailed recollection. Thus, Yuri found himself unable to unravel the hypnosis without the Piper's cooperation. He recalled that when the FBI barged in, the Piper had been weeping bitterly before a mirror. Could the mirror itself be implicated? In an instant, the true perpetrator crystallized in Yuri's mind. The master of mirrors. No one else could conceal themselves within a mirror, nor could anyone else employ a mirror for hypnosis. With this realization, Yuri promptly floated back to the room where the Piper had been apprehended, placing his hand against the mirror's surface, amplifying his perception to the maximum. Sure enough, he sensed a faint consciousness lurking within the mirror. This delicate presence quickly faded, but it did not depart. Rather, it shifted to the glass of the window. The master of mirrors possessed the uncanny ability to project his consciousness onto any reflective surface, rendering him one of the most elusive individuals in existence. His physical form could traverse from one mirror to another. Though he needed to navigate the mirror realm to find the correct path, he could not simply teleport at will. Of course, the master of mirrors transferred his consciousness to the window, not due to an awareness of Yuri's presence, but rather to ensure the Piper was taken away by the FBI without any resistance. Yuri stood behind the window, watching the despondent Piper being escorted onto the prison transport. In the pale realm of reflections, McLaughlin reveled in the brilliance of his masterpiece through the mirror. As the transport gradually receded, it was time for him to return and report back to the blacksmith. I am aware of your presence, Master of Mirrors. I possess what is required in the realm of the network. At that moment, a sinister and distorted voice slithered into McLaughlin's ears, sending a chilling shiver down his spine. He redirected his gaze towards the source of the sound, yet found nothing there. Attempting to deceive me? McLaughlin scoffed coldly, traversing the myriad reflections within the room, mirrors, glass, and the surface of water, yet discovered no sign of another's presence. Do not endeavor to locate me. I stand before you, merely invisible to your eyes, Yuri intoned, lingering by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the largest reflective surface in the chamber. Gradually, a figure materialized upon the window, vivid and lifelike, akin to a video call, albeit with the display replaced by the window itself. McLaughlin, of a similar age to the Pied Piper, donned an orange bodysuit, his head adorned with a deep green half-mask that revealed only his mouth and chin. The origin of his peculiar attire, unknown. His wrist guards and belt matched the same shade of green, and in his hand he held a mirror gun, the instrument that allowed him to navigate the mirrored realm with ease. Yuri cautiously probed the floor-to-ceiling window, testing whether his incorporeal form could penetrate McLaughlin's mirrored world. The result was a failure. Yuri passed straight through the window, emerging outside the building. Who are you, and what is it that you desire? McLaughlin inquired with a facade of calm, though a torrent of suspicion surged within him. Was the other an invisible superhuman, or merely an ordinary individual cloaked in invisibility? How did he possess knowledge of the network? I am known as Jiska, and I require an audience with the network for a business proposition, Yuri replied. his voice a haunting cacophony, unsettling and macabre, perfect for a voiceover in a horror film. McLaughlin was tempted to inquire whether the individual suffered from a throat ailment. No ordinary person could speak in such a manner without eventually losing their voice. As long as one harbors no ill intentions towards the network, all are welcome to conduct business. However, I am not the one responsible for such matters, so you have sought the wrong person, McLaughlin stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Is that so? Then what if I possess this? Yuri produced the documents he carried, rendering them visible for McLaughlin to see. It should be noted that Yuri had the ability to render both objects and individuals he touched incorporeal. Upon glimpsing the word network on the documents, McLaughlin's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of how much his sister, the blacksmith, valued this information. Axel had narrowly escaped death for nearly losing it. What is it that you seek? McLaughlin asked once more, this time with a newfound seriousness. You do not represent the network. You lack the authority to negotiate with me, Yuri retorted bluntly. Tell the blacksmith that if she wishes to keep her plans concealed, she must arrive alone at the designated location I specify by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, Yuri coldly remarked, I shall place this information in the hands of the Special Operations Group at the Super Investigation Department. Of course, you may wager on whether I can accomplish this, provided you have the means to stake. Upon hearing the name of the Super Investigation Department, McLaughlin instantly felt a surge of trepidation. The reason the network had evaded the scrutiny of the Super Investigation Department for so many years was due to the blacksmith's restraint from extending her reach beyond Mid-City, coupled with her avoidance of any outrageous actions. However, if the blacksmith's current schemes were to be revealed, the Super Investigation Department would surely not allow the network to operate unchallenged. Where is the designated location? McLaughlin inquired. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yuri's eyes. The Flash Museum. Chapter 22. The Wrath of Wally at the Keystone City Police Department. The FBI's Special Operations Group had brought the Pied Piper here. Chael, the Murillo duo, and Kid Flash awaited outside the precinct, accompanied by a burly middle-aged African-American man. The large man regarded the handcuffed Pied Piper with a malevolent grin. Wally, who shared a close bond with the Pied Piper, rushed forward upon seeing him. Hartley, the Pied Piper, upon hearing Wally's call, sluggishly lifted his head to meet the gaze of his friend. Wally had never seen the Pied Piper in such a state of disarray. He felt a profound sense of injustice for his friend and an unusual fury towards the network's actions. Yet, just as he attempted to approach, he was halted by the escorting SWAT officers. I'm sorry, sir. You cannot proceed any further. Kid Flash, you mustn't come any closer. I am in grave danger. The Pied Piper said with a forlorn expression. There must be some mistake. The one who killed your parents cannot possibly be you. Wally shouted passionately, advocating for the Pied Piper before the officers. Officer, the Pied Piper is being wrongfully accused. We must uncover the truth. Unfortunately, with all evidence pointing towards the Pied Piper and his own admission of guilt, no one was willing to believe in his innocence, not even Kid Flash. They are correct. Kid Flash, the Pied Piper is an exceedingly dangerous supercriminal, and you would be wise to keep your distance, the large middle-aged man interjected with a smirk, drawing closer to Wally. Wolf, what do you want? Wally retorted, his disdain for the man palpable, not out of racial prejudice, but purely from a personal aversion to Gregory Wolf, the warden of Iron Heights Prison. Known for his ruthless disposition and cruel methods, he took pleasure in tormenting the supercriminals incarcerated within, to the extent that some had perished under his torturous regime. For the supercriminals of Mid-City, Iron Heights Prison was akin to hell itself. Despite the numerous breaches at Iron Mountain Prison being no less than those at Blackgate Prison, I find myself perplexed by your words, Lightning Kid. What do you mean by wanting something? I desire nothing. I am merely here to escort my prisoner, plain and simple. Wolf chuckled, disdain evident in his demeanor. Unlike others, he scoffed at the notion of redemption for the rogue gang, firmly believing that criminals would never reform. Even the Pied Piper's earnest endeavors to combat crime and atone for his past held no significance in Wolf's eyes. A supervillain would forever remain a supervillain. The Pied Piper is innocent. I have faith in him, asserted the Flash earnestly. Wolf's mirth dissipated, replaced by a menacing gaze as he retorted. I am aware of your friendship with the Pied Piper. Perhaps this bond has clouded your judgment, Lightning Kid. Before you stands not a reformed vigilante, but a cold-blooded killer. Not far away, Chael and Murillo observed the unfolding drama with heavy hearts. Their years of investigating superhuman crimes had sharpened their instincts, allowing them to discern the inconsistencies in this case. However, this realization did little to alter the Pied Piper's fate, as no evidence existed to exonerate him. If the Flash were here, he would not condone this. We must take action, Cheo remarked darkly. In this matter, our options are limited, Murillo sighed, retrieving a lighter to ignite a cigarette. The surveillance footage clearly shows the Pied Piper, and the technicians found no signs of tampering. This is irrefutable evidence. Cheo remained undeterred, still striving for his partner's agreement. What about motive? Why would he kill his own parents? How did you become a police officer? Murillo replied. The Pied Piper's parents had a net worth exceeding $40 million. Trust me, when you seek to pin a crime on someone, no motive can surpass that. Upon hearing Cheo's words, Murillo recognized that his partner had reached a state of distress, resorting to such foolish inquiries. The Pied Piper had once been a supervillain, and even if he had reformed as part of the rogue gang, Murillo took a deep drag from his cigarette before exhaling, continuing, "But you must consider, Cheo, how many officers in the entire precinct will be shocked by the Pied Piper being convicted of murder? I share your frustration, but we truly cannot effect any change." Clenching his fists, Cheo acknowledged the truth in Murillo's words, yet he could not bear the injustice unfolding before him. Murillo gently restrained his fists, shaking his head in disapproval. Meanwhile, Wolf's accompanying prison guards were transferring the Pied Piper to an armored vehicle designated for transporting superhuman criminals. Wally, disregarding the guards' attempts to block him, suddenly appeared before the Pied Piper. "What are you doing, Lightning Kid? Step away from the Pied Piper at once, or I shall consider you his accomplice." Wolf threatened, exasperated. Wally paid no heed to the threat posed by Wolf as he placed his hands upon the shoulders of the Piper, gazing at him with eyes filled with hope. "You are clearly not in your right mind at present, yet I believe in your innocence. Wonder Woman of the Justice League possesses a lasso of truth which can aid you in breaking through the illusions and perceiving the reality. Kid Flash, I shall not repeat myself. Step aside." Wolf's words were punctuated with a tense fury, evident in the throbbing veins upon his forehead. Wally, however, remained deaf to his admonitions, fervently wishing for the Piper to utter the words he longed to hear. "Hartley, speak up. You must defend yourself. Declare your innocence. As long as you assert your purity, I shall take you to seek Wonder Woman's assistance." Moved by Wally's encouragement, the Piper felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. Straining his mind to recall the myriad of events from the past few days, it was then that he suddenly recognized the multitude of discrepancies in the memories of the night he had allegedly slain his parents. Abruptly, he recalled Captain Cold's warning that the network was systematically eliminating the Flash's allies, and that his turn would inevitably come. "I am innocent. I did not kill my parents." The Piper's face illuminated with surprise, eager to convey his innocence to Wally. "Kid Flash, Yet before he could continue, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. "Hartley, what is wrong?" Wally exclaimed, panic-stricken. "We need to call an ambulance." "No, we do not," Wolf interjected darkly, positioning himself between Wally and the Piper. "It is merely a minor muscle spasm. The symptoms will soon dissipate once the Piper arrives at Iron Heights." A surge of fury ignited within Wally. He recognized that Wolf was behind this. For the Warden of Iron Heights was, in fact, a metahuman possessing the ability to manipulate the muscle tissue of others. "Wolf, do you realize you may be wrongfully accusing an innocent man?" Wally shouted, his finger pointed accusingly at Wolf. "Do you understand that your words equate to a hostage situation? I could have you handcuffed right now, and should you be apprehended, you would find yourself on the run from metahuman justice. Kid Flash, out of respect for your mentor, I shall overlook your insinuations of kidnapping," Wolf replied coldly. "But remember, not only you, but even the Flash himself lacks the authority to question my duties." With that, Wolf disregarded Kid Flash entirely, commanding the guards to hoist the Piper onto the transport vehicle. Wally was so infuriated that he felt as though his eyes might burst into flames. He yearned desperately to rescue his friend, yet he found himself unable to take that fateful step. Chapter 23. An encounter with the Smith the following day at midday. The Flash Museum. This is perhaps the most celebrated tourist attraction in Central City. The entire museum was constructed through the voluntary donations of its citizens, symbolizing the hope and spirit of the entire region, serving as a calling card for the Midwest Jewel. The Flash Museum is vast, having expanded to encompass an area equivalent to 2 football fields, featuring 2 levels divided into multiple exhibition halls according to various functions, showcasing an array of exhibits related to the Flash. On the first floor, there exists a dedicated gallery for speedsters throughout the ages, including the original Flash, Jake Garrick, Justice League member Johnny Quick and his daughter Jessie Quick, the current Flash and Kid Flash duo, and the world's fastest boy, Pulsar. Furthermore, every supervillain defeated by the Flash has their own exhibition hall, chronicling those legendary tales of yore. At the heart of the first floor's galleries stands the cosmic treadmill once utilized by the Flash. Should one feel fatigue from the tour, they may indulge in a delightful meal at the Flash Cafe on the first floor. While not complimentary, the prices are certainly more affordable than those at McDonald's. Here's a little secret. The waitstaff at the Flash Cafe all don costumes from the Rogue Gallery. As for the layout of the second floor, it is primarily filled with interactive entertainment venues, such as a photo booth, a costume room, and a movie screening room. In addition to galleries dedicated to the Flash's allies, including the Justice League and various other superheroes. It is rumored that the curator of the Flash Museum has begun planning for a third floor, though it remains uncertain when construction will commence. A colossal statue of the Flash stands proudly in the plaza before the museum, attracting countless visitors daily for photographs. Yuri had visited the Flash Museum before, but was entering it for the first time today. It was Wednesday, a day that bridged the workweek and school days. Thus, the number of visitors within the museum was relatively modest. After a casual stroll, Yuri made his way to the Flash Cafe, the designated meeting spot with the blacksmith. Upon entering the cafe, Yuri was greeted by a golden-haired waitress dressed as the Golden Glider, who smiled warmly and bowed. "Welcome to the Flash Cafe. May I take your order?" "No, thank you. I have a reservation. Here's my number. Please hold on while I verify this number." "You're Mr. Aiden Pierce, correct?" "Indeed, I am Aiden Pierce," Yuri replied with a calm nod. The waitress compared the photograph on the reservation list with Yuri's face and confirmed his identity. "You have reserved booth N34. Please follow me." In conducting business with the online overlord, Yuri, of course, could not present his true identity. He had already transformed into the Spectre, possessing the current body. For someone capable of becoming the Spectre, acquiring the reservation was effortless. He merely needed to find someone whose reservation time closely aligned with his meeting with the blacksmith and inhabit their form. Yuri had preemptively identified 4 potential hosts, with Aiden Pierce being the closest in time. Should this individual fail to arrive today, he would resort to possessing one of the other targets. If none of the scheduled individuals showed up, he would have no choice but to select someone at the museum on a whim, as long as he could maintain his anonymity. Upon entering the private booth, Yuri instructed the waiter to leave, promising to ring for assistance when necessary. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him, leaving Yuri alone within the confines of the room. He approached the window and tapped the glass thrice, once lightly, once heavily, and once lightly again. This was the agreed-upon signal with McClough, whereby 3 knocks on the window of a Lightning restaurant would summon the Iron Smith through the mirror passage. Moments later, a swirling vortex appeared on the glass, from which a blinding white light emanated. Once the brilliance faded, a woman in her 40s materialized within the booth. Standing at 6 feet tall, with long hair cascading down her knees, she wore revealing black leather attire and sported an eccentric, heavy makeup. To be candid, her stature posed a considerable challenge for Yuri, but since he was currently inhabiting another's body, he felt no trepidation toward the Iron Smith. "You are the Iron Smith?" Yuri inquired as he pulled a chair to sit. "Did you truly come alone? I see no necessity for an entourage." The Iron Smith scrutinized Yuri carefully before also taking a seat. "Is that so?" Yuri replied with a faint smile, closing his eyes momentarily to relinquish his possession, transforming into an intangible specter to survey his surroundings. Within the Lightning Museum, no suspicious figures were detected, and McClogh's consciousness was absent from any of the mirrors in the booth. However, outside the museum, the number of dubious individuals was considerable. It was evident that the Iron Smith did not come alone, yet the current circumstances remained within Yuri's acceptable parameters. At the very least, the network had not immediately turned hostile. "The Mirror Master mentioned you possess information regarding the network. Could you enlighten me on the source of your data?" The Iron Smith initiated the questioning. "Do you doubt the origin of my information?" Yuri couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Who else could I have obtained this from? Other than your ludicrous magician impersonator?" He deftly revealed the documents, waving them in front of the ironsmith's gaze. I need to verify the authenticity of this information. Otherwise, how can I be certain you are not deceiving the network? The ironsmith articulated a seemingly reasonable demand. Do I strike you as a fool, ironsmith? Or perhaps Ms. Black? At this, the ironsmith's pupils constricted. Your true name is Amunet Black, age 42. And you have been establishing an underground black market network since 15 years ago. Your ex-husband, Keith Kenyon, was once a supercriminal known as the Golden Mask 10 years prior. But 5 years ago, he reformed and founded the Kenyon Guild. Yuri recited the information from the final page of the documents as if spilling beans, revealing secrets known only to those who had perused the files. How much do you desire? Recognizing the authenticity of the information in Yuri's possession, the blacksmith refrained from further pleasantries and inquired directly. This amount? Yuri extended 5 fingers. 500,000? Not an issue, the blacksmith responded without a moment's hesitation. Yuri shook his head. 5 million. Impossible. The network cannot produce such funds. Ms. Blake, the data clearly indicates that the network's annual net profit is at least $50 million. You have managed the network for over 15 years. Do you truly expect me to believe that you cannot muster 5 million? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yuri's mouth as he continued. In comparison to the substantial profits the network has garnered over the years, my request is modest. In business, we adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. If you deem this information unworthy of that sum, I shall have no choice but to seek another buyer. Chapter 24. The deal is sealed. A shift in mindset. I was not jesting with you. The blacksmith replied with an air of calm, her tone betraying no emotion. The network genuinely cannot afford such a sum at present. Before the emergence of the Flash in Midtown, the network thrived, but everything changed once that crimson-clad runner appeared. The network's revenue has dwindled to less than half of its previous figures, and the decline continues. Many have struggled during these years. Yuri was taken aback. According to the blacksmith, had the Flash truly wreaked havoc upon them? Even if what the blacksmith said were true, $2 million was still a significant amount. The network is not solely my enterprise. I support over 600 individuals, including merchants, doctors, hackers, scientists, assassins, and warriors, all of whom risk their lives for the prosperity of the network. I cannot betray their trust. The blacksmith seemed to be calculating the situation with Yuri, contemplating various scenarios, such as a sudden betrayal where she might summon a cadre of assassins to eliminate him and seize the information. Yuri never anticipated that the blacksmith would engage him in a discussion about the network as financial matters. A significant portion of the network's earnings is shared among the brethren, and what remains is minimal. After laundering the illicit funds, even less is left. At present, I genuinely cannot provide the 5 million you seek. The blacksmith crossed her legs, arms folded, her demeanor resolute. So what you imply is, Yuri struggled to gauge the blacksmith's intentions. 200,000 in legitimate cash. That is my highest offer. If you do not accept, this deal cannot proceed. The blacksmith stated her bottom line directly. I hope we can reach an amicable arrangement, but that does not imply I am averse to employing force. Accept my proposal. It will be beneficial for both parties. Yuri pondered briefly. In truth, there was little to contemplate. To secure 2 million without effort is a remarkable return. However, the unfolding of events still struck Yuri as highly unreasonable. Why did you not resort to force against me directly? To be frank, I initially held little hope that you would actually pay. His concerns lingered unaddressed. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I realized that threatening you or forcibly reclaiming the information in your possession would entail a cost far exceeding 2 million in cash. The blacksmith replied with an air of certainty, declaring, I am not the sort of fool who prioritizes pride over the welfare of my own side. I'm a businessman, and, as you have stated, business is fundamentally about equitable exchange. Oh, can you discern my capabilities? Yuri, maintaining a facade of composure, was nonetheless taken aback. I have been engaged in the online realm for 15 years, relying on what resides here, the blacksmith said, gesturing towards his head. McClough has mentioned your ability to become invisible, yet he is entirely unable to ascertain your position. However, this is an impossibility, for the essence of invisibility lies in the distortion of light, and the Mirror Master is exceptionally attuned to changes in reflected rays. If your ability is indeed a physical form of invisibility, it would be futile to deceive McClogh's keen eyes. The spectral phantom's invisibility can typically be categorized into 2 types. One is a naturally occurring cloak of invisibility. a quintessential optical camouflage that distorts light to achieve concealment while simultaneously safeguarding oneself from the sun's harmful rays. The other entails rendering the body intangible to penetrate objects, wherein the phantom exists in a state devoid of physical form. At that time, Yuri, in his quest to locate McClough within that mirror, had to incessantly traverse back and forth, thus existing in an intangible state, making it impossible for McClough to perceive him. Therefore, if your superpower does not manifest as optical invisibility, it indicates a significant escalation in your threat level. Other abilities that can produce an invisibility effect include high-speed movement, phase shifting, body shrinking, quantum invisibility, spatial displacement, and magical prowess. Regardless of which ability you possess from the aforementioned list, none can be easily managed. Yuri found himself momentarily stunned. While the logic was undeniably sound, it was also excessively structured. How could a seemingly obscure villain like yourself possess such knowledge of phase shifting, quantum mechanics, and magic? He recalled watching Marvel movies, where neither heroes nor villains ever seemed to possess extensive knowledge beyond their own limited abilities. There was never a true polymath among them. As for that particular director, he was merely self-deluded in his perceived omniscience. Yet here, in Mid-City, a mere blacksmith could deduce, based solely on the clues of invisibility and the Mirror Master's oversight, that his adversary was a formidable entity. If even a low-profile villain like the blacksmith exhibited such intellect, what of the renowned figures like Luthor, Batman, and Brainiac, those whose cunning transcended the ordinary, whom Yuri had only heard of in passing? What terrors might they unleash? Could they possibly unravel the secrets of the small, broken watch? In that moment, Yuri's perspective underwent a profound transformation. This world was not as simple as he had once imagined. With the registered superhumans exceeding 13 million, the cinematic references he had previously relied upon became utterly obsolete. Superhumans were not merely reclusive individuals devoid of social connections. Rather, they possessed their own channels of information, intricate interpersonal networks, and venues for assembly, both legitimate and nefarious. If the blacksmith were merely a clandestine market lord in Mid-City, it would be inconceivable for her to possess such profound knowledge of stealth-related superpowers. In other words, if she has such an intricate understanding of invisibility, what about other types of abilities? To what extent has the blacksmith's intelligence network developed? Even in a city guarded by formidable heroes, can one truly assert that those devoid of such champions fare better? If they do, what then is the purpose of the Justice League's frequent interventions across various locales? Are they merely touring? What significance do the formations of the Super Investigation Department, the Eye of Heaven, the Shadow Bureau, and the Chess Society hold? Yuri's desire to relocate to Blue Valley Town began to waver. Since his arrival in this world, the sense of unease within him had never been as intense as it was today. He yearned for a stable existence, yet stability had become a luxury. Thus, Yuri felt compelled to enhance his powers with haste. Fortunately, enhancing his abilities with the old, battered watch merely required one task: continuously capturing new DNA samples. Yuri intended to seize every sample available in Mid-City and Wedge City before heading to Blue Valley Town. Resolute in his decision, Yuri promptly accepted the blacksmith's offer. $2 million was too tempting to refuse. It was evident that the blacksmith, with empty hands, could not carry such a substantial sum, and it was impractical for Yuri to leave the Flash Museum with that much cash. Therefore, they agreed upon a designated location for the exchange. Planning to arrive at different times, the blacksmith would hide the money first, and then Yuri would bring the documents. Chapter 25. The journey to Iron Prison with the transaction concluded. Recent matters were temporarily settled, and the online threats were alleviated. Yuri could now wholeheartedly prepare for the blacksmith's grand scheme, clandestinely recruiting a considerable number of personnel. In the near term, there would likely be no overt actions. Indeed, due to the blacksmith's extensive recruitment efforts, the crime rate in Mid-City had decreased by several percentage points. However, these developments bore little significance to Yuri. His focus lay on his imminent plans. $2 million was no trifling amount, especially when comprised entirely of $20 bills, which collectively formed a staggering volume. It was impractical to transport them in his old clunker, so Yuri deposited the funds into a bank account. This account was not his own, but rather a fabricated identity created by Little Vanguard. Truth be told, With Earth's current hacking technology, it would be virtually impossible to detect any discrepancies. Thus, the money had finally and genuinely fallen into Yuri's possession. Transformed into a person of considerable wealth, he found himself at a loss regarding how to spend it. Purchasing a house was out of the question due to the excessive financial movement, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Owning an old clunker rendered buying a car unnecessary. Without the intention to acquire property or a vehicle, he felt there were no particular expenditures warranted. Perhaps he could replace a few outfits or buy a couple of new pairs of shoes, none of which would cost a fortune. Nor did he feel compelled to pursue luxury items. Yuri ultimately experienced the frustration of having money without a clear avenue for spending it. The only viable option seemed to be upgrading his old clunker. This time, unlike the previous refurbishment, Yuri, with ample funds at his disposal, can thoroughly transform the dilapidated vehicle. In terms of power, the engine is replaced with a world-class racing engine, which is then modified into an electric motor by the ingenious technician. The revamped electric motor is capable of propelling a large recreational vehicle, elevating the power of the old clunker to the level of top-tier racing cars. All windows are replaced with imported high-strength bulletproof glass, and the body is reinforced with alloy steel plates to enhance its defensive capabilities. With the defenses bolstered, offensive measures cannot be overlooked. While the conditions to develop laser weaponry are currently lacking, adding a few firearms and some spinning blades is quite manageable. The interior is designed to meet Rolls-Royce standards. If one cannot afford the car, surely one can splurge on some fine leather. The most significant expense lies in the power system. Even the best inverter on the market does not possess sufficient efficiency to support prolonged operation. Thus, Yuri opted not to purchase one, but instead utilized Gavin technology to create a solar battery that can be charged in an hour to provide energy for a week, essentially achieving zero consumption in sunny weather. All other components have also received upgrades. A few days later, a brand new version of the old clunker emerged, seemingly unremarkable on the surface, yet harboring extraordinary enhancements within. 2 million in savings had swiftly dwindled by over 600,000. During this time, no significant events transpired, save for the efforts of Lightning Kid and others tirelessly seeking clues to prove the innocence of the Pied Piper. As for progress, one could only say it was better than nothing. It was not overly difficult to deduce that the Mirror Master was the perpetrator, yet speculation does not equate to evidence, thus failing to exonerate the Pied Piper. In Kestrel City, within a bar steeped in nostalgia, Murillo and Chayur of the Superhuman Crime Investigation Team sat drinking. This was one of their few forms of entertainment after work, particularly for Chayur. "Have you frequented this place before?" Murillo inquired, holding his beer, feeling ill at ease amid the vibrant atmosphere. "What, you don't like it here?" Chayur retorted, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. "Not at all. It's quite a nice place, truly," Murillo replied, waving his hands, not wishing to dampen his partner's spirits, especially as it was Chayur's first invitation for drinks. "If I believe you, I must be a fool," Chayur joked, his weathered face barely concealing a smile. "Their drinks are quite good." After taking a sip, Murillo's eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you think the Flash will return?" Chayur asked abruptly. He had been missing for over a month, a situation unprecedented. "Of course, the Flash will return. We simply need to wait," Murillo asserted, expressing confidence that he himself could hardly muster. "So much has transpired recently, with the Flash's assistance. I believe we would fare much more easily." "Hey there, although the Flash may be absent, Kid Flash has never faltered. He is diligently striving to improve this city," Murillo stated solemnly. "I truly wonder who suggested to Kid Flash that the brilliance of the Flash is too dazzling for him to match," Chayur remarked with a playful wink at Murillo, momentarily blurring the lines of who might be the elder of the two. Suddenly, the sharp ring of Murillo's phone shattered the atmosphere, and upon glancing at the screen, his countenance turned ashen. "I believe I must take my leave, or there may be dire consequences." With that, Murillo gulped down the remainder of his beer in one swift motion. Who was on the line? Chayur, suspecting a potential crisis, immediately adopted a grave demeanor. "My wife. She disapproves of my late returns home," Murillo replied earnestly, his gaze betraying a hint of fear. Chayur could only offer him a silent gesture of good luck. After finishing his drink, Murillo placed a handful of change on the table and hastily departed. As he reached the door, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the glass, noticing a faint red between his brows. He blinked, and the dot vanished. Without further contemplation, Murillo pulled the door open and stepped outside. "Old clunker, what should I do now?" Yuri began to ponder his next steps, having resolved to first expand his database in Mid-City before contemplating ventures to other cities. Yet, the past few days had seen a scarcity of superhuman criminal activities. Even when they occurred, the abilities of those involved were rather negligible, lacking any substantial value for capture. Genuine supervillains had yet to emerge. Across the entirety of Mid-City and Keystone City, there existed but one location where Yuri could acquire the most superhuman DNA: Iron Mountain Prison. It housed almost all the infamous supervillains, rendering it a veritable treasure trove of opportunities. However, breaching Iron Mountain was no simple task. While the Phantom could come and go at will, Yuri's transformation could only last for 10 minutes, a time frame far too brief for any significant DNA collection. Furthermore, should an unforeseen event occur that released those supervillains, it would certainly not be the scenario Yuri wished to witness. The rogues may adhere to a certain code, but the criminals of Mid-City include many ruthless and bloodthirsty fiends. Only Iron Mountain Prison could keep them in check. A brief reconnaissance should pose little risk, Yuri mused, stroking his chin and resolved to investigate. With the Phantom at his disposal, he would be invincible. Chapter 26. The Blacksmith's New Moves. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Cyber Warfare Conference Room, the blacksmith, Axel, and McLaughlin were gathered, accompanied by a man clad in a dark green trench coat. The man held a glowing staff in his hand, positioned at a distance that suggested he was reluctant to mingle with the likes of the blacksmith and his associates. You are the Weather Wizard, a veteran of the Scoundrel Gang, are you not? I have heard tales of your legend. Axel eagerly initiated a conversation with the man, his demeanor quite cordial. If you believe that donning the garb of a magician and wielding the equipment crafted by James would earn you my acknowledgement as the heir to the title of magician, you are gravely mistaken. In response to Axel's enthusiasm, the Weather Wizard bestowed upon him naught but disdain. What did you say? Axel was taken aback by the Weather Wizard's reaction. I harbor no objections to McClough taking Sam's position, for he has unequivocally proven himself worthy of the title of Mirror Master. The Weather Wizard hails from a notorious criminal lineage, his true name being Mark Madden. The Madden family operates a business centered around the production of smuggled drugs, serving as a significant supplier within the network. The Weather Wizard's claim to fame is the Weather Wand, devised by his brother, which possesses the ability to manipulate various weather conditions. Mark, disinterested in managing family affairs, left all business matters to his brother. Tragically, his sibling met his end years ago at the hands of a murderer, his very own sister-in-law. Although Mark avenged his brother by eliminating his sister-in-law, this act inexorably set him on the path of villainy, ultimately leading him to join the Scoundrel Gang under the leadership of Captain Cold. Within the Scoundrel Gang, the Weather Wizard found a sense of belonging, which accounts for his harsh demeanor towards Axel. Whenever a member of the gang passes away or retires, anyone aspiring to inherit that member's title, even if they are a descendant, must gain the unanimous approval of the entire gang. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful to the old comrades. You're Axel Walk, are you not? Listen closely, young one. What we are about to embark upon is perilous, not a mere game. You would do well to return home to your mother. The Weather Wizard pointed a derisive finger at Axel. Axel, infuriated and veins bulging on his forehead, appeared ready to confront the Weather Wizard. Do not be so harsh on him. He has performed admirably. The blacksmith interjected at an opportune moment. Admirably? In what regard? Is it for pilfering discarded rags from a band of inept policemen, or for misplacing what he had already stolen? The Weather Wizard scoffed, recalling how furious he had been at the time, almost driven to kill him. Blacksmith, if you require a magician, we might endeavor to persuade old James to return. Mind your tone, Mark. Axel has already atoned for his errors, the blacksmith retorted, his expression darkening. Very well, you are the boss, and your word is law. Noticing the Weather Wizard's slight restraint, the blacksmith began to steer the conversation back on track. Following weeks of preparation, the plan has progressed remarkably well, despite occasional setbacks. We have ultimately surmounted every obstacle. It is time to commence the final phase. McClough, the blacksmith called out. What is your command, boss? How has the looting task proceeded? Everything is proceeding smoothly. He has successfully infiltrated the organization. McClough's response was met with satisfaction from the blacksmith. Mark, Axel, how is the installation of the mirrors on the antennas progressing? The two replied in unison. The mirrors on the north-south antenna have all been installed, and half of the east-west antenna has also been completed. McClough continued from their statements. Once all the antennas on the periphery of Twin Cities are equipped with mirrors, I will be able to create a mirrored illusion that envelopes both Central City and Wedgestone. From the outside, everything will appear normal, and even satellites will be oblivious to the true state of affairs within the city. At that moment, we will be free to do as we please. Utilizing hundreds of hackers and cutting-edge technology, all communications related to Twin Cities will receive automated responses, convincingly mimicking human interaction. Even if outsiders enter Central City, they will find themselves retracing their steps in the next moment, accompanied by fabricated memories of their journey, achievable through my mirror hypnosis technique. McClo, you're truly a genius. How did Sam fail to conceive such a plan? The weather wizard couldn't help but exclaim, aware of the original master of illusions and recognizing that Sam, a year and a half ago, could not have orchestrated such an extensive mirrored illusion. This plan is magnificent. I anticipate much amusement ahead, Axel added, displaying an excited smile. All right, gentlemen, while the joy of our successful plan is exhilarating, we have yet to achieve success. Now is the time for utmost caution. The blacksmith clapped his hands, issuing final directives. Axel, Mark, you two will continue to oversee the mirror installation. This is the most critical task and must be completed swiftly. In the meantime, you may call upon the network's personnel as needed. McClo remarked, the city has been unusually quiet lately. I do not wish for the organization to have ample time to contemplate my potential actions, nor do I want my ex-husband to have the opportunity for deep communication with them. We should find ways to keep them occupied while also recruiting a few new allies. Intrigued by the blacksmith's suggestion, McClo inquired, what should we do? The blacksmith smiled enigmatically, responding, Iron Mountain Prison houses the most dangerous supercriminals in Central City. It is the strongest fortress in Twin Cities. What do you suppose would happen if this fortress were to be breached? The proposal left everyone momentarily stunned. You are more insane than the cold, the weather wizard remarked in astonishment. But how do we plan to conclude such an endeavor? The powerful aberrations within Iron Mountain Prison are innumerable. Without the Flash, we cannot confront so many at once. If they all escape, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire city. Huh, you sound like a superhero, Axel retorted with a mocking laugh. Mark concurred, he's right. We cannot truly release all the criminals from Iron Mountain Prison. The destruction of Central City would serve us no benefit. We only need to fabricate the illusion of a breach and release a few who would be advantageous to us. The blacksmith indeed confirmed the words of the weather wizard. Yet her statements failed to satisfy him. However, the weather wizard refrained from elaborating further, aware of the ideological discord between himself and the blacksmith and her companions. He lingered there solely due to the absence of alternative destinations. Once the directives were issued, everyone departed the conference room, each returning to their respective duties. Meanwhile, approximately 5 kilometers from the city center, nestled deep within the mountains, stood a heavily fortified prison, isolated from the world. A yellow camper van navigated into this secluded area, skillfully evading the surveillance cameras scattered throughout. Chapter 27. Iron Mountain Prison. Upon parking the old vehicle in a discreet location, Yuri proceeded towards Iron Mountain Prison. The immense steel structure loomed before him, resembling a mountain forged from iron. The entire prison was encased in imposing walls, 7 meters high and 3 meters thick, instilling an undeniable sense of dread. 4 watchtowers were strategically positioned at each corner of the prison, each manned by 4 snipers, with an additional 8 snipers stationed on the rooftops, 2 on each side. Beneath the towering walls, prison guards were stationed every 5 meters, while countless others patrolled the perimeter. Although it did not reach the extreme of having guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5, it was nearly as stringent. Wolf had issued an ironclad order. Should any unidentified individuals attempt to enter the prison, or if incarcerated criminals attempted an escape, they were to be shot on sight without hesitation or awaiting further commands. There had been instances in the past where a group of robbers attempted to rescue their comrade, only to be gunned down before they could even fully scale the wall, despite their companion's sentence being a mere 3 years. Among them was only one superhuman, possessing an arm twice the thickness of an ordinary person's, while his left arm and legs remained normal. The burden of his massive arm impeded his mobility, rendering him incapable of a swift escape, and he was apprehended during his first foray into crime. Ironically, he found fortune in misfortune, serving 3 years before his release, while his comrades met a tragic end. Reports suggest that upon his release, he bore the scars of his ordeal, with not a single inch of his body unscathed. For the citizens of the city, Iron Mountain Prison held an air of mystery. Despite Wolf's frequent appearances, no media outlet had ever ventured inside its confines. It is well known that humans harbor an innate fear of the unknown while simultaneously being drawn to it. Thus, urban legends surrounding Iron Mountain Prison proliferated, each accompanied by gory tales that intensified the natural dread associated with the prison. Yuri had grown up hearing these tales. He understood that such stories were often fabricated. Yet the terror and peril of Iron Mountain Prison might very well exceed the fable spun around it. On the walls, a concealed surveillance camera is installed every 3 meters, each positioned to perfectly cover the blind spots of the adjacent camera. Collectively, within a 30-meter radius of the wall, there exists no area left unmonitored. Even a mere mosquito attempting to traverse this space would find no escape from the watchful eyes of the prison. Hundreds of meters away, perched upon a tree, Yuri observes the prison's environment through binoculars. The capability to breach such a facility should not be underestimated. After careful contemplation, Yuri concludes that, given his current circumstances, only formidable figures like the Four-Handed Overlord and the Diamond War God could force their way into Iron Mountain Prison and emerge unscathed. Fortunately, he need not resort to such brute force. He raises his left hand, revealing a small, unassuming watch, and selects the most suitable alien hero for infiltration, the Phantom. Initially, Yuri harbored doubts before transforming into the Phantom, due to the Ictherian race's almost extraordinary innate ability. Their consciousness can be preserved within their DNA. As long as a trace of DNA remains, the Ictherians cannot truly perish. This talent had previously caused significant troubles for the character in the original narrative, as the Phantom developed self-awareness and escaped from the Watch. Thus, Yuri was initially concerned that frequent transformations into the Phantom might awaken its self-consciousness. However, he later assured himself that such an occurrence was unlikely. Yuri's small watch is unlike any previously mentioned in the original work. Although its origins, whether from azimuth or from the adult class, remain uncertain, it undoubtedly represents a culmination of all prior designs, eliminating all adverse effects. The consciousness of the Phantom residing in the DNA is an inherent trait of the Ictherians. While it is not difficult to eradicate this ability through DNA modification, doing so would render the sample no longer Ictherian, contradicting the watch's original design intent. Therefore, if one cannot alter the DNA, why not manipulate the consciousness instead? When Yuri first transformed into the Phantom, the watch automatically executed a program to remove the original Phantom's consciousness from the sample, allowing Yuri's own consciousness to enter and replace that of the original Ictherian. In essence, Yuri truly becomes the Ictherian Phantom, with his consciousness integrated as its own. Consequently, Yuri can transform into the Phantom with confidence, free from the fear of awakening self-awareness. After all, such a conveniently practical DNA sample would be a tremendous waste if it were relegated to mere storage. Transformed into the Phantom, Yuri nonchalantly glides through the main entrance of the prison, the heavy iron gate seeming to dissipate before him. Not a single guard on duty perceives his presence. With only 10 minutes remaining, he must seize the moment to enter. Yuri soars above the patrolling guards, while he could simply pass through them. Doing so would cause any Ictherian to experience an unbearable chill that would easily raise suspicions. A cautious and meticulous approach is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Upon entering the prison, one is immediately greeted by an abyssal corridor shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a scant few hanging bulbs casting a feeble glow. At that moment, Yuri suddenly recalled that the entire prison lacked a single window, rendering the sun's rays unable to penetrate this somber edifice. Most individuals would likely turn back at the sight of such an oppressive environment. However, for the Icteruri, who harbor a disdain for sunlight, this place was akin to paradise. Transformed into a spectral presence, Yuri could not help but embody the intrinsic nature of the Icteruri. The gloomy and shadowy surroundings invigorated him, amplifying his strength beyond normal capacities. The first floor housed inmates with the least severe offenses, typically serving sentences of 3 years or less. The second floor accommodated those with sentences ranging from 3 to 5 years, the third floor from 5 to 10 years, and the fourth floor from 10 to 20 years. The fifth floor served as the administrative offices of the prison. Below ground level, the first subterranean floor contained prisoners serving sentences of 20 years or more. The second underground level was particularly unique, reserved solely for those deemed extremely dangerous by Wolf, the prison warden. The third underground level was designated for lifers and death row inmates. Indeed, the Mid-City still upheld the death penalty, albeit only through lethal injection, akin to other states in the United States that retain capital punishment. In this regard, it was somewhat preferable to Gotham, where the death penalty had been abolished. However, such advantages were scant, for when lethal injection failed to execute a prisoner, no alternative methods could be employed. With time of the essence, Yuri opted to venture first to the most promising locale for high-quality specimens, the second underground level. While he was uncertain of Wolf's character, Yuri surmised that anyone capable of serving as warden at Iron Mountain Prison must possess both vision and audacity. Those classified as extremely dangerous by Wolf surely wielded formidable powers. Chapter 28. Farewell to the Pied Piper, the Heart of Compassion, Iron Mountain Prison, second underground level. As Yuri descended the staircase, he beheld a colossal alloy door, sealing off the cells behind it. The door featured a biometric fingerprint lock, requiring a palm to be placed upon it in order to gain entry. Only Wolf himself possessed the means to unlock this formidable barrier. Standing guard at the entrance were two armed correctional officers, markedly different from the lethargic guards often portrayed in films. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, their postures straight as statues, unwavering in their vigil. As Yuri drifted before the officers, they did not so much as blink, truly embodying the spirit of warriors. After silently applauding their steadfastness, he turned without a glance back and slipped through the grand door. Before him stretched a broad corridor, extending to the horizon of his vision, flanked on either side by a series of symmetrical cells, each secured by heavy iron doors, with merely a small window for observing inmates and delivering sustenance. A placard hung above the window, detailing the prisoners' identities. Given the extreme danger posed by the inmates housed here, all of whom were endowed with formidable abilities, Wolf deemed it insufficient to rely solely on the suppression collars each prisoner wore. He ordered that food be delivered every 3 to 5 days based on each prisoner's physical condition and health status, as long as it ensured the inmates would not perish from starvation. Consequently, all the prisoners found themselves in a state of extreme frailty, rendering their combat capabilities significantly diminished even if the suppression collars malfunctioned. Remarkable, it was a veritable gathering of notorious figures. Yuri casually strolled a few steps, surrounded by renowned supervillains such as the Alchemist, Magnetress, Old Cicada, Iron Beam, Tar Pit, Folded Man, Peak Man, and Abracadabra, all of whom had once posed formidable challenges to the Flash. Previously, Yuri could only glimpse these individuals through the news. He was not in a hurry to collect samples just yet, as he had yet to ascertain the number of high-quality specimens present within the prison. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a cell door, marked with the name Hartley Rathaway, codename Pied Piper. The Pied Piper was confined in the underground level 2. When the Pied Piper was apprehended, Yuri had focused his attention on the Mirror Master and was unaware of the subsequent developments concerning the Pied Piper. He had presumed that, due to the Pied Piper's connection with the Flash, he would not be sent to Iron Mountain Prison so swiftly and would at least have some time for investigation before facing conviction. Little did he know that Wolf had already set his sights on the Pied Piper, transferring him to Iron Mountain Prison without delay. Yuri approached the cell door and peered through the small, ornate window. Inside, he beheld the Pied Piper, curled up on a filthy, decaying wooden bed, his prison garb tattered and revealing skin marred with bruises. The floor was stained with large patches of dark red, the color indicating blood that had only recently dried. It was difficult to fathom the torment he had endured in this place. Suddenly, the sound of the iron gate creaking open reverberated through the air. Instinctively, Yuri crouched down, peering toward the entrance. The heavy alloy door swung open, and 5 or 6 guards wielding nightsticks entered, led by the imposing figure of Wolf, the prison warden. As this group stepped inside, Yuri sensed a palpable shift in the emotional atmosphere among the surrounding inmates, an eerie tension enveloping the space. "Hey, Warden, I need your help." A trembling voice suddenly called from nearby, and Yuri turned to see it came from the cell of Peak Man. The Peak Man was pressed against the door, his face desperately trying to reach the window. "My head hurts terribly. I feel like the entire world is spinning. Please, help me apply for medical parole." Upon hearing this, Wolf halted his advance, raising his nightstick and striking it against Peak Man's forehead. Thud! Peak Man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head as blood streamed down his forehead onto the floor. The farcical performance has concluded. You spikes cannot deceive me. We have already sent you for examinations regarding your headaches, and no ailments were discovered. Wolf, indifferent to Spike's agonized reactions, threatened, do not compel me to bestow upon you something that will truly inflict suffering. As soon as the words left his lips, Spike's anguished cries abruptly ceased, leaving not a whisper behind. Satisfied, Wolf continued onward, his subordinates exhibiting no trace of astonishment, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Having walked a short distance, Wolf halted once more. It was the door to the prison cell of the Piper. Open the cell door, he commanded the guard trailing behind him. With a clang, the door swung open, and Wolf strode directly into the cell. Piper, after all this time in Iron Mountain Prison, do you still intend to maintain your facade? The Piper, curled up on the bed, struggled to rise, his eyes resolutely meeting Wolf's gaze. I am not pretending. I did not murder my parents. Wolf sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Once a criminal, always a criminal. Piper, you may have deceived Lightning Boy, but you cannot fool me. I am aware that individuals like you revel in portraying themselves as victims, seeking the sympathy of the masses in hopes of absolution. Yet in truth, scum shall ever remain scum. With a look of disdain, Wolf cast a glance at the Piper and stepped out of the cell, signaling to his subordinates. The guards promptly understood, brandishing their batons as they surged into the room, dragging the Piper to the ground and unleashing a brutal beating upon him. Under the relentless assault of 5 or 6 individuals, the Piper could only emit helpless cries, his body increasingly marked with injuries. Yuri witnessed the entire scene, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He knew the Piper was innocent and was aware of the true perpetrator behind the Piper's plight. Watching the Piper's current state, Yuri couldn't help but reflect on what might have transpired had he acted differently, perhaps by luring out the Mirror Master. Perhaps the Piper would not have been wrongfully imprisoned, nor would he endure such inhumane torment. However, at that time, Yuri was solely preoccupied with extracting money from the information he possessed and finding a safe place to languidly pass the days, entirely indifferent to the Piper's fate. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him ambitious only for selfish gain, treacherous, and cowardly. After all, Yuri never intended to portray himself as a paragon of virtue. Yet, one cannot entirely suppress the pangs of compassion. The Piper, already devastated by the loss of his parents, now bore the weight of wrongful accusations and torment, suffering both mentally and physically. He should not have to endure such tribulations. A flicker of guilt stirred within Yuri. He longed to assert that regardless of his involvement, the Piper would still have fallen victim to the machinations of the Mirror Master. The true culprits were the Mirror Master himself and the blacksmith who orchestrated it all, not merely Yuri, who had been a bystander. Yet, why did he find himself grappling with the burden of his conscience? Chapter 29. The turmoil of the iron prison. Forget it. It's none of my concern. Out of sight, out of mind. The Lightning Kid will rescue the Piper. Yuri repeatedly reassured himself as he turned to drift to the next level below. However, absence of sight did not equate to absence of sound. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thud of a baton striking flesh reverberated in Yuri's ears, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Piper. Even as Yuri descended to the 3rd underground level, the sounds remained hauntingly clear. He could sense the Piper's vitality waning. It had been over 4 days since the Piper last had a meal, and soon he would lack even the strength to scream, reduced to mere gasps of breath. Wolf, expressionless, observed as his subordinates mercilessly pummeled the Piper, showing no intention of intervening. Even the guards, accustomed to brutalizing criminals, began to hesitate. Typically, at this juncture, Wolf would instruct them to cease, for the Piper's sentence had yet to be determined. If it were a life sentence or death by injection, the guards could afford to beat a criminal to death, as Iron Mountain Prison was an impenetrable fortress where Wolf reigned supreme, free from the concerns of public opinion. However, a determinate sentence meant that once the term was served, the individual must be released, should it be discovered that a prisoner had been beaten to death within the confines of the prison. The guards would face immediate suspension and investigation. The Piper's resilience was remarkable. He would not succumb easily. Moreover, a scoundrel capable of murdering his own parents should not be allowed to live. Wolf remarked coldly, his pupils gradually turning crimson. In the next instant, the Piper's body convulsed violently, every muscle spasming uncontrollably. At that moment, the Piper's singular thought was to escape this hell. The guards understood the situation all too well, falling silent in trepidation. Their Warden-S abilities were insufficient for combat against other superhumans, yet perfectly suited for inflicting torment upon individuals. Damn it. I can't bear to listen any longer. If he were ignorant of the circumstances, it might be acceptable. After all, a criminal deserving of punishment should endure such treatment. Yet, Yuri knew the Piper was innocent, having witnessed the unjust punishment of the innocent firsthand, a sight he could no longer endure. Yuri surged upward from the third underground level, penetrating the floor and lunging towards Wolf, aiming to inhabit his body. Indeed, Yuri intended to possess Wolf. Cease all actions. Step out of your cells, he commanded with great difficulty, exerting control over Wolf's form. This matter no longer concerns you. Return to your posts. Although the guards were perplexed by the sudden shift in the Warden's demeanor, they had long lost their desire to continue the assault. Seizing the opportunity before the Warden could rescind his orders, they hastily exited the cells, relocking the doors before departing from the second underground level. Due to Wolf's ability to manipulate muscles, which is a form of psychic power, his mental strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Yuri could sense Wolf's soul desperately resisting his possession, attempting to contest for control of the body. Fortunately, the spirit of the ghostly figure was significantly more potent, capable of suppressing Wolf's defiance. "Where are you? Get out of my body!" Wolf's soul roared in protest, but Yuri paid it no heed. Realizing he could not reclaim control over his body for the time being, Wolf turned his attention to his subordinates. "Chet, come back, you fools. The one giving you orders is not me. You must obey my commands." Alas, his guards were mere mortals without psychic abilities, unable to hear the cries emanating from Wolf's soul. "Silence yourself." Once all the guards had departed, leaving the corridor empty save for one, Yuri finally directed his full attention towards Wolf. Within Wolf's mental realm, the ghostly figure gradually materialized. "Who dares to assault Iron Mountain Prison?" Wolf glared at the bizarre creature before him, resembling a specter, and demanded to know. "Who am I?" "Ha ha ha." The distorted, ghastly voice emerged from Yuri's being as he extended his hands to grasp the black markings on his chest, forcefully peeling them away as if shedding a skin. "I am Ziska, the king of the Ictheroi, the sovereign of endless shadows." As Yuri unveiled the ghostly figure's concealed, viscous exterior, the true form of the Ictheroi was revealed. Countless dark tendrils erupted from the ghost's chest, its hands transforming into sharp claws glistening with a cold light, while its head spun a full 180 degrees, exposing a white skull, mouth above, eyes below. What the hell is that? Wolf had encountered numerous superhuman criminals, yet he had never witnessed such a terrifying visage. "Your body is now under my command. Now, sleep well." Yuri spread his claws, and an overwhelming darkness enveloped Wolf's mental space. As endless tendrils surged forth from the ghost's chest, swiftly engulfing Wolf, Yuri emerged from the mental realm, and only an instant had passed in the outside world. He had now completely seized control of Wolf's body, including his superhuman abilities. The ghostly possession was so formidable that once control of the body was attained, even the opponent's powers could be mastered. Yuri cast a complex glance at the flute player, refraining from the irrational act of releasing the prisoner. Instead, he exited through the alloy gate and instructed the two guards at the entrance, bring some food and water to the flute player, and call for 2 medics. Just deliver the food. Make it swift. The protection mechanism of the little watch will activate in 5 minutes, and I cannot control Wolf's body for too long. Although he could allow Wolf to remain in a stupor for a while longer, it would not exceed half an hour, a duration insufficient for the medical personnel to attend to the injuries of the Pied Piper. The only course of action available to Yuri was to provide the Pied Piper with some sustenance and hydration to regain a modicum of strength. A prison break? That would merely brand the Pied Piper as a fugitive in fear of retribution. Having experienced possession by a specter, Wolf would undoubtedly perceive Jiska as an accomplice of the Pied Piper. Until Jiska's true identity was ascertained, the Pied Piper was at least safe from mortal peril. "Huh? Did I not instruct you to expedite your actions? Why do you remain frozen in place?" However, an unforeseen event transpired swiftly thereafter, upon issuing commands to the guards. They remained as if deaf to his orders. In the next moment, 2 guards collapsed without warning, lifeless and devoid of breath. Chapter 30. The Four-Handed Tyrant. When the blazes is happening, Yuri crouched down to turn one guard over, who appeared to have ceased breathing, his pupils dilated, throat swollen, and dark blood oozing from his mouth. Upon inspecting the other guard, the situation was identical. Warden. At that moment, a guard rushed down the stairs, clutching his throat in panic. Emergency! All my colleagues! Before he could complete his sentence, he succumbed to the same fate as the others. Consciousness lost as he tumbled down the staircase. Had there been a mass poisoning? Yuri ascended the stairs, and to his astonishment, all visible guards lay on the ground, their lives hanging by a thread. Suddenly, the alarm within Iron Mountain Prison blared without warning, followed by a series of thunderous noises. This indicated the activation of the prison's automatic lockdown system, sealing all exits and vital passages, while simultaneously dispatching a warning signal to Central City and Wedgestone City. Before Yuri could comprehend the situation, he felt an intense burning pain in his lungs, rapidly spreading to his throat, the excruciating agony rendering him incapable of breathing normally. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuri hastily disengaged and emerged from Wolf's body, the searing sensation in his lungs finally dissipating. It did not resemble symptoms of poisoning. Rather, it felt akin to some infectious disease. Acute pneumonia? A viral outbreak? Could it be a bioweapon crisis? Yuri's imagination ran wild, pondering the perilous viruses that might be harbored within Iron Mountain Prison. The Icthurians' physiology grants them immunity to nearly all viruses, and coupled with the protective attributes of his small device, Yuri was not overly concerned about contracting an infection. However, it remained uncertain whether the guard's symptoms could be transmitted through the air. If so, the fate of every guard and inmate within the iron walls would be dire. Damn! The Pied Piper. In an instant, Yuri dove beneath the floor, yet what unfolded next was utterly unexpected. Along the entire corridor, none of the inmates confined within their cells exhibited any symptoms akin to those of the prison guards. They remained oblivious to the unfolding events within the prison, showing no concern for the blaring alarms. Could it be that this contagion only afflicts ordinary individuals, leaving the superhumans immune? Yet, that notion falters. Wolf had also been infected. Yuri began to sense that something was amiss. Given the formidable defenses of Iron Prison, it was improbable for the virus to have leaked from within. Rather, it seemed more plausible that an assault had been launched against Iron Mountain Prison. Who would dare perpetrate such an act? What advantage could be gleaned from slaughtering the guards of Iron Mountain Prison? The only possibility that crossed Yuri's mind was the liberation of the criminals. Presently, Mid-City was embroiled in a grand conspiracy orchestrated by an organization with a demand for supercriminals, and that organization could only be one: the Network. Meanwhile, the police departments of Wedge City and Central City, along with the FBI branch, received an urgent alarm simultaneously. FBI Director James promptly gathered his agents, preparing to rush to Iron Mountain Prison. The two police departments acted similarly, assembling all available personnel. The news reached Lightning Kid a little later, as it had to be relayed through Hunter Zolomon. However, the moment he learned of the developments, he hastened to Wedge City Police Department, seeking out Murillo and Chael. What transpired at Iron Mountain Prison? Wally inquired, taking the lead. The specifics remain unclear. Not long ago, Iron Mountain activated its automatic lockdown system. Yet the alert indicated an outbreak of an unknown lethal virus. Chael responded with a grave expression. Moreover, its contagiousness is at the highest level. Fortunately, Iron Prison is currently entirely sealed off, and the risk of spread is momentarily contained. Provide me with a gas mask. I must enter Iron Mountain Prison to assess the situation, Wally declared without hesitation. What? That is far too dangerous. Chael attempted to dissuade Lightning Kid from acting impulsively. I trust you, Lightning Kid. This is the finest gas mask we possess, Murillo interjected, handing the mask directly to Wally. Thank you. Wally expressed his gratitude as he donned the mask. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Murillo's lips, perplexed, and asked Murillo, "Was the scar on your chin always on the left?" "What are you talking about?" "It has always been there," Murillo replied, scratching his head in confusion. "My apologies. I may have misremembered," Wally said, quickly dismissing the topic as he turned to leave. Some time prior, at Iron Mountain Prison, Yuri had harbored concerns regarding the inadvertent escape of supercriminals. Unfortunately, his worst fears had materialized. Although the incident bore little direct connection to Yuri, akin to his passive observation of the capture of the Pied Piper, the sheer coincidence was staggering. The Iron Mountain Prison has experienced numerous assaults. Yet those incidents are mere relics of the past, dating back 4 years when the warden was not Wolf. And the prison's demeanor was far less extreme than it is today. Once Wolf assumed his position 4 years ago and initiated a comprehensive reconstruction of the facility, there have been no reports of notorious criminals escaping. For a full 4 years, nothing noteworthy transpired, but on Yuri's inaugural visit to the prison, a virus was suddenly unleashed. Could it be that some ominous force is watching over me, reminiscent of the tales often recounted in online literature? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuri could not help but chuckle inwardly. How absurd! It must simply be a coincidence. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the cell beside Yuri. A colossal figure shattered the cell door and barreled out. My body is rusting. I require electricity or magnetism. Yuri focused his gaze on the figure, which stood an imposing 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, its physique grotesquely robust and distinctly inhuman. The creature's form was entirely composed of steel, yet appeared to be undergoing oxidation, presenting a rust-laden exterior. As it moved, fragments of severely corroded components fell to the ground. Yuri had already familiarized himself with all the inmates on this level. He needed no identification to recognize him. Inmate 371, Steel Beam, whose real name was Tony Woodward, was sentenced to 45 years for murder and robbery. In a fit of fury, Steel Beam began to recklessly thrash about, delivering blows that left the incredibly durable alloy floor marred with dents and impressions, causing the entire prison to tremble under his immense strength. The destructive force was astonishing. Damn it! Stop rusting! Steel Beam bellowed in rage, ceasing his mindless assault on the floor and charging down the corridor. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the cell across from him, creating a gaping hole in the cell housing the Pied Piper. After this, Steel Beam turned his attention to another cell. Seeing this, Yuri realized he could no longer remain passive. If Steel Beam continued his rampage, it would not be long before all the supercriminals were freed. No, it wouldn't be just the supercriminals. The virus could very well spill into the city. That was a scenario Yuri could not bear to witness. In his furious state, Steel Beam was impervious to possession by the Spectre, and the abilities of the Icthurians were not particularly effective against such a berserker. It appeared that a change was necessary. Yuri extended his hand to grasp the small, battered dial on his left chest and gently twisted it. A swift resolution was essential. It was time for the Four-Armed Overlord. Chapter 31. Four-Armed Overlord versus Steel Beam. As Yuri performed the motion, the Spectre's form underwent a rapid transformation, its ethereal body solidifying into a tangible entity. Its skin turned a vivid crimson, and its torso expanded several times in size, reaching a staggering height of 3 meters and 60 centimeters, surpassing that of Steel Beam. The four-armed behemoth's physique bears a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit with an additional pair of arms and eyes. Its entire form is infused with robust muscle, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. This creature, known as the Tasramans, is an extraterrestrial race renowned for their valor and combative nature, venerating power above all. Their greatest gift lies in their immense strength, capable of hurling objects beyond the atmosphere and leaping to heights equivalent to 7 stories. As they age and persist in their rigorous training, the Tasramans' might continues to amplify. Transformed into the four-armed behemoth, Yuri revels in the surging strength coursing through him, capable of dispatching a bull with a single punch. As for the reason behind such an act, it is simply what others have suggested. Steel Beam, over here, Yuri bellowed, instantly capturing the attention of Steel Beam. Admittedly, even before Yuri's shout, Steel Beam, a towering figure standing at 6 meters with 4 arms and 4 eyes, was hard to overlook. Are you allied with these people? You are all deceivers. Steel Beam roared, charging at Yuri. They promised to cure me, yet they have merely ensnared me in this prison. I shall annihilate you all. With a swift extension of his 4 arms, Yuri braced himself against Steel Beam's onslaught. In an instant, a shockwave radiated outwards from the two, creating a small-scale wave of pressure. Some of the air even surged into the nearby prison window. "Hey, you blew my skin off," cried a disgruntled middle-aged man with slicked-back hair from cell 447, leaning against the window. The skin on the upper right side of his face had actually lifted, stretching from the bridge of his nose to his right ear, passing over his eye to his brow, leaving a gory expanse of exposed flesh around his eyeball. In cell 733, an elderly man with a bald head and V-shaped sunglasses, known as Old Cicada, was meditating before a circle of candles arranged in a lightning bolt pattern. When a gust of wind entered, he carefully shielded the flames from being extinguished. Cell 624 belonged to the magnetic red woman, where a young, beautiful blonde was crouched in a corner, speaking to herself in a tone that oscillated between venomous and gentle. Something seems amiss outside. I can feel the suppression collar's effect weakening. Now is the opportune moment to escape. No, silence. I cannot break free. I have harmed so many, and I must atone. In cell 688, Dr. Desmond, an alchemist, concealed beneath his hood, was engrossed in a notebook, undeterred by the gust that fluttered his hood, as if the clamor of the outside world held no sway over him. In the corridor, steel beams summoned all his might, intent on toppling the crimson giant before him. Undeterred, Yuri exerted force with all four arms while firmly planting his feet to maintain his stance. I need you to return to your cell, Yuri urged kindly, even as he resisted steel beams' advance. Do you know what it feels like for a body to rust away slowly? I shall never again step into that confined space. Suddenly, the steel beam appeared to go mad, swiftly retracting and launching a punch towards Yuri's head. A sharp sound resonated as Yuri's head remained immobile. The steel beam's hand halted just before striking the chin of the four-armed behemoth. Is this all? Yuri looked down upon the steel beam from his elevated position, lacking the strength to strike, and yet attempting an escape. With both pairs of arms clenched in a fist above his head, Yuri forcefully brought them crashing down upon the steel beam's face. A resounding thud echoed as the steel beam's nose visibly caved in, rusty screws trickling from its nostrils. I cannot fathom the sensation of a rusted body, yet I understand that iron, once corroded, becomes exceedingly brittle. Seizing the opportunity after delivering a blow, Yuri immediately grasped the steel beam's arms while another pair of hands gripped its shoulders, pulling outward with great force. What do you intend to do? The steel beam struggled to break free from Yuri's grasp, but its rusted body was no match for the vigor of the four-armed titan. A tearing pain surged from its shoulders. Although its form had transformed into steel, the senses from its human past remained intact. To the four-armed behemoth, the rusted steel body was akin to fragile timber, and with minimal effort, Yuri wrenched the steel beam's arms down. As the connection between arms and body shed parts, it resembled the uncontrollable bleeding of a severed limb. However, the steel beam was not like an ordinary human. It would not succumb to excessive blood loss. In truth, as long as the steel beam's brain remained intact, even if its body were reduced to a heap of scrap metal, it would not perish. Provided someone could reassemble its body, the steel beam could be reborn endlessly, and with a replacement of pristine steel, it could even evolve. Thus, Yuri bore no psychological burden regarding the steel beam's dismembered arms. Damn it, you've torn off my arms, you four-armed red-skinned monster. The excruciating pain of the severed limbs prompted the steel beam to unleash a torrent of curses, hoping to alleviate some of its suffering. Yuri frowned. He had initially considered simply locking the steel beam away, yet this creature dared to insult him? Brace yourself, steel beam. Next, Yuri proceeded to dismantle the steel beam's legs, transforming it into a mere stick of a person. Amidst the steel beam's wails and roars, he cast its body into its designated cell, leaving the limbs outside. Once the situation in the prison calmed, guards would assist in reattaching the steel beam's extremities. Just as Yuri closed the steel beam cell door, Lightning Boy arrived outside Iron Mountain Prison. Wally circled around, finding no entrance to gain entry. He attempted to utilize the vibrations of his molecules to penetrate the outer wall, but to his dismay, he failed. Within the outer walls of Iron Prison lies a concealed inner layer, the structure of which undergoes incessant and chaotic alterations, impervious to fixed vibrational frequencies. It is evident that this wall is designed to thwart individuals like Kid Flash or the Flash, who possess the ability to vibrate their molecular structure. I recall the Pied Piper once mentioning that prior to the reconstruction of Iron Mountain Prison, there existed a drainage outlet that reached the depths of the prison. I wonder if it remains accessible now. In the blink of an eye, Wally scoured every drainage outlet within a several-mile radius, ultimately discovering the one referred to by the Pied Piper. Just as he approached the underside of Iron Mountain Prison, a concrete wall obstructed his path. A smile graced Wally's lips. He knew he was on the right track. This concrete barrier bore no traps, or rather, its mechanisms were insufficient to deter Wally. He swiftly traversed the 7 to 8 meters of concrete, entering the prison's piping system. Meanwhile, on the second underground level, in cell 624, the magnetic red woman sensed a presence. "Is it you, Wally? My beloved, I shall end your life." Chapter 32. The magnetic red woman. The magnetic red woman, whose true name is Frances Kane, was once the childhood sweetheart and first love of Kid Flash. In many respects, she does not fit the mold of a typical supervillain. In fact, she once served as a superhero in San Francisco, displaying a commendable character, abilities, and appearance. Regrettably, she suffers from severe affliction. The magnetic red woman grapples with profound dissociative identity disorder, her second persona likely emerging upon the awakening of her magnetic manipulation abilities. This alternate personality is imbued with extreme and violent emotions, and when it dominates, her destructive impulses escalate dramatically, often leading her perilously close to irreversible actions. Yet, regardless of whether her personality is benevolent or malevolent, one constant remains: her feelings for Wally. That was until Wally encountered Linda Park. The normal persona of the magnetic red woman recognized the gravity of her situation, amicably parting ways with Wally, whereas her malevolent counterpart found it far more difficult to accept. Approximately 3 months prior, before Yuri had crossed over, the magnetic red woman, under the influence of her dark persona, kidnapped Linda in an attempt to coerce Wally into a relationship. Following her failure, she allied with a cult leader known as Old Cicada to capture Wally. Fortunately, the Flash had been in Central City at the time and thwarted both the magnetic red woman and Old Cicada before the situation escalated further. After that incident, both she and Old Cicada were imprisoned in Iron Mountain. Although her plot had failed, the magnetic red woman gained something of value with Old Cicada's assistance. She merged her magnetic field with Wally's speed force. The degree of this fusion was insufficient for her to connect directly to the speed force, yet within a certain radius. She could sense Wally's presence. As Wally entered the confines of Iron Mountain Prison, the magnetic red woman immediately felt his arrival. "Wally, I shall tear you to shreds." In that fleeting moment, the malevolent emotions of the magnetic Scarlet Woman surged uncontrollably, overpowering her normal persona and seizing command of her body. The Iron Prison, having just endured a sudden upheaval, found its primary power system incapacitated, while the emergency power supply could not sustain the energy demands of the entire facility for long. Consequently, the effectiveness of the superpower suppression collar diminished significantly. With a forceful tug, the magnetic Scarlet Woman shattered the collar, encircling her neck. One might wonder, aren't such suppression collars in films typically independent tools that require no external power? Indeed, collars with a self-sustaining energy source do exist. However, this technology is a proprietary secret of the Eye of Heaven organization, with only the Belrive prison equipped with such devices, housing the world's most notorious supervillains and serving as a recruitment base for suicide squads. The Iron Mountain Prison, being merely a detention center in the mid-city, naturally lacked the authority to employ self-sustaining energy technology, rendering Wolf incapable of utilizing it even if he wished to. The glaring vulnerability of the power-dependent suppression collars was apparent. Yet there was little recourse, as different departments operated under distinct technical regulations. Meanwhile, Yuri secured the steel beam within the cell and prepared to vacate the cursed place. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from a nearby cell, revealing the magnetic Scarlet Woman manipulating magnetic forces to hurl the intact cell door away. The half-ton door hurtled at remarkable speed, embedding itself into the wall of the opposite cell, as if the door had doubled in thickness. Yuri stood in stunned silence as the magnetic Scarlet Woman floated out of her cell, enveloped in a visible pink magnetic field with countless metal fragments swirling around her. Goodness, it was Magneto. Casting her gaze down the corridor, the magnetic Scarlet Woman noted only a singular red four-armed giant. In a fit of irritation, she waved her hand at Yuri. The multitude of metal shards surrounding her surged forth like flying daggers, hurtling towards him at bullet-like speed. Unfazed, Yuri instinctively shielded his face with his hands. The defense of the Tazramans was formidable. Standard missiles could not inflict fatal harm upon the four-armed behemoth, and the gunfire from helicopters could barely penetrate his skin. Realizing her previous assault had failed to injure him, the magnetic Scarlet Woman turned to Yuri and inquired, "Where's Lightning Boy?" Perhaps right behind you?" Yuri pointed behind her. Upon hearing this, the magnetic Scarlet Woman pivoted to look over her shoulder. In that instant, a yellow whirlwind surged toward her, spiraling around at an astonishing speed, scattering all the metallic debris surrounding her. The force of the wind compelled the magnetic Scarlet Woman to shut her eyes tightly. Wally. The whirlwind's velocity escalated, and the air around the magnetic Scarlet Woman thinned rapidly, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness due to oxygen deprivation. Once she fainted, the yellow whirlwind swiftly retreated to Yuri's side. As the whirlwind's speed diminished, it gradually revealed a figure, none other than Lightning Boy Wally, who had heard the commotion from this level and had promptly arrived. Wow, you appear quite imposing, and you possess 4 arms. I don't recall anyone like you in Mid-City. Did you escape from a cell as well? Wally remarked, scrutinizing the 4-armed giant with astonishment. Your unfounded assumptions insult my free spirit, Lightning Kid. I'm not a prisoner. I am merely here to investigate the, virus leak incident, Yuri replied, gesturing towards the cell of Steel Beam. In fact, I just assisted in quelling an escape attempt here. And you're on our side? Wally inquired, noticing Steel Beam reduced to a mere stick figure. Oh, have you removed his hands and feet? Should I cover his medical expenses? His body can be reassembled. Perhaps I could find time to help put him back together. Yuri waved his hand dismissively. So how ought I address you? 4-armed red giant? Wally asked, arms crossed in curiosity. 4-armed tyrant, Yuri replied flatly. Are you serious? Wally looked at him incredulously. At that moment, chaos erupted. The unconscious Crimson Magnet had somehow gotten back on her feet, glaring fiercely at Wally, her eyes radiating a pink glow. Wally, why do you persist in rejecting me? Why must I remain in this wretched place? I will tear you apart piece by piece. The Crimson Magnet unleashed her powers, a formidable magnetic field emanating from her, spreading outward. Given that over 90% of Iron Mountain Prison structure is metallic, everything here could be wielded as a weapon by the Crimson Magnet. In an instant, the entire prison trembled violently, and the doors of all the cells began to loosen. Across Iron Mountain Prison, nearly 1,000 supervillains stirred with excitement, their ecstatic shouts echoing as they anticipated their newfound freedom. Ha! The Crimson Magnet exclaimed, pressing her hands against the floor and swiftly raising them. The reinforced alloy floor was easily lifted, hurtling towards Wally and Yuri. Boom! Yuri stepped forward, unleashing all 4 fists with tremendous force, instantly shattering the alloy floor. Kane, stop! You are releasing all the criminals in the prison, Wally shouted urgently. Chapter 33. Defeating Steel Beam again, is that so, Wally? That is precisely what I desire. The Crimson Magnet roared, causing Iron Mountain Prison to collapse entirely. All the cell doors were destroyed, the floor torn inch by inch, and the supporting columns on the verge of breaking. Nearly 1,000 liberated supervillains surged forth from their cells like wild beasts unleashed. I will not allow you to do this. Wally's expression turned unusually grave. He activated his speed force, golden sparks crackling across his body. Hey, 4-armed tyrant, right? I will be quite occupied shortly. Could I entrust you with stopping the Crimson Magnet? Without waiting for Yuri's response, Wally's figure darted away in a flash. Subsequently, a shocking scene unfolded. Countless lightning boys suddenly appeared in the corridor, swiftly subduing the criminals attempting to flee their cells with a flurry of punches and kicks. Simultaneously, numerous lightning boys, seemingly conjuring tools from thin air, tirelessly reinforced the prison cells. Except for the second underground level, every cell was meticulously secured by Wally, thwarting the escape of the supercriminals. From a vantage point high above Iron Mountain Prison, one could observe countless red and yellow streams weaving through the prison, gradually stabilizing the crumbling steel fortress. In the second underground level, as Wally's silhouette darted out, Yuri suddenly noticed that the color of the small device had inexplicably transformed to yellow, indicating it had activated capture mode. The mutated form of the Flash Star was rapidly accumulating speed force, surpassing the total amount Yuri had gathered over the past few days in a matter of moments. Typically, the speed force within the small device would automatically recharge, capable of sustaining the Flash Star for 3 minutes after a day's worth of accumulation. Over the past few days, Yuri had managed to extend the duration to nearly 9 minutes. Since Yuri's speed force originated from Wally, when Wally was in close proximity to the device, the recharging efficiency was exponentially enhanced. At this moment, the speed force reserve within the small device had reached a level sufficient for automatic storage over 10 days, equating to a maintenance time for the Flash Star exceeding half an hour. This was indeed a splendid gift. Yuri smiled slightly, reassuringly thinking, "Don't worry, lightning boy. I will effectively thwart your ex-girlfriend." Wooly's sudden outburst left Magnetic Red Woman momentarily bewildered, her expression contorting as her pink magnetic field expanded instantaneously. "Hey, Magnetic Red Woman. Watch your front." Just as she lifted her head, a colossal red fist was barreling toward her head. Reacting at lightning speed, she manipulated a collection of metal fragments to form a shield that blocked the fist of the four-handed tyrant, aided by her magnetic powers. However, the hastily constructed shield lacked the strength to withstand Yuri's assault, failing to even slow the speed of his strike. The shield crumbled as if made of paper. And Yuri's blow struck home, landing solidly on Magnetic Red Woman. With a resounding impact, she was sent flying backward, the force generating a shockwave that radiated outward. Thud! Crack! Crack! Magnetic Red Woman was propelled several meters away, bouncing off the ground 3 times before finally coming to a halt. Yuri's strike disrupted the magnetic field's operation, swiftly alleviating the prison's collapse, thereby easing Wooly's task considerably. Gasping for breath, Magnetic Red Woman struggled to rise, her head pounding as if it would explode, her vision flickering and becoming increasingly blurred. Although she had not exerted her full power, the fact that she could withstand a blow from the four-handed tyrant without losing consciousness indicated that her physical resilience was quite commendable. Yuri's opinion of a Magnetic Red Woman rose significantly. She must be an extraordinarily valuable DNA specimen. "Hey, woman over there." At that moment, a coarse voice erupted from a cell not far behind the Magnetic Red Woman. With a displeased expression, she turned to see a severely mutilated steel mutant lying near the cell door, fixated on her. The speaker was Steelbeam, whose body had initially been placed in the corner of the cell, but had now rolled to the entrance. Naturally, Steelbeam, incapacitated, could not have moved himself here. However, due to the influence of magnetic force on his metallic body, he was uncontrollably drawn towards her when the Magnetic Red Woman unleashed her powers. Moreover, since Steelbeam's cell door was securely locked by the four-armed behemoth, it was far sturdier than the others, leaving him trapped behind the door. "You can't handle that four-armed monster alone. I can assist you if you use your magnetic power to help me assemble my body," Steelbeam urgently called out to the Magnetic Red Woman. Glancing back, she saw the four-armed behemoth closing in on her, leaving her no time to consider. Her eyes emitted a powerful pink glow, and Steelbeam's cell door swung open with a resounding creak. "All right, I will help you reconstruct your body and can even utilize my magnetic field to delay your body's rusting. But you must assist me in defeating Lightning Boy." The Magnetic Red Woman once more manipulated the magnetic field, and Steelbeam's dismembered form swiftly soared from the cell, limbs reattaching to his body. Not only did she restore his original 4 limbs, but she also enhanced him with various alloys from Iron Mountain Prison, elevating his height and physique to rival that of the four-armed behemoth. In an instant, Steelbeam was reborn. "Huh, what can you do with your reattached limbs? I dismantled you once. I could dismantle you countless times." A sneer of disdain crossed Yuri's face, piercing Steelbeam's heart. "I'm not the same as before. With the Magnetic Red Woman's magnetic field, my strength is unprecedented. This time, I shall emerge victorious against you, four-armed monster. You will pay dearly." Steelbeam taunted Yuri. The Magnetic Red Woman floated upon Steelbeam's back, continuously reinforcing his form with magnetic energy. One could only wonder how Wally would feel witnessing this scene. Is that so? Perhaps we should put this to the test. Yuri halted his advance, extending his 4 arms and taking a deep breath before forcefully clapping his hands together. Boom! An explosive sound resonated as a shockwave surged forth from Yuri, swiftly striking Steelbeam, who barely comprehended Yuri's intent. It was only when the shockwave approached that Steelbeam assumed a defensive stance. Zing! The shockwave propelled Steelbeam backward by several meters, yet he sustained no harm. "Ha ha ha! Is this your trick?" Steelbeam laughed boisterously. In response, he was met with 4 massive red fists. "Fool! The recent incident was not aimed at you." Bang! 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 Yuri unleashed a flurry of 4 punches, instantly creating 4 substantial holes in the Steelbeam's midsection. Following this, he seized the Steelbeam's arms and executed a powerful back throw, causing the heavy beam to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound. Chapter 34. I require the DNA of all superhumans. This is impossible. The Steelbeam could hardly believe it had been so swiftly subdued by the four-handed overlord. nor could it fathom the existence of the 4 gaping wounds. Why? Why hasn't my body healed? The steel beam glanced behind, only to see the magnet red girl lying motionless on the ground several meters away, already unconscious. It turned out that the airwave Yuri had unleashed was actually aimed at her. She had previously endured a punch from the 4-handed overlord and was now struck by another airwave. Lacking physical enhancement abilities, the magnet red girl was utterly overwhelmed and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Steel beam, we can now continue our earlier conversation. I hear you wish for me to pay a price? Yuri cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. The steel beam let out a piercing wail as Yuri yanked off its arms once more. If the steel beam's initial form was entirely composed of rusty iron, it was now a grotesque amalgamation of rusted and new iron, a blend of red and black. After tearing off the steel beam's arms, Yuri turned his attention to its legs, which similarly met with the same fate. However, this time, Yuri had more in mind than merely reducing the steel beam to a stick figure. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't do this. Please. The steel beam's threats were cut short by the sheer terror of Yuri's actions. Yuri took the steel beam's legs and severed arms, thrusting them into the 4 gaping holes in its body, then applied pressure, molding them together into a rounded sphere, akin to the technique of kneading clay. The steel beam's head became ensconced within the center of the sphere, its right big toe conveniently blocking its mouth. Indeed, it had transformed into a massive screw. Subsequently, Yuri returned the steel beam to its cell, firmly embedding it into the wall. As Yuri exited the steel beam cell, Lightning Kid was just finishing reinforcing Iron Mountain Prison, its seismic resistance perhaps even stronger than before. Wally had also taken the liberty of repairing the prison's power supply system, ensuring that the superpower suppression collars resumed normal function. Well done, 4-handed brother. Wally gave Yuri a thumbs up. Then, with a complex expression, he lifted the magnet red girl and returned her to her cell, placing the collar around her neck. Now, let us attend to serious matters. You are here to investigate the virus leak, are you not? I was contemplating that perhaps we could collaborate. Wally proposed to Yuri. Yuri's eyes glimmered thoughtfully as he responded with a grave demeanor. I accept your proposal, Lightning Kid. But how do you intend to investigate? And after the investigation, how do you plan to eradicate the virus? Upon hearing this, Wally was momentarily taken aback, then matter-of-factly replied, I know a scientist from a star laboratory. We could provide him with a sample of the virus for analysis. Such naive thinking. Yuri sneered. In Iron Mountain Prison, nearly all the guards have been infected. Those with weaker constitutions had already succumbed to the virus. And less than half an hour had passed since the outbreak began. This was far deadlier than the Ebola virus. Indeed, it had been over half an hour since Yuri first noticed the guards succumbing to the infection, and the transformation duration should have long expired. Yet, Yuri still maintained his 4-armed form. Could it be that Yuri's human genes had morphed into those of a Tazromian? Certainly not. The protective mechanism of the little device was not rigidly fixed to a 10-minute transformation. The essence of the mechanism lay not in controlling time, but in safeguarding its bearer. If reverting back to his original form would place the bearer in mortal peril, the device would automatically extend the transformation duration. Currently, Yuri found himself in a perilous environment rife with a mysterious virus that was evidently lethal to humans. Should his human body be exposed in such a setting, he would likely succumb to infection in the next moment. Thus, the device refrained from allowing Yuri to revert to his original form. Meanwhile, Yuri continued to implore Wally earnestly. The Star Laboratory specializing in genetics and disease control was located in Los Angeles, an extraordinary distance from their current location. Yes, you could run back and forth dozens of times in a second, but how long would it take to research a virus? Merely possessing a viral sample without an antibody or pathogen, even with the advanced technology of the Star Laboratory, would require at least a week to develop an effective vaccine. Do you really think there will be many survivors left in Iron Mountain Prison by then? As soon as he finished speaking, Wally stood frozen in place, as though struck by lightning. He had not considered these matters. While Barry was both the Flash and an outstanding scientist, Wally was not. This was not to imply that Wally lacked intelligence. Speedsters possessed a high level of cognitive ability, as their super speed endowed them with an equally rapid thought process. However, Wally had little interest in scientific research. Do you have any brilliant solutions? Wally inquired. One of Wally's commendable traits was his lack of the typical superhero arrogance that insisted on saving everything single-handedly and never seeking assistance. When it came to asking for help, Wally was never hesitant. The solution is simple. Let me create the vaccine, Yuri declared astonishingly. Only I can produce a rapidly effective vaccine in the shortest time. Wally scrutinized Yuri's robust physique and well-defined muscles, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Dude, you hardly look like a scientist. Are you sure? How about now? Yuri responded, extending a hand towards the small device perched on his shoulder and gently twisting it as a burst of green light radiated forth instantaneously. The blinding light pierced through Wally's eyes, but fortunately, it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Before him stood a diminutive, frog-like humanoid, starkly contrasting with the towering four-armed behemoth. What the hell? Who are you? Where did that four-armed fellow go? Wally exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief at the sight of this small creature, which he could scarcely believe was the four-armed giant. Such transformations were merely rudimentary, shape-shifting techniques in the vast cosmos, hardly a cause for astonishment. Yuri, unabashed, began to expound upon his thoughts to Wally. With the skills at my disposal, devising a vaccine to counter the virus is hardly a monumental task. Observing the prison dynamics, it is evident that the guards have all succumbed to the infection, while only a fraction of the inmates have. This suggests that superhumans possess a natural antibody against this particular virus. I must discover the nature of this antibody and identify those who harbor it. Yuri fixed a serious gaze upon Wally's eyes, articulating his demands. In essence, I require the DNA of all superhumans within Iron Mountain Prison, and this mission is yours alone. For only you can gather these samples in the shortest possible time. Lightning Kid, the lives of thousands of prison guards and inmates, along with millions of citizens from Keystone City, now rest upon your shoulders. Chapter 35. The virus crisis averted in the medical room of Iron Mountain Prison. Yuri, now transformed into a diminutive version of himself, stood atop a platform, examining the virus through a microscope. Surrounded by an array of test tubes containing blood samples from the prison's supercriminals. Each blood sample was affixed with differently colored labels, distinguishing between infected and non-infected, with each tube clearly marked with the name of its owner. On another examination table lay the corpse of a prison guard, the first to succumb to the infection, from whom the virus sample was extracted. Despite being a prison medical facility, the equipment surpassed that of many hospitals, facilitating Yuri's research. Wally, wearing a gas mask, observed from the sidelines, occasionally stepping out to patrol the prison, checking on the condition of the infected and ensuring no new cases had emerged. Before long, Yuri discerned the characteristics of the virus. He leaped down from the microscope, frowning as he fell into deep contemplation. Noticing this, Wally anxiously inquired, "Is there a problem?" Turning towards him, Yuri began to explain, "This virus exhibits a highly aggressive nature. Once it enters a host, it proliferates wildly, invading the lungs and throat, corroding tissues from the inside out. Within 2 hours of infection, the lungs transform into a gelatinous sludge, leading to suffocation. It also incites chaos within the immune system, allowing it to wreak havoc without encountering resistance from immune cells, which is why infected individuals often show no preliminary symptoms. I have named it the frenzy virus." Wally nodded in understanding and hurriedly inquired, "So how shall we resolve this frenzy virus?" "First, we must identify suitable antibodies. I have experimented with all available samples, and only the steel beam, tar pit, old cicada, and whisperer can completely disregard the threat posed by the virus. Both the steel beam and tar pit exhibit profound bodily mutations, one composed of steel, the other of tar, rendering them immune to the virus. The old cicada is somewhat unique. While he himself cannot resist the virus, he possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities, and his regeneration rate far exceeds the virus's replication speed, thereby preventing the frenzy virus from inflicting any substantial harm upon him. Lastly, there is the whisperer." Yuri, with a serious demeanor, turned to Wally, noting that his blood possesses peculiar properties. The whisperer's blood appears to confer immunity to everything, not merely viruses or toxins. But even the luminol reagent fails to react with it. I believe his blood may be the key. Upon hearing this, Wally pondered thoughtfully, recalling that the Whisperer had been in prison 9 years ago. At that time, he was not yet known as the Flash, but he had heard tales of the Whisperer from the Flash himself. His name was Michael Amal, a physician who had orchestrated a series of gruesome murders. claiming 12 victims and severing each one's tongue to satisfy his twisted desire for silence. It was said that at the time, no DNA evidence could be detected at any of the crime scenes, even if a victim had fought back and injured him. Only traces of blood that yielded no conclusive results remained, had it not been for a chance incident that left a fiber of his clothing at the scene. The identity of the Whisperer might have remained unknown to this day. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri was struck by a possibility. To ensure silence? The frenzy virus specifically targets the human respiratory system, eroding not only the lungs but also the throat, rendering one unable to vocalize even the desire to speak. At this moment, Wally began to comprehend. Are you suggesting that the outbreak of the frenzy virus is likely connected to the Whisperer? Very likely. Perhaps the source of the virus is hidden within his cell. Yuri glanced at Wally, who immediately grasped the implication. In an instant, a flash of electricity signaled a shift in Wally's expression to one of utmost seriousness, as he produced an empty test tube from his hand. Amal has vanished. He is neither in his cell nor anywhere else in the prison. I have only found this, Wally stated, placing the empty test tube upon the laboratory table. There is still a trace of a sample to extract, which is sufficient. Within mere minutes, Yuri concocted a potion capable of annihilating the frenzy virus. From that point forward, the task became considerably simpler. Wally activated his super speed, swiftly producing the serum according to Yuri's formula, and in the next moment, administered injections to everyone within the prison. Thus, the crisis of the frenzy virus came to an end. Upon returning to the medical room, Wally wore a grave expression as he remarked, "The Whisperer was originally sentenced to death by lethal injection, yet no matter how lethal the toxin, it failed to claim his life, forcing a revision of his sentence to life imprisonment. It is inconceivable that Amar could manufacture the frenzy virus within the prison, indicating that someone must have supplied him with the virus and subsequently orchestrated his escape." Yuri could not suppress a derisive snort, exclaiming, "If lethal injection cannot achieve its purpose, then why not simply execute him with a bullet? Clearly, that would have resolved the issue without so much complication." Wally fell silent. In his former self, he might have argued vehemently with Yuri in defense of the law, yet he found himself lacking that steadfastness now. Although several years had passed, the incident lingered in Wally's mind, a haunting memory of his utmost idol, the Flash, Barry Allen, whom he once firmly believed to be the greatest hero in the world. In front of an audience, crossing a line that Batman would never dare to cross, the Flash snapped the neck of Reverse Flash, even though he could have stopped him without resorting to such extreme measures. This was undoubtedly a violation of the law, and yet the outcome was that the Flash was acquitted. Had this occurred in Gotham or Metropolis, he would have likely faced imprisonment. If, under certain circumstances, a superhero killing a supervillain is not deemed murder, then why should a supervillain immune to toxins not be subjected to an alternative form of execution? Or, why do so few states in the U.S. retain the death penalty? And even among those, is lethal injection the sole method? The answer lies in the realm of human rights. At times, Wally pondered the absurdity of his nation's legal system, a sentiment shared by Nightwing. Can superheroes trample upon the law simply because it is flawed? In doing so, how do they distinguish themselves from supervillains? Or how can they reconcile that distinction within their hearts? Wally contemplated these questions for years, yet he found no clarity. Yuri, on the other hand, exhibited little concern for the nature of U.S. law. His focus remained on the potential surprises that the DNA samples in Iron Prison might yield. Chapter 36. New samples. Overall, the metahumans within Iron Mountain Prison predominantly belong to the non-mutant category. For instance, the alchemist derives his ability to alter matter from the Philosopher's Stone and his extensive knowledge of alchemy. The Pied Piper can hypnotize others through melody and wield a sonic gun to produce various ultrasonic and infrasonic frequencies. Abracadabra, a stage magician from the 64th century, possesses an array of advanced technologies. The folded man traverses space solely thanks to the meticulously crafted uniform he wears. It is evident that most individuals acquire their extraordinary abilities through advanced technology that transcends their era, rendering their DNA of no assistance to Yuri. Among the more unique individuals is the Pinnacle Man, a mental talent who can project his consciousness into another person, thereby achieving a form of possession. From a purely genetic perspective, this body is not the original form of the Pinnacle Man, and, consequently, its DNA does not belong to him either. Although Yuri's diminutive device can absorb energy, Even tapping into the level of superspeed energy, its ability to capture samples from those with psychic abilities remains highly questionable. Without experimentation, Yuri cannot ascertain its efficacy. Excluding these individuals and discarding a large number of those with grotesque mutations, such as individuals with fingers twice the length of a norm. A single eye situated in the center of their forehead, ears disproportionately large, or forked tongues. These beings are less akin to superhumans and more akin to grotesque mutants resulting from genetic anomalies. Even with the optimization features of the device, it can only lead them further down this distorted path. The genuine DNA mutants that can be captured by the device are few. Yuri has meticulously narrowed it down to just 3: Steel Beam, the Whisperer, and Tar Pit. The most probable candidates for energy sample acquisition are the Pinnacle Man and Magnet Red. If fortune smiles upon Yuri, he might acquire 5 new samples, which would be an unexpected delight. The DNA of Steel Beam, the Whisperer, and Tar Pit is already in Yuri's possession, awaiting entry into the database upon his return. For it is unwise to conduct such activities in front of Wally. Only the samples from Magnet Red and the Pinnacle Man remain. Lightning Kid, did you just say that the Whisperer has vanished from his cell? Yuri inquired of Wally. I have scoured the entirety of Iron Mountain Prison, and there is no trace of the Whisperer. Someone must have rescued him, Wally replied. Who do you think would have been responsible for his rescue? The Mirror Master, Wally asserted with conviction. He possesses the ability to traverse every mirror freely. To guard against the Mirror Master, Wolf ensured that no mirrors or glass were present in the cell, even omitting faucets to minimize the chances of reflective surfaces. However, Wolf's precautions ultimately have their flaws. Even a surface formed by saliva or urine falls within the Mirror Master's capabilities. While such a surface may not be sufficient for a person to pass through, it can easily facilitate the transfer of objects. I suspect that the Frenzy virus was smuggled into the cell in this manner. And the Mirror Master also provided the Whisperer with the necessary tools for escape. Once the Whisperer pried open the cell door, finding a suitable mirror to flee the iron prison would become significantly easier. Yuri nodded in agreement, stating, I share your perspective. The Mirror Master must have some ulterior motive for rescuing the Whisperer. They may assist more criminals in escaping. And I believe it is imperative that we conduct a thorough investigation. Before we proceed, may I inquire about your name? Wally suddenly asked. Initially, you appeared as a red giant with 4 hands and 4 eyes, proclaiming yourself as the 4-handed tyrant. Now, you have transformed into a diminutive scientist resembling a frog. Which one is your true self? How should I address you? In this form, I am known as the Little Vanguard. The 4-handed tyrant is my true self. And so is the Little Vanguard. They are both me. Yuri spoke mysteriously, and once again, he placed his hand on the small, broken device, giving it a gentle turn. The Flash Star, an entity of deep blue and black hues, manifested before Wally. Clearly, the diminutive hero was ill-suited for the task of inspecting Iron Mountain Prison. As for why he didn't transform into the Speed Star, it was simply unnecessary. The speed of the Flash Star sufficed. Wally stared in awe as Yuri morphed into yet another form, rendered speechless by the spectacle. If you truly seek a title to encapsulate all my manifestations, perhaps you may call me the unifier of all. Huh? Before Wally could grasp the meaning of this term, Yuri's figure vanished in an instant. For Wally, a being of speed, the sight of someone faster piqued his interest. In a flash of electricity, Wally swiftly caught up to Yuri, running alongside him. Wow! It seems you can also attain great speed, but I am faster, Wally declared with pride, having been astonished since their encounter at Iron Mountain Prison. As a young man, his competitive spirit faced a significant challenge. Now, it was finally his turn to astonish the other. Unfortunately, Yuri remained utterly unfazed. The speed record of the Flash Star barely reached Ben's sublight speed. For Yuri's Flash Star to reach Ben's level, it would require at least a decade of growth. At present, Yuri could not even reach the speed of sound. Otherwise, Wally would not have been able to converse with him, as those who are supersonic cannot hear the words of those around them. In contrast, Kid Lightning was the epitome of speed, soaring beyond the limits, while Yuri's Flash Star derived its speed primarily from Wally. In a comparison of swiftness, Yuri could only concede defeat. Currently, the speed of the Flash Star hovered around 500 miles per hour, approximately 3/5 the speed of sound. To accommodate Yuri, Wally maintained a speed slightly above his companions. This pace was more than sufficient for inspecting the various cells of Iron Mountain Prison. However, once the inspection commenced, issues arose. Not long ago, Wally had discovered that the Whisperer was missing, and now 2 additional empty cells had appeared. One belonged to the Magnet Red Woman and the other to Steel Beam. Both had vanished. Fortunately, the Pinnacle Man had not been rescued, or else Yuri would have suffered a significant loss of 2 samples. Steel Beam was inconsequential. His DNA was already in Yuri's possession, so his escape was of little concern. While Wally focused his attention on the Magnet Red Woman cell, Yuri seized the opportunity to absorb the energy of the Pinnacle Man with a small broken device, and remarkably, he succeeded. The Pinnacle Man had been rendered unconscious prior, making the entire process seamless. The actions of the Mirror Master were executed with such swiftness, indicating they had likely premeditated which individuals to rescue. This should be the final wave, Yuri remarked to Wally, who could only nod in agreement. McClotchy is a man of intellect. He would not repeat the same tricks before the Lightning Lad. Thus, the affairs of Iron Mountain Prison have concluded, and it is time for me to take my leave. With that, Yuri turned it apart. Wait, you are leaving just like that? Wally hastily called out to him. You created the antidote that eradicated the virus, saving thousands of lives and successfully averting the possibility of the virus leaking into the city. If you leave now, no one will know that it was your doing. You seem to have misunderstood something, Lightning Lad, Yuri replied, stopping and turning his head with a calm demeanor. I undertook these actions because I wanted to, not for the sake of recognition, nor for the adulation of the media and the masses. I never claimed to desire to be a superhero. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri accelerated away from Iron Mountain Prison, leaving Wally standing alone, lost in contemplation. Chapter 37. The New Rogue. Some time later, at Iron Mountain Prison, numerous medical personnel were frequently entering and exiting, each bearing stretchers. On those stretchers lay victims of the frenzy virus. Despite Yuri having concocted an antidote to eliminate the virus, those severely infected had sustained considerable lung damage and still required treatment. The source of the infection was traced back to the prison's water supply system, which urgently needed disinfection and purification. Fortunately, Wally possessed the special formula provided by Yuri, making it merely a matter of time before the frenzy virus was completely eradicated. In addition to the medical staff, many media representatives had gathered at the gates of Iron Mountain Prison. Wally wore an awkward smile as he fielded questions from reporters. Lightning Lad, since the Flash has diminished his activities, the crises in Central City and Keystone City have been resolved through your efforts. The citizens' praise for you has reached new heights. What are your thoughts on this? A young, attractive reporter inquired as she pushed her way closer to Wally. What are my thoughts? Well, I am merely doing what I can. Twin Cities is my hometown. I cherish this land, and it is my duty to protect it. That is all, Wally replied earnestly. It has been a long time since we last heard from the Flash. Does he plan to retire? Will you inherit his mantle in the near future? Or do superheroes occasionally take long vacations? Another journalist chimed in, echoing the curiosity that permeated the crowd regarding the Flash's absence. The fact that the Flash had inadvertently become ensnared within the Speed Force and was no longer on Earth remained undisclosed, known only to a select few. To the general public, the Flash merely seemed to be someone who had been working tirelessly and was taking a well-deserved break. No one speculated that something unfortunate had befallen him. As for matters concerning the Flash, I must inform everyone that he currently has no intentions of retiring. Wally chuckled, gesturing for everyone to quell their wild imaginations. The Flash is the greatest superhero of Central City. As long as this city requires him, he shall never rest. He is merely preoccupied with matters of greater importance at present. Could you elaborate on how you resolved the virus leak incident at Iron Mountain Prison? I heard you refer to it as the frenzy virus. At this, Wally's expression immediately turned grave. In truth, it was not I who resolved the virus. A collective gasp reverberated through the journalists present, their excitement akin to sharks detecting blood, as experience told them this was the precursor to a significant revelation. Wally spoke of Yuri's unheralded heroism, fully aware that Yuri preferred to keep his deeds known to a select few. Nevertheless, he could never bring himself to claim another's accomplishments as his own. Of course, he chose to withhold details regarding Yuri's remarkable shape-shifting abilities, understanding well what should be disclosed and what ought to remain unmentioned. Although I'm not entirely certain of his identity, I find solace in the emergence of a hero with such a righteous heart in Central City. What advantages arise from dating a journalist of such professional caliber? Wally momentarily struggled to articulate a response, yet he was assured of one thing. one need not fret about inadvertently misstepping in media interactions. Perhaps the method to eradicate the virus was not conceived by you, but I firmly believe that without your assistance, that nameless hero could not have single-handedly averted the crisis. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind Wally. A robust African-American warden, clad in the uniform of Iron Mountain Prison, approached. Who else could it be but Wolf? This individual possessed superhuman resilience. While not markedly stronger than an ordinary person, his vitality was undeniable. The frenzy virus had not only failed to incapacitate him, but his lung damage was virtually negligible. After receiving a vaccination, he was fit to spring back to life. Wolf stepped into the throng of journalists, extending his hand toward Wally with a friendly demeanor. Kid Flash, you ensured the safety of Iron Mountain Prison. Although 3 inmates managed to escape, I still wish to extend my gratitude. Wally's countenance darkened as he reluctantly grasped Wolf's hand. Warden Wolf, I believe we need to discuss matters concerning the prison. There remains much to improve at Iron Mountain, particularly regarding your treatment of inmates. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wally suddenly clutched his leg, crying out in pain, leaving the surrounding journalists in a state of confusion. It's nothing serious, merely a muscle cramp. Perhaps the endeavor to save the prison has exhausted our hero. Wolf supported Wally and shouted to the back, Nurse, over here, soon. 2 medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher, placing Wally upon it. You cannot evade the issue forever, Wolf. I will be watching you closely. Wally fixed his gaze on Wolf as he was carried away. Wolf turned to face all the reporters. I must admit that Lightning Kid was right. I once believed that Iron Prison was an impregnable fortress, but today's events have proven me wrong. From this day forth, I shall fortify the defenses of Iron Mountain Prison. The monthly visitation hours will henceforth be prohibited. Meanwhile, nestled several kilometers away in the dense forest, lies a hunter's cabin. A metallic scent of blood permeates the air, with long streaks of blood trailing from the exterior of the cabin into its interior. Outside the cabin, 2 figures stand, one large and one small. The larger figure stands nearly 3 meters tall, composed entirely of steel, while the smaller figure perches upon his shoulder, surrounded by a visible pink magnetic field. It is none other than Magnet Red and Steel Beam. What on earth is wrong with this guy? We barely escaped that wretched place. And yet he dares to commit murder here, insisting on severing someone's tongue. Magnet Red expressed with discontent. Steel Beam echoed her sentiments. And under the influence of Magnet Red's magnetic field, he was finally free from the agonizing rust that plagued his body. Fear not, my friends, for this place is secure. A voice emerged from the depths of the forest, belonging to a woman. Magnet Red and Steel Beam turned to see 4 figures slowly approaching. Leading them was the blacksmith. The Whisperer happened to emerge from the cabin at that moment. The blacksmith faced Magnet Red and the others, a smile gracing his lips. I believe, like myself, you 3 harbor a deep hatred for Lightning Kid and all who stand beside him. We share a common adversary. It was I who provided the Whisperer with the virus and facilitated your escape from that hell on earth. And now it is time for you to repay me, or rather, repay us. The blacksmith opened his arms, extending an invitation to Magnet Red, Steel Beam, and the Whisperer. Welcome to the New Rogues. Chapter 38. The final unfolding of the blacksmith's plan. This chapter contains extensive explanations. It may be hard to grasp at once, but once clarified, such lengthy explanations will not recur. In the city of Keystone, at Yuri's residence, Yuri sat in his old, dilapidated vehicle, placing 4 DNA samples on the table before him. He pressed the activation button on his small device, switching it to capture mode. The green dial instantly transformed into yellow. A fine beam of light emitted from the device as he aimed it at the first sample. In the next moment, the DNA sample was assimilated into the device's database, and an avatar appeared on the list. The first sample belonged to Steel Beam. Through the gene optimization function of the device, Steel Beam's flaw of oxidation and rusting was rectified. If Steel Beam's original body was forged from ordinary steel, Yuri's transformation rendered Steel Beam as stainless steel, upgraded for both hardness and strength. Moreover, the original rust-color hue of Steel Beam's body was enhanced by the device into a more exquisite silver. From an external perspective, the optimized Steel Beam bears a striking resemblance to the formidable Steel Titan from the neighboring Marvel universe, albeit lacking the latter's capacity for structural transformation. According to the data provided by the modest device, the enhanced Steel Beam, while still inferior in strength to the four-armed tyrant, exhibits superior defensive capabilities. though it pales in comparison to the Diamond War God. It exists in a somewhat awkward position, straddling the line between the four-armed tyrant and the Diamond War God. Next, we turn our attention to the Whisperer. The DNA potential of the Whisperer is immense, despite lacking formidable combat prowess. Its blood possesses the remarkable ability to immunize against nearly all toxins found on Earth. Following optimization by the modest device, the immune capabilities of this specimen have reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. No known viruses or bacteria in the cosmos can eradicate the enhanced Whisperer, and it is also immune to all forms of radiation, including nuclear and electromagnetic. In simple terms, the optimized Whisperer can withstand all genetic weaponry. However, it suffers from a frail constitution and average combat abilities, failing to even reach the pinnacle of human capability. It is best suited for deployment in hazardous environments where combat is infrequent. Thirdly, we have the tar pit. There is not much to elaborate on here. Its bodily composition consists of tar and asphalt, and after optimization, its surface temperature can escalate to that of magma. Lastly, we encounter the Spireman. As the sample of the Spireman is not in DNA form, but rather in energy form, it cannot be classified as a new species within the database and can only be fused with existing samples. The energy of the Spireman is characterized by a unique rotational force that allows it to spin its body at incomprehensible speeds, differing fundamentally from the principle of superspeed. Which sample should it be integrated with? Yuri found himself in a quandary. The current DNA samples include only the initial 10, such as the Flash Star, along with the newly added Steel Beam, Whisperer, and Tar Pit. None of these seem particularly suitable for harnessing the Spireman's power. The most compatible samples would likely be the Thunderclap and the Whirlwind Tortoise, yet he regrettably lacked the authority to access these two species. However, the energy he had collected must be absorbed by the modest device promptly, or it would diminish rapidly. Ultimately, Yuri made a decisive choice. He manually operated the process, merging the energy of the Spireman into the DNA of the Great Steel Tooth. The Great Steel Tooth, belonging to the species of pierced Florence, is an amphibious being with a fish head and human body, capable of moving underwater at speeds far exceeding those on land. Its jaws can open wide enough to generate a biting force capable of tearing through the steel plating of a warship. Aside from its astonishing biting power, the Great Steel Tooth does not possess any particularly remarkable abilities. As Yuri's sole aquatic combat form, its utility in the inland city of Central City is limited. Nonetheless, enhancing its combat capabilities is not without merit, serving as a precautionary measure in the absence of more suitable alternatives. Furthermore, the upgraded Great Steel Tooth could generate disaster-level sea tornadoes or whirlpools, a capacity that is indeed formidable. When the formidable Steel Tooth merged with the rotational energy of the Pinnacle Man, a new entity emerged, resembling a magnificent mutation of Steel Tooth. Recognizing the immense rotational power of this mutant, the feeble Yuri resolved to name it Tooth. Notably, Tooth's transformation is not time-restricted, differing from the situation of the Swift Star. This divergence arises from the disparity in energy levels. The diminutive device cannot replicate the velocity of the Swift Star nor provide the incessant energy it requires. Conversely, simulating the Pinnacle Man's rotational energy proved effortless for the small device, as the boundless energy contained within could sustain Tooth's continuous transformation. Thus, Yuri's initial endeavor to capture a DNA sample concluded triumphantly. It was time to depart from this city, as the recent chaos had left him utterly exhausted. He resolved to settle in Blue Valley Town until the universe rebooted. Shutting down the small device, Yuri reflected on the past few days' experiences, silently resolving that while gaining strength is admirable, it is also fatiguing. Checking the time, he noted that lunchtime was approaching and decided to indulge in a good meal before leaving, along with purchasing some food and water. Acting on impulse, Yuri drove his old clunker straight to the renowned Flash-themed restaurant in the city center, ready to savor a delightful feast. Meanwhile, hidden beneath Twin Cities in a clandestine network base, the Smith led her new band of rogues, accompanied by thousands of soldiers as she commenced her final rallying speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I must share a somber truth. Our network, which we have tirelessly nurtured for 15 years, is on the brink of collapse. The emergence of the original Flash, the current Flash, Kid Flash, Jesse Quick, the Bulk, and the Pied Piper, madmen bearing the titles of superheroes, has wreaked havoc on our business. Furthermore, my ex-husband, the Masked Man, has anonymously relayed intelligence to the FBI, exposing our network's existence. Our exposure is merely a matter of time. In recent years, our lives have grown increasingly arduous, and if we continue like this, we shall await our demise. Answer me, network members. Do you wish to witness everything you have painstakingly built turn to ashes? Do you long to return to a life devoid of hope, where hunger is your only companion? The smith vociferously questioned the soldiers. Absolutely not. The soldiers fervently replied in unison. Excellent. The smith clenched her fists and declared, through our relentless efforts, we have finally cleared all obstacles in Twin Cities, leaving only Kid Flash as our adversary. Today is the day we reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. The illusions created by the Mirror Master will ensure that our actions remain undetected by the Justice League for at least half a day. During this time, we shall seize all the wealth of Wedge City and Central City and relocate to another city for a fresh start. Chapter 39. The blockaded Central City not long ago. In the Wedge City Police Department, Murillo entered, cradling a cup of coffee. Upon entering the office of the Superhuman Crime Investigation Unit, Murillo discovered that Chayur had already arrived. You are quite early today, Fred. He greeted Chayur before proceeding to the cabinet to organize the disheveled files and documents. How are matters at Iron Mountain Prison progressing? Has the disinfection been completed? As he sorted through the materials, Murillo engaged in casual conversation with Chayur. 10 minutes ago, the situation at Iron Mountain Prison was resolved. Thanks to Kid Flash and that enigmatic hero, the frenzy virus was averted. Indeed, we were fortunate, Murillo remarked with a sense of relief. Suddenly, the desk phone rang, breaking the brief silence. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Chayur answered the call. After a few moments of listening, he turned to Murillo and indicated, Hey, it's your wife. Oh, I understand. Please tell her I will return her call shortly, Murillo replied without turning his head. Upon hearing this, Chayur's pupils constricted. He repeated Murillo's words back into the phone before hanging up, and the office fell into a heavy silence. After a considerable pause, Chayur broke the stillness, his expression dark and his eyes ablaze with fury. Where's my partner gone? Murillo hesitated, caught in the act of preparing to turn around. Stay right where you are. In an instant, Chayur raised his hand, gripping a somewhat aged black M1911. The safety had been disengaged, and the chamber was loaded. Since a few days ago, you have abruptly started addressing me as Fred, and your demeanor has grown increasingly arrogant. I sensed something amiss about you, but I initially dismissed it, until Kid Flash pointed out that the scar on your chin should be on the other side. However, I am of a certain age. Even familiar things can be misremembered. Thus, I sincerely hope that Kid Flash had erred. Chayur sighed. What astonishes me is that you would disregard your wife's call. I spent an entire day piecing together the truth, and though you bear an identical visage to my partner, even sharing the same voice and blood type, you are not him. Chayur's finger rested on the trigger, applying slight pressure. Any misstep from Murillo would result in a merciless shot. I will ask you one last time. Where's my partner? All right. I come from a distant place, a mirror world that corresponds to your reality. Murillo raised his hands, beginning to recount his origins. In that world, Fred Chayur is a madman, often killing for amusement. He relentlessly pursued me until I managed to escape, thanks to the Mirror Master. I was taken aback to discover that in this entirely new world, I possessed a doppelganger, and to my utter dismay, he happened to be a police officer. Just imagine my disappointment. I am, after all, the most esteemed bounty hunter in Midtown and arguably the finest marksman in the nation. I cannot fathom my twin brother squandering his life at the precinct. At this juncture, Murillo slowly turned around. Not only had he failed to realize his potential, but he had also squandered an inordinate amount of time on his wretched wife. I commanded, I told you to stand there and remain still. Noticing the adversary's movements, Chayur bellowed, and upon observing the lack of intent to cease, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted, yet Murillo remained very much alive. Suddenly, the Mirror Master leaped from the glass door behind Chayur, binding his hands. Oh, by the way, you may call me Plunder. The figure, remarkably resembling Murillo, proclaimed as he approached Chayur. Where's my partner? Chayur glared at him with indignation and pressed on. No need to rush. I shall escort you to him right away. Plunder replied, cryptically with a smirk, forcefully pushing Chayur towards the glass door behind him. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, at the Flash-themed restaurant, Yuri emerged after a hearty meal. He strolled to a nearby shop to procure some food before setting off in his old, dilapidated car towards the outskirts. The road seems unusually sparse today. As Yuri drove along the highway leading out of the city, he noticed a distinct lack of vehicles, with a few that were present, like him, heading out of town. Such a situation was rare, given the presence of the Flash Museum, which typically drew a steady stream of tourists into Midtown. Yet now, not a single vehicle was entering the city. Yuri sensed something amiss. He began to accelerate, eager to exit the city swiftly. Within moments, the clear sky abruptly darkened. Thick, ominous clouds began to gather overhead, seemingly heralding an impending tempest. The accumulating signs heightened Yuri's apprehension, prompting him to press the accelerator to the floor, causing the old car's speed to surge. However, he was still a step too late. As the old vehicle approached within 2 kilometers of Midtown's exit, a peculiar, translucent, light blue force field suddenly emanated from the ground, expanding at a visible pace. In mere seconds, it formed a colossal dome enveloping both Midtown and Wedge City. Although Yuri could not perceive it from his vantage point, from an external perspective, everything appeared normal in Midtown. No dome, no clouds. Yuri scrutinized the vast, translucent dome, which seemed devoid of any physical substance. If the dilapidated vehicle surged forward at full speed, it should be able to break free. What a predicament! The semi-transparent dome allowed Yuri to glimpse what lay beyond it. He observed a car approaching, only for it to swiftly veer away the moment it crossed the threshold of the dome. Before Yuri could turn around, several other vehicles also reached the edge of the dome, intending to exit the city. The outcome was identical. The instant they made contact with the dome, it was as though they had completely forgotten their intention to leave, all of them turning back. Through the car windows, Yuri noticed that the faces of these individuals bore cheerful smiles, entirely unreflective of those who had encountered a dead end. It was eerie, truly eerie, Yuri thought with a shiver. He turned the car around, steering directly into the heart of the dark clouds. He was certain that the architect of this dome was likely situated there. Chapter 40. Can you outpace lightning? The center of the ominous clouds hovered near the Flash Museum. As Yuri approached the city center, the streets grew increasingly desolate, devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. It seemed the power supply within the city had been entirely severed, for all traffic lights had ceased to function, and surveillance cameras were completely disabled. When he reached within 3 blocks of the Flash Museum, he could no longer see a soul on the streets. Not only were there no people outdoors, but even the convenience stores and shopping malls were eerily empty. Only abandoned vehicles haphazardly cluttered the road, as if all the residents in the vicinity had mysteriously vanished. This city, once celebrated as the gem of the Midwest, had succumbed to an unprecedented silence. Furrowing his brow, Yuri began to suspect the involvement of the Smith. After all, he had long been aware that the Smith was orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Yet he had not anticipated such swift action, especially at a time when he was on the verge of departing from Midtown. Yuri could not help but wonder if he had been set up by someone. Suddenly, a fleeting image caught his eye in the rearview mirror, prompting him to slam on the brakes. About 100 meters behind the dilapidated vehicle lay a cemetery, where many fallen police officers from the Kestrel City Police Department were interred. However, it was not the cemetery itself that drew Yuri's attention, but rather a suspicious figure moving within it. He had only caught a brief glimpse through the mirror, but the individual entering the cemetery appeared to be shouldering some heavy burden. Given the current state of Midtown, Yuri felt compelled to remain vigilant. The mysterious disappearance of the city's residents suggested 2 possibilities. Either they had been ruthlessly eliminated, or they were confined in a centralized location. The first scenario seemed implausible. Having met the Smith, Yuri's initial impression, though not infallible, was that the Smith was not the type to engage in senseless slaughter. His priorities lay firmly in the pursuit of wealth. Eliminating the inhabitants of the central city yields no benefit for the blacksmith. Thus, it is far more plausible that the blacksmith has imprisoned everyone. The location of their confinement is not difficult to surmise. The second-generation mirror master, McClough, is laboring under the blacksmith's command. We're better to accommodate a multitude of residents than in the boundless mirror space. Yuri's perspective on the blacksmith may not be entirely accurate. Yet if the residents of the city center truly perished, then no one ought to be present here. In summary, anyone entering the coal cemetery at this juncture is certainly not an ordinary citizen, but rather one of the blacksmith's subordinates. Moreover, they seem to be carrying some heavy object, perhaps a powerful timed explosive. Caution is imperative. Thus, Yuri disembarked from his dilapidated vehicle and pursued the direction of the coal cemetery. Meanwhile, in Wally's residence. Situated within a middle-class apartment in Wedge City, Linda lounged casually in a shirt and shorts, barefoot upon the sofa, with a laptop resting on her lap. Wally, we cannot allow Hartley to remain imprisoned in Iron Mountain Prison. He has been wronged. Linda typed furiously, as a video depicting the Pied Piper's murder of his parents played on the screen. She pointed at the monitor, exclaiming, "Look here." Although most of his face is obscured by the hood, a strand of hair is visible, a braid. However, we know that Hartley has long since cut off that braid. He should now have short hair. The individual in the video is not Hartley at all. Wally shook his head, his back turned to her. This cannot serve as evidence. It will not exonerate the Pied Piper. Then what can we do? Linda retorted, her expression one of discontent. He is our friend. We must rescue him. I share your desire to save Hartley. Believe me, I have often contemplated storming Iron Mountain Prison to free him, especially after witnessing his condition during the outbreak of the frenzy virus. However, I cannot act recklessly. Wally turned to face her. The sole method to save the Pied Piper lies in swiftly apprehending the true culprit. We have ample reason to suspect the Mirror Master. Chihir and Murillo have been investigating McClo's whereabouts recently. I must inquire about their progress. Linda nodded in agreement. You should depart at once. In an instant, a flash of lightning enveloped Wally, and he donned the uniform of Lightning Lad, arriving at the Wedge City Police Department the next moment. Upon his arrival, he discovered the precinct eerily empty, devoid of even a single shadow. Hey, is anyone here? Wally called out as he searched the police station. Chihiro? Murillo? He entered the office of the Superhuman Crime Investigation Unit, but still found no one present. Suddenly, the telephone on a desk rang, its sound piercing the silence. Wally's expression turned serious as he answered the call. Wally's complexion changed dramatically as he recognized the voice's owner. The Master of Mirrors. McLaughlin, what are you doing? Before Wally could voice his inquiry, McLaughlin interrupted him. Look at the glass behind you. In an instant, Wally recalled something and swiftly turned to gaze at the glass door. There a multitude of figures clad in police uniforms appeared within the glass, all familiar faces to Wally. Not only were the officers from Keystone City's police department present, but also those from Central City had been imprisoned as well. Damn it, McLaughlin, where are they now? The silhouettes of the officers vanished from the glass, replaced by McLaughlin's figure, seemingly positioned in a dark alley. Kid Flash, you are utterly powerless against this. Capturing these officers is merely the beginning. McLaughlin said with a slight smirk. Listen, my partner, Plunder, is dealing with your friends Chael and Murillo. If you wish to prevent these officers from meeting the same fate, you must come to the location I specify. You have made a grave mistake, McLaughlin, Kid Flash replied, his expression turning icy. Oh really? Pray tell, you little punk. Boom. Wally offered no response to McLaughlin. Instead, he entered Speed Force mode and shattered the door, bursting outside. He was well acquainted with every corner of Twin Cities, and upon glimpsing McLaughlin's background, Wally immediately recognized his whereabouts. The alley directly behind the Central City Flash Museum. In less than a second, Wally dashed into the alley, just as McLaughlin's taunts lingered in the air. He then crashed through a strategically placed full-length mirror. What? Wally stared at the shards of glass on the ground, a sense of dread washing over him. You have made your stance clear, Kid Flash. McLaughlin's face materialized on a shard. Now it's the rogue's turn. A rumble echoed through the sky as Wally looked up, dark clouds gathering overhead, with countless bolts of lightning streaking through the air. We have battled your mentor, the Flash, numerous times, and your encounters with him have been far fewer, so I am quite eager to ascertain the extent of your disparity with your mentor. McLaughlin's lips curled into a slight grin. Tell us, can you outrun the Flash? Chapter 41. Wally versus the new Rogue's Boom. As McLaughlin's words fell, a tremendous clap of thunder erupted from the heavens. Dozens of thick bolts of lightning shot directly toward Wally, yet their target was not him. Instead, they aimed at the buildings on either side. Boom! Boom! The structures flanking the narrow alley collapsed under the assault of the lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Wally entered Speed Force mode and darted into the nearby buildings. At that moment, his mind was solely fixated on one thought. He needed to quickly evacuate the surrounding residents to safety. However, when Wally dashed into the buildings on either side, he discovered that the residents who ought to have inhabited them had all vanished, much like those at the Wedge City Police Department. It turned out that the Mirror Master had already preemptively evacuated all the inhabitants surrounding the city center, confining both ordinary citizens and police officers within the mirrored realm. Wally was taken aback by McLaughlin's unexpected thoughtfulness, momentarily stunned. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment that allowed the weather wizard, concealed within the ominous clouds, to seize the opportunity. A bolt of lightning, more robust than any that had previously struck, descended with ferocity, shattering the building's rooftop and poised to strike Lightning Kid. Wally swiftly regained his composure and attempted to evade to the side, but alas, he was a moment too late. The lightning grazed his left calf, instantly rendering it numb. With one foot momentarily incapacitated, Wally lost his balance and collapsed onto the floor. Immediately following, the building crumbled, trapping Wally beneath the rubble. In that dire moment, Wally unleashed his ultimate skill, kinetic absorption. He siphoned the kinetic energy from the falling concrete floor, rendering the impact of the heavy debris as light as a feather. Simultaneously, he inherited the speed of their descent, causing his own velocity to soar. The two buildings completely collapsed, transforming into a mound of debris. Wally pushed aside a heavy beam and crawled out from the ruins, appearing disheveled and tattered, yet remarkably unscathed. I apologize for this ostentatious introduction, Lightning Kid. I am, in truth, a rather unassuming individual. At that moment, a mature woman's voice resonated from above the debris. However, I require you to regard me and my team with the respect we deserve. It is time to alter your preconceived notions about the Scoundrel Gang. Wally lifted his gaze and beheld 7 individuals, each clad in distinctive attire, most of whom he recognized. Steel Beam, Magnetica, Weather Wizard, the second-generation Magician, the Whisperer, and the second-generation Mirror Master. Only the woman leading them, adorned with peculiar markings on her face, was unfamiliar to him. Who are you? Wally inquired darkly, casting a glance at the blacksmith. I am the blacksmith, a criminal. You should be acquainted with the others, she replied, her demeanor haughty. I can hardly believe you once had a date with this wretch. Steel Beam looked down at the disheveled Wally, addressing the floating Magnetica behind him. He then turned to glare at Lightning Kid, indignantly stating, and I didn't even get a chance for a fleeting touch. Steel Beam raised his arms high and, with all his might, brought them crashing down upon Wally. Magnetica, her expression impassive, silently assisted from the side, enveloping Steel Beam's arms in a pink electromagnetic field, exponentially increasing both his strength and attack speed. Huh! Steel Beam bellowed, as the tremendous force collided with the ruins, instantly triggering violent tremors. Countless fragments of stone and rebar were sent scattering in all directions. As for Wally, his figure had long since vanished from its original position, having shifted to the opposite end of the ruins. The numbness in his left calf had yet to fully dissipate, significantly hampering his speed. Do not underestimate him merely because he is Kid Flash and not the Flash. Everyone, unite and swiftly deal with him. The blacksmith commanded his fellow team members. The Weather Wizard was the first to strike. He ascended into the air, raising his weather wand high, and instantly, countless bolts of lightning intertwined with howling winds descended upon Wally. Wally struggled to accelerate and evade. He needed to outrun lightning itself without reaching the speed of light. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly regulate his speed within that range, but the numbness in his legs severely interfered with his abilities. Suddenly, the Weather Wizard directed a lightning bolt to strike a patch of ground ahead of Wally, and as the lightning exploded upon impact, Wally found himself stepping onto that very spot. The other members of the new rogues were astonished. The Weather Wizard had anticipated Wally's movement. I have fought alongside the Flash for so many years. If I cannot accomplish this, I do not deserve to roam this city, the Weather Wizard scoffed. Wally was directly hit by the lightning, the current surging through his entire body, rendering his movements painfully rigid. If the Weather Wizard were to follow up with several more lightning strikes or summon a few tornadoes at that moment, Wally would be gravely injured, if not killed. Yet, strangely, after hitting Wally, the Weather Wizard ceased his assault, instead displaying a smug grin toward an empty space. At that moment, the second-generation trickster, Axel, suddenly appeared above Wally, gliding on his airwalking shoes, and hurled a yo-yo that ensnared Wally's right foot before yanking it forcefully. Wally fell uncontrollably to the ground, and before he could rise, dozens of Mirror Masters materialized before him. Don't move, Kid Flash. Playing the same old tricks again, McLaughlin. Wally, already battered, felt a surge of anger. He understood that the Mirror Master's duplicates relied on reflective surfaces. Identifying the source of that mirror was second nature to him. With a crash, Wally shattered the hidden mirror among the duplicates. However, to his astonishment, the mirror's material was extraordinary. The scattering shards tore through his uniform, leaving numerous wounds across his body. A sudden wave of breathlessness engulfed Wally, as if his lungs were ablaze. The mirror was coated in a frenzy virus, and the dosage was even more potent than that used in Iron Heights prison. Wally's life hung in the balance. A while earlier, at the finest hospital in Central City, the blacksmith had severed the power supply throughout the city, causing all the hospital's equipment to cease functioning. Fortunately, there was a backup power source which could sustain operations for a limited time, but not for long. In one of the hospital rooms lay a young blonde woman, while an elderly man with white hair sat beside her bed. The room exuded an eerie chill, despite the air conditioning having been long turned off. Should one gaze upon the elderly man's face, they would discover his eyes, icy and piercing, concealing a tempest of fury within. On the other side, at the coal cemetery, Yuri had tirelessly tracked a suspected henchman of the blacksmith to the vicinity of an oak tree, flanked by 3 gravestones. Chapter 42. The flame bearer adjacent to the gravestones, a grave had been hastily dug. The thief, having bruised and battered the nearly lifeless Chair, unceremoniously tossed him into the pit. "We've arrived, Officer Chair. As promised, I bring you to your partner," the thief declared. Unbeknownst to him, he had procured a shovel from an unknown source and began to fill the grave with dirt, preparing to bury Chair alive. "I shall inter you beside your partner, so you may keep each other company in hell. No need for gratitude." Chair gritted his teeth, summoning the strength to rise, but in the next instant, the thief's shovel struck him mercilessly. At over 50 years of age, his frail body was no longer capable of enduring such punishment. After a barrage of blows from the thief, Chair's vision blurred. "In my mirrored world, you are the madman, persistently seeking my demise. Now the tables have turned." The thief sneered, adjusting the angle of the shovel as he aimed for Chair's head. With a heavy heart, Chair closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable approach of death. He had served as a police officer for decades, having had 3 partners, including Murillo, all of whom had abandoned him. Perhaps there was indeed a curse that clung to Chair. Suddenly, the thief swung the shovel down, but Chair remained unscathed. Had he missed? No. The thief was confident in his aim. He could hit his target even with his eyes closed. Yet he suddenly felt the shovel grow lighter in his hands. Looking down, he discovered that the shovel had inexplicably broken in 2, leaving him with only a half of the wooden handle, the breakage marked by charred remnants. The head of the shovel lay at his feet. If you truly wished him dead, a bullet would have sufficed. Torturing this silver-haired old man is not the act of a criminal from the city. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from behind the thief. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly drew a specialized handgun and, in a flash, turned to fire in the direction of the voice. The speed was astonishing, so rapid that the thief had not even glimpsed the figure of the speaker before pulling the trigger. The entire sequence unfolded like a flowing river, swift and seamless, leaving little time for any ordinary character to react. Indeed, as the bullet was discharged, the speaker remained rooted to the spot, seemingly oblivious to the thief's sudden onslaught. Immediately, the plunderer finally discerned the visage of his adversary, his pupils constricting in an instant. Before him stood a humanoid creature towering nearly 2 meters in height. Its form endowed with 4 limbs akin to that of a human, yet its skin was enshrouded in a molten red hue. Its face resembled not so much a visage, but rather a hollow mask, with its eyes and mouth carved out, revealing a head that appeared to be ablaze like a raging inferno. From the crown of its head, one could observe enormous flames flickering fiercely, which, in a certain light, could be construed as the creature's hair. The bullet fired by the plunderer undoubtedly struck this peculiar being. However, before it could even make contact with its skin, it was vaporized by the overwhelming heat radiating from its body. This enigmatic entity was, in fact, Yuri transformed into a fire being. The fire being, a member of the Peroni species, possessed the significant ability to manipulate fire, capable of emitting near-infinite flames, and was not lethally hindered by water, even being able to breathe underwater. That wretched old creature, the plunderer mused, never imagined such a superhuman resided within your precinct. Misunderstanding the situation, he swiftly redirected his firearm towards Chael, ensnared in the pit, and threatened Yuri. "Perhaps bullets are of little consequence to you, fire being, but he is entirely different. I require you to vacate my line of sight immediately, or else. What the plunderer did not anticipate was Yuri's utter disregard for his threat, even daring to inquire in return. I was a bit far away earlier, so I couldn't hear you clearly. May I confirm that you claim to hail from another world? Should I interpret this as you being an invader from a parallel realm? Stalling for time, are we? Do you think this is of any use? Indeed, I come from another world. And then what? What further inquiries do you have? What intelligence do you wish to extract from me? The plunderer scoffed, asserting, "You would do well to abandon such notions, for you shall glean nothing from me." Yuri waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression of bemusement. "I hardly believe a character such as yourself possesses valuable information. I merely wish to know, having traversed from another world, do you not yearn for home?" At this, the plunderer could not suppress a derisive laugh. "If you had ever been to that world, you would understand that it is hardly worth lamenting. Moreover, from the moment I departed the mirror world, it ceased to exist." "Ah, I see." Yuri nodded in understanding. "Thus, even if you were to perish here, no powerful ally would come to your aid." The plunderer was momentarily taken aback, still grappling with the implications of Yuri's words when a column of fire suddenly engulfed him. With a swift motion, Yuri extended his hands, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of flames. The searing heat swept through the air, and the plunderer was consumed before he could even utter a cry, reduced to a charred corpse. Yuri had taken a life for the first time, yet within his heart, he bore no awareness of having committed murder. To be more precise, at this moment, Yuri did not perceive himself as having slain a fellow being, but rather as having extinguished a creature of a different species, akin to a man striking down a cow. "I apologize, Officer Chayer, for my earlier exuberance. You must be feeling quite overheated." Yuri approached the edge of the grave pit and extended his hand towards Chayer, who was drenched in sweat from his uniform. Although the Flame Man's assault had solely targeted the marauder, the pervasive heat had nonetheless affected Chayer. Yuri helped Chayer to his feet, who then beheld the charred remains of the marauder. "I fired first. It was self-defense," Yuri immediately asserted, pointing at the corpse. "You did well. I had long wished to rid the world of that scoundrel." Chayer, summoning his last reserves of strength, rushed to the charred body and crushed the marauder's skull beneath his boot. Yuri, taken aback, could only exclaim, "Truly, they are remarkable, these American officers." Suddenly, a cacophony of thunder erupted from the horizon. Yuri turned to see that the direction of the Flash Museum was engulfed in a tempest of lightning, with countless bolts striking down, an ominous sight that defied the norms of weather. Chapter 43, Yuri and Wally versus the New Rogues. "Officer Chayer, I am off to rescue Mid-City. Should I succeed, do remember to erect a statue in my honor," Yuri jested, then abruptly shot into the air towards the Flash Museum, a long tail of flame trailing behind him. After watching the Flame Man soar away, Chayer fell into deep contemplation, his mind heavy with concern for the state of Twin Cities. The Kestrel City Police Department had succumbed, and the Central City Police Department and FBI branch were likely no better off. The Kid Flash and the Flame Man were engaged in battle with the enemy's main force. But they were but two. I must devise a means to rescue the other officers. Just as Chayer was preparing to depart, he felt the ground beneath his feet shift. At that moment, he stood beside a grave. "What on earth?" Chayer instinctively drew his firearm, aiming nervously at the ground below. "Take me with you," came a familiar voice from beneath the earth. Chayer's eyes widened in disbelief. With a sudden burst, a hand emerged from the soil, grasping the gravestone. Meanwhile, at the Flash Museum, the street lay in shambles, with numerous buildings collapsing into ruin. Wally knelt in anguish, the searing pain in his lungs and the overwhelming sensation of suffocation relentlessly tormenting him. "Am I to perish?" Wally silently pondered, his consciousness fading, his limbs powerless, unable to even move a finger. The New Rogues, assembled by the blacksmith, encircled Wally. Magenta, Steel, the Whisperer, Weather Wizard, Mirror Master, Trickster, and the blacksmith. The Weather Wizard gazed at Wally with a complex expression, devoid of any semblance of joy upon his countenance. The Crimson Siren approached Wally, lifting his chin and revealing a morbid grin as she said, "Oh, Wally, you remain so enchanting even in the throes of asphyxiation. I can hardly resist the urge to engage with you. Hey, I know Lightning Lad is your ex, but aren't you eager to tear him apart?" Steel Beam exclaimed with discontent. "All right, everyone, Lightning Lad is finished. No one can thwart our conquest of this city's riches now. The smith clapped his hands, inquiring, "Where's the plunder? Has he concluded his personal affairs? Who's reaching out to him?" Just then, 7 fireballs descended from the sky, hurtling towards every member of the new scoundrels gang. The Crimson Siren, quick-witted, summoned a barrier of metal with her magnetic powers, shielding them all within. Are you referring to that interdimensional invader? He likely lacks the time to join your gathering. Yuri soared from the horizon, continuously conjuring fireballs in his hands and recklessly casting them below. The metallic barrier began to melt under the relentless assault of the firemen. "Scatter!" The smith commanded immediately, prompting the Crimson Siren to dismantle the nearly obliterated shield. The members of the scoundrels dispersed, employing their abilities to counter the fireball onslaught. Subsequently, Yuri descended rapidly, skimming the ground. As he passed by Lightning Lad, he swiftly reached out and pulled him away to a safer distance. Is this symptom indicative of the frenzy virus? Yuri discerned Wally's perilous state at a glance and promptly produced a syringe, injecting it into Wally's arm. Having witnessed the devastating effects of the frenzy virus in Iron Mountain Prison, Yuri frequently carried several doses of the antidote, knowing that if he were ever afflicted, the virus's rapid onset would leave him no time to concoct a remedy. Wally's cellular activity, enhanced by his super speed, far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Thus, as soon as the injection was administered, he returned to normalcy. The unifier? Wally inhaled deeply, savoring the sweetness of the air, a sensation he had never before experienced, and then turned to Yuri, inquiring, "Call me Fireman." Yuri crossed his arms defiantly. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded as a bolt of lightning struck down towards the pair. "Lightning Lad, is this your new friend? Are you not going to introduce him to your old acquaintance?" The weather wizard floated above, surveying Wally and Yuri from his lofty position. Unlike his earlier complex demeanor, he now exuded exuberance, brimming with battle fervor. Fireman lacked the reflexes to evade the lightning bolt. However, for the newly restored Wally, it was inconsequential. Wally enveloped both Yuri and himself in a field of super speed, instantaneously sidestepping several meters to evade the strike summoned by the weather wizard. "I shall crush you." Steel Beam appeared unexpectedly behind the duo, his fists poised to strike with tremendous force. Such a cumbersome assault was far too sluggish for the Flame Man, who effortlessly soared into the air to evade the attack. As for Wally, he was even less concerned. Since joining the new Rascals gang, Steel Beam and Magnet Red had functioned as a complementary duo, their abilities harmonizing seamlessly. With Steel Beam's presence, it was clear that Wally began scanning the surroundings, attempting to locate Magnet Red. "What are you gazing at, Wally?" Suddenly, Magnet Red's voice echoed from behind him. Wally turned to find a car being propelled towards him by magnetic force. On the other side, Steel Beam glared fiercely at Yuri, roaring in anger. "I know you're the one from Iron Mountain Prison. Hurry up and transform into that four-armed brute." "Huh, I've already put you in your place twice. Yet you still haven't learned your lesson. This time, I'll show you the true meaning of despair." Yuri was baffled by Steel Beam's misplaced confidence, daring to challenge the four-armed tyrant. "I don't need to transform into the four-armed tyrant to deal with the likes of you." In an instant, Yuri's feet erupted with immense flames, propelling him downward at near sonic speed, swirling rapidly around Steel Beam. As Yuri's velocity increased, a colossal fire tornado materialized, with the internal temperature soaring dramatically. Under such extreme heat, Steel Beam's body quickly turned a fiery red, a sensation far more agonizing than mere oxidation. And the magnetic force proved ineffective. You coward, come and fight me face to face." Steel Beam attempted to break free from the fire tornado. However, as his body made contact with the fiery barrier, signs of melting became evident. "I can't let you burn to death like this." At that moment, the weather wizard appeared above the fire tornado, raising his weather staff high, tears streaming down his face. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated as a torrential downpour descended, akin to a catastrophic storm, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. Rain cascaded down the weather wizard's face, and no one noticed the tears he had shed moments before. Chapter 44. Captain Cold. The raindrops struck the fire tornado like bullets from a machine gun, the majority instantly evaporating into vapor. The relentless rain summoned by the weather wizard gradually diminished the temperature of the fire tornado crafted by Yuri. Soon, Steel Beam's body ceased to heat further, significantly alleviating his suffering. What a vile display of teamwork, Yuri muttered disdainfully, feeling unsettled. Though the deluge summoned by the weather wizard did not entirely strip the Flame Man of his combat capabilities, it considerably hampered his effectiveness. If this continued, Yuri's fire tornado would struggle to inflict substantial damage on Steel Beam. It seemed time to change tactics. Perhaps the Diamond Battle God would suffice. Yuri swiftly made a decision to transform his form. Just as he prepared to reach for the cracked surface of his small watch, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A mysterious white vapor, seemingly emerging from nowhere, struck the weather wizard amidst the swirling clouds. Taking advantage of the wizard's preoccupation with summoning a torrential downpour, the vapor enveloped the hand gripping the weather wand, instantly encasing it in solid ice, thereby immobilizing both the wizard's hand and wand. This abrupt turn of events significantly hindered the wizard's spellcasting, causing the downpour to diminish and ceasing to affect the fire elemental's heating powers. Yuri could afford to remain unhurried, continuing to melt the steel beams. Although the creature's strength was rather lackluster, it was remarkably resilient. Even if the steel beams were torn to shreds, it would not perish. Thus, opting to melt it down was the more pragmatic approach. The weather wizard's pupils constricted as he glanced down at the ice imprisoning his hand, his face contorting in frustration. He summoned a slender bolt of lightning to shatter the ice. The weather wizard's eyes widened, blood vessels prominent, as he frantically scanned his surroundings as though bewitched. It has been an entire year, hasn't it, Mark? Following the voice, the weather wizard spotted a figure atop a towering building several hundred meters away, a man clad in goggles and a hood, adorned in a sleeveless blue coat. Gazing down at him, Cold Captain, Leonard S. Knight, you dare to appear before me. Upon seeing Cold Captain, the weather wizard's agitation surged. He soared toward him, raising his weather wand to summon numerous thick bolts of lightning aimed at the building where Cold Captain stood. Mark, is this how you greet your long-lost captain? Cold Captain remained unfazed, crouching down and placing his hands on the ground, causing a massive ice pillar to rise swiftly, lifting him into the sky. Have you truly abandoned your freeze gun? The weather wizard glared at Cold Captain, his voice dripping with disdain. I never expected you to still wield that stick. Cold Captain retorted defiantly. Their exchange seemed laden with deeper implications, yet the secrets lurking beneath remained shrouded in mystery. Mark, I am profoundly disappointed in you. I had believed you to be the most sensible among the rogues, adhering to the rules I established. Never killing, never using drugs, and never clashing with others. But look at who you have become. Cold Captain surveyed the ravaged surroundings, littered with debris. You have sunk so low as to associate with that old harlot, the Smith, and consort with the likes of the Whisper, Steelbeam, and that band of scoundrels. What astonishes me even more is that the Smith dares to refer to your group as the New Rogues. Cold Captain seethed, glaring at the weather wizard, and bellowed. How could you betray the very principles of the rogues, Mark? How can you tolerate their defilement of the rogue's honor? Ha ha ha! Who could have known that the weather wizard would burst into laughter upon hearing those words, only for his mirth to abruptly cease? You accuse me of betraying the rogues? Cold, do you wish to erase the mistakes you have made? You were the first to forsake us all. We once placed our unwavering trust in you. Yet what have you done in return? Anger flared upon the weather wizard's visage. Do you comprehend the feeling of being utterly unable to control your emotions? Merely swaying with the whims of the weather? When the sun shines, one inexplicably feels the urge to laugh. Yet when the skies darken, one cannot help but weep uncontrollably. Cold, you have transformed me into this wretched state, and now you dare question my loyalty to the rogues. Thunder rumbled ominously above, as dark clouds crackled with electricity, seemingly brewing a tempest. Meanwhile, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Magenta and Wally. Magenta floated mid-air, deftly manipulating nearby metal objects with her magnetic powers, hurling them toward Wally. Cars, streetlights, and utility poles fell under her control. Wally dodged left and right, evading her relentless onslaught. Indeed, I still struggle to face my ex. Perhaps I should have a heart-to-heart with Dick, Wally mused silently. Kane, listen to me. You are not a villain. Do not let your darker self dominate your being. Wally shouted toward Magenta. Silence, Wally. We could have shared countless joyful moments, yet you cast me aside. Magenta's expression twisted with rage as she extended her hand toward a distant heavy truck, enveloping it in a pink magnetic field. With a swift motion, she sent the truck hurtling toward Wally. Boom! The truck crashed to the ground, its immense force shattering it into pieces, but Wally had already relocated. I truly do not wish to harm you, Kane, but I find myself with no alternatives. Wally's expression turned grave as he extended his hand toward Magenta. Tracing a circle, empowered by super speed, his arm spun at an unfathomable velocity, conjuring a whirlwind that surged toward Magenta. She attempted to summon metallic objects to shield herself from the vortex, but was instead ensnared within it. When she sought to flee, the gale proved too potent for her to escape. Just then, Axel appeared, deftly casting a yo-yo that ensnared Magenta and pulled her away. Moreover, the Whisperer had stealthily circled behind Wally, brandishing a blade laced with frenzy virus, poised to strike. Eliminate the Lightning Kid, and I shall revel in delight. Dr. Amal, your timing is woefully inadequate. Wally suddenly pivoted, seizing the Whisperer's wrist and unleashing a flurry of strikes, landing dozens of punches that rendered the otherwise fit Whisperer unconscious. The blacksmith gazed across the battlefield, the outcome already determined, the Whisperer ousted, and the weather wizard ensnared by the cold captain. The remaining forces, Magnetic Red, Axel, and McLaughlin, lacked the prowess to sway the tide of battle. Damn that cold captain, the blacksmith muttered, a cold snort escaping her lips as she bitterly contemplated. I had intended to defeat the Lightning Kid first, but it seems I can no longer afford to delay. Chapter 45. The Final Confrontation with a New Scoundrel Gang, Part 1. With that, the blacksmith produced a communicator, establishing a connection to the central network base. The plan is being expedited, comrades. We have yet to eliminate the Lightning Kid, so gather everyone. Today marks our conquest of this city. As her words echoed, hidden passages throughout Central City and Wedgestone City suddenly opened, revealing dozens of tunnels. Hundreds, even thousands, of soldiers emerged from beneath the ground. All warriors the blacksmith had enlisted over the years. Among them were superhumans, ordinary individuals, and even robots, wielding an eclectic array of weapons, ranging from melee to ranged, with few favoring firearms. The most formidable force comprised 20 robotic soldiers, each equipped with advanced laser weaponry and intelligent systems. Their armored shells 10 times more durable than the gates of Iron Mountain Prison. These robotic soldiers represented the blacksmith's trump card, crafted at great expense. Incorporating cutting-edge technology from Star Lab, LexCorp, and Wayne Enterprises, boasting formidable combat capabilities. Once all members of the network surfaced, the blacksmith immediately commanded everyone to scavenge the city's riches. Cash, gold, jewels, materials, technology, anything of value was to be seized. To facilitate this, she had prepared thousands of trucks. Only 20 robotic soldiers were summoned to the Lightning Kid Museum to confront Wally, Yuri, and the Cold Captain. As for when the robotic soldiers would join the fray, that would be decided once Magnetic Red and her allies had suffered sufficiently. While the blacksmith busied herself with tactical deployments in Central City, Yuri was engaged elsewhere. Without the weather wizard's interference, Yuri unleashed his full firepower, swiftly reducing the steel beam to a molten mass of red-hot iron. Ultimately, it transformed into a pool of searing iron liquid. Yuri ceased his spinning, the massive fire tornado dissipating. The molten iron rapidly cooled on the ground, gradually solidifying. Nevertheless, the steel beam remained unvanquished, its consciousness preserved within the iron liquid, though reviving it would prove a far more arduous task. Yuri wasted no time, turning his attention to the ongoing battle. The Cold Captain and the Weather Wizard were locked in a fierce struggle, a cacophony of thunder and lightning seemingly unending, punctuated by violent gusts of wind. The chaos rendered the skies dark and the sun obscured. Essentially, wherever they ventured near a building, that structure would be reduced to rubble. The destructive power of the Cold Captain is not to be underestimated. Having mastered Absolute Zero, he stands as the most formidable wielder of ice on Earth. 3 buildings have already been completely encased in ice by him. Yuri cast a glance in that direction, but quickly averted his gaze. The enmity between those two is best left for them to resolve, as the internal strife of the rogues has nothing to do with him. Turning his attention to Wally, he observed a solitary combat against Magnetrix alongside McLock and Axel. Although the intensity of Magnetrix's magnetic field pales in comparison to that of her counterpart, Magneto, she poses minimal threat to Wally. Yet, with McLock's meddling presence, he frequently conjures mirror images of Wally and occasionally facilitates mirror teleportation for his allies, making it quite challenging for Wally to mount an effective counterattack against Magnetrix and her cohorts. Lightning Boy, can you guess which one is the real me? Hundreds of McLuffs materialized around Wally, encircling him while simultaneously posing the question. Is this the extent of your tricks, McLock? Wally furrowed his brow and transformed into a bolt of lightning, zipping through each of McLock's mirror images. With every shattered illusion, more mirrored forms emerged. Hey, look over here. Lightning Boy. After passing through an undetermined number of McLuffs, Wally halted only to hear Axel's voice from above. Before he could lift his gaze, several explosive rubber chickens were hurled down, resulting in an immediate explosion. Just as Wally escaped the blast radius, multiple steel rods surged from the ground, ensnaring his legs tightly. At that moment, a fire pillar, as thick as a finger, suddenly shot toward the steel rods, incinerating them in mere seconds. Fireman soared above Wally, extending a finger from which the earlier fire pillar had originated. Need a hand, Lightning Boy? Wally managed to free himself from the steel rod, ensnaring his legs, and replied with a grin, Absolutely. I've never needed your help more than I do right now. Without a word, Yuri unexpectedly hurled a fireball behind Wally. Startled, he ducked, only to hear a sizzling sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a mass of black, viscous liquid drop to the ground. The dagger melted by the fireball, originally belonging to the Whisper, but wielded by Magnatrix. Wow, he really is a fireman. Axel exclaimed in delight upon witnessing Yuri's fireball throw. Hey, fireman over there, are you an alien? I once met an alien who ran very fast, just like you, wearing that same badge. Do you know each other? Perhaps, who knows? Yuri shrugged, then suddenly extended his hands toward Axel, unleashing two streams of fire. Strangely, Axel made no attempt to evade. His body was instantly pierced, and he began to dissolve into a spectral form, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Hey, I am here. Where are you aiming? Axel's voice emanated from Yuri's left, the target merely a mirage created by McClough. Do not pretend I am invisible. At that moment, a crimson whirlwind suddenly erupted beneath Axel, generating a colossal vortex that drew him in. Below, Wally spun his arms at high velocity, conjuring the tempest. Hey, this is unfair. Axel, caught in a frenzy, whirled uncontrollably, voicing his discontent. Don't even think about it, Wally. Suddenly, Magenta appeared, summoning hundreds of blades from an unknown source, unleashing them fiercely towards Wally. Just in time, Yuri positioned himself before Wally, erecting a robust firewall. The blades approached, yet were melted away before they could breach the firewall, succumbing to temperatures soaring to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Without hesitation, Yuri retaliated, hurling a fireball toward Magenta, who, undeterred, commanded a mass of rebar and concrete to intercept the fireball, resulting in mutual annihilation. Intriguing. With a swift release of his hands, Yuri unleashed a flurry of fireballs, each the size of a soccer ball, propelled with fervor. Magenta remained composed, her pink magnetic field expanding, conjuring several walls from the surrounding debris to shield herself. Chapter 46. The Final Showdown with the New Ruffians, Part 2. Bang. 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 Countless fireballs collided with the walls, exploding upon impact, while the sturdy concrete began to crack and crumble. Magenta struggled to manipulate the rebar within the walls, endeavoring to maintain their integrity. In a fleeting moment, from the time Yuri had shielded Magenta from the blades to his counterattack, merely seconds had elapsed. This interval was sufficient for Wally to subdue Axel. Spinning wildly within the whirlwind, Axel soon found himself disoriented, his vision blurred, and drowsiness overtook him. In no time, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Wally slightly reduced the force, allowing Axel to descend gently to the ground. Observing this, Magenta shouted urgently, McClough, do not just stand there. Do something. No sooner had she spoken than the Mirror Master materialized nearby, one hand clutching a small mirror, the other wielding a mirror gun, aimed at Yuri and Wally respectively. Just as Wally set Axel down, he was caught off guard, struck by a beam of mirror laser, leaving his back scorched. Simultaneously, as Yuri unleashed fireballs with fervor, a blinding light flashed before him, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes, causing his fireball to veer off course, glancing past Magenta and continuing forward. The trajectory of the fireball led directly toward the Flash Museum's prominent statue of the Flash. This towering statue, exceeding 10 meters in height, was not solely composed of stone but incorporated wax, implying that excessive heat would cause it to melt. Yuri's fireball ignited it instantly. Damn, where are they aiming? In the distance, the cold captain, engaged in a fierce battle with the weather wizard, caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene from the corner of his eye. It was as if a switch had been activated within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a frigid blast towards the statue of the Flash. The icy breath, akin to absolute zero, transformed everything in its path into solid ice, even freezing the air into a long, glistening ice column that reached the Flash's statue. In an instant, the statue became encased in a thick layer of ice, extinguishing the flames. Boom! Cold, to dare be distracted while battling me. You clearly underestimate my prowess. The cold captain's actions incited the weather wizard's wrath, and a bolt of lightning surged violently towards him. A sharp cry escaped the cold captain as he was struck. Although he had swiftly encased himself in solid ice to mitigate most of the lightning's force, the hastily conjured ice lacked sufficient strength, shattering under the impact and leaving the cold captain vulnerable. The residual force, though less than the initial strike, still delivered a painful jolt, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Then, inexplicably, the cold captain erupted into laughter. Mark, the lightning you summoned before was never this feeble. The warm-up is over. Surely you haven't forgotten my signature move. A wave of white cold air materialized around him, enveloping him in a chilling embrace, causing the temperature in a 10-square-meter radius to plummet dramatically. The change in temperature was insignificant, yet within this space, even molecular motion was stifled, slowing everything to a crawl. The cold force field. The weather wizard recognized this phenomenon well. It was the cold captain's trump card against the Flash. Even the fastest Flash would be subjected to relentless deceleration upon entering the cold force field, rendering it an immensely powerful tactic. The two adversaries clashed once more, unleashing a chaotic tempest of ice, lightning, and storms, wreaking havoc and destruction across a significant portion of the city. On another front, Yuri and Wally found themselves ensnared in McLock's treachery. Their offensive momentarily halted. Magnet Girl and McLock quickly separated, one soaring into the sky while the other began to conjure duplicates incessantly. Under the influence of the Speed Force, Wally's charred wounds healed rapidly, while Yuri blinked away the blinding light with determination. Kid Flash, handle your ex. Leave McLock to me. With that, Yuri charged fiercely towards McLock, hurling fireballs as he advanced. He bore no reservations against McLock. The fireballs he launched were as large as boulders, detonating upon impact and obliterating all of McLock's duplicates in the vicinity. Each fireball had the potential to destroy dozens of mirror images, yet given McLock's speed in creating them, it was merely a drop in the ocean. You're merely wasting your efforts, fireman. Come, try to discern which one of me is the real McLock. Hundreds of McLuffs mocked simultaneously, taunting Yuri. The threat posed by the Master of Mirrors does not lie in his lethality or destructiveness, but rather in the elusive illusions and his uncanny ability to teleport. McLaughlin's sole means of attack is the mirror laser gun, yet this contraption proves ineffective against the fireman, allowing Yuri to disregard defense altogether and concentrate his full might on offense. Flames enveloping Yuri's entire being surged forth as he charged recklessly among McLaughlin's duplicates. The towering inferno ignited instantly, resulting in a conflagration that raged uncontrollably. Every structure within a radius of several hundred meters succumbed to the flames, an occurrence that would typically signify a catastrophic fire, causing significant collateral damage. However, with all residents sealed within a certain mirror, Yuri need not concern himself with innocent casualties. As for the economic losses incurred by the city, that was a matter best left to others. In this world exists a remarkable organization known as the Eye of Heaven, established a mere month after the formation of the Justice League. Its founder and leader, Colonel Steve Trevor, an Air Force officer, is rumored to have a close association with Wonder Woman, though the truth of such claims remains uncertain. The primary duty of the Eye of Heaven is to serve as a liaison between the government and the Watchtower, while also tending to the aftermath of the Justice League's and affiliated superheroes' endeavors. Moreover, due to Colonel Trevor's personal inclinations, as long as no innocent lives are harmed, any destruction wrought by the superheroes is reimbursed by the federal government. Though Yuri has no direct ties to the Justice League, his connection to Wally, the successor to the Flash, ensures that the Eye of Heaven would undoubtedly assist him, perhaps even resolving Yuri's minor issues along the way. "Ha-ha, fireman, you cannot touch me." McLaughlin guffawed, perceiving the fireman as merely a heat-addled fool engaging in indiscriminate destruction. Oh, I don't need to touch you at all, Yuri retorted, hovering above countless McLaughlins with a cold smirk. The tempest conjured by the weather wizard and the frigid ice crafted by Captain Cold had significantly lowered the city's temperature. And now my flames are causing it to soar. Upon hearing this, McLaughlin's pupils dilated in realization. He understood the fireman's intent. Chapter 47. The Final Showdown with the New Rogues. Part 2. All of McLaughlin's illusions are contingent upon two essential elements. The first is the mirror gun in his possession, from which all the Master of Mirrors tricks are derived, born of a serendipitous creation. The second is the mirror itself. However, it need not be an actual mirror, as glass or a still body of water would suffice. Lacking either component renders the Master of Mirrors' abilities utterly nullified. Consequently, McLaughlin excels at concealing these critical mirrors, for blindly flailing about would never uncover their whereabouts. However, the range of the mirror gun is rather limited, with an effective distance of only approximately 500 meters. Thus, if one could devise a method to obliterate all reflective surfaces within that radius, McLaughlin would be rendered powerless. As for locating all the mirrors, Yuri had a brilliant idea. It is well known that glass items, such as mirrors, possess commendable heat resistance, yet they are exceedingly prone to shatter when subjected to rapid thermal changes. Recently, this area had experienced a confrontation between the weather wizard and the Captain of Cold, causing temperatures to plummet below freezing. Now, Yuri had ignited a furious blaze, with flames soaring to thousands of degrees Celsius, drastically elevating the temperature in the vicinity. The result was an explosive cacophony. Bang, 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 everywhere one looked. Whether at the glass windows of nearby buildings or the mirrors concealed within McLaughlin's mirror clones, all glass shattered into fragments. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of McLaughlins vanished, leaving only the solitary true form standing amidst the chaos. Fortunately, the Mirror Master's combat suit was specially crafted to withstand extremely high temperatures. Otherwise, McLaughlin would have succumbed to dehydration in such an environment. McLaughlin had begun to comprehend the Flame Man's intentions, but alas, his movements were not swift enough to activate the mirror transport in time. With all mirrors reduced to shards, there was no means for McLaughlin to escape. Yuri calmly soared above McLaughlin, looking down with an air of superiority. "McLaughlin, do you recall how you framed the Pied Piper? What are you talking about?" "I know nothing. The Pied Piper personally murdered his parents. This is common knowledge," McLaughlin replied with a flicker of his eyes and a faint smile. From past experiences, he understood that whenever they were defeated by superheroes, the matter was deemed concluded, and they would inevitably face the normal judicial proceedings. McLaughlin was well aware of how to navigate his words to secure a lighter sentence. Little did he know, Yuri was not aligned with the superheroes. Noticing McLaughlin's defiance, Yuri furrowed his brow, opting not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he unleashed a pillar of fire directed at McLaughlin, delivering a relentless onslaught. Although the Mirror Master's suit had commendable insulation, it too had its limits, and Yuri's flames quickly transcended those thresholds. The suit began to melt, becoming excruciatingly hot, akin to glue adhering to McLaughlin's skin. What are you doing?" McLaughlin felt as though he had plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil, suffering severe burns all over. "I offer you two choices." Yuri extended his hand in a gesture of peace. "First, you confess your crimes, exonerating the Pied Piper, and spend a few decades in Iron Mountain Prison. Second, I will ensure you are scalded to death right here and now." "What? You wouldn't dare." "Superheroes do not kill." A sense of dread surged within McLaughlin. He could hardly fathom that a superhero would resort to murder. Would they not? Yuri smiled eerily, intensifying the temperature of his flames, causing McCrouch's anguished screams to grow ever more desperate. "What makes you think I'm a superhero?" McCrouch cried out madly, rolling frantically on the ground, desperately hoping to extinguish the flames or at least lower their searing heat. Yet, delusion remains merely a figment of imagination. It was at this moment that McCrouch finally comprehended that Yuri was not jesting. He was truly on the brink of death. "Stop, I implore you. Please cease. I confess. It was I who disguised myself as the Pied Piper and killed his parents." McCrouch shouted frantically, realizing that imprisonment was undoubtedly a preferable fate under the threat of death. "Very well. The essence of humanity lies in honesty. Should you fail to uphold your promise, I shall seek you out. And you must be aware of the consequences that will follow," Yuri declared, extinguishing the flames, allowing McCrouch to narrowly escape with his life. He now appeared utterly wretched, his combat attire reduced to mere tatters, nearly fused with his skin. The exposed areas were raw and bloody, some even charred, emitting a gruesome scent of burnt flesh. Yuri descended to the ground, retrieved the mirror gun, and promptly secured McCrouch in a location less likely to be affected before making his way towards Wally. The battle between Wally and Magneto had wreaked widespread havoc, the two having fought from nearby, to a distance of 2 kilometers. The path was littered with craters and various metallic debris, some embedded in the ground while others had created deep pits. Upon arriving at Wally's location, Yuri discovered that the battle had concluded. Wally cradled the unconscious Magneto and placed her atop a relatively intact building. Alongside Magneto were Whisperer and Axel, each bound tightly. Even the steel beams had been used by Wally to contain the molten iron in a large barrel. It must be said, Wally's speed surpassed Yuri's by a considerable margin, accomplishing so much in such a short span. "Have you dealt with McCrouch?" Wally inquired. "If I hadn't subdued a mere Mirror Master by now, I would be utterly useless." Yuri waved dismissively. "Kid Flash, don't you find it peculiar?" "What do you mean?" "The blacksmith." Yuri furrowed his brow, stating, "As the leader of the new rogues, all her subordinates have been defeated by us, yet she has mysteriously vanished. This is suspect. There are numerous soldiers online who follow her commands. She cannot simply concede so easily." Upon hearing this, Wally pondered for a moment and agreed, "You are correct. The blacksmith has orchestrated this for too long to abstain from the final confrontation, unless the new rogue's true objective here is not to kill you or cause destruction. They may merely serve as a facade to divert your attention, allowing the blacksmith's minions to execute their true mission." Yuri asserted with conviction that his and Captain Cold's presence should not have been part of the blacksmith scheme. If it were merely him facing the blacksmith's new ruffian gang, he would likely still be embroiled in a fierce struggle, perhaps even long since perished beneath the initial frenzy of the virus. Speaking of Captain Cold, why'd he come to our aid? Wally inquired unexpectedly. Chapter 48. The Weather Wizard and Captain Cold some time ago. Why assist the Flash? Cold, when did you descend to the level of consorting with superheroes? The Weather Wizard questioned, conjuring a tornado with a flourish of his weather wand that surged towards Captain Cold. "I am not aiding anyone. That treacherous blacksmith has appropriated the name of the ruffians. But there exists only one true gang of ruffians in this world, and that is my Cold Ruffians," Captain Cold declared, raising his hands to summon an ice wall that abruptly materialized, blocking the Weather Wizard's tornado. Is it so surprising for a genuine product to obliterate a counterfeit? Damn it, do you think uttering such words will convince me? I have known you long enough to recognize your deceitful demeanor. The Weather Wizard scoffed, his voice laced with fury. You care not for the ruffians. Your sole concern is yourself. Silence your tongue, Mark. Do not speak as if you possess any understanding of my character. Captain Cold retorted, his anger igniting as he directed his hands toward the Weather Wizard, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. Then answer me. What brings you here? The Weather Wizard countered, brandishing his wand as a fierce whirlwind enveloped him, forming a protective barrier of wind. Why do you insist on appearing before me? You are well aware that Mick, Sam, and I harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. I never wish to lay eyes on you again. Why do you compel me to consider your demise? With that, the Weather Wizard hurled his wand skyward, allowing it to hover above him. He then stretched out his arms and legs, positioning himself in a star-like formation. A mysterious force ascended from within him, intertwining with the wand as if it had become an extension of his very being. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, louder than any preceding clap of thunder. At last, you are willing to relinquish that useless staff. Fortuitously, I too am disinclined to engage in playful antics any longer. In light of the unfolding scene, Captain Cold revealed a serene smile, amplifying his cold field to its utmost capacity. Within a radius of several meters surrounding Captain Cold, the temperature plummeted to near absolute zero, causing the very air to begin freezing, molecular motion nearly ceasing. The Weather Wizard's eyes widened as golden light emanated forth, bolts of lightning incessantly striking down towards Captain Cold. An astonishing spectacle occurred. Upon entering the cold field, the bolts of lightning swiftly diminished at a visible rate, leaving behind a long, ice-like streak in the air. The Weather Wizard unleashed a powerful lightning strike, yet it failed to penetrate even 10 meters within the vicinity of Captain Cold. What? The Weather Wizard was taken aback. He had previously clashed with Captain Cold, and could even say that the two often tested their skills against each other, based on past experiences. While the cold force field could indeed block his lightning, it typically only did so when he was within 1 or 2 meters of Captain Cold. Seizing the moment of the weather wizard's distraction, Captain Cold swiftly closed the distance between them. With a foot planted on an ever-extending ice pillar and surrounded by a cold force field, Captain Cold rapidly approached. Simultaneously, he launched a barrage of ice spikes aimed at the weather wizard's vulnerable areas, such as his eyes and nose, forcing him to erect a wind barrier for protection, leaving him no time to retreat. "Let me share a secret with you, Mark. I've always been lenient with you," Captain Cold declared, conjuring a suit of ice armor that enveloped his entire body, with 2 massive ice blades extending from his hands. With a swift motion, the wind barrier was sliced open, leaving no defense between Captain Cold and the weather wizard. "Cold, you..." Captain Cold's fist connected squarely with the weather wizard's face, instantly encasing half of his cheek in ice. After delivering the blow, Captain Cold seized the weather wizard's hands, releasing frigid air that rapidly formed solid ice. Immobilizing his arms, the connection between the weather wizard and his magical staff was abruptly severed, causing the staff to fall, which Captain Cold caught effortlessly. Holding the weather wizard in one hand and the staff in the other, Captain Cold gradually retracted the ice pillar back into the ground. "Let me go, Cold." The weather wizard, encased in ice and unable to move, could only shout in anger. Unfazed by his cries, Captain Cold gently placed him on the ground, setting the staff just out of his reach. "Mark, I know your current state is my doing, and so is Mick's and Sam's. It is entirely understandable that you wish to kill me." But Captain Cold lowered his gaze upon the weather wizard, his voice grave, revealing a rare flicker of guilt in his eyes. However, this moment of remorse was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling intensity. "But no matter how much you despise me, you should not harm Lisa." At these words, the weather wizard was momentarily bewildered, stammering, "What happened to Lisa? Who harmed her?" Captain Cold exhaled deeply. "After that incident, shortly after all of you left, Lisa developed a brain tumor and has now been unconscious for 6 months, reliant on medical equipment to sustain her life." As he spoke, Captain Cold clenched his fists tightly. "And then your new rogue gang cut off power throughout the city, causing the hospital's equipment to fail for several minutes, nearly resulting in Lisa's death." "What?" The weather wizard was astounded, urgently questioning, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Captain Cold remained silent. "Is Lisa still alive?" The weather wizard inquired once more. The Cold captain nodded, indicating that the hospital had promptly activated its emergency power, saving Lisa's life. The weather wizard was momentarily at a loss for words, and the two exchanged silent glances. Fast forward to the present. The blacksmith received the news of the new rascal's total defeat, yet her countenance revealed no trace of panic as she methodically made her final adjustments. "Commence operations. Bring over 20 mechanical soldiers." As the command resonated, a thunderous roar emerged from the horizon. 20 white robots soared across the sky, heading towards the battlefield where the new rascals clashed with Yuri and Wally. Each mechanical soldier towered over 3 meters, imposing and formidable, instilling a sense of helplessness in ordinary onlookers. At that moment, Yuri and Wally had just united. "What do you think prompted the Cold Captain to suddenly assist us?" Wally asked, gazing at Yuri, who abruptly pointed towards the sky behind Wally. "I cannot fathom why the Cold Captain would engage in combat with the weather wizard. But what I do know is that our battle has only just begun." Chapter 49. The turn of events. Whoosh. Just as Wally turned around, he was met with a barrage of laser beams. The Flame Man retaliated with an equal number of flames, resulting in a series of explosive encounters in midair, enveloping the scene in thick black smoke. Boom! 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 The 20 mechanical soldiers emerged from the haze, landing heavily on the ground. Wally focused intently, as if facing a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, after surveying the surroundings and confirming that only mechanical soldiers stood before them, Yuri revealed a confident smile. Several kilometers away, atop a building near the Van Buren Bridge, the blacksmith surveyed the battlefield through binoculars. The central city lay in ruins from the earlier conflict, with the city's center ablaze, while the city of Wedgestone across the bridge appeared far more tranquil. Outside the city center, the blacksmith thousands of subordinates scoured the area in trucks, seizing any valuables, cash, jewels, renowned paintings, antiques, and pharmaceuticals, loading everything into the vehicles for transport to Wedgestone, where a second wave of plundering would commence. All the police and the vast majority of citizens in both cities had been ensnared within the mirrored world, while Wally and his companions were still hindered in the city center, leaving no one to thwart the looting operation. Although the appearance of the Cold Captain and the Flame Man was unexpected, the blacksmith still believed her chances of victory were substantial. She held immense confidence in the 20 mechanical soldiers she had crafted at great expense, convinced that even if they could not vanquish Flash Boy and his allies, they could effectively contain them within the city center. The wealth of Central City had already been seized by the network's operatives, and thousands of long trucks were en route to Wedge Stone, continuing their plundering. Unlike Central City, Wedge Stone was not as affluent. It was an industrial city, thus possessing only two valuable commodities: cash and industrial technology. This was also the reason why the blacksmith first targeted the Central City before moving on to Wedgestone City. Suddenly, the blacksmith faintly heard a cacophony of sounds, seemingly emanating from the direction of Wedgestone City. She raised her binoculars, peering skeptically across the Van Buren Bridge. It was a moment of trepidation. As she gazed, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. From the depths of Wedgestone City surged thousands of workers clad in matching uniforms, wielding wrenches, pliers, iron chains, and crowbars as weapons, charging fearlessly towards the blacksmith subordinates. The uniforms bore the bold insignia of the Kenyan Union, and at the forefront leading them was a man adorned in resplendent gold. Upon sighting this individual, the blacksmith could not restrain herself and crushed the binoculars in her grip, her rage evident as veins throbbed upon her forehead. The golden-masked man. Through gritted teeth, the blacksmith uttered his identity. The golden-masked man, Kiss Kenyon, was her ex-husband, a traitor who had leaked intelligence to the FBI and the founder of the Kenyan Union. But wait, McClough had imprisoned all members of the Kenyan Union in the mirror world. It was impossible for them to escape on their own. Someone must have released them. Suddenly, the blacksmith contemplated an extremely adverse scenario for herself. If the Kenyan Union members had been freed, then the police who were also detained bang, bang, bang. It was as if fate were mocking the blacksmith. Just as she pondered this, gunfire erupted unexpectedly. Thousands of police officers emerged without warning from the flanks of Wedgestone City, engaging in fierce combat with the blacksmith's men. Despite the blacksmith's forces numbering just over 1,000, their weaponry surpassed that of the police, with each individual equipped with a bulletproof vest as standard, wielding firearms that were among the finest in military ranks. Among them were also superhumans. One mutant resembled a giant upright turtle, bearing a massive shell with a diameter of 1.5 meters, impervious even to rocket fire. Another stood at 2.5 meters tall, his muscular frame so imposing that he wore no shirt. Due to his conspicuous stature, he quickly became the target of concentrated fire. Yet the bullets merely lodged themselves in his muscles without penetrating his flesh. These two formidable beings were the blacksmith's greatest headache for the police. However, the police, along with the union workers, still held a significant numerical advantage and soon gained the upper hand. Defeating the blacksmith's forces was merely a matter of time. But how had these individuals managed to escape? This brings us back to several hours earlier. At Cole's cemetery, Chayer was preparing to leave when a hand suddenly emerged from a nearby grave, followed by the soil beginning to writhe. The person buried beneath had climbed up, and it was none other than Detective Murillo, someone Chayer knew all too well. It turned out that Murillo had not been killed during the raid. To be precise, he had been killed, but not completely. In summary, Murillo's resurrection can be traced back to an incident 3 months prior, when the Old Cicada and the Crimson, which collaborated to confront Lightning Kid. The Old Cicada possesses the ability to absorb the life force of others and store it within his dagger, subsequently transferring that vitality to himself through a piercing motion, a skill that has allowed him to survive for over a century. During that fateful encounter, Murillo inadvertently suffered a wound to his wrist from the Old Cicada's lightning-infused dagger, which resulted in him absorbing a portion of life force, significantly enhancing his self-healing capabilities. Even after sustaining a gunshot wound to the head, he ultimately recovered. Unbeknownst to the plunderer, who believed Murillo to be buried underground, Murillo overheard numerous vital pieces of information, including the whereabouts of individuals trapped within a mirror. The subsequent events unfolded clearly. Murillo, alongside Chael, liberated everyone. Ordinary citizens gathered in a secure location, while the Golden Mask, along with the Kenyan Guild and the police, joined the fray. The blacksmith, witnessing the once favorable circumstances turn dire in an instant, contorted his face into a grotesque mask of rage. Golden mask, I shall rend you into pieces. Before you can do that, I will freeze you solid. A sudden, chilling voice interjected. The blacksmith glanced upward to see the weather wizard and Captain Cold hovering above him. The weather wizard, buoyed by gusts of wind, floated alongside Captain Cold. Mark, I require an explanation. The blacksmith's visage darkened ominously. I am not aiding Cold. This is for Lisa, the weather wizard replied, arms crossed, her expression impassive. You traitor, the blacksmith bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at the weather wizard, whose skin abruptly morphed into a metallic blue hue, her attire bursting apart in the process. Oomph. Do you take me for a fool? Such words might befit that whelp Axel, but your actions amount to a betrayal of the new rogues. Blacksmith, you are the true traitor, the weather wizard retorted with a disdainful scoff. There's no need to waste words on this harlot. Eliminate her, Captain Cold commanded, clapping his hands, causing an icy prison to rise from beneath the blacksmith's feet, entombing him within. In an instant, the enraged blacksmith shattered the ice confinement. That is the only sentiment I wish to endorse today, Cold. The weather wizard brandished her weather wand, as dark clouds began to congregate high above. Chapter 50. The Shapeshifter. The complete annihilation of the mechanical soldiers. Lightning Kid, fall back behind me. Facing 20 mechanical soldiers, Wally felt the weight of impending danger. Yet, Yuri suddenly grasped Wally's shoulder, urging him to retreat. Do you intend to handle them alone? Wally questioned, skepticism evident in his gaze. A faint smile graced Yuri's lips as he placed his hand upon the diminutive device. Transform, Shapeshifter. In a brilliant flash, the form of the fire elemental began to writhe, its molten red structure morphing into a black, pliable substance. Before long, a humanoid entity with a pitch-black back and a white front, adorned with intricate green electronic patterns, materialized before Wally. This being possessed a round head, devoid of any facial features, save for a solitary green circle. Known as a shapeshifter, this creature belonged to the Gavin Star metamorphic race, fundamentally an artificial species, endowed with the ability to merge with machinery, freely altering its structure during the fusion. However, regardless of the transformation, once the fusion was undone, the machinery would revert to its original form. Notably, the shapeshifter could merge with all forms of machinery, not merely electronic devices. Wally marveled inwardly, pondering the myriad of alien forms this being could assume. Suddenly, a barrage of lasers shot forth, each beam aimed squarely at Wally. The robotic soldiers, wielding laser guns, advanced towards him while firing. In an instant, Wally tapped into his incredible speed, deftly evading each laser with ease. Meanwhile, Yuri's maneuvers left Wally utterly astonished. The shapeshifter's form morphed into a viscous substance, becoming pliable and fluid, artfully navigating the space between the lasers in a delicate arc concurrently. Yuri cloaked the shapeshifter from the soldiers' detection, rendering their movements unnoticed. The shapeshifter's agility was astounding, as it reached the vicinity of the foremost robotic soldier within mere seconds. Yuri then activated the shapeshifter's innate talent for fusion. In an instant, the shapeshifter infiltrated the first robotic soldier, its gelatinous form invading the soldier circuits. A black exterior enveloped the soldier, intertwined with green circuitry. This fusion not only granted the shapeshifter control over the robotic soldier, but also temporarily upgraded its systems, enhancing its weaponry and armor. Unless faced with an artificial intelligence of independent thought and high intelligence, typical super AIs were mere playthings in the presence of a shapeshifter. The intelligence systems acquired by the blacksmith did not even reach the level of a super AI, and thus, the robotic soldiers were swiftly subjugated, unaware of their comrades' treachery. The remaining 19 robotic soldiers continued their futile assault on Wally. Yuri commanded the traitorous soldier to redirect its weapon towards the second soldier, unleashing a laser blast that pierced its control core with a 10-centimeter diameter green beam, causing it to cease operation immediately. Only then did the robotic soldiers realize that one among them had defected. Under attack. Warning. Under attack. Eliminate target. 18 laser beams simultaneously struck the first soldier. Despite the shapeshifter's upgrades, it sustained damage. The reality was even graver, as the first robotic soldier was obliterated in an explosive conflagration. The traitor has been eliminated. The assault continues, with the target being the Lightning Kid. After the destruction of the first combat machine, The remaining 18 machines redirected their focus towards Wally. Boom! At that moment, the control core of yet another combat machine was unexpectedly obliterated. The attacker was none other than the second combat machine, whose control core had previously been destroyed. It turns out that Yuri, after commandeering the first machine to annihilate the second, promptly disengaged and infiltrated the system of the second combat machine. He then employed his previous tactic once more. The combat machines concentrated their fire on the second machine, only for the third machine to unexpectedly turn against and obliterate the fourth, followed by the fifth, sixth, and seventh. This bizarre turn of events rapidly caused chaos among the combat machines, whose rudimentary intelligence systems began to malfunction, leading them to suspect that any machine other than themselves could betray them. Consequently, upon Yuri gaining control of the eighth combat machine, the remaining machines descended into a frenzied melee. Zing! 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 Lasers flew erratically, and in the blink of an eye, 3 combat machines were destroyed by their own comrades. Yuri continuously fused with new combat machines, his shape-shifting prowess allowing him to effortlessly identify the location of their control cores. Each shot found its mark. Not far away, Wally stood in stunned silence, observing these formidable combat machines inexplicably engaged in infighting, self-destructing one after another. How on earth did he accomplish this? Wally could not fathom how Yuri had achieved such a feat, which bore no resemblance to the seemingly mundane, shape-shifting technology Yuri had initially described. Minutes later, all 20 combat machines lay in ruins. The shapeshifter severed his fusion with the last machine and reassembled his form, standing amidst the wreckage. I must admit, you are incredibly impressive, my friend. Wally approached Yuri, speaking sincerely. Even if you flatter me, I want to be foolish enough to feel elated, Yuri replied, his circular visage flashing in sync with his words. His voice transforming into an electronic tone, rich with magnetism. Now, it is time for us to confront the blacksmith and settle the score. Wally nodded, then suddenly revealed a triumphant smile, proposing, I'm quite swift. Can you keep up? Do you need me to carry you along? Fear not. My speed force will shield us from air resistance. By the way, what was the name of that fast alien? Quick Star? Indeed, it is remarkably swift, but still pales in comparison to my speed. Wally had witnessed the Quick Star during his time at Iron Mountain Prison. Thus he was aware of its velocity. The blacksmith was up to some trickery. The sooner we locate her, the sooner Mid-City will return to normal, so we must act swiftly. Wally extended an invitation to Yuri. Come, step into my speed force. Yuri cast a fleeting glance at him, then silently placed his hand upon the old, battered watch. The moment Wally observed this gesture, a pang of apprehension gripped his heart. He had never considered Yuri to be one prone to capriciousness, especially as they were in dire need of swiftly resolving the crisis in Central City. Could it be that Yuri had access to an even swifter alien? Wally blinked, staring blankly at Yuri, who responded with a faint smile. The Star of Speed. Chapter 51. Do you know where you lost? Before him appeared a creature reminiscent of the Flash star Wally had previously encountered, yet larger in stature and enveloped by blue arcs of electricity. This was the Speed Force. Wally exclaimed in astonishment. You are also a speedster? Yuri reminded him, this is not the time for such discussions. Saving Central City is our priority. I must take my leave now. In a flash of blue lightning, Yuri's figure vanished. As he raced using the Speed Force, an unprecedented sensory experience flooded Yuri's mind. From his perspective, time appeared to come to a standstill, rendering everything around him agonizingly slow. Hey, that's cheating. Wally called from a distance, as golden lightning enveloped him, enabling him to instantly catch up. However, as he pursued, Wally abruptly realized he could not match Yuri's velocity. The distance between them was minimal, merely around 10 meters. Yet no matter how fast Wally accelerated, the gap remained unchanged. The Speed Force derived its swiftness from Wally. Thus the speed at which Wally ran dictated the pace of the star's speed. In a mere fraction of a second, Yuri and Wally comprehended the situation in both Central City and Wedge City. In Wedge City, the workers of the Kenyan Guild and the police of both cities were engaged in combat against a formidable force led by the blacksmith's minions. Yuri wove through the battlefield, where everyone's movements appeared nearly frozen, and bullets hung, suspended in midair. Wally siphoned the kinetic energy from all the bullets, rendering them soft and powerless, while Yuri disarmed the network soldiers one by one. Though the world seemed nearly static to the speedsters, time had not truly halted. to the workers and police. Two streaks of light, one yellow and one blue, suddenly burst into the scene of the gunfight. The yellow streak flashed by, causing bullets to inexplicably cease their advance, plummeting to the ground. The blue light swiftly darted through the enemy's ranks, and in its wake, all the weapons in the hands of the adversaries vanished. Even their bulletproof vests were stripped away. Stripped of their superior armaments, these soldiers were reduced to mere common brigands. Under the combined pressure of the Kenyan Guild and the police, they were left to endure the onslaught. Thousands of brawny workers, armed with wrenches, chains, and crowbars, surged forward, striking the brigands with their makeshift weapons. After a severe beating, the police handcuffed the group of robbers. Chair, Murillo, and the man in gold gathered together. "Was that the Flash?" Murillo inquired. Chair nodded, affirming it must be him. "Who was the other figure in blue? He doesn't seem like the Flash." The man in gold interjected curiously. "I do not know, but whoever he is, if he is acting alongside the Flash, then he is on our side," Murillo replied. It was unexpected that the blacksmith had secretly recruited so many, and Chair wondered if the prison could accommodate the thousands of handcuffed criminals, both ordinary and superhuman. "We need to separate the ordinary criminals from the superhumans for confinement. Can someone notify Iron Mountain Prison?" With this, the chaotic battle in the city seemed to conclude, and Murillo and the others began discussing plans for the incarceration of the criminals and subsequent legal actions against the blacksmith. The man in gold, being the ex-husband of the blacksmith, possessed many secrets of the network, making him a crucial witness. On the other side, atop the Van Buren Bridge, chaos reigned. Boom! 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 The blacksmith fled wildly, pursued relentlessly by Captain Cold and the Weather Wizard. Bolts of lightning struck mercilessly, causing parked cars on the bridge to explode one after another. Simultaneously, a chilling gust rapidly followed the blacksmith, freezing everything in its path in a layer of solid ice. Nearly a third of the Van Buren Bridge had transformed into ice, its surface coated in a slick glaze, while above, storms raged with thunder and lightning. The entire bridge teetered precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment. Damn, where did it all go wrong? The blacksmith pondered in frustration, unable to comprehend how events had escalated to this point. All her warriors had been captured, the new rogues gang had been obliterated, the Weather Wizard had turned traitor, and she found herself in a desperate flight. Even her greatest asset, 20 mechanized soldiers, had been effortlessly defeated. The blacksmith had played all her cards, schemed meticulously, and had been so close to victory, yet suddenly found herself facing total defeat. Yuri's appearance, the death of the plunderer, the involvement of Captain Cold, and Murillo's regenerative powers all lay outside the blacksmith calculations. Without Yuri, the plunderer would not have perished, the Flash would not have obtained the antidote, and the new rogues gang could have easily dispatched the Flash. Without Captain Cold, the Weather Wizard would not have rebelled at the last moment. Had Murillo lacked regenerative abilities, he would have been eliminated by the plunderer long ago, and Chair would have been buried alive, leaving everyone trapped in the mirror world indefinitely. Alas, reality does not entertain what-ifs. All these unforeseen events transpired, delivering a crushing blow to the blacksmith. Suddenly, the blacksmith halted in her flight as two figures appeared before her, Wally and Yuri, the Lightning Kid and the Speed Star. At this moment, the blacksmith found himself utterly ensnared, trapped between a ferocious tiger and a menacing wolf. Blacksmith, relinquish your resistance. All your schemes have crumbled. Surrender now and serve your time in prison, where you might endure less suffering. Wally gazed at the blacksmith, his voice icy. Your remaining days shall be spent within the confines of Iron Mountain Prison. Impossible. This is not how it should be. This city belongs to me. It is mine. The proud blacksmith could not accept the grim reality of his predicament, and in a fit of hysteria, he howled at the heavens. My plan was supposed to be flawless. My plan was supposed to be flawless. After his outburst, he descended into a frenzied mutter. Do you know where he faltered, blacksmith? At that moment, Yuri stepped forward, seemingly nonchalant as he inquired. The blacksmith glared at him with a look that suggested he wanted to devour Yuri whole. You fancied yourself a master of manipulation, playing everyone like pawns. Old Flash, Jesse Quick, the Pied Piper, and the hulking heroes of the city, all ensnared by your machinations. Some ended up in prison, others in the hospital, and so you believed victory was assured. Yuri chuckled derisively. Yet what you fail to realize is that the more one indulges in cunning schemes, the more susceptible one becomes to unforeseen circumstances, leading to utter failure. Your downfall stemmed from an over-reliance on your plans, coupled with a lack of sufficient strength to actualize them. Chapter 52. Perhaps I can save your sister. Do you comprehend now? Your greatest failure lies not in the so-called plan, but rather in your own weakness. Yuri smiled slightly, delivering his final assessment. I suggest you conserve your energy. Which among us do you believe you could possibly defeat? The Lightning Kid? Me? Or perhaps Captain Cold or the Weather Wizard? Embrace reality, Blacksmith. The blacksmith remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yuri with a fierce intensity, fists clenched tightly. In the face of the blacksmith's desperate struggle, Yuri's expression grew slightly more serious. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack, crack, crack. Without warning, the blacksmith's feet became encased in ice, a thick layer, freezing rapidly from the ground up. In the blink of an eye, her legs were completely immobilized. Another blink, and her entire body was ensconced within a massive block of ice, with only her head remaining exposed. Cold, so cold. Within the icy confines, a terrifying chill reminiscent of absolute zero engulfed her, causing the interactions between the metal molecules within her body to nearly vanish. The blacksmith acutely sensed each molecule within her being succumbing to death. Under such a dreadful temperature, her consciousness dissipated swiftly, her pupils whitening until she lost all awareness. Tap, top, 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 top. Two distinct footsteps echoed from behind the blacksmith, as the Cold Captain and the Weather Wizard appeared side by side within Yuri and Wally's line of sight. Stop, Cold, you will kill her. Wally shouted at the Cold Captain without a moment's hesitation. Yuri subtly shifted a couple of steps to the side, distancing himself from Wally. You are right, Lightning Boy. I do intend to eliminate this wretched creature who nearly cost my sister her life. The Cold Captain removed his hood, revealing a shock of white hair. Cost your sister her life? The Golden Glider? Wally inquired, perplexed. The Cold Captain scoffed, showing no intention of explaining himself to Wally. Thus, the Weather Wizard stepped forward to elucidate Lisa's situation on behalf of the Cold Captain. After hearing this, Wally's expression softened considerably. Cold, I can empathize with your feelings. Believe it or not, I truly understand. Upon hearing this, the Cold Captain raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Wally. Then Wally shifted his tone, saying, But that does not mean I will condone your actions. The blacksmith has severed the city's power supply. It is not just Lisa who suffers, but all critically ill patients face a threat to their lives. You want me to abandon the thought of killing this wretched creature? The Cold Captain's demeanor turned icy. Absolutely. Wally stood his ground, confronting the Cold Captain head-on. His eyes gleamed with determination, locking onto the Cold Captain's gaze. In a moment of distraction, the Cold Captain seemed to perceive a red figure within Wally. He turned his head away, gazing into the distance. Indeed, Lisa is merely one among countless victims. But does that not make this wretched creature even more deserving of death? That is not for you to decide. Wally fixed a serious stare upon the Cold Captain, asserting, I do not understand why the Flash holds your rogue gang in such high regard, but I must say, I do not like you, Cold. A soft chuckle escaped the Weather Wizard beside them, only to have his mirth silenced by a sharp glare from the Cold Captain. Though I do not care for you. You have turned over a new leaf. I will no longer regard you as a criminal. If you leave now, the damages incurred during your battle with the Weather Wizard can be overlooked, Wally continued. Cold, the Flash would not wish to see you kill the blacksmith and tread that dark path once more. He pointed a finger at the blacksmith, his gaze firmly locked on the Cold Captain. I can assure you, I will do everything in my power to ensure the blacksmith receives the death penalty. She is not a whisperer and is not immune to toxins. The blacksmith's abilities do not truly embody the essence of metal, as she lacks superpowers. Her capabilities derive from an enhancement of the Metamorphose Super Serum, which, upon injection, fuses flesh and metal. The blacksmith cannot absorb or assimilate metal. Her metallized form is, in fact, a fusion of flesh and metal, rather than mere metal itself. In other words, even if the blacksmith can eternally maintain her metallic form, the lethal toxins that affect biological beings remain effective against her. Yuri cast a surprised glance at Wally, who had unexpectedly uttered such a statement. He had anticipated that Wally would be inclined to engage in a brawl with Captain Cold to save the blacksmith's life. This revelation somewhat subverted Yuri's preconceived notions of what it means to be a superhero. Not only Yuri, but even Captain Cold and the Weather Wizard were taken aback. Well done, lad. I always thought you were just a kid, but I must now concede that you're on par with the Flash, Kid Lightning, the weather wizard exclaimed, pausing momentarily before his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. No, you have truly become a Flash. Huh. Captain Cold smirked, turning to Wally and stating, I await the public trial of the blacksmith. If she isn't sentenced to death, I shall take it upon myself to end her life in court. With that, Captain Cold prepared to turn away, and as he did, the temperature of the ice imprisoning the blacksmith began to rise, shifting from near absolute zero to several degrees below freezing. The blacksmith remained ensnared in the ice, yet would no longer face the peril of freezing to death. Wait! At that moment, a voice suddenly called out to him, and it was not Kid Lightning S. Captain Cold turned to see a peculiar creature standing alongside Kid Lightning. You mentioned that your sister suffers from a brain tumor and that despite seeking renowned doctors, she can only persist in a vegetative state, correct? Yuri inquired. Captain Cold fell silent for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Perhaps I can heal her, Yuri suggested, crossing his arms. Oh, do you expect me to believe that a creature resembling an alien or mutant could cure a terminal illness that even Star Labs has been unable to treat? Captain Cold clearly harbored skepticism towards Yuri. It's a sound proposition, Cold, Wally interjected in support of Yuri. Previously, during the outbreak of the frenzy virus at Iron Mountain Prison, he concocted the serum to combat it. While a brain tumor and a virus may not be the same ailment, he indeed possesses medical knowledge that transcends earthly confines. He might genuinely be able to heal your sister. With Kid Lightning's endorsement, Captain Cold's demeanor softened considerably. He asked Yuri, what do you desire in return? Yuri smiled enigmatically and replied calmly, what I wish for is of little consequence. What matters is whether you truly wish to save your sister. Chapter 53. The true cause of Lisa's illness at Mid-City Hospital. In the MRI room, Yuri scrutinized the recently printed examination results with great care, while Captain Cold and Wally anxiously awaited by his side. At this moment, Yuri had transformed into a diminutive warrior, standing atop a chair outside the MRI room. Not far from the trio, a gathering of doctors and nurses had assembled, all eyes fixed intently upon Yuri. Look at that creature. It looks so peculiar, almost like a frog walking upright. A female nurse pointed towards Yuri and whispered to her companion. Indeed, it bears no resemblance to any species found on Earth. It must be an extraterrestrial being, surely. The nurse beside her nodded vigorously in agreement. Their voices were hushed, wary of being overheard. The topic of conversation among the nurses was rather uniform, whereas the doctors were focused on entirely different matters. Chief, that peculiar creature is accompanied by Leonard Snight. The Cold Captain, isn't it? And what he's holding in his hand could not be. A young doctor quietly inquired of the oldest physician present. Yes. The chief doctor replied with a calm demeanor. That is indeed Lisa Snight's MRI scan. Upon receiving confirmation, the young doctor grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you think they will detect any issues? The chief doctor sighed, gently closing his eyes. Captain Cold is very protective of his sister. He would not allow just anyone to interfere with her treatment unless that person possesses genuine skill. He will undoubtedly sense any discrepancies. At this, the young doctor gasped in horror, stammering, if Captain Cold discovers what transpired, he will surely kill us. The chief doctor quickly covered the young man's mouth with his hand, gesturing for silence with his finger. Captain Cold is no longer a criminal. He is now an ordinary citizen. He will not harm us. Do you truly believe they have changed for the better? Those ruffians? Have you forgotten that the Pied Piper recently killed his own parents? Upon hearing this, the ostensibly composed chief doctor could no longer maintain his facade. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead and remarked, it will be fine. Kid Flash is with them. He will prevent Captain Cold from acting out. But Kid Flash cannot remain in the hospital indefinitely. What will we do once he leaves? Shut up. Must you always voice such ominous thoughts? The chief doctor suddenly erupted in frustration, raising his hand as if to strike the young doctor. However, the latter quickly pointed behind him, urging him to turn around. The chief doctor glanced back, nearly losing his composure. The weather wizard was approaching, carrying a bag and drawing ominously near. Fortunately, the weather wizard did not seek trouble with them, but instead bypassed the two and approached Captain Cold. Kid Flash, the weather wizard said, retrieving a can of beer from the bag and handing it to Wally. Wally accepted it, opened it, and took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Crafted with wheat malt. I adore this. Suddenly, Wally's expression turned serious. Mark, do not presume this will bribe me. You are not like Cold. He has cleared his name, while you remain on the wanted list. We had an agreement. Once we leave the hospital, you will turn yourself in. I understand. I merely wish to see Lisa. You cannot fathom what a remarkable girl she is, so distinct from everyone in the road gang. She has gained admission to university and possesses exceptional athletic talent. She could have become an Olympic champion, rather than some absurd golden glider. Alas, she is the cold sister, which is her greatest misfortune. The weather wizard's face was etched with pity for Lisa. He held no special affection for her, but cherished her as if she were his own sister. To be precise, every member of the road gang regards Lisa as a precious gem. They may not particularly favor the cold captain, yet they would never harbor any disdain for Lisa. At that moment, the weather wizard retrieved a can of beer from his bag and placed it beside Yuri's feet. Although he was uncertain whether aliens consumed alcohol or whether Yuri was even of legal drinking age, he proceeded to open a can for himself and clinked glasses with Wally before taking a hearty swig. Craft malt brew? Or perhaps Budweiser? I absolutely adore this one. The cold captain smiled as he accepted the bag from the weather wizard, but as soon as the wizard's hand withdrew, the captain's smile abruptly vanished. This bag seemed a tad lighter than expected. Veins bulged on the cold captain's forehead as he forced a laugh and inquired, "Mark, after spending so long with the blacksmith, have you not managed to scrape together a decent sum? Not even enough to buy beer? Leonard, you certainly overestimate yourself. The blacksmith may not be the most sagacious leader, yet she certainly earns far more than you. My earnings from the web far exceed all my days in the road gang combined," the weather wizard retorted disdainfully. "Do not presume that I would forgive you. If not for Lisa, I would have already split you in two. What transpired between you two? It seems that former members of the road gang harbor significant animosity towards the cold captain." At this juncture, Wally interjected between the two. "And cold captain, I have yet to see you wield your freezing gun today. When did you acquire superpowers? This matter does not concern you." The cold captain turned his head away, while Wally glanced at the weather wizard, noting his reluctance to discuss the issue. "This does not pertain to him, but it is deeply connected to your sister's illness." Just then, Yuri abruptly set down the MRI images, facing the assembly with a serious demeanor. The causes of brain tumors are akin to those of tumors in other parts of the body, stemming from genetic mutations that transform normal brain cells into tumor cells, resulting in uncontrolled growth and ultimately evolving into tumors. However, Lisa's brain tumor is markedly different from ordinary brain tumors. In terms of size alone, her tumor is not particularly large. It falls well within the range for a safe surgical excision, far from being inoperable, and certainly not enough to leave her a vegetable for a year. As his words settled in the air, the cold captain's expression darkened. "That bunch of doctors dared to deceive me. They did not mislead you. Lisa's condition is indeed untreatable." Yuri timely interjected, curbing cold captain's impulsive fervor. The root cause of her current predicament was not merely tumor cells, but rather her very genes. Lisa's brain tumor was neither benign nor malignant. It was an integral part of her brain, having merged into a singular entity with it. Should the tumor be excised, it would lead to the demise of her brain as well. Chapter 54. The Secret of the Rascal's What? Does this mean you cannot cure Lisa? Yuri's words plunged cold captain's heart into despair. The inevitable fate remained unchanged. Without removal of the brain tumor, death was certain. Removal would also lead to death. In this moment, cold captain's spirit was extinguished. Any flicker of hope he had managed to grasp was ruthlessly extinguished. When did I ever claim I could not cure her? Yuri gazed quizzically at cold captain, perplexed. As the situation turned, a faint glimmer of hope reignited in cold captain's heart, though he dared not act rashly, fearing this flicker might merely be a figment of his imagination. "Do you truly possess a way to heal my sister?" Cold captain stammered, his tongue seemingly knotted. "There are some indications, yet I cannot be certain. I require you to recount certain past events to substantiate my hypothesis," Yuri declared, pacing with hands clasped behind his back. Speaking cryptically, cold captain and weather sorcerer exchanged glances, their pupils dilating. They comprehended what Yuri sought to uncover. "Very well. This is not a secret I must take to the grave. I shall disclose it to you," cold captain resolved, understanding that no secret could rival Lisa's life in importance. Together, they returned to Lisa's hospital room, where little Trooper, being too diminutive, was cradled in Wally's hands. The gathering doctors and nurses were taken aback, particularly the chief physician, who shot a fierce glare at cold captain, nearly inducing a cardiac episode. These physicians were acutely aware that Lisa's brain tumor had formed a peculiar symbiotic relationship. unlike any previous cases. Regardless of their ability to treat her, Cold Captain felt a surge of anger at their deceit, perpetuating the illusion that Lisa's condition was merely that of an ordinary brain tumor. Upon entering the ward, Cold Captain began recounting a significant event from 3 years prior. A global incident had unfolded when an extraterrestrial tyrant named Darkseid invaded Earth, purportedly a new god of sorts, though I hold little interest in such matters. This event precipitated the formation of an organization that transformed the world, the Justice League. Cold Captain stated succinctly, "This is common knowledge worldwide. No need for elaboration." Within the Justice League, not a single individual could be deemed ordinary. Their might was akin to that described in the tome Justice League, Gods Among Us, embodying deities among mortals. The Flash joined the Justice League, which instilled a profound sense of crisis in me, the leader of the Rogues at that time. If the Rogues continued their nefarious activities, we risked provoking the Justice League, and none of US would escape unscathed. Thus, I resolved to execute one final grand heist before disbanding the Rogues, allowing each of us to lead a mundane life. Yuri and the others listened quietly. Even the weather wizard's face bore a hint of nostalgia. We set our sights on the largest bank in Central City, intending to empty its vault. Captain Cold continued, I recall that bank heist. It was the last confrontation between the Flash and the Rogues, after which the Rogues disbanded. Wally suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Indeed, it was that heist." We spent an entire month devising our plan, confident of our success, yet the outcome was evident. The Flash would always triumph. Captain Cold managed a bitter smile, confessing that despite all his efforts and strategies, he could never defeat that man. He led the Rogues, who placed their trust in him. Yet he couldn't even provide them with a stable home and a clean environment. He felt unworthy of being their leader. Coward, the weather wizard cursed silently, burying his head deep to conceal his expression. At that moment, I harbored but one thought. I wanted to defeat the Flash, even if just once. Captain Cold abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of fire igniting in his gaze. Then, the enigmatic figure appeared, a man clad in a long robe, his face obscured by a hood. Wally's eyes flickered. This mysterious individual seemed to be the architect of the Rogue's predicament. He presented me with an apparatus capable of reconfiguring the Rogue's genetic makeup, merging our weaponry's abilities with our very beings. Yuri nodded in understanding. This was the reason Captain Cold could wield Absolute Zero without a freeze gun. When Captain Cold returned to the Rogue's hideout with the gene restructuring device, the Pied Piper and the original Trickster had already departed. Consequently, only Captain Cold, the Weather Wizard, Heat Wave, and the original Mirror Master participated in the gene restructuring. They placed their respective weapons onto the device, then laid their hands upon the weapons to activate the restructuring process. A tremendous explosion obliterated the entire hideout, affecting Lisa, who had merely been present and inactive. The gene restructuring was both a success and a failure. Captain Cold gained superpowers but experienced an equal degree of cold while using them. Though he wouldn't freeze to death, the sensation was undeniably unpleasant. The Weather Wizard could control the weather without his staff, but his emotions fluctuated with the weather, preventing him from expressing his true feelings. Heat Wave, similar to Captain Cold, could generate fierce flames but was left with severe burns, with scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. The Mirror Master Sam is in a dire predicament, eternally trapped within a small mirror, now held delicately in Lisa's palm. Who provided you with the gene recombination device? Wally inquired impatiently, sensing the looming presence of a grand conspiracy. I don't know, came the response. He did not reveal his name. However, a noteworthy detail is the coin he wore around his neck, emblazoned with a three-eyed skull. Captain Cold shook his head. Had he known the identity of that individual, he would have already taken action against him. It is now evident that Lisa's genes have also been completely recombined, Yuri concluded, stroking his chin. The explosion of the gene recombination device must have ensnared Lisa as well, resulting in the alteration of all your genetic structures. I can resolve Lisa's issue, and not just hers. I can address the predicaments of the rest of you as well. Upon hearing this, Captain Cold and the Weather Witch were instantly moved, their intense gazes fixed on Yuri. The gene recombination device was likely merely an experimental tool, and your recombined genetic chains are in disarray, a reversal of order that has led to your various adverse manifestations. I can rectify your disordered genes, eliminating your negative traits while allowing you to retain your superpowers. As for the cost, I require a small sample of your blood. With that, Yuri calmly regarded Captain Cold and the Weather Witch, awaiting their decision. If you can truly heal me, freeing me from the torment of fluctuating emotions with the weather, I will comply with any request you make. The Weather Witch declared without hesitation. As long as you can restore Lisa. Captain Cold concurred with Yuri's proposition. Excellent, then it's settled. Yuri then transformed into a flash star. The reason for his transformation was to activate the gene repair function of his small device, as the diminutive stature of the little soldier made operating the device rather cumbersome. Chapter 55, Gene Repair. A beam of light emanated from the small device, illuminating Captain Cold. He needed to ascertain whether Yuri could genuinely restore their genes before allowing Lisa to undergo treatment. Within his body, where the naked eye could not perceive, Captain Cold's chaotic genes began to align towards normalcy. He felt a warmth where the beam made contact with his body. This was the first time he had experienced warmth since gaining his superpowers. Prior to this, anything he touched was permeated with an unyielding cold. Gradually, warmth spread throughout his entire being, restoring his body temperature to a normal range. His stark white hair and eyebrows returned to their original brown. The entire process was swift, taking only a matter of seconds to untangle his disordered genes. I'm no longer cold. I'm no longer cold, Captain Cold exuberantly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he relished the sensation of warmth he had long been deprived of. He hurriedly dashed to the water dispenser in the corner of the hospital room, filling a disposable cup with steaming hot water. It was scalding, and the water was not frozen. I have truly recovered. Captain Cold downed the boiling water in one gulp, and despite the blisters forming on his tongue, a radiant smile adorned his face. Now, let me test whether my abilities remain intact. Captain Cold swiftly concentrated, and a sharp icicle materialized at his fingertips. Just as he had promised Yuri, his superpower was still present. The weather mage, witnessing this scene, became exhilarated and looked expectantly at Yuri. Do not rush. Let us now repair your genes, Yuri said with a smile, activating the gene repair function of his little device, targeting the weather mage. Upon completion, the weather mage closed his eyes, and the sky began to darken, with a dark cloud drifting over the hospital. Subsequently, a gentle rain began to fall. At this moment, the weather mage no longer shed tears as the weather changed. Thank you for repairing my genes. I will remember this kindness, the weather mage said earnestly, gazing at Yuri. We can discuss gratitude later. Right now, we must save Lisa. Please. At that moment, Captain Cold anxiously shouted from beside Lisa's hospital bed. Yuri spoke no more and immediately commenced the gene repair for Lisa. As her genes were repaired, all malevolent mutations were ameliorated, causing Lisa's brain tumor to self-destruct and revert to healthy cells. The little device, equipped with an infinite energy core, could perform the gene repair function 3 times in succession without any detriment to its usage. The limitation on Yuri's transformation was never due to a lack of energy, but rather a safeguard for his own genes. Lisa's recovery took slightly longer than that of Captain Cold and the Weather Mage, as her genetic mutations were more malignant. Cough, cough, cough. Approximately 2 minutes later, after a long slumber, Lisa's eyelids fluttered, and she coughed a couple of times. Lisa, she has awakened. Lisa is awake, Captain Cold exclaimed with fervent joy. Wally and the Weather Mage also broke into smiles. Slowly, Lisa opened her eyes, her vision shifting from blurry to clear, whereupon she beheld the face of Captain Cold. The gene repair not only cured Lisa's brain tumor, but also restored her health, enabling her to soon resume normal activities. Lisa, you have finally awakened. I nearly thought I would lose you, Captain Cold said, his eyes reddening as he looked at Lisa with gratitude. He opened his arms and embraced her tightly. Unexpectedly, in a surprising turn of events, the now healthy Lisa slapped Captain Cold across the face. Rennie, I had already warned you that mysterious device was dangerous and not to be used recklessly, yet you refused to listen. The safe haven we painstakingly discovered was destroyed just days after our arrival, due to your recklessness. You are perpetually obstinate, arrogantly believing that you can resolve everything. Yet you inevitably end up ruining everything. Lisa's memories appear to be frozen in the day of her unconsciousness, as she unleashes a torrent of invectives at Captain Cold. Wally blinked, captivated by the unusual scene unfolding before him. After a moment of scolding, Lisa finally sensed that something was amiss. Ordinarily, had she berated Leonard in such a manner, he would have retorted with impatience. However, he remained unusually quiet, with visible tear stains upon his face. Lisa began to survey her surroundings. She found herself on a hospital bed, with Captain Cold to her right. To her left sat Mark, alongside an unfamiliar, peculiar creature. And there was Shatter. It was the Lightning Kid. Lisa sprang from the bed, fixating on Wally with a sense of imminent threat. Mark, why are you so close to the Lightning Kid? Did he abduct you? What about the others? Where are Mick and Sam? Unaware of the situation, Lisa angrily pointed at Wally. Lightning Kid, you must release Mark at once. Leonard, why are you still standing there? Hurry and save Mark. Lisa, Captain Cold grasped her hand, his expression grave. You need to calm down. I will explain everything. A few minutes later, Leonard, are you telling me I've been unconscious for over 2 years? Lisa could hardly believe her ears, yet the expressions of those present confirmed the grim reality. Is Sam truly trapped in a mirror forever? She picked up a palm-sized round mirror, revealing the visage of a man weathered by time. The legendary mirror master, Sam Scudder, also Lisa's beloved. Captain Cold nodded silently. Leonard, Lisa's emotions surged, her gaze piercing into Captain Cold with hostility. I thought you had merely brought back a bomb disguised as a genetic recombination device. I never imagined you would lead us to such devastation. She clutched the mirror to her chest, weeping uncontrollably. 2 years. Sam has been ensnared in this tiny mirror for a full 2 years. There is nothing within, no one to speak to, only eternal solitude. Can you fathom the agony of that? If it weren't for their unconditional trust in you, and had you heeded my counsel at that time, none of this would have transpired. I am truly sorry. Captain Cold could only offer his apologies. Sorry? Now you realize the weight of that word. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? Lisa seethed through gritted teeth. In a shocking turn of events, a brilliant golden light radiated from Lisa, and her body began to levitate gently. The explosion of the genetic recombination device seemed to have awakened within her a latent superpower, likely related to flight. Aptly aligning with her villainous moniker, the Golden Glider. You siblings may fight to the death, but I have but one question. Do you still wish to rescue Sam? Yuri inquired impatiently. Chapter 56. An invitation to my wedding upon learning that Yuri possessed a method to cure the genetic disarray afflicting the scoundrel gang, and that both Captain Cold and the weather wizard had been healed by him. Lisa transformed into a demure and poised young lady, patiently awaiting Yuri's intervention to free her beloved. Sam's predicament differs from yours. His essence is trapped within this mirror, and my gene repair beam will be reflected by the mirror's surface, failing to reach Sam, Yuri explained, holding the mirror that ensnared Sam. Torisk-Kusam. One must enter the mirrored world. What? The only ones who can access the mirrored realm, apart from Sam, are McLaughlin, Wally remarked, furrowing his brow. So we need to fetch McLaughlin. Is that it? This should be simple, Lisa declared, her gaze sharp as she contemplated enlisting Captain Cold and the weather wizard to assist in capturing him. No need for that. Look what I have here, Yuri said, producing a mirror gun, the very one wielded by McLaughlin. Initially, after defeating McLaughlin, Yuri had instinctively intended to shatter the mirror gun underfoot, but after a moment's reflection, he opted to retain it. The technological sophistication of the mirror gun far surpassed contemporary Earth technology by centuries. Once Yuri mastered the reflective technology contained within, employing his super-intelligent brain akin to that of a tactical genius, he could ascend several levels further. Even if Yuri found no use for the mirror technology, he could still keep it as a trophy. As for the notion that the mirror gun belonged to McLaughlin and was an important piece of evidence, Yuri dismissed it with indifference. Do Batman and Superman not also collect trophies, often snatching items directly from the police? Who in the world is unaware that superheroes possess such peculiarities? If they can do it, why should I not? Due to the small size of the mirror trapping Sam, it was impossible for anyone to crawl inside. Thus, a larger reflective surface was required. Yuri instructed Lisa to position the small mirror against the window, allowing it to reflect Sam's image. He then fired the mirror gun at the window. Strange ripples emerged from the glass, transforming the window into a portal connecting 2 dimensions. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Yuri stepped through the window. This was Yuri's inaugural venture into the mirrored world, and the overwhelming sensation it imparted was one of blinding whiteness. Above, below, in front, and behind, an expanse of white engulfed all. The world was devoid of substance, seemingly infinite, with no discernible boundaries. In this starkly white realm, the presence of an additional individual was strikingly conspicuous. As Yuri entered, he beheld Sam, who was kneeling on the ground. The man appeared vacant, his eyes devoid of focus, pupils dilated, and saliva unconsciously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Completely unresponsive to Yuri's arrival. It is hardly surprising that Sam would react in such a manner. After all, in the mirrored world, one does not experience hunger or thirst, thus rendering the possibilities of starvation or dehydration non-existent. Living in such a desolate realm alone for 2 years would drive any individual to the brink of madness. The fact that he has not succumbed to suicide thus far speaks volumes of his remarkable resilience. How tragic, Yuri mused, as he commenced the process of genetic repair on Sam. Upon completion, however, Sam's condition remained unchanged. After all, the diminutive device could only mend genes, not heal the soul. If I were to take you out in this state, it could pose a bit of a problem. Allow me to assist you, Yuri declared. He then transformed into a wraith, intending to erase the memories of the past 2 years from Sam's mind, rendering him akin to Lisa, who could only recall the events of the day she was imprisoned. Unbeknownst to Yuri, he had overlooked a crucial aspect. Altering the memories of a person on the verge of mental collapse is relatively straightforward, and the wraith accomplished this task in mere seconds. After completing this, the mentally exhausted Sam promptly lost consciousness. Just as Yuri resolved to drag Sam out of the mirrored world, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beep, beep. The little device illuminated a red light and began to sound an alarm. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this? Yuri cursed. The prolonged battle had caused him to momentarily neglect the duration of his transformation. What should he do? His true form was about to be exposed. Of course, the speed starts you. Yuri swiftly turned the dial on the little device, hastily switching to the Speedstar form. Fortunately, having spent considerable time with Wally recently, the energy reserves within the device were at full capacity, allowing him to maintain the Speedstar form for a duration of 90 minutes. For a speedster, this time equates to little more than a fleeting moment. Upon reflection, however, it seemed that this transformation had exceeded 10 minutes. Yuri stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since the battle's conclusion, he had first transformed into the little soldier to ascertain Lisa's ailment, then engaged in negotiations with Captain Cold and others, followed by repairing their genes. And finally, after Lisa awoke, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Surely, it must have surpassed 10 minutes by now. Was it 15 minutes? Or perhaps 20? Yuri did not dwell excessively on the passage of time, but there was no doubt that the limitations of the little device had been extended. As no threats had emerged during the entire process, the protective mechanisms were likely functioning normally. The reasoning behind this eluded Yuri. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged use of the device, which had enhanced his DNA resistance and diminished the likelihood of extraterrestrial DNA contaminating his being. In any case, this was fortuitous news for Yuri. He seized the unconscious Sam and swiftly navigated through the opened mirrored passage, returning to the infirmary, where he placed Sam upon Lisa's bed. Sam! Lisa let out a startled cry and leaped directly into Sam's arms. Yuri refrained from emphasizing that he had erased Sam's memories, for no one enjoys the company of those who manipulate memories, especially with Wally present. Furthermore, should Sam ever regain his memories, he would likely owe Yuri a debt of gratitude. Next came the time for remuneration. Drawing blood at the hospital was remarkably effortless, requiring little more than Yuri's presence. Before long, Yuri had collected 4 vials of blood from Captain Cold, Weather Wizard, Golden Glider, and Mirror Master. When Wally inquired about the necessity of the rogue's blood, Yuri explained his desire to explore the connection between DNA recombination and the awakening of superpowers. Although Weather Wizard verbally pledged to Wally that he would turn himself in, it was hardly likely that he would naively adhere to such a promise. After the blood draw, he mockingly laughed at Wally before shattering a window and soaring into the sky, cleverly concealing his escape among the clouds. Wally, unable to fly, was left in the lurch, unsure of which direction to pursue. All he could do was grit his teeth and curse Weather Wizard for his lack of integrity. Subsequently, Yuri found no reason to linger in the hospital, nor did Wally. As they exited, Yuri prepared to depart when Wally intercepted him. Hey, the Unifier, I have something to discuss with you. Though Yuri himself had coined the moniker, it felt exceedingly awkward when addressed by another. What is it you wish to say? Yuri coughed awkwardly, forcing a laugh. In an instant, Wally vanished and reappeared with an invitation in hand. In 2 days, I shall be holding my wedding at the Central City Cathedral, and I sincerely hope you can attend. Wally declared with cheerful exuberance. Excuse me? Yuri was taken aback by Wally's words. You're inviting me to your wedding? Why? Aren't you concerned about your identity being revealed? Although Yuri was aware that Kid Flash was indeed Wally, he had never disclosed this knowledge. Our acquaintance may be brief, yet I believe you are not a villain. I have a feeling we could become friends, which is why I wish for you to witness my wedding. Additionally, I would like to meet the true you. It remained unclear whether Wally was simply naive or genuinely believed in Yuri's goodness. Yuri knew he could not attend Wally's wedding in his alien guise. And even the swiftest ceremony would not conclude in mere 10 or 20 minutes. To utilize the Speed Force would be an extravagant waste. A tumult of thoughts swirled within Yuri. He was not particularly worried about his identity being exposed, for he was alone in the world, with no ties or family. What harm could come from being discovered? As the saying goes, the barefoot fear, not the shoed. Moreover, Wally's character was indeed trustworthy, and his friends mirrored his nature. While Yuri might not blend seamlessly with them, at the very least, they would not pose a threat to him. The true dilemma for Yuri lay in whether he should embrace the prospect of friendship with Wally. Chapter 57. Inspecting the harvest. Ultimately, Yuri accepted the invitation, deeming it harmless, merely an opportunity to partake in a meal. Wally expressed his delight, and, after relaying the specific time, the two bid each other farewell. Eager to depart the hospital, Yuri was not only intent on promptly recording the DNA of Captain Cold and his cohorts into his makeshift database, but was also preoccupied with a more pressing matter. The recent skirmish with the counterfeit rogues had wreaked havoc upon the heart of Mid-City, with relentless flames ravaging several blocks, culminating in the destruction of the Flash Museum. Remarkably, the statue of the Flash at the museum's entrance survived, shielded by Captain Cold's absolute zero ice. Fortunately, there were no casualties reported. The ferocity of the fire was such that, even with all the fire trucks in the city summoned to combat the blaze, extinguishing it proved a formidable challenge. The defeated criminals, including Magenta, had been preemptively relocated by Wally and Yuri to a safe distance, where they were subsequently apprehended by Chayale and Murillo and incarcerated in Iron Heights prison. Notably, upon encountering Chayale and Murillo, McLaughlin confessed to framing the Pied Piper, thus exonerating him. Although Warden Wolf was exceedingly reluctant to release the Pied Piper, he found himself devoid of grounds for continued detention and had no choice but to set him free. As for the 20 robotic soldiers, mercilessly slain by the shapeshifter, they remained at the epicenter of the conflagration. Unlike most heroes who relish the collection of villainous spoils, the Flash did not partake in such practices. The equipment of foes was typically either stored in the police evidence room or taken by the Star Labs Mid-City branch for research. After all, Barry Allen, the Flash, was a police officer himself, overseeing the evidence room, rendering the establishment of a trophy display unnecessary. Wally, as Barry's nephew, naturally shared this aversion to reclaiming spoils. However, Yuri did not. He aimed to recover the 20 robotic soldiers before the Star Labs personnel arrived. Despite the somewhat hasty demise of these robotic soldiers, their armor was remarkably resilient. Even a fire thrice as fierce would not have incinerated them. Utilizing the speed of the velocity suit, relocating the remains of the 20 robotic soldiers would take mere seconds. As for their placement, they would be secured within the mirror dimension. The old vehicle, being an extended RV, offered a more spacious interior than typical models. Yuri had installed a wardrobe of his height in the rear compartment, affixing a mirror within it and creating a passage into the mirror dimension with a mirror gun. Thus, Yuri established a highly secure laboratory, free from disturbances, in the days leading up to Wally's wedding, time that was predominantly dedicated to the Little Wonder. Before dismantling the robotic soldiers, Yuri opted to first record the DNA of Captain Cold, Weather Wizard, Golden Glider, and Mirror Master. To speak frankly, the capabilities of the rogue assistants far surpassed those of the previous steel beams. The absolute zero of Captain Cold, within the confines of physical laws, represents the pinnacle of ice-based abilities. As for the notion of freezing time and space, such a feat can only be accomplished by transcending the bounds of physics. Consequently, even the modest optimization functions of the device remained dormant, for there was no room for enhancement through mere optimization. Evolution was the only path forward. This specimen was aptly named Extreme Cold by Yuri. The Weather Wizard's control over meteorological phenomena, after appropriate optimization by the device, can simultaneously manage two contrasting weather conditions, even those that oppose each other, such as a blizzard combined with sweltering heat. This specimen was designated Child of Weather. The golden glider possesses the ability of flight and can alter her phase to become intangible. However, any superhuman with heightened senses can still perceive her. Following optimization, only those with similar capabilities would be able to see her. This specimen was dubbed Flight. The Mirror Master can perform all the functions of the mirror gun. Yet his greatest flaw lies in being trapped within the mirror, unable to escape. The portals he creates only allow others to enter and exit, a defect that has now been rectified. This specimen was named Mirror Man Yuri, meticulously experimented with each specimen's abilities within the mirror space. Regardless of the scale of destruction wrought in that realm, it would automatically restore itself as long as the mirror remained unshattered. With the DNA issues resolved, it was time to embark on scientific research. The little vanguard completely dismantled 20 mechanical soldiers. However, Yuri chose not to utilize these components to forge weaponry or armor. Instead, he crafted various rudimentary, foundational devices from their parts. The precision of these devices was undeniably subpar, yet they formed an indispensable component of his work. Advancing technology is not solely reliant on intellect and knowledge. Mere raw materials hold little value without the crucial element of equipment. Much like the neighboring Iron Man, if provided with a collection of crude tools and a Jericho missile to disassemble, the quality of materials is assured and intellect is a given. Yet, what does it ultimately yield? The Mark I, at its core, is merely a heavy suit of armor equipped with rudimentary weaponry, with a power system that is exceedingly crude, lacking the sophistication to even be classified as exoskeletal armor. The arc reactor, however, is an enigma of advanced technology that defies conventional understanding. Who knows how it was constructed? In summary, out of the 20 mechanical soldiers, 18 sets of components were repurposed to create foundational devices, transforming his laboratory into a genuine research facility. The remaining 2 units were earmarked for enhancing the old vehicle and crafting protective gear for his own body. The challenge of manufacturing foundational devices is considerable and time-consuming. Thus, Yuri was not hastened by urgency. After establishing the most crucial experimental platform, he commenced the creation of protective gear. Although termed protective gear, it essentially amounted to clothing. Yuri initially employed a device capable of altering material structures to gradually transform the rigid alloy armor into a fibrous state, ensuring greater comfort while maintaining formidable defensive capabilities. Completely fireproof and bulletproof, it can also mitigate impact forces. This endows Yuri with a certain degree of self-preservation capability, allowing him to avoid being rendered vulnerable during street brawls, where minor threats might be deemed negligible and protective measures inadvertently remain inactive. Next is the enhancement plan for the old vehicle. First, the thrusters of the robotic soldier are affixed to the rear of the decrepit car, enabling it to achieve an astounding maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. The front and sides are outfitted with laser cannons, while radar systems, thermal sensors, and intelligence systems are all integrated into the control console. Thus, 2 days passed. At 3:30 in the afternoon, at the Central City Cathedral, there remained a mere half-hour before the ceremony was to commence. The wedding venue was situated in the garden at the back of the church, and Yuri, holding the invitation, made his way unimpeded. Upon arrival, he noted the guest list was rather sparse, with perhaps fewer than 10 invitees in total. Chapter 58. The Flash family, given the limited number of guests. The seating was also minimal, with only 3 dining tables. In stark contrast to the lavish affairs boasting dozens or even hundreds of tables, this gathering felt quite desolate. Yuri surveyed the area and recognized several familiar faces. First was Linda Park, one of the wedding's central figures, engaging in jovial conversation with a middle-aged couple at the center table, presumably her parents. It remained unclear whether Linda's parents were aware of their son-in-law's secret identity. The other 2 familiar faces were seated at the far-right table, the Pied Piper and Hunter Zolman, both of whom were surely aware that Wally was, in fact, Kid Flash. The final familiar face was one Yuri had not yet met in person, but often glimpsed in the news. Jesse Chambers, the executive president of Quick Start Enterprises, better known as the superhero Jesse Quick. Jesse occupied the leftmost table, alongside 3 companions, an elderly couple and a boy around 13 or 14 years of age. Naturally, in such an environment, everyone was dressed in casual attire. As for the guest of honor, Wally, he had yet to make his appearance. "Hey kid, are you here for the wedding?" Suddenly, Yuri heard someone speaking behind him. It was likely directed at him. He turned to find a kindly middle-aged woman gazing at him. "Oh, Yes, ma'am. I am a friend of Wally West. He invited me to his wedding. Yuri smiled warmly. I'm delighted you could attend Wally's wedding. I'm his aunt, Iris. I never imagined Wally would make such a young friend, Iris replied with a smile. At this, Yuri felt a stir within. Wally, being Kid Flash, meant that the gentleman known as the Flash, Barry Allen, was his uncle. Thus, the middle-aged woman before him must be the wife of the Flash. May I know your name? Iris inquired amicably. Yuri, or simply call me Yuri, scratched his head, acknowledging his struggles in engaging with extroverted individuals. And Iris. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Iris. Wally dashed over, stopping in front of Yuri and Iris. And Iris, it's truly wonderful that you could come. He embraced Iris warmly. This is undoubtedly the most significant day of your life. How could I possibly miss it? By the way, where are your parents? Iris inquired with a smile. They're just crossing the Van Buren Bridge and will arrive in a few minutes, Wally replied, although he possessed the speed to fetch his parents in an instant. He deemed this day too special to misuse his abilities. Come with me, and Iris. A great deal has transpired recently, and I have been eager to discuss it with you, Wally urged, taking Iris by the arm. However, Iris suddenly furrowed her brow and chastised Wally. Wally, while I understand your desire to share, you must not neglect your friends and fail to greet them. That is quite rude. Friends? Wally blinked in surprise, glancing at Iris, where he noticed a familiar young man standing beside her. Yuri raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the boy he encountered at the burger joint last month? Wally thought to himself, my invited friend must be. Oh, it's you. Instantly, Wally connected the dots. He could surmise that the alien hero who fought alongside him might be a human. Yet he never anticipated that this individual would be a teenager he had already met. Let me think. Your name is Yuri, isn't it? Wally stroked his chin, then asked affirmatively. Wally, how could you forget your friend's name? Iris scolded him, seizing his ear in discontent. Ouch. And Iris, it was an oversight. I sincerely apologize and promise to rectify it. Seeing Wally's earnestness, Iris released her grip with satisfaction. And Iris, I believe our discussion may need to be postponed. Could you please go meet Linda's parents first? I need to speak with Yuri privately now, Wally suggested, and without hesitation, Iris proceeded towards Linda's table. I agree that we could become friends, Wally, which is why I am here. However, if you wish to discuss matters such as transformations, I cannot divulge anything. Yuri stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Wally's face, requiring him to tilt his head slightly, as Wally stood at 6 feet tall, while Yuri was still in his growth phase. Of course, everyone has their secrets, and I can understand that. You need not worry. I will not disclose your abilities to anyone, including other superheroes, unless you consent, Wally assured him. Come, allow me to introduce you to some new acquaintances. In response to Wally's invitation, Yuri nodded. Together, Wally and Yuri approached the table where Jesse and the others were seated. Hey, look who has arrived. Upon seeing Wally, everyone burst into cheerful laughter. Wally, how could you have kept your marriage to Linda a secret from me for so long? I only learned of it when I received your invitation a week ago. I thought we were good friends. Don't you want to explain? Jesse remarked, crossing his arms playfully. Jesse has a point. Wally, an elderly man at the table, agreed. All right, I admit I was in the wrong, but as you all know, so much has transpired this past month that I felt it necessary to address those matters first, Wally pleaded. Don't take it too personally, Wally. We understand you've had a tough month, so why not introduce this young lad? A kind-looking elderly woman beside the man suggested. At that moment, all eyes at the table turned toward Yuri. Wally, is this boy a newcomer? Jesse inquired with a knowing glance. Perhaps so. This is Yuri, my new friend. Wally introduced him. Yuri, this is Jesse, being from Keystone City. You should be familiar with her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yuri. Wally's friends are my friends as well. Feel free to visit us at Velocity Company anytime. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Jesse warmly welcomed him. Wally then proceeded to introduce the others. The elderly man was Jay Garrick, the first Flash, and the woman beside him was his beloved wife, Joan Garrick. The 14-year-old boy nearby was Wally's second cousin, Bart Allen, who is also Barry's biological grandson from the 30th century. This group, along with Barry, constitutes the fastest family in the world, the Flash family. Chapter 59, The Woman Standing at 193 meters tall before long, Wally's parents arrived, and the wedding officially commenced as everyone entered the church. Wally and Linda stood before the priest, one on each side. Today, we gather in the sight of God to witness the sacred union of Wally West and Linda Park, the priest declared reverently, holding a Bible. As the vows were about to be exchanged, He added, "If there are any impediments to this union, please speak now or forever hold your peace." Yuri, seated among the others, watched as Wally and Linda recited their vows to one another. Ultimately, it was the familiar pledge of for better or for worse. And to be honest, Yuri felt a bit bored. The solemnity of the occasion made him somewhat uncomfortable. "You find it dull, don't you?" At that moment, Bart leaned in slightly closer to Yuri and whispered. Without waiting for Yuri to agree or disagree, Bart continued, "I can understand your feelings, as I too find this tedious ceremony rather uninteresting. You know, in the 30th century, a soft yet audible cough broke the silence, drawing the attention of two individuals. Jay turned his head slightly, casting a fierce glare at Bart, who promptly closed his mouth and sat up straight. This brief interruption rendered Yuri's surroundings less tedious. During their previous conversation, Yuri had learned from Wally about Bart's origins. Although the boy appeared to be 14 years old, he was, in fact, merely 2 years prior. The Flash, Barry Allen, unexpectedly acquired the ability to traverse time using the Speed Force, leading him to the 30th century. Iris accompanied him on this journey. But due to Barry's inexperience with time travel, he was unable to return home. Consequently, Barry and Iris resided there for an extended period, eventually giving birth to their son, Bart Allen. However, due to the threat posed by Reverse Flash, Barry was compelled to leave Bart in the 30th century. Growing up there, Bart married and had children, one of whom is Bart. Notably, Bart is an extraordinary child, for upon his birth, he automatically connected with the Speed Force, causing his growth rate to accelerate dramatically. At 2 years old, he resembled a 14-year-old, yet this rapid development threatened his well-being. Even the advanced technology of the 30th century could not remedy the issues caused by the Speed Force, prompting Bart's parents to send him to the 21st century, where the Flash would instruct him on how to master his abilities, though Jay Garrick now took on this responsibility. It is worth mentioning that Bart's mother, Maloney Swan, is a descendant of the Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne, from an unknown generation. After a while, the wedding ceremony finally reached its concluding stage, with Wally and Linda exchanging rings and sharing a kiss before an enthusiastic audience. The congregation erupted in applause, and the officiant signaled for everyone to rise and offer blessings for the newlyweds. Let us stand together and recite the words of the Savior in prayer for this couple. May the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit bless you abundantly as you share your lives together. Amen. Yuri stood in unison with the others, hands clasped in prayer. Beside him, Bart, despite his reluctance evident on his face, also rose to partake in the moment. With the ceremony concluded, the atmosphere transformed. The earlier formality dissipated as the banquet commenced. Upon exiting the church and returning to the outdoor dining area, a sumptuous feast awaited the guests. Perhaps due to the smaller guest list, the cost of the celebration was significantly reduced, resulting in an impressive array of dishes on the table. In the past few years, Yuri had not indulged in such a lavish meal. Although he had once acquired 2 million from a blacksmith, he had been too preoccupied to savor culinary delights. J. Joan, it has been far too long since we gathered like this. Let's raise a glass today. Jessie smiled as she uncorked a bottle of champagne, pouring 2 glasses for Jay and Joan. Continuing, she glanced apologetically at Yuri and Bart, expressing regret. I did not intend to neglect you, but you are not yet of age to partake in alcoholic beverages. How about a glass of milk? Bart grimaced reluctantly and replied, I would prefer iced orange juice. Yuri nodded. Fresh milk, thank you. The blacksmith's previous scheme had indeed frightened us profoundly. I genuinely thought Joan had been diagnosed with cancer, only to discover that the test results were fabricated. Joan is now in good health and certainly deserving of a celebration. Jay, with his graying hair, said with a sense of relief, raising his glass and taking a delightful sip. It feels wonderful to be alive, and though it was not entirely dreadful, at least we enjoyed a pleasant time in Denver. Joan, her face lined with wrinkles, smiled with her eyes squinted. Indeed, the unending pastoral life is quite delightful. Bart rolled his eyes in response. Oh, Bart, you are still young. A peaceful and tranquil life may be too early for you, and it is perfectly normal not to appreciate it. Joan chuckled while ruffling Bart's hair. Grandma Joan, I know you have regained your health, but I believe it would be wise for you to limit your alcohol consumption, Bart said with concern. Thank you. I will be mindful. Joan happily accepted Bart's suggestion. By the way, Jessie, Wally is already married now, and he is 2 years younger than you. When do you plan to find a boyfriend? Joan began to inquire about Jessie's life plans. Oh, spare me. I truly do not have the time to contemplate such matters right now. The company's affairs and the superhero responsibilities have been overwhelming, Jesse replied. Precisely because of that, you need to find someone to help alleviate some of that pressure, Yuri remarked, stuffing his mouth with roasted beef while observing this gathering of superheroes engaging in casual conversation, finding it rather novel. Even superheroes, when they shed their uniforms and return home, are merely ordinary individuals. By the way, Yuri, you appear a bit lean, but in truth you are quite handsome, and I'm sure you are popular with the ladies. Do you have a girlfriend? With no other option, Jesse redirected the conversation to Yuri, compelled by Joan's questioning. As soon as the words left her lips, all eyes turned towards Yuri. He blinked, quickly realizing the spotlight had shifted to him. He chewed the roasted meat a few times before swallowing. Suddenly, a sound like a breaking wind echoed from the sky. Apologies, Wally. I could not make it to your wedding. It was quite a journey from San Francisco. A cheerful female voice resonated above them, followed by the descent of a stunning beauty with red hair, clad in a purple bodysuit, her sun-kissed skin glowing, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. She instantly became the tallest person present. Chapter 60, Rebuilding the Teen Titans. Starfire? Wally, who was engrossed with Linda, immediately stood up upon seeing this unexpected guest. His expression a blend of surprise and delight. How did you arrive? Starfire pointed to the sky and remarked, I am not the only one who has come. A peculiar dove descended from above. This dove was not only strange due to its green color, but was further distinguished by its ability to speak. Long time no see. Wally, have you missed me? If you have, I shall grant you a hug. The green dove circled around Wally, fluttering in delight. Gah, it's wonderful to see you again. Wally spread his arms, and in an instant, the dove enlarged, swiftly transforming into a human form. Ultimately, it morphed into a green-skinned youth, slightly over 5 feet tall, who enveloped Wally in a warm embrace. As for these two unexpected visitors, Yuri was not entirely unfamiliar with them, though they were not strangers either. Starfire and Beast Boy, superheroes active in the San Francisco area, had made numerous appearances on television. It was said that they were once members of the Titans, but that superhero team had disbanded over a year ago. The specifics of that dissolution eluded Yuri, as it had not been mentioned in the news. Starfire, gah. It seems you haven't seen Jesse in quite some time either, Wally remarked as he led Starfire and Beast Boy towards Yuri and the others. Corey and Gar, how have you both been lately? Jesse inquired warmly after embracing the two. Thank you for your concern, Jesse. While there have been challenges at times, overall, we're doing well, Starfire replied with a smile. Hey, ISNT that, Bart? It's been ages since we last met. Do you remember me? Beast Boy exclaimed upon spotting Bart, rushing over to greet him. Of course. Your distinctive skin makes you unforgettable, Beast Boy, Bart replied, fist-bumping him. I'd like to introduce you to a new friend. This is Yuri Sotos, whom Wally is quite fond of. At this, Yuri's mouth twitched involuntarily. What do you mean Wally is quite fond of me? Don't you know that could easily lead to misunderstandings? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Garfield Logan. But you may call me Gar. Beast Boy extended his hand to Yuri. I've heard of your name for quite some time. It is an honor to meet you. Gar, Yuri said politely as he shook Gar's hand. Really? Have I become so famous? Have you followed my YouTube channel? You know I can transform into any creature on Earth, right? Would you like to see? What animal do you want to see? Gar's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Yuri's words, prompting him to eagerly inquire. Wait, did you just mention your YouTube channel? Yuri asked in surprise, causing Gar to pause in his enthusiastic chatter. Yes, is there a problem? Gar scratched his head in confusion. Yuri quickly pulled out his phone, registered for a YouTube account, and then searched for Beast Boy. To his astonishment, he indeed found the information, and the number of followers for the individual had exceeded 4 million. Truly, a quintessential internet celebrity. Most of the content comprised snippets of daily life shared by Gal, though occasionally there were recordings of battles. Are you not concerned about exposing your secret identity by showcasing such high-profile content on social media? Yuri blurted out, only to immediately realize the folly of his question. Given the Beast Boy's distinctive green skin, the notion of concealing an identity was utterly moot. What Yuri intended to inquire was whether the potential for supervillains to observe such personal habits and discern vulnerabilities posed a genuine risk. They certainly might, yet thus far, no one had managed to defeat me on such grounds, Gal replied with considerable confidence. Yuri was at a loss for words. He merely wished Gal well. Hey, Wally, congratulations on your nuptials, but I have numerous tasks awaiting me, so I must take my leave." At this point, Yuri had also nearly satisfied his appetite, and he felt a twinge of apprehension that remaining there might invite the presence of more superheroes. Thus, he bid farewell to Wally. "Gentlemen, I hope I haven't dampened your spirits, and you too, gal. May our paths cross again." With that, Yuri turned away from the wedding venue. Burdened with the many tasks that lay ahead, such as thoroughly grasping the technology within the mechanized soldiers, he also needed to contemplate his future endeavors. While he contemplated a move to Blue Valley, the tranquility of that locale seemed excessively serene, offering little opportunity for enhancement of his powers. The advantage, however, would be a comfortable existence. With $2 million in hand, it may not seem substantial, but in the low-cost environment of Blue Valley, it could afford a lifetime of ease. To live such a mundane life might render the need for enhancing his powers unnecessary. Yet, if he were unwilling to accept mediocrity or wished to avoid being caught in a cosmic catastrophe, upgrading his abilities became imperative, especially after the events of the past month. Yuri was genuinely reluctant to return to a life of ordinariness. Currently, Yuri had two avenues for enhancing his abilities. One was to continuously seek out powerful species within the DC universe and extract their DNA, accumulating as much as possible. As the variety of transformations increased, Yuri's inherent DNA resistance would strengthen, and the protective mechanisms would gradually lower in intensity until they were automatically lifted. The second path involved gathering various terrestrial and extraterrestrial advanced technologies to enhance the knowledge base of the Gawain species, thereby deciphering the control systems of his powers and potentially integrating new technologies from the Ben 10 universe that were absent from his repertoire. As for which path Yuri would choose, he mused that only a child would limit themselves to a single choice. He returned to the laboratory within his old vehicle to further his technological pursuits, while on the other side, Wally's troubles were just beginning. As the banquet concluded and guests dispersed to their respective homes, Starfire and Gal suddenly summoned Wally aside. "I suspected that your sudden visit was not without purpose. Speak. Is it that you have encountered an adversary you cannot overcome and seek my assistance?" Wally regarded Starfire and her companion with an expression that suggested he had known all along. "No," they replied. "We are here to request your aid. But not for your sake. Not for me." Wally furrowed his brow. "Gar and I wish to reassemble the Teen Titans, and we would like to invite Bart to join us." Starfire's words astonished Wally. "What did you say?" "No, absolutely not." Wally shook his head vehemently. "Have you forgotten the tragedy of Donna? Though Bart may seem carefree now, he has been haunted by that incident, burdened with guilt. Allowing him to join the Titans would only reopen his wounds. If Barry were here, he too would oppose Bart's inclusion. Have you considered relocating to San Francisco?" "Wally, I understand your desire to protect Bart, but..." Starfire gazed intently at Wally with utmost seriousness. "The Teen Titans should not simply fade from existence. We have invested so much and sacrificed countless lives. We must ensure the spirit of the Titans endures. I recognize Bart's guilt over Donna Troy's death, and he is not alone in this. The others share that weight. Yet, it is not solely their fault. A year has passed, and these children remain trapped in their remorse, living with their guilt. Has Bart even met with his friends since Donna's passing? This is undoubtedly detrimental for them." Starfire earnestly explained her perspective to Wally. Only the Teen Titans can aid them in moving beyond their past, for the Titans are a family. It is only by joining this family that they may comprehend Donna's resolve and legacy, and they can carry forth her spirit. Wally sighed softly. "You have not emerged from that past either, have you?" Starfire fell silent. "The loss of Donna has weighed heavily upon us all, every day this past year. I have questioned why I was the one to survive. Why was I so easily incapacitated by that robot?" The voice belonged to Gar. "In this world, there are numerous superhero teams, with the Justice League being the most influential and widely recognized. However, there exist many independent teams that remain largely unknown to the public. Among them are two distinct groups, both composed entirely of adolescents. The original Teen Titans, founded by the first Robin, and the Teen Justice League, jointly established by the third Robin. Donna Troy, mentioned by Wally and the others, is known as Wonder Girl, serving as both the sister and aide of Wonder Woman, and is one of the founders of the Teen Titans. Bart, codenamed Impulse, is one of the founding members of the Teen Justice League. A year prior, the Titans encountered the Young Justice League and were unexpectedly assaulted by a bionic robot resembling Superman. The ensuing battle was exceedingly brutal. leaving nearly every member of both teams injured. Wonder Girl, Donna, met her demise in a valiant struggle against the robot, leading to a mutual destruction. As the Young Justice League had initiated the confrontation with the bionic robot, they bore the burden of guilt for Donna's death. This tragic event directly resulted in the dissolution of both teams, a day they would come to refer to as Graduation Day. Starfire sought to reunite the former members of the Young Justice League to form a new team of Titans. I do not oppose Bart's inclusion in the Titans, but I feel he is not yet prepared, and I am uncertain of my confidence in him, Wally remarked to Starfire. Perhaps you should inquire about his own opinion, Starfire suggested, gesturing for Wally to look behind him. To his surprise, Bart had appeared, standing just behind Wally. Bart, when did you arrive? Wally asked, astonished. I've been here all along, Bart shrugged nonchalantly. Well, Wally sighed, smacking his forehead. You must have heard everything, so what do you intend to do? I think it might be time to meet Tim and Connor, Bart stated affirmatively. That's wonderful. You can come to Titan's Tower anytime. Do you know where it is? It's on a small island in San Francisco Bay, a T-shaped building, Starfire exclaimed joyfully. Wally pondered to himself, unsure whether this was a good or bad development. Since we have reached an agreement, we should return to Titan's Tower. Farewell, Wally, Starfire said as she slowly ascended into the air and Gar transformed into an eagle, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Let's head home, Bart, Wally called as they prepared to leave together. A few days later, in the old beater, the Mirror Lab, Yuri continued his work on a makeshift supercomputer surrounded by numerous holographic projections. These devices were constructed from parts salvaged from dismantled robotic soldiers. Under normal circumstances, these components would have proven insufficient, but due to the diminutive size of the Little Wonder, many devices could be made smaller, conserving materials for other creations. The value of these robotic soldiers had been thoroughly extracted, and it was time to depart. Yuri exited the lab, reverting to his original form, and took his place in the driver's seat of the old beater. He started the vehicle and drove out of the city. Remaining in mid-city offered little assistance to Yuri, as he had already encountered the superhumans there. It was increasingly difficult to find samples worthy of being recorded in his little ledger. Where next? Metropolis? Gotham? Or perhaps Beach City? It is quite a distance, Yuri pondered, as mid-city lies in the heart of the Midwest. While Gotham and Seaside City are both coastal cities on the eastern seaboard, necessitating a considerable traverse across the expanse of the United States to reach them. Suddenly, a sharp rap echoed against his car door, yet he was traveling at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour with no other vehicles in close proximity. Nevertheless, Yuri knew precisely who it was. I know it's you, Wally. Get in. The front passenger door is unlocked. No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared in the passenger seat. Wally, clad in his Flash costume. You've only been married a few days. Why aren't you off honeymooning with Linda? What brings you here? Yuri shot a sidelong glance at Wally. The Flash isn't in mid-city at the moment, so I can't easily leave this place. I have to patrol every street in mid-city and Keystone City daily. It's my responsibility, and Linda understands. Wally continued, moreover, I came to discuss something with you. If it weren't for the patrols, tracking down Yuri would indeed be a challenging endeavor for Wally. Given the direction you're headed, are you planning to leave the Twin Cities? Yuri nodded, affirming that barring any unforeseen events, he likely would return. Where are you headed? Wally inquired. Perhaps Gotham. I've heard the average salary there is the highest in the nation, Yuri responded casually. Ha ha, Yuri. You don't strike me as the humorous type, yet you certainly have a knack for jokes. Who in their right mind would consider moving to Gotham? Wally laughed heartily, only for his laughter to abruptly cease. Wait a minute, you're not serious, are you? If you are, I strongly advise you to reconsider. Your transformation abilities might enable you to contend with all of Gotham's supervillains, but the city's most terrifying aspect has never been its supervillains. It's Gotham itself. Wally warned Yuri with a serious expression. Yuri regarded Wally with curiosity. What was the source of his intense reaction to the mention of Gotham? While the Gotham depicted in films from his previous life was indeed dark, it hardly seemed menacing. Wally chose not to delve further into the subject of Gotham, but instead posed another question. Yuri, if you lack a specific destination, have you considered San Francisco? San Francisco? Yuri raised an eyebrow. Why? You met Starfire and Gar a few days ago, right? They are planning to form a team, and I believe you should give it a try, Wally stated directly. Impossible, absolutely not. Yuri swiftly dismissed Wally's suggestion. I have made it clear. I do not wish to be a superhero, but you have indeed acted heroically. Why are you so averse to becoming a superhero? You are already one, Wally inquired, puzzled. I have no desire to play babysitter to a bunch of kids, Wally, Yuri replied with unwavering calmness. At your age, it seems more fitting for others to be your caretakers, Wally lamented with a hint of exasperation. Well, even if you truly wish to abstain from joining the Teen Titans, you could at least take a trip to San Francisco for some exposure, he suggested, waving his hand dismissively. Yuri couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Once in the realm of the Teen Titans, did he truly have the luxury of choice? While superheroes are unlikely to engage in abduction, the persistent invitations to join their ranks under the guise of city patrols had become utterly tiresome. Come on, Wally. There are countless superpowered youths around the globe eager to join the Teen Titans. Why are you fixated on me? As far as I know, you've already left the team, so why act as a recruiter now? You will be missing out on an abundance of splendid experiences, Wally said suddenly, squinting his eyes and sporting a mischievous grin. San Francisco is a beautiful city, filled with stunning bikini-clad women on the beaches. You might just stumble upon a romantic and fiery encounter. If you don't go, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Is it really appropriate to say such things to a 16-year-old? Yuri's eye twitched in irritation. 16 is hardly a child. I was in a relationship with Kane at 14. Do you want to know how old we were during our first time? You'd be better off not knowing, lest you feel inadequate, Wally boasted. Yuri fell silent for a moment, then pulled out his phone. I'm going to tell Linda that you're still pining for your first love. Wait, you can't do that. Linda will kill me, Wally exclaimed, snatching the phone from Yuri in a flash, momentarily activating his super speed. Have I mentioned not to snatch my phone without permission? Yuri inquired with feigned innocence. What? Ouch, Wally cried out, suddenly struck by a shocking pain that coursed through his arm, rendering it numb. Looks like it's gone now, my apologies, Yuri said with a wicked grin as he reclaimed his phone. To prevent theft or snatching, I've equipped my phone with a shock module. If anyone other than me touches it, it releases a current. An ordinary person would be knocked out by now. You should feel your arm numb for about a minute. Yuri, your behavior reminds me of someone I know, Wally observed, gazing intently at him. Who? A rather gloomy individual whom one dares not approach, Wally replied, shaking his arm. But enough about that. Aren't you at least going to visit Titan's Tower? Wally pressed on, not willing to relent. Yuri scoffed. I'd rather starve or leap from an 18-story window than wipe the behinds of a bunch of little brats. Wally cast a deep glance at Yuri, ultimately letting out a sigh and saying, Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press you further. It is a pity. I had thought you would be intrigued by the study of extraterrestrials and metahumans. Yuri's ears perked up, and his eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, What did you just say? Nothing of consequence. Merely lamenting the termination of collaboration between Titan Tower and the San Francisco branch of Star Labs. Owing to a lack of genuine technical personnel within the Firestorm team, Wally exclaimed dramatically. Oh, by the way, the San Francisco branch of Star Labs specializes in the study of the physiological structures of extraterrestrials and metahumans, housing an array of alien technologies, including artifacts from Apokolips, Ran, Thanagar, and Tamarin. Blast it, Yuri muttered under his breath, urging him to elaborate. Wally chuckled and continued. Initially, when we relocated Titan Tower to San Francisco, Cyborg was also part Titan. You might not be familiar with his name, as he is among the least visible members of the League. It is rather peculiar. As one of the founding members of the Justice League and one of the Big Seven, Cyborg should be a celebrated figure. Yet, his fame is surprisingly obscure. In fact, compared to Cyborg of the Teen Titans, the Justice League Cyborg may be even less recognized. In simpler terms, Cyborg was commissioned by the San Francisco branch of Star Labs to assist with complex research and calculations. In exchange, Titan Tower could utilize Star Labs equipment and technology at no cost. However, Cyborg departed from the team long ago, as the League required him to serve as their information hub. Despite his absence, Star Labs did not terminate its collaboration with the Teen Titans. Yuri nodded in understanding and tentatively inquired, So, you wish for me to take over Cyborg's former responsibilities and assist Star Labs in their research? Precisely. You can transform into an array of peculiar extraterrestrials and possess a wealth of unknown alien technologies. There is no one more suitable than you, Wally affirmed Yuri's thoughts. Then, Wally shifted the conversation, saying Firestorm wishes to have Bart join the Teen Titans, and Bart himself is quite eager. However, you know that Bart's maturity is lacking, and I am concerned about his seriousness regarding this matter. I see now. You want me to babysit Bart? Yuri realized with clarity. If that is how you perceive it, then so be it, Wally replied. Yuri fell into contemplation, the prospect of collaborating with the San Francisco branch of Star Labs, which specializes in metahuman and extraterrestrial technology and offers most of its equipment and expertise for free, was indeed alluring. Yet, he had previously resolutely declined. If he were to suddenly reverse his stance now, it would be quite a loss of face. However, turning down an opportunity to partner with Star Labs felt like relinquishing at least a fortune. Cough. Wally, it is not that I am unwilling to become a Titan, for I too fight for justice, yet you are aware of my financial predicament. I am on the verge of being unable to afford even a meal. Thus, the generous offer from the Star Labs to provide equipment and technology free of charge is already a substantial reward, and it is impossible to allocate additional salary to Yuri. I had assumed you were concerned about something else. It turns out it is this. Wally chuckled, explaining that the Justice League maintains a dedicated fund for superheroes to support the living expenses of its members, akin to a salary. Albeit only formal and reserved members of the League can benefit from such assistance. However, the Teen Titans can be viewed as a branch of the Justice League, thereby qualifying for significant funding, the amounts of which are not expressly defined, as long as one does not squander excessively at once. One can generally live without financial worry for a lifetime. Of course, if one is already financially secure, one may choose to forego the assistance. Yuri's expression turned serious as he sat up straight and asked earnestly, "When can I depart?" Chapter 63, San Francisco, California, San Francisco. Overall, this is indeed a city of great beauty. However, no city in this world is flawless, and even the brightest locales harbor their darkest corners. To the southeast of San Francisco lies a prominent peninsula, locally known as Hunter S. Point. Here, one finds the city's largest slum, populated predominantly by African-American and Latino communities. In the dilapidated and shadowy alley, a figure cloaked entirely in black suddenly appeared. As the figure stepped into the alley, a shiver coursed through them. In a short span of just 20 meters, several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, leaning against the filthy walls, surrounded by an innumerable collection of syringes. These addicts, lost in their stupor, swayed their heads mindlessly, utterly oblivious to the newcomer's presence. The cloaked figure was taken aback by the scene, but quickly regained composure, having emerged from a realm far darker and more terrifying than this. What profound anguish must have led these souls to seek solace in substances, hoping to escape the harshness of reality. The figure gazed upon the drugged individuals, shaking their head in pity. Perhaps I could liberate them from their torment, but I cannot misuse my abilities here, lest they discover my presence. The cloaked figure hastily traversed the alley. However, just before exiting, they abruptly halted. I must assist these people. The figure turned resolutely towards the group of addicts. Dozens of invisible tendrils of energy extended from the void, piercing towards the heads of the substance abusers. These tendrils converged at their tips, rooted to the figure's hands. It has been said that true empathy is unattainable between individuals. This notion holds some truth, yet is not entirely accurate. The cloaked figure mused silently. I can transfer all their pain and sorrow onto myself. Wait, this cannot be. Suddenly, the figure cloaked in black gasped in astonishment, unable to believe the scene before him. Why? Why did these individuals exhibit not a trace of suffering? They had willingly injected themselves with joy, not in a bid to escape pain, but purely in pursuit of pleasure. The initial pangs of compassion swiftly morphed into disappointment and disdain. Even amidst the vile city, reeking of kerosene, the cloaked figure had never encountered such self-debasement. Despite his brief sojourn there, the most sacred essence of humanity had been so irreparably tainted. It was utterly unforgivable. A surge of nameless fury ignited within the heart of the cloaked figure. With a mere gesture, he summoned forth a multitude of tendrils, which promptly retracted. Each tendril extracted a sphere of vibrant orange red from an individual, a manifestation of human joy and exhilaration. I shall strip you of the ecstasy procured through substances, rendering you incapable of deriving pleasure from them henceforth, as punishment for your defilement of the soul, he declared coldly. Typically, he would absorb the negative emotions of those in anguish, shouldering their pain, sorrow, and hatred. To most, this behavior seemed utterly foolish, yet to the cloaked figure, it was his method of aiding others, a testament to his resolve against an unnamable existence. He sought no validation from anyone. However, this time, he refrained from drawing the orange-red spheres into himself, allowing them to dissipate into the ether instead. The cloaked figure would bear the suffering of others, but would never partake in their joy, let alone this repugnant illusion of happiness. At that moment, he felt a sudden palpitation of his heart. Trouble was brewing. They had come for him. I must flee this place. The cloaked figure swiftly turned and dashed into the deeper, darker alley, as if to conceal himself entirely. Meanwhile, the dozen or so addicts in the alley found their previously rapturous expressions abruptly frozen. What is happening? Why has the effect diminished so swiftly? One addict complained. Damn it. The dealer must have diluted the substance. This is outright consumer deception, another addict asserted, though he was uncertain about the implications of diluting it. The others echoed his sentiments, suggesting they switch dealers next time to avoid being swindled again. We'll worry about finding a new seller later. I haven't yet had my fill. The diminishing effect is no concern. Just a few more shots will suffice. One individual, evidently more desperate than the rest, picked up an empty syringe from the ground, removed the old needle, and replaced it with a new one. He prepared to inject a fresh vial of the substance, closing his eyes to revel in the transcendent ecstasy. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why was there no sensation at all? How could this be? The more he was unable to perceive that exquisite sensation, the more his heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. Unbeknownst to him, the veins across his body were visibly pronounced, his complexion pale, and his entire being trembled. Consequently, he produced a new vial of drugs. He had purchased 3 small bottles in total, originally intended to last 3 weeks. But now he resolved to inject them all at once. Are you out of your mind? The other addicts began to sense something amiss and attempted to dissuade him. However, he remained deaf to their pleas, plunging a needle into his arm. Damn it! Why? Why is there no sensation? Why? After 2 injections, ordinarily, he would have been soaring high, yet now he felt nothing at all. Suddenly, this nameless addict began to froth at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the San Francisco Bay, several kilometers offshore, stood a T-shaped building towering above a small island. This edifice served as the operational base for the Teen Titans, known as Titan Tower. The island itself bore no name. Hence it could also be referred to as Titan Island. Near the coast of Titan Island, a speedboat was rapidly approaching. Its design was peculiar. Rather than resembling a typical boat, it appeared more like a vehicle. As it neared the shore, the rear of the boat suddenly sank while the front lifted slightly. With a resounding boom, the speedboat launched from the water, generating a spray of waves. It landed directly on the shores of Titan Island, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Wheels extended from its underside, and the once streamlined boat morphed back into a boxy vehicle. Yuri's old clunker. Chapter 64. Superman and Wonder Woman cool. How did you modify the car like this? Bart exclaimed from the passenger seat of the clunker. As Yuri adjusted the steering towards Titan Tower, he casually replied, Just read more about mechanical modifications. Damn, not reading again. Upon hearing the mention of books, Bart instantly lost interest. Titan Island was small, and within 2 minutes they arrived at the entrance of Titan Tower. Starfire and Gar were already waiting there. Bart hurriedly leaped out of the car and rushed to Starfire, asking, Hey, where is everyone? It's Friday. They won't arrive until tonight. You're the first to get here. You have no idea how rare this is. Back when Wally was in the team, he was always late, despite being the fastest among us, Starfire remarked, giving Bart a thumbs up. Well, I do miss them, Tim, Connor. And Cassie. Yuri, the entrance to the underground parking lot is over there. Gar called out, pointing in Yuri's direction. Yuri looked over and saw the ground slowly opening up to reveal a downward passage. The underground parking facility of Titan Tower is quite expansive and exudes a sense of advanced technology, with countless mechanical arms arrayed on either side, showcasing an array of sophisticated components. It boasts full automation for maintenance and repairs. Yet, it is unfortunate that such a vast parking space remains unoccupied by any vehicles. However, this is understandable, as neither Starfire nor Beast Boy require automobiles for transportation. After securing his old car, Yuri returned to where Starfire and the others were gathered and directly inquired, Starfire, Gar, when may I visit the Star Labs? There's no need to rush, Yuri. You can first familiarize yourself with Titan Tower. This will be your home from now on, Starfire replied with a gentle smile, resting her hand on Yuri's shoulder. Yuri pondered for a moment. Indeed, the drive from Keystone City to San Francisco had been somewhat exhausting. Unlike Bart and his fellow young heroes, who could only visit Titan Tower twice a week. He expected to reside in San Francisco for at least 3 to 5 years, giving him ample time to immerse himself in Star Labs without haste. Very well, then please show me and Bart around. He concurred with Starfire's suggestion. The group ventured into Titan Tower together. Yuri, if you would, could you share what skills you possess? I'm referring to your combat capabilities against supervillains. I asked Wally, but he was reluctant to divulge. Gar suddenly queried. It's somewhat similar to yours, Yuri replied after a moment's contemplation. Really? You can conjure an entire zoo by yourself? But why does your skin appear normal? I mean, does your superpower have no side effects? Gar asked, astonished. As far as I can tell, there seems to be none. At least none that have manifested thus far, Yuri shrugged. Well, I don't envy you at all. People find my skin tone quite charming. I was invited to Hollywood to shoot a program when I was very young. Gar began to ramble. Titan Tower consists of 10 levels in total, 6 of which are above ground and 4 below. Each floor is 3 times the height of a standard building and occupies a vast area where hundreds of residents would not feel cramped. There are over 100 rooms of various purposes, including dozens of bedrooms, laboratories, archives, training rooms, operations centers, libraries, lounges, medical rooms, and even a gym and swimming pool. The most significant of these rooms is the Titan Hall on the top floor, which serves as the hub for operations and information, as well as a venue for the Titan's daily leisure activities. From the Titan Hall, one can enjoy a clear view of the entire San Francisco Bay Area. On either side of the Titan Hall lie the landing pads for Titan aircraft and the launch bays for shuttles. Yuri took a full half-hour to memorize the layout of Titan Tower, a testament to the enormity of this base. However, to be honest, the furniture in Titan Tower is truly remarkable. In the Titan Hall, Yuri reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing the soft and cozy sensation that was unattainable in the confines of a motorhome. Starfire, Gar, and Beast Boy were also seated on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation, exchanging remarks intermittently. Suddenly, an electronic alert echoed through the room. Startled, Yuri sprang from the sofa. What had occurred? Did this sound signify that someone was causing havoc in San Francisco? It seemed improbable to encounter trouble so soon after arriving. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a signal indicating someone is attempting to contact us, Gar assured, gesturing for Yuri to remain calm. Before long, a colossal screen descended from above, illuminating the hall with a vivid image. On the screen appeared a tall man, around 30, wearing a broad smile and exuding a radiant demeanor. Holy crap, Yuri's eyes widened. A muscular, sun-kissed figure was not surprising to him. However, the situation dramatically shifted when he noted that this impressive figure was clad in a suit resembling armor, adorned with a red emblem across his chest. Before him stood the world's greatest superhero, acknowledged as the most formidable being on Earth, Superman. Starfire, Superman gently called out, addressing her by her alias. Starfire, whose true name was Coriandar and who had once been a princess of Tamarin before fleeing to Earth years prior, responded, Superman. I have received your invitation sent through Cyborg, and I am pleased to inform you that Connor will be joining the Titans after school today. Additionally, Robin has the approval of Batman to become a Titan as well. Superman conveyed 2 pieces of good news to Starfire. Thank you for your endorsement, Superman. But I must reiterate a crucial point, Starfire stated earnestly. The Teen Titans operate as an independent team. We do not accept oversight or subordination from the Justice League. Rest assured, we will not interfere with the Teen Titans' affairs, nor will Batman, Superman promised. At this, Starfire nodded in satisfaction, and the communication concluded with Superman's image fading away. Just as Superman's transmission ended, another communication request was received. Starfire furrowed her brow. Another image materialized before them, this time revealing a woman, a mature figure clad in ancient battle armor, exuding grace and strength. Wonder Woman, Yuri mused silently, suddenly realizing the additional advantages of joining the Teen Titans. The Titans maintained a closer relationship with the Justice League than any other team, implying that in the event of an extraterrestrial invasion or a catastrophic supervillain, they would be the first to receive the alert. Countless superior DNA samples awaited Yuri's acquisition, and he would not even need to seek them out. Starfire. The voice of Wonder Woman emanated from the loudspeaker, her tone decidedly unfriendly, in stark contrast to Superman's demeanor. I have no objections to your reconstruction of the Teen Titans, but this matter does not concern Cassie. You best keep your distance from her. Chapter 65. Wonder Girl, why must I accompany you? In the sky, A sleek jet soared forward at supersonic speed, piloted by Starfire and Gar, while Bart and Yuri sat within the cabin. You need to familiarize yourself with the other teammates, Yuri. Bart and the others have always been a unit, though lacking guidance. They are indeed good friends. Starfire turned to face Yuri, saying, I can sense your discomfort with collective endeavors, yet I believe that at your age, making friends is invaluable. Wally informed me that you have lived independently for over a decade, which is quite impressive. You are astute, so much so that Wally is convinced you can accomplish research that even Star Labs cannot achieve. Perhaps such experiences have left you with a diminished understanding and need for teamwork, but in this world, many endeavors cannot be undertaken alone. Even the formidable Superman and the sagacious Batman require a team. Starfire never concealed her opinions. Perhaps it was a trait of Tamaranian nature. Or perhaps she simply wished to express her genuine feelings. Well, perhaps you're correct, but is it truly wise to blatantly disregard Wonder Woman's warning? Yuri pondered whether to counter Starfire's assertions, but opted instead to shift the conversation. Wonder Woman does not want us seeking out that girl named Cassie. By the way, who is Cassie? Bart, Cassie is your friend. It is your turn to enlighten Yuri. Starfire prompted Bart to explain the situation to Yuri. Cassandra Sandmark. She is the second generation of Wonder Girl, the half-sister of Wonder Woman. She greatly idolized the original Wonder Girl, Donna. On one occasion, she pilfered Wonder Woman's blessed artifacts, the Atlas gauntlets and the winged sandals, and disguised herself as Wonder Girl to fight for justice, inadvertently aiding Wonder Woman in defeating a foe at the time. Later, Zeus bestowed divine powers upon Cassie, rendering her immensely powerful and establishing her as the true second Wonder Girl. Subsequently, she joined us in founding the Teen Justice League. Wait, let me digest this. Bart's statement held considerable weight, and Yuri found himself momentarily overwhelmed. The notion of divine artifacts and Zeus granting powers seemed rather ethereal. Yuri was aware that Wonder Woman was the daughter of Zeus, having watched the Wonder Woman film years prior. However, he was quite certain that in the film he had seen, those ancient Greek deities had long perished, with only Ares remaining, whom Wonder Woman had vanquished. Now it seemed, perhaps those ancient gods had not perished after all. It is entirely reasonable for Yuri to be unaware of the existence of deities in this world. After all, the awe inspired by earthly gods and true divine beings is a matter of an entirely different magnitude, and such revelations are certainly not disclosed to the public. However, within the realm of the DC comic universe, the occurrence of any extraordinary event is hardly surprising. Yuri swiftly acclimated to this information, and soon he found himself overwhelmed by a singular thought. Do gods possess DNA? Suddenly, it dawned upon him that Bart's words contained another critical piece of information that could not be overlooked. Both Cassie and Wonder Woman are daughters of Zeus, inheriting his divine powers. This implies that Cassie and Wonder Woman belong to the same hybrid lineage of demigods. Yuri quelled his tumultuous thoughts and remarked that it was no wonder Wonder Woman was so reluctant to permit Cassie to join the Teen Titans. The last extraordinary girl who became a Titan was embroiled in tragedy, and naturally, she did not wish for a second to follow in those footsteps. This was merely an overzealous form of protection for Cassie, Starfire suddenly exclaimed, as no one desired a repetition of Donna's misfortunes. Cassie's identity had already been unveiled, and she struggled to find a school willing to accept her. Although it was a heavy truth, Cassie could no longer lead a life of an ordinary person. Most importantly, Wonder Woman was not equipped to guide a teenager effectively. Not just her, but Superman, Batman, and Aquaman also lacked the aptitude for such a role. They were preoccupied with saving the world and battling various formidable foes, leaving little time or energy to attend to the psychological complexities of adolescent superheroes. In contrast, we can. Thus, it is only the Teen Titans that can provide a true sanctuary for Cassie. Yuri found himself at a loss for words. Yet he had to concede that Starfire was correct. The illustrious heroes of the Justice League were perpetually engaged in global rescues, leaving no room to address the trifling mental struggles of youthful heroes. However, neglecting these issues could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the rebellious nature of youth, combined with immense superpowers, it could result in dire outcomes. The existence of the Teen Titans could at least mitigate the risk of the Justice League's successors veering towards darkness. I am merely concerned that if Cassie does not wish to join, it may not pose an issue. But if she were to secretly join the Teen Titans without Wonder Woman's knowledge, and this were to come to light, would she not storm the Titans' tower? Yuri reflected on the sporadic videos of Wonder Woman in combat that often appeared in the news. Despite the scant visuals, he was acutely aware that with his current DNA sample, he could not withstand the wrath of an enraged Wonder Woman. If she were to confront him directly, he would undoubtedly flee without hesitation, transforming into Starfire to escape. Cassie is no one's slave. She possesses the right to choose her own path. No one can compel her. Not I, nor Wonder Woman, Starfire asserted with unwavering conviction. Approximately half an hour later, the group arrived in Los Angeles. Simultaneously, within the principal's office at Griffith's High School, Mrs. Shandermark stated, "I believe your daughter possesses extraordinary talent, but that does not alter the final outcome. She must be expelled." Seated behind her desk, the elderly woman unequivocally declared her authority as the principal of the school, Ms. Griffiths. Opposite her sat two women, one in her 40s and the other merely 16 or 17, evidently a mother and daughter duo. "Ms. Griffiths, Cassie is a good child," Mrs. Sandermark implored. "Despite the inevitable expulsion of Cassie, please do not put me in a difficult position. Your daughter poses a significant safety risk to the school." Ever since her identity as a miraculous girl was revealed, the warnings from the watchful eye, the Super Investigation Department, the FBI, and even members of Congress have been unrelenting. They claim our institution has become a potential target for supervillains, like Leopard Woman, Silver Swan, Sorceress Circe, Gigantier, and Mr. Blizzards. The list is interminable. Ms. Griffiths expressed her discontent, recalling the countless nights she had been disturbed by those alarming calls. Not to mention, she was also promoting heretical beliefs within the school. "Did you just say heretical?" Mrs. Sandermark inquired, her demeanor turning uneasy. She likely grasped the principal's implication, but found it hard to believe. Ms. Griffiths scoffed. "She instructs my students in Amazonian rituals," claiming her powers are bestowed by the Greek goddess Athena. "It is Zeus, not Athena." Cassie, who had been silently simmering with resentment, could no longer contain herself. The audacity of this foolish principal to insult her noble faith was intolerable. "Cassie, let me handle this," Mrs. Sandermark interjected, attempting to calm her daughter. "Ms. Griffiths, I beg your pardon, my daughter is not like the typical teenagers here. That is the crux of the matter." Ms. Griffiths interrupted. "Your daughter is not normal." "I know I am not." Cassie suddenly erupted, slamming her fist onto the principal's desk. Boom! The desk shattered into fragments as if it had exploded from within, causing Ms. Griffiths to stumble back, falling in disarray. "What are you doing, Cassie?" Mrs. Sandermark demanded, fury evident in her voice. In that moment of impulsiveness, Cassie was struck by the gravity of her actions and regained her composure. I'm truly sorry, Mom. I really am," Cassie expressed with a complex gaze before abruptly shouldering her backpack and fleeing the principal's office. "Wait, Cassie," Mrs. Sandermark called out, but it was too late. "See, Mrs. Sandermark, my point is validated," Ms. Griffiths remarked as she struggled to regain her footing. Though she had witnessed Cassie's extraordinary power firsthand, her expression bore no sign of fear. On the contrary, she appeared remarkably composed. Perhaps this was not her first encounter with such phenomena. Cassie Sandermark can no longer remain in this school. In the school's secluded garden, Cassie sat despondently by the pond, silently gazing at the water's surface. As it was class time, she found herself alone. Suddenly, her attention sharpened. Fixated on the water, where an indistinct apparition emerged, vaguely adorned with a helm reminiscent of ancient Greece. "Wonder Girl," a voice called out, but this time it came not from the pond, but from behind Cassie. The spectral figure in the water vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Turning around, she found four figures standing before her. Three of them were familiar faces: Starfire, Gar, and Bart. "Cassie." As soon as she turned, Bart rushed forward, calling her name and enveloping her in a hug. He was half a head shorter than Cassie, resembling a younger brother embracing his sister, at least on the surface. "Pulse, what brings you here?" Cassie asked, pushing Bart away with a hint of discomfort. "We're here to invite you." Starfire stepped forward to explain. "Starfire?" Cassie furrowed her brow. "You may also call me Corey," Starfire replied with a smile. "You just exhibited an impressive display of power, albeit lacking proper guidance. Yet was indeed remarkable." At her words, Cassie felt a jolt of surprise. "You've been watching me? Did you witness what just happened?" "To be frank, I did not see anything that astonished me," Starfire responded. "I haven't spent long on Earth, but enough time to realize that most authorities fail to perceive young superheroes accurately, viewing them merely as irresponsible threats lacking maturity. Perhaps they are right. Cassie turned her gaze away. I don't share their sentiments, Starfire asserted earnestly. We sought you out because Wonder Woman declined to convey our invitation. She stated that joining the Teen Titans is not your concern and advised me to keep my distance from you. The mention of the Teen Titans stirred Cassie's emotions, as each reference to the name reminded her of her idol's brave sacrifice. Then why disregard her wishes? Why can't everyone just leave us in peace? Cassie inquired. Because I believe you can make your own choices, Starfire replied. At those words, Cassie lifted her head suddenly. As Donna said, the spirit of a warrior never fades. I miss her, we all miss her, and we certainly do not wish for Wonder Girl to be forgotten. Starfire gazed into Cassie's eyes, asking, so, can you now reveal your choice? Cassie's expression grew resolute. She had made her decision long ago. When do we set out? Starfire, Beast Boy, and Bart exchanged glances and, smiling in unison, welcomed her to the Teen Titans. Hey, Yuri, you have yet to introduce yourself to the marvelous girl? Bart suddenly exclaimed, noticing Yuri lost in thought, gazing down at the pond. However, Yuri paid him no heed. At that moment, his mind was rife with uncertainty, deaf to Bart's call as his watch exhibited peculiar behavior. From a moment he stepped into the vicinity of the pond, the green dial of his watch had inexplicably transformed into a vibrant purple, flickering wildly, its pace accelerating as he drew nearer to the water's edge. Could there be someone in the pond? Yet the water was shallow enough to see the bottom clearly. It seemed implausible that anyone could be concealed within. Might they possess the ability to become invisible or hide beneath the surface? Furthermore, it could not be an ordinary cloaking skill, for Bart, Starfire, and Gar have been superheroes for many years and would surely sense any approach within this range. With a vigilant gaze, Yuri contemplated whether to transform into a specter to investigate or to become a mirrored figure and enter the reflective realm of the water surface. Just then, a green hand unexpectedly appeared before him. What? Yuri instinctively looked up, only to find Gar standing before him, concern etched on his face. Yuri, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Not at all. I just find this pond rather beautiful, Yuri replied, scratching his head with a smile. He then furtively glanced at his watch. Without warning, the previously flickering purple dial had reverted to its normal green hue, showing no further changes as he approached the pond. Has it left? Yuri mused to himself. Hi, I'm Cassandra Sandmark, but you can call me Cassie, she introduced herself, approaching Yuri. Yuri Sotos, he replied. Did you see anything unusual in the pond? Yuri? Cassie inquired next. Yuri's heart stirred. Had she noticed someone in the pond as well? Her insight and perception were rather keen. Wait, could it be that the one hiding in the pond was seeking Cassie? No, I didn't see anything at all. Did you notice something strange, Cassie? Yuri answered, his gaze steady, as he truly had seen nothing. Neither did I. Nothing seemed amiss, Cassie affirmed, casting a deep glance at Yuri before dismissing the notion. What are you two playing at exactly? Bart asked, glancing between Yuri and Cassie, puzzled. Nothing much, just suggesting that we should head back to Titan's Tower. Yuri shrugged nonchalantly. Chapter 67. Titans assemble meanwhile, in Smallville, Kansas. A shadow darted through the golden wheat fields at incredible speed, the pressure from its passage flattening swathes of grain. The trampled wheat ultimately formed a serpentine pattern. The shadow ceased its rapid flight and ascended into the air to admire its handiwork. Beneath the radiant sunlight, the true visage of the dark silhouette became distinctly apparent. It was a youth, perhaps 16 or 17, with a hint of youthful innocence adorning his face. His physique was notably more robust than that of his peers. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans, his muscular contours delineated with remarkable clarity. Adorning his black shirt was a striking Reds emblem. Could that be the symbol of Superboy? Just then, a resounding voice echoed from above. Or was it the Zuv skipping class? The azure Kryptonian battlesuit and the fluttering crimson cape unmistakably signaled the arrival of Superman, Clark Kent. As for the identity of the youth in black, it was self-evident. Superboy, a clone born from the genetic amalgamation of Kryptonian and earthly lineage, was also Superman's adopted son, Connor Kent. Connor's expression momentarily faltered as he slowly lifted his gaze, offering a wry smile. How do you perceive sanity, Superman? I truly cannot fathom how growing up in this small town has caused you to lose yours. There isn't even anyone here to play with. The awkwardness of being caught skipping class lasted but a few seconds before Connor turned to Superman with his grievances. I appreciate you arranging a mundane identity for me, aside from those ridiculous glasses. But my very nature compels me to seek more meaningful pursuits, like vanquishing those who harm others or rescuing the injured from fires or earthquakes, rather than languishing in a dull classroom. And I am capable of so much more. Connor spread his arms wide, gazing into the distance with fervor. That is precisely why I sought you out, Connor. You require some extracurricular activities and additional guidance. Superman's words left Connor astonished. In the past, such remarks from Superman heralded lengthy lectures about how they were not superior to humanity. Wait, you're not enrolling me in some tutoring program, are you? Connor inquired skeptically. Of course not. Superman replied with a shake of his head. So, are we talking about unpaid labor, tending cattle, harvesting wheat, or perhaps cleaning barns? It is the Teen Titans. Starfire has invited you to join the Titans. Superman's response caused Connor's countenance to shift dramatically. Are you certain this is a prudent course of action? Do you recall what transpired the last time we were with the Titans? Donna tre perished. Connor turned away from Superman, lamenting, because of that, I had to part ways with my friends, and the girl I cared for lost her affection for me. Now, you can reunite with them. Superman placed a reassuring hand on Connor's shoulder, speaking softly. You mean to say that the members of the Teen Titans? Connor suddenly grasped the situation. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he still shook his head. I will not join any team that operates under the Justice League scrutiny. I believe they would share my sentiment. Superman anticipated that Connor would respond in such a manner. Thus, he revealed the agreement he had with Starfire. I understand that you children require privacy, he assured, and I promise that the League will not interfere with the affairs of the Teen Titans. However, conversely, the Teen Titans must not impact your life here. This mention of life here inexplicably darkened Connor's mood. From now on, every Friday after school, you will fly to Titan's Tower and return on Sunday evening. Superman declared with an undeniable tone. What distinguishes this from a weekend training camp? Whose uninspired idea was this? Connor lamented helplessly. Superman remained silent, arms crossed, gazing intently at Connor. It seemed that the answer to this question had become irrelevant. Connor nodded obediently, replying, I will think about it. But you need to consider it on your way back to school. Superman produced a pair of glasses from seemingly nowhere and placed them on Connor's slightly youthful face, adding an air of sophistication to his appearance. Meanwhile, in Gotham, at Wayne Manor, an opulent living room housed three individuals engaged in a serious conversation. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an elderly gentleman. To an outsider, it might appear as though three generations were simply engaged in casual discourse. I have only one reason for not wanting to discuss this matter. I do not wish to. The young man initiated, his voice low. Master Tim, do you truly feel this way? Inquired the elderly gentleman, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat and white gloves, his brow furrowed. Titan's Tower is Nightwing's territory. Tim responded with palpable disdain, clearly aware of the implications, and he had no desire to tread the same path as Nightwing. Bruce, you believe this is a sound idea, do you not? Do you think I require more training and guidance? Tim directed his inquiry towards the middle-aged man among them. No, Master Tim, the elderly gentleman interjected. Sir Bruce only wishes for you to reconnect with your friends. You ought to spend more time with peers your own age, rather than engaging in battles with various gangsters or murderers all night. Do not speak for him, Alfred. That is merely your opinion, not Bruce's. I do miss Connor and the others, but not at Titans. Upon uttering this, a fleeting smirk graced Bruce's lips. A gesture so brief it could have lasted less than a second, yet Tim captured it with precision. An unsettling feeling washed over Tim every time Bruce displayed that expression. It seldom boded well. Your hours of activity at Titan's Tower are from Friday evening to Sunday evening. I permit you to take the Batwing there, Bruce stated, looking at Tim with a calm demeanor. Tim's attitude shifted instantly, nodding vigorously. Just as Yuri and the others returned with Cassie to Titan's Tower, Connor and Tim arrived simultaneously. Tim piloted the Batplane to a landing on the rooftop helipad of Titan Tower, while Connor soared through the air independently. Their arrival brought immense joy to Starfire, as it signified the nascent formation of the team she aspired to build, comprising Robin, Superboy, Wonder Girl, Kid Flash, Beast Boy, and Yuri. Apart from Starfire, the other individual whose face radiated happiness was Bart. As for Connor, Tim, and Cassie, they exchanged complex glances, all yearning to speak yet at a loss for words. Yuri remained contemplative, still pondering the earlier warning from the little broken watch, maintaining a brooding silence. Hey, Corey, now that the Titans have assembled, should we not host a welcome party? Gar inquired of Starfire. That is an excellent idea, Gar, Starfire responded, pleased with the suggestion, though her expression soon turned troubled. I'm not quite familiar with how Earthlings typically organize a welcome party. However, I have a notion. At that moment, Yuri interjected. We could celebrate the welcome gathering according to the customs of Tatraman. Tatraman customs? What is that? Is there actually a place called Tatraman in the world? Gar asked, scratching his head in confusion. Certainly not on Earth, but perhaps in the cosmos, Yuri replied ambiguously. I'm also unaware of what Tatraman customs entail. Starfire, who had traversed most civilizations in the galaxy, was confident she had never heard of a planet named Tatraman. So, you are indeed an extraterrestrial, and from beyond the galaxy? Gar leaned in close to Yuri and sniffed him intently. What are you doing? Yuri asked, exasperated. Gar closed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. I smell something. Suddenly, Gar opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, I can't believe it. You are actually an Earthling? Yuri's expression soured further. Don't mind him, Yuri. Gar has a penchant for making such trivial and meaningless jokes. Starfire admonished Gar with a warning glare before turning her attention back to Yuri. Now, Yuri, could you enlighten us on what Tatraman customs entail? At this question, Yuri perked up, his face breaking into a long-lost playful grin. The so-called Tatraman custom is none other than the four-handed tyrant. With that, Yuri rolled up his sleeves, swiftly pressed the start button on the little broken watch, and then struck it forcefully. With a resounding clap, the excessive force caused Yuri's palm to nudge the DNA selection interface slightly. A flash of green light enveloped him, and in an instant, his human form transformed into a humanoid creature composed entirely of a diamond-like green crystal. Towering over 2 meters, spikes protruded from his back, and in the golden glow of the setting sun, his entire body shimmered radiantly. Diamond War God! Yuri gazed at his shimmering hands, momentarily entranced. Alas, he had gone too far. He had not anticipated that this representation would not accommodate forceful strikes. Had he known, he would have refrained from such haste, but never mind. The Diamond Battle God would suffice. The Diamond Battle God, a being of the Petrosaphian race, possessed the remarkable ability to alter its physical form at will. Endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities and exceptional bodily hardness, it currently stood as the strongest DNA sample in terms of defensive strength within Yuri's modest timepiece. What on earth is this? Gal stared, astonished, at the imposing figure before him, a medley of emotions swirling within. The words Yuri had previously uttered echoed incessantly in his mind. My abilities are somewhat akin to yours, right? The phrase repeated itself, morphing into a nagging refrain. Somewhat akin? How can that be? Gal yearned to inquire of Yuri what this transformation truly entailed. Was it a cold-blooded creature or a warm-blooded one? The so-called Tatraman custom dictated that one must engage in a brawl during festive occasions. Bet Kautos Gal, Yuri warned, then swiftly gestured toward him, causing numerous crystalline spikes to erupt from his hand, hurtling toward Gal with alarming speed. Yuri, what are you doing? Do you intend to slay me for that trivial jest? Gal, in sheer fright, transformed into a green toad, the crystalline spikes veering off to strike a tree behind him. However, the spikes did not penetrate the trunk. Instead, they ricocheted off upon contact with the bark. You are overreacting, Gal. I'm not such a petty individual. I did not exert any force during that strike, and the tips of the spikes were entirely dull. Even if they had struck you, it would have been neither painful nor bothersome. Yuri looked down at Gal, the diminutive toad, speaking through the mouth of the Diamond Battle God, his voice resonating with an unusual timbre. Yuri, what on earth are you doing? The commotion had drawn the attention of the senior members of the team, who approached promptly. Bart hurried over to inquire about the ruckus, followed closely by Connor, Tim, and Cassie. I am preparing for a welcoming ceremony, Yuri replied matter-of-factly. In my homeland, there is an old saying, without a fight, there is no acquaintance. The most essential aspect among newly formed team members is mutual understanding, and the swiftest way to achieve that understanding is through combat. However, one-on-one duels are tedious and lack excitement, while a free-for-all can easily ignite genuine conflict. Therefore, I propose that we divide ourselves into 2 small groups to engage in mutual combat, honing our abilities and strengthening our bonds. What do you think? That sounds quite appealing. But this matter belongs to you youngsters. I shall refrain from participating, Starfire declared first, her age being at least half a century by Earth standards, though she still remained a youth by Tamalan standards. The age factor is not the focal point. Although Starfire is the initiator of the team, she harbors no intention of leading or joining. She perceives her role as a supervisor and mentor to the Teen Titans, colloquially known as the caretaker. Moreover, there are 7 individuals present, and if we were to divide them into 2 groups, as Yuri suggested, one team would inevitably have an extra member, which would be unjust. The question of whether someone possesses overwhelming strength over others is irrelevant. Fairness is paramount. Perhaps the world is inherently inequitable, but within the Titan Tower, the most fundamental fairness must be upheld. I wish to join the team opposite Yuri. I was merely unprepared earlier, which led to my ambush. Yuri, I shall demonstrate the prowess of Beast Boy shortly. The next to speak was Gar, who had reverted to his human form and proclaimed grandiosely, "Why must we engage in combat upon first meeting?" Bart inquired with a hint of confusion. "There is no need for so many questions, Bart. Learning to fight won't harm us. Do you recall Wally mentioning that you should listen to me while you're here? Come join my team." Yuri beckoned Bart over, in a daze, approached him. "What do you all think? Isn't this a bit absurd?" Connor turned to Tim and Cassie. "Count me in. I've been itching for a challenge." Cassie raised her hand enthusiastically. "I too believe this is a splendid idea," Tim stated solemnly. "Tim?" Connor blinked in surprise. "I want to see how everyone has progressed over the past year. If we were to face the same situation as a year ago, would the outcome differ?" Upon Tim's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the group. Connor's expression hardened as he removed his glasses and tucked them into his pocket. "All right, then I'll team up with Cass." Before he could finish, Tim interrupted. "Connor, you're with me." Gard already made it clear he would not team with Yuri. And with Tim and Connor paired together, the inevitable result emerged. Sure enough, as Tim announced their partnership, Cassie proactively moved to join Yuri's side. The teams were established. Yuri, Bart, and Cassie versus Connor, Tim, and Gar. To be continued. Stay tuned. Chapter 69. A clash breeds understanding. Boom. Bang. Thud. The Titan Tower resonated with a cacophony of sounds emanating from the training room. 6 figures were engaged in fierce combat. The Teen Titans training facility is vast, nearly equivalent to half a football field, soaring to a height of nearly 30 meters. Equipped with state-of-the-art environmental simulation systems that can replicate nearly every combat scenario found on Earth. At present, the environment was simulated to resemble a desolate desert, hot, dry, and barren. Starfire stood alone outside the training arena, prepared to shut down the system at a moment's notice if necessary. "Let us see how you handle this. Be careful not to get crushed, Yuri." A colossal green rhinoceros charged toward the Diamond Warrior, its voice echoing with bravado. "If you can accomplish this, then go ahead and try, Rashoman." Without flinching, Yuri crouched down and struck the ground with both hands, causing a colossal crystal wall to rise instantaneously before him. Boom! The Beast Boy, transformed into a massive rhinoceros, collided head-on with the crystal barrier, producing a thunderous sound. However, not only did the wall remain unbroken, but it didn't even show a single crack. How remarkably hard! The Beast Boy was taken aback. Its hardness rivaled that of diamond. "Gull, you claimed you would showcase your prowess, so now you must truly perform. I am about to attack, so be cautious not to get hurt." As Yuri withdrew his hands from the ground, the crystal wall retracted automatically. Following this, Yuri leaped into the air, rising 4 to 5 meters high. His hands transformed into 2 cannon-like barrels, aimed downward at the Beast Boy, unleashing countless crystal spikes that erupted like a machine gun spewing bullets. Whoosh, 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 roar. King Kong. The Beast Boy's frame suddenly swelled to about 15 meters in height, transforming from a 4-legged rhinoceros into a robust, green-haired gorilla. The Beast Boy possessed the extraordinary ability to metamorphose into any creature he could envision, even mythical beings that existed solely in films. The source of his power remained a mystery to all. Unlike the transformation of the Little Broken Watch, the Beast Boy could only alter his form and could not directly acquire the supernatural abilities of those fantastical creatures. As King Kong, the Beast Boy experienced a geometric increase in both strength and defense, easily deflecting Yuri's tiny spikes with his resilient muscles. "Ha, I've got you now. Don't be deceived by my size. I can move with incredible agility." Before Yuri could land, the Beast Boy had seized him in his grasp. "Now, who is a more formidable one, Yuri?" He laughed joyfully. "Gal, Do you realize that being so audacious will lead to repercussions? All right, you may be a monkey now, but the outcome will remain unchanged. Yuri abruptly raised his hand, stretching it out as his entire arm morphed into a colossal crystal hammer, swiftly crashing down onto the Beast Boy's fingers. Though the strength of the Diamond War God was not quite on par with that of the four-armed tyrant, the disparity was not insubstantial. The blow, weighing several tons, struck the Beast Boy's hand, eliciting a cry of pain. Roar! In agony, the Beast Boy instinctively loosened his grip, allowing Yuri to escape. You hurt me, the Beast Boy complained, dissatisfied. It seems you still fail to grasp the situation, gal. This is not mere training. We are in combat. When facing a supervillain, do you think they will hold back from harming you? Yuri asserted with a serious expression. With both hands transformed into mighty hammers, he charged at the Beast Boy with fervor. All right, from this moment on, I shall treat this seriously, Yuri. The Beast Boy straightened his posture, striking his chest with his fists in a primal display, roaring with fervor. Meanwhile, the Diamond War God and King Kong were intensely engaged in their bout, with their teammates beside them equally restless. Unlike the solitary duel between Yuri and Beast Boy, the other four were originally comrades within the same team, possessing a degree of understanding of each other's capabilities. Despite a year of enhancements in their skills, the impact of their familiarity remained significant. Thus, they seamlessly transitioned into a 2-on-2 scenario. Casey, why must we partake in such a ludicrous welcoming ceremony? I have no desire to battle you, Superboy declared as he descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch that left an imprint in the ground, precisely where Wonder Girl had been moments before. With agility, Wonder Girl leaped gracefully, tracing an elegant arc in the air before landing behind Superboy. Honestly, I've begun to appreciate this Titan welcoming ceremony. It evokes memories of my training days in the Amazon, albeit brief. At the instant Wonder Girl landed, she pivoted on one foot, twisting her waist as her other leg swept out in a powerful kick aimed at Superboy's back. Yet, I have internalized the spirit of the Amazonian warriors to never shy away from battle. Watch out, Connor. In a split second, Robin launched 3 batarangs towards Wonder Girl. Do not fret, Casey. I shall not allow Superboy to interfere with you. Just then, Bart materialized between Wonder Girl and Robin, extending his hand to snatch the batarangs with lightning speed. However, Robin displayed a smirk, as if his scheme had come to fruition. To Bart's shock, the 3 batarangs in his hand suddenly illuminated with red dots, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Boom! Barely having time to react, the batarangs detonated, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of black smoke, obscuring visibility for several meters. The smoke was interspersed with irritating gas, causing Bart to cough uncontrollably, hampering his ability to accelerate freely. Although the speed force field would shield those within its bounds from air resistance and the effects of high-speed motion. If the speedster collided with something or someone unaware, destruction was the inevitable outcome. In a heartbeat, everything transpired in an instant. Who knows how Robin managed to keep pace with these individuals, yet he indeed did. Wonder Girl's kick was mere inches away from connecting with Superboy when the thick smoke began to encroach upon the scene. Under the influence of the irritating gas, even Wonder Girl, a demigod, felt considerable effects. Nevertheless, trained by the Amazonian warriors, she was not one to allow such trivial disturbances to alter her trajectory or speed of attack. Wait, however, after delivering the kick, Wonder Girl felt an absence of impact. Casey, did you truly believe I would be careless enough to expose such a blatant flaw? Remember, I too have undergone Superman's training. I was merely coordinating with Robin's strategy. At that moment, the Super Kid suddenly burst forth from the black smoke to the left of the Wonder Girl, launching a powerful punch. Chapter 70, Pulse Out. Wonder Girl's eyes widened as she leaned back with all her might. Whoosh! The Super Kid's fist barely grazed her nose, the distance between them less than a millimeter. The force of his punch sent her golden hair billowing, unable to settle. Huh! Wonder Girl's combat instincts seemed to surpass those of the Super Kid. Noticing the attack had missed, she swiftly retaliated. With a sharp cry, she seized the Super Kid's extended fist and executed a perfect back throw. Her movements flowed like water, devoid of any excess. Boom! The Super Kid crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud, the impact creating a small crater beneath him. Most individuals would likely suffer catastrophic fractures from such a blow, yet the Super Kid remained unfazed. He pounded his fists against the ground, and with the aid of the recoil, propelled himself upward. He then mimicked Wonder Girl's earlier maneuver, twisting his waist as he soared, delivering a sweeping kick. With their proximity too close for Wonder Girl to evade, she could only brace herself with her outstretched arm. Zzz. The immense force sent Wonder Girl sliding backward for several meters, her shoes screeching against the ground, leaving behind 2 long, deep marks. In the next instant, Wonder Girl, as if unperturbed, thrust her right foot backward and propelled herself like a released arrow towards the Super Kid. Unflinching, the Super Kid met her head-on, and they instantly became entangled in a fierce struggle. The ground beneath them quickly became riddled with dents and craters. Outside the fray, Spark watched in dismay, pondering whether these children were taking things too far, hoping they wouldn't cause irreparable damage to the training room. Meanwhile, Bat was bewilderedly calling out amidst the smoke bomb. Cassie, Yuri, where are you? I can't see a thing. In the heart of the dense fog, Bat covered his nose and reached out, groping ahead like a headless fly, moving slowly and chaotically. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow zipped past Bat's left side, and he immediately became alert. He halted, scanning his surroundings warily. Whoosh! The shadow reappeared, darting swiftly past his right. Bat turned his gaze, yet the shadow vanished, only to re-emerge ahead of him. As he looked forward, the shadow streaked past him from behind. The shadow blended seamlessly with the smoke, rendering Bat unable to see his opponent clearly. He could only hear the faint sounds of their movements. This created an illusion of the shadow's omnipresence, leaving him uncertain of when the next strike would come. I know it's you, Tim. Stop hiding. Do you wish to race against me? I shall bring you down the next time you appear. Bart raised his fist, and a white arc of electricity began to envelop him. In that moment, Bart activated his Speed Force mode. Within the exhilarating velocity of the Speed Force, everything around him appeared to slow down to an almost suspended state. Robin's movements were no exception. How long would Bart have to wait to perceive Robin's appearance? Seeking Robin directly proved futile, as Bart's vision was obscured, rendering him unable to discern his bearings. To Robin, Bart's speed was lethal. Even a slight brush could spell disaster. Thus, Bart opted to adjust his Speed Force mode to a slower setting, significantly diminishing the speed disparity between himself and Robin, transforming the sensation of time from a halt to a slow-motion experience. At that moment, Bart keenly detected an unusual disturbance to his left front. A smirk crept onto his lips. I've got you this time. In the past, it was always Robin who toyed with him. Now, the tables had turned. Bart dashed towards the source of the commotion, halting just as he reached the spot, then swung his fist forward. He didn't want to inflict excessive harm, so he resolved to deliver only 30 punches. In less than a second, all 30 were unleashed. To an onlooker, it seemed as though Bart had thrown only one punch. As Bart's first strike landed, the sensation in his fist filled him with certainty. He was 100% sure that it was Robin's cloak. With just a little more forward momentum, he could strike Robin's back. This should eliminate Tim, leading to a 3-against-2 scenario. Victory was within grasp. Such was Bart's mindset at that moment. However, a perplexing sensation arose. Bart had completed his 30 punches in an instant, yet he felt no tangible impact. There was a sensation of something covering his fist. It was Robin's cloak. In the next instant, a powerful jolt of electricity surged from the cloak, instantly paralyzing Bart's body. Oh no, I can't move. The intensity of the current was clearly meticulously engineered. It caused no significant harm while rendering him utterly immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. You haven't changed at all, Bart. At that moment, Robin emerged from the shadows, stepping into Bart's view. You have a natural inclination to play, treating everything as a game, often neglecting to approach matters seriously, especially in battle. Robin pressed lightly on his belt, and the cloak ceased emitting electricity. However, Bart remained in a state of paralysis, which would take at least a minute or two to dissipate. You could have easily created a whirlwind to disperse the smoke with your speed, yet you failed to consider such a straightforward solution. Upon hearing this, Bart was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was such a simple fix. Why hadn't he thought of it? Alas, it was too late to voice any thoughts now. The pulse had lost its ability to resist in a short span and was thus eliminated. Boom! Suddenly, an immense sound resonated from the side, swiftly followed by a powerful gust of wind that instantly dispersed Robin's smoke bomb. A mere 10 meters away, Superboy and Wonder Girl clashed fists, causing the ground beneath them to fracture. The shockwave emanated from their collision, sweeping away all the dark smoke. You've grown considerably over this past year, Connor, Wonder Girl remarked, her eyes ablaze with a fighting spirit, genuinely astonished by Superboy's enhanced combat skills. It is no secret that Superboy is a clone imbued with Superman's genes, created in a laboratory known as Cadmus. In many ways, Superboy resembles Impulse, both having been deprived of a typical childhood and lacking guidance in harnessing their powers. Consequently, despite Superboy's physical prowess rivaling that of Superman, he struggled to wield this strength effectively. During their time with the Teen Titans, Wonder Girl easily outmatched Superboy in every training session, her Amazonian combat skills rendering him akin to a mere plaything. Yet now, merely a year later, Superboy could hold his own against Wonder Girl, even gaining a slight upper hand, a remarkable progress indeed. Chapter 71. The intensifying battle. Robin assessed the situation between Superboy and Wonder Girl, realizing he could hardly intervene in their fistfights. Thus, he turned his attention towards Yuri and Beast Boy. There, the Diamond Warrior nimbly darted around Beast Boy, showcasing agility far superior to the transformed gorilla. Whenever the gorilla attempted to strike Yuri, he effortlessly evaded, and if evasion proved impossible, he would absorb the blow with his diamond limbo. Of course, Yuri was not merely on the defensive. His counterattacks were cunning, either maneuvering behind Beast Boy for a surprise strike or targeting the more vulnerable areas of the gorilla's lower limbs. Each of his attacks elicited yelps from Beast Boy, who desperately tried to catch Yuri, only to find him as elusive as a slippery eel. Yuri, is evasion all you know? Are you brave enough to face me head-on? Beast Boy fumed, exploding with frustration as he flailed and smashed the ground in impotent rage. Robin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, observing Yuri's performance. It appeared that the Diamond Warrior's abilities allowed him to alter his own structure, possessing remarkable elasticity and formidable defensive capabilities, much like his namesake, seemingly crafted from diamond. However, despite the inclusion of diamond in his title, the composition of the Diamond Warrior's body is not actually diamond, nor is it crystalline. The Petrosapien's physical makeup consists of a compound primarily composed of silicon, not a pure substance. The Diamond Warrior's impressive defensive strength largely stems from the Petrosapiens' ability to rearrange their atomic structure, rather than being solely reliant on their physical form. The action unfolds with remarkable swiftness, leaving Gal unable to keep pace with his movements. I fear I am equally incapable. The explosive power of the bat darts is unlikely to suffice against Yuri. Must we then await Connor's triumph over Wonder Girl? Robin racked his brain, pondering the potential vulnerabilities of the Diamond Warrior. Despite the likelihood of being unable to intervene as a member of the Bat family, he was unwilling to accept defeat, whether in play or in training. Although Robin had successfully executed a pulse strike, relying solely on tactics, should he engage directly, he would find it exceedingly challenging to provide meaningful support, be it for Superboy or Beast Boy. Suddenly, Robin's gaze fell upon a green crystal spike protruding from the ground nearby, likely a remnant of the chaos. He picked it up, studying it with a profound expression. Thud! Beast Boy's fist crashed into the ground, marking yet another imprint. Perhaps the prolonged barrage had drained his stamina, as he did not immediately retract his hand, instead propping himself up with his right hand and gasping for breath. A glint flashed in Yuri's eyes as he swiftly struck the ground with both hands. In an instant, shards of crystal erupted from the earth, ensnaring Beast Boy's fists as if freezing his hands in place. Beast Boy attempted to extract his hand, but found himself immobile against the restraints forged by the Diamond Warrior. In truth, breaking free from such bonds was not insurmountable during his prime. However, his current condition had significantly deteriorated, rendering escape a near impossibility. You wish to confront me directly? Why would I? Yuri smirked. If I can effortlessly secure victory, why expend unnecessary effort? The crystals constraining Beast Boy began to rapidly ascend, swiftly exceeding his elbows, seemingly intent on encasing his entire being in ice. Do you truly believe victory is assured, Yuri? Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Beast Boy's face. If I cannot break free as a gorilla, then I shall transform into another creature. As the words left his lips, Beast Boy's form shrank at a visible pace, morphing into a small green dove. Oh, do you think you can evade me, Gal? Yuri chuckled softly, manipulating the crystals to extend and retract rapidly, reasserting control over Beast Boy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Superboy and Wonder Girl, Superboy declared, Cassie, in the year since our team disbanded. I have reminisced daily about our shared past. With a gentle leap, he soared nearly 30 meters high, almost grazing the ceiling. Thus, I have dedicated this past year to rigorous training, even enduring Superman's reprimands for skipping school, all to ensure that when we meet again, you will regard me with newfound respect. He executed a somersault in midair, his feet landing firmly on the ceiling, leaving 2 deep impressions. To prove to you, if given another chance, I would undoubtedly save Donna. Whoosh! The young hero shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards Wonder Girl, with her arms crossed over her chest. A beautifully crafted golden bracer materialized on her wrist. She then struck her hands together forcefully, releasing a visible golden shockwave that met Superboy's descending fist head-on. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entirety of Titan Tower, with the ground instantaneously fracturing beneath them, as if it might shatter at any moment. Even the environmental simulation system was directly damaged by this impact, revealing the true nature of the training room. I must confess, upon learning that you all would be coming, I was elated that Starfire had re-established the Teen Titans. Otherwise, I might have remained in that small town until my college graduation, perhaps never seeing you again. Superboy gazed into Wonder Girl's eyes and softly spoke. Meanwhile, across the San Francisco Bay, on the opposing shore of Titan Island, a gathering of individuals clad in red robes assembled ominously. Among them stood one who deviated from their attire, lacking a long robe and instead adorned in a suit of armor crafted from an unknown metal, lightweight, form-fitting, and remarkably defensive. The armor was a striking blend of orange and black, especially the helmet, which was split down the middle, one half black and the other orange. This helmet concealed his entire head, obscuring any facial features, and peculiarly, only the left eye was exposed, while the right was shrouded, evoking the image of Cyclops. He was undoubtedly the leader of this enigmatic group. Lord Clocktower, what do you observe? One of the red-robed figures inquired respectfully of the armored individual. Clocktower did not respond to the question, nor did he turn his head. He merely continued to gaze towards Titan Island, murmuring in a tone audible only to himself. Have they not learned their lesson? Titan Tower is operational once more. Children should not don uniforms. Lord Clocktower, the red-robed figure, noticing Clocktower's trance-like fixation on the distant island, raised his voice several pitches higher in an attempt to rouse him. What is it? Clocktower finally snapped back to attention, turning towards the voice. All hail, Blood Brother. Lord Clocktower, please do not forget our purpose here. It is imperative that we retrieve the daughter of our god, and not be distracted by superfluous matters. Chapter 72. The bonds of affection deepen within the training room of Titan Tower. Starfire surveyed the nearly shattered surroundings, her expression darkening immediately. That's enough. Cease this at once, she shouted to those within the arena. Yet at this point, no one could hear her words. Answer me. Was your initial punch deliberately aimed off course? Wonder Girl demanded, charging at Superboy, leaving a multitude of afterimages in her wake. She referred to the moment when the pulse precisely struck Robin's bat-shaped projectile, triggering the smoke bomb, as Superboy launched an attack towards Wonder Girl. Wonder Girl had pondered carefully. Superboy's strike could have struck her, yet the outcome was that he missed. I do not wish to harm you, Superboy said with calm resolve, deftly defending against Wonder Girl's relentless onslaught. Their punches flew with astonishing speed, appearing as mere phantoms to the onlookers. Meanwhile, Beast Boy realized that regardless of whether he transformed into a gorilla or a bird, he could not escape Yuri's grasp. The Diamond Warrior's mastery over the crystal was so formidable that the cage adapted to Beast Boy's size. Gar, transform into a mosquito. At that moment, Robin suddenly burst in, shouting towards Beast Boy while tossing 3 small spheres at Yuri. With a pop, clouds of an unknown white gas erupted from the spheres, swiftly enveloping the Diamond Warrior. Beast Boy understood immediately. Even if Yuri could manipulate the size of the crystal, if the target shrank to an imperceptible size, precision control would become exceedingly challenging. Moreover, with Robin's smoke bomb obstructing visibility, capturing Beast Boy would prove even more difficult. In an instant, Beast Boy morphed, and a nearly invisible green mosquito escaped from the crystalline restraints. As anticipated, although the crystal bindings constricted into thin strands, attempting to ensnare Beast Boy, their accuracy faltered, failing to strike the mosquito-sized target. Aware that Beast Boy's escape was inevitable, Yuri retracted the released crystal bindings. Tim, you are quite clever, certainly more so than the others. Yuri remarked, rising slowly. The white smoke dissipated quickly, unlike the previous black smoke bomb, lasting less than a minute. Seeing Yuri unharmed, Robin felt a surge of alarm. What he had thrown was not a smoke bomb at all, but a tranquilizer. Just a single breath of the white mist could lull even an elephant to slumber. Yet Yuri appeared entirely unaffected. It seemed that not only had his exterior transformed into solid crystal, but his internal structure had also altered. Robin contemplated that if his body were entirely composed of diamond, only a weapon of mass destruction could possibly vanquish the Diamond Warrior. Could it be that this individual truly possessed no weaknesses? Uncertainty lingered over whether Yuri was limited to the form of the Diamond Warrior or if he could, like Beast Boy, transform into various forms. Should the latter be true, what might those other forms entail? Were their forms even more powerful than the Diamond Warrior? No. What am I even contemplating? Considering how to deal with my own ally. At this realization, Robin abruptly shook himself awake, fervently shaking his head, grappling with the thought. Am I thinking this way, just like Batman? No way. I absolutely refuse to become Batman. Robin clenched his fists, asserting that Nightwing had departed to demonstrate his divergence from Batman. I will not do that, but it does not imply that I am willing to transform into Batman. The hell with Batman. Yuri observed Robin standing alone, seething with rage, his eyes ablaze, occasionally shaking his head in disbelief. Was Robin not as astute and composed as he had imagined? It was reasonable to believe that those who associated with Batman possessed a high intellect. Some even exhibited emotional intelligence far beyond the ordinary. Tim, being Robin, should not be lacking in that regard, or so Yuri pondered, stroking his chin in uncertainty. Connor, Cassie, cease this at once. At that moment, a booming voice resonated, instantly eclipsing all other sounds in the room. The crowd startled, quickly looking up. Starfire had inexplicably entered, a series of unknown green, luminous energy orbs swirling around her hands and feet. Her pupil-less emerald eyes radiated a brilliant green light, revealing a significant fury within. You have gone too far. Look at the state of a training room. This is not a formal training session. You should not employ such force against your friends. It was only then that everyone grasped the extent of the damage. The once well-designed training room now resembled a battlefield, with not a single intact section of flooring and cracks strewn about. Numerous fist-sized holes had punctured through to the foundation, exposing the earth beneath. Thankfully, this was on the lowest level, and the training room was situated far from the critical load-bearing columns. Otherwise, had it been on a mid-level floor, the entire training room might have collapsed, damaging the floors below. Yuri, Robin, Tim, Superboy Connor, Wonder Girl Cassie, Impulse Bart, and Beast Boy Gar stood in a line, their heights varying significantly. Gar was the tallest at around 1.7 meters, being a year older than the rest. Connor followed closely, nearly reaching the same height, while Tim was of a similar stature. Bart was the shortest at 1.5 meters, with Cassie just at 1.6 meters. As for Yuri, due to previous malnutrition, he had only been 1.6 meters upon his arrival. Whether it was due to the genetic optimization of his small watch or the improved nutrition he had received recently, Yuri had now grown to 1.65 meters. Starfire, with her hands on her hips, chastised Yuri and the others for nearly 30 minutes. You must restore the training room before you sleep tonight. Ultimately, Starfire imposed a punishment. She is quite the temper. Superman sometimes nags like that, but he rarely gets this furious, Connor remarked in a hushed tone. The emotional volatility of Tamaranians is at least 3 times that of humans, and Starfire's is 3 times stronger than that, Tim quietly elucidated. Hey, it seems like she heard that. Bart quietly reminded them, and Connor immediately fell silent. What are we waiting for? Let us get to work, gentlemen. I'd like to retire early tonight. Casey was the first to fetch the repair tools. Are we about to embark on yet another round of fixing the training room? Gal lamented with a dramatic sigh. Oh, if only I had known. I would have chosen to fight outside. However, the data we've gathered should suffice, Yuri pondered silently. Restoring the severely damaged training room was no simple task, particularly the utterly destroyed environmental simulation system. If a team of specialists were to undertake the repairs, it would undoubtedly take months to complete. Yet, none present were ordinary individuals, especially Gal, who seemed to possess an inexplicable familiarity with repair work, likely due to his previous experiences with the Titans. Yuri transformed into a small hero, and the environmental simulation system was swiftly restored and even significantly upgraded. Although Starfire had assigned the task to Yuri and the others, She actively participated rather than merely observing. Chapter 73. 2. With hidden thoughts at 3 in the morning, within the Titan Tower, in Yuri's room, he sat alone before his personal computer, engrossed in a video playing on the screen. The footage showcased the Titan's earlier combat, with each member receiving dedicated close-ups alongside various metrics, including strength, defense, speed, agility, and intellect. As for how this video was captured, it was due to Yuri having previously incorporated a recording function into his little watch. Modifying the original capabilities of the watch was no easy feat, but adding new functions that did not violate its fundamental logic was relatively straightforward. Yuri's suggestion for everyone to engage in a skirmish was not merely to foster camaraderie, but also to conduct a preliminary assessment of each individual's abilities. Of course, under the recent circumstances, no one would genuinely exert their full strength, rendering the predicted ability data of limited reference value. Moreover, even if the limits of a superhero were accurately forecasted, they would likely surpass those limits in critical moments. Yet, Yuri could gauge each person's performance and behavioral patterns to ascertain how they would react under various conditions, as well as the roles each would assume in teamwork. More importantly, it was an opportunity to identify their weaknesses. Connor possessed the most formidable strength among them, likely surpassing even the four-armed behemoth in raw power. As a clone with Superman's genes, one could only wonder if he also inherited Superman's heat vision, X-ray vision, and freezing breath. If he possessed all of those abilities, he would undoubtedly be a youthful version of Superman. Yuri contemplated the fierce clash between Superboy and Wonder Girl, pondering the possibility that Connor harbored feelings for Cassie that transcended mere friendship. Bart demonstrated remarkable potential, possessing an innate affinity for super speed, making him a natural speedster. Alas, his immaturity rendered him easily deceived by even the simplest of tactics, often making him a vulnerable target for the adversary. Tim, possessing a nimble intellect, exhibited commendable strategic thinking and adaptability, making him well-suited for leadership. While his prowess in direct combat was somewhat negligible, it was not out of the realm of possibility for him to wield powerful weaponry. Cassie's strength was second only to Connor's, and her combat skills were unparalleled, potentially making her more valuable in practical engagements than Connor, though her subjective emotions often clouded her judgment. As for Gar, his abilities were commendable, yet he lacked the requisite intellect. Meanwhile, Yuri meticulously analyzed the Titan's various data, while Tim remained occupied. Unlike Yuri, who was confined alone in a room, Tim boldly sat cross-legged on the sofa in the Titan's hall, his personal computer resting on his lap. The material he perused was extensive, primarily consisting of Gotham's criminal case files, encompassing both mundane and superhuman offenders, each of which he scrutinized thoroughly. This was an essential curriculum assigned by Batman to every Robin. Only by deeply understanding each criminal's methods and motivations could one effectively carry out detective work. Tim was uncertain whether Nightwing and the deceased Robin had adequately completed this task, but he found himself thoroughly engrossed in it. In addition, he was perusing an email signed by the Disruptor, and after reading it, he composed a response. Once Tim had reviewed all the case files, he stared intently at his computer screen for an extended period, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly wrestling with some internal conflict. He reached into his pocket, feeling the shards emitted by the Diamond God, which had not faded with the passage of time. Just as Tim was preparing to examine the shards, the sound of footsteps interrupted him, prompting him to halt his actions. Cassie? Oh, Robin. My apologies. Are you still awake? Connor approached, rubbing his eyes. It's only 3 o'clock, Tim replied, his expression impassive. Has Batman taught you how to function without sleep? I mean, Batman actually permits you to stay up this late? Connor, who was strictly mandated to be in bed by 11, expressed his astonishment. I merely felt a bit stifled in my room, so I came out to check my inbox. Do you have something to convey? Tim inquired. I wanted to ask why we willingly came here. Connor pondered in silence for a moment before continuing. Superman told me that the Justice League wouldn't interfere in the lives of the Teen Titans, allowing me ample freedom, but that is not the reason I came here. I did not come here at Superman's behest. Tim hesitated for a moment before replying. I have asked myself the same question. Titan Tower is the domain of Nightwing, and I have no desire to tread the path he has walked. To persuade me, Batman even permitted me to operate the Batplane. Yet deep within my heart, my motivations extend beyond this. Connor placed a hand on Tim's shoulder and earnestly remarked, None of us came here merely to heed our mentor's words. Yet here we are. What is the reason? Because we are friends? Am I correct? You must provide me with a reason to remain here, Tim. Tim turned away from Connor, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he softly replied, "You are far more astute than you appear." At this, Connor also smiled. Just then, a notification chimed from Tim's computer, signaling the arrival of an email. As she responded so swiftly, Tim thought silently, immediately lowering his gaze to the screen. What? Suddenly, Tim could not restrain a gasp, startling Connor, who leaned in to see the screen. In an instant, Connor's pupils dilated. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. 2 days later, on Sunday night, contrary to Yuri's expectations, the Teen Titans had engaged in little heroic activity over the past 2 days, nor had they idly patrolled San Francisco. Most of their time was devoted to training, enhancing their combat skills and tactical coordination. Beyond that, they pursued their own whims, going wherever they pleased, with Starfire not overly inquiring. Superboy, Miss Martian, and the others remained at Titan Tower for only 2 days. Thus, by Sunday night, they all departed, leaving behind Starfire, Beast Boy, and Yuri. Starfire's perspectives often diverged significantly from those of Earthlings. For instance, she could not comprehend why humans considered nudity shameful. She relished showcasing her skin, which made her uniform appear rather revealing. During her leisure time, Starfire would sunbathe, tend to her extraterrestrial pets, and nurture the rare tamarin plants in the tower's garden. As for Beast Boy, what do you usually do? In the Titan Hall, he reclined on the sofa, a 75-inch television in front of him broadcasting a program about humanity and nature. Yuri furrowed his brow, wondering how this individual could endure more than 3 hours of the Discovery Channel without succumbing to aesthetic fatigue. Hey, Yuri, want to join me for some television? Gar invited. Yuri merely shook his head with indifference. If you're busy, how about leading me somewhere? Yuri crossed his arms and inquired of Gar. Where do you wish to go? Gar asked, his gaze fixed on the television. To the Star Labs. As Yuri spoke, he approached the television and pretended to press the power button. Chapter 74. Similar Gene Analysis System, San Francisco, Silicon Valley. This region can be described as the epicenter of the global high-tech industry, home to the headquarters of numerous companies such as Apple, Nvidia, Google, and Intel, among others. However, these elements alone are insufficient to establish Silicon Valley as the epicenter of technological excellence on Earth. The true distinguishing factor that elevates Silicon Valley is the presence of the most significant branch of the Celestial Laboratory, which encompasses extraterrestrial technology and post-human physiological research. In terms of related technology, even the Metropolis headquarters pales in comparison. After all, the Celestial Laboratory in Metropolis resembles more of a post-human prison than a research facility. The San Francisco branch of the Celestial Laboratory is situated in a relatively secluded area of Silicon Valley, housing numerous large research institutes over an expansive area, equivalent to that of 2 Apple campuses. Consequently, Yuri mused that it ought to be referred to as the Celestial Technology Park rather than merely a laboratory. Under the guidance of Beast Boy, Yuri arrived at the site of the Celestial Laboratory. Gar appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, as they effortlessly entered without even the need for identity verification. Occasionally, they encountered a few researchers along the way, with Gar greeting them with remarkable familiarity, suggesting he had frequented this place often. Yuri speculated that Beast Boy might have once been one of the subjects of experimentation here. Wally had informed Yuri that he could utilize the equipment at the Celestial Laboratory without charge, so it would be remiss not to take full advantage of it. Gar led Yuri into the largest building in the complex, where they were greeted by a hall-like entrance. However, this hall lacked any reception staff, with only 2 robots stationed motionlessly in opposite corners. Pushing open a small door on the left side of the hall, they entered a moderately short corridor, which culminated in an elevator. Gar placed his hand on a fingerprint lock embedded in the wall. Ding! The elevator doors slid open in response. I still can't believe you turned off my television, Gar said suddenly, filled with a hint of resentment. If I hadn't done that, I suspect you would have watched the Discovery Channel until the Apokolips. Why not try Channel 6 instead? Yuri raised his hands innocently. I watch the Discovery Channel because I adore animals. Do you have any idea how many species of animals exist on Earth? Known and unknown, what they can do, what they look like. I'm utterly captivated by this. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning shone in Gar's eyes. I can see that. Yuri nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the elevator halted at the 27th floor. Come, Let me introduce you to a new friend who will enlighten you about what this place has to offer, Gar said as he stepped out of the elevator, giving a thumbs up towards the back. She? Yuri raised an eyebrow. Indeed, her name is Karen Duncan. Many years ago, she was also a member of the Teen Titans, but after her marriage, she ceased her superhero activities and now works here at the Celestial Laboratory. She's the chief researcher. By the way, her former codename was Bumblebee. Bumblebee? Is there still someone codenamed Optimus Prime? Yuri searched his mind, finding no impression of this female hero. She must be a rather obscure second-tier hero. I have not used that name in quite some time. Just then, a clear, melodious female voice rang out from behind Gal. A tall young woman, clad in a white lab coat, approached, holding a substantial stack of documents. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, slightly older than Wally, with flowing brown waves and a sun-kissed complexion. Karen. Gal cheerfully embraced Karen Duncan. How have you been lately? And how is Mar? Quite well. Though I've encountered a minor obstacle in my research recently, but I will manage, Karen replied with a confident smile, then turned her gaze toward Yuri. You must be Yuri Sotos, the technological prodigy Wally mentioned. If there are no other individuals by that name here, then it must be you. Yuri shrugged. Pleased to meet you, Yuri. I assume you are here to engage in some research work with us. Am I correct? Karen inquired. I find it hard to say otherwise. Who among the scientific researchers in the world wouldn't want to come to the Star Lab? It is widely recognized as the pinnacle of global technology, Yuri responded. When Wally informed me that I could utilize the equipment at Star Lab for my research, you cannot imagine how thrilled I was. I am immensely grateful for the collaboration between Star Lab and the Teen Titans. That may sound a bit presumptuous, but I would be more than willing to assist you with any research challenges you may face in return for access to your experimental facilities. It seems you possess a great deal of confidence in your knowledge, which I admire in individuals like yourself. Now, let me take you to your personal laboratory, Karen remarked, giving Yuri a thorough appraisal. Wait, did you just say I have a personal laboratory? Yuri was taken aback. He had only just entered Star Lab, and already he had his own personal lab? Oh, that was previously used by Vic. Since the completion of the Watchtower base, he has not returned. But we have maintained his laboratory, and he has agreed to let it be assigned to you, Karen explained, sensing Yuri's thoughts. Hey, buddy, just follow Karen and focus on your little research here. I'm off to watch some television now. Beast Boy bid farewell to Yuri, turning back toward the elevator. As for Yuri, he first accompanied Karen to the central data monitoring room, where his fingerprints, iris, and palm print were recorded into the security system. This would grant Yuri the freedom to come and go within the Star Lab. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to call the elevator. Following this, Karen led him to his personal laboratory, which typically remained undisturbed unless an emergency arose. The laboratory was equipped with a plethora of sophisticated devices, capable of accommodating nearly any form of research, barring scenarios that necessitated the use of a large particle collider or supercomputer. Essentially, one could remain secluded within its confines indefinitely. What brought Yuri even greater satisfaction was the absence of any surveillance equipment within. Consequently, for an extended period, Yuri nestled within this sanctuary of knowledge, delving into a vast array of research materials, primarily focused on extraterrestrial technology and superhuman genetics. The knowledge reservoir of the little soldier began to swell exponentially. Once Yuri had absorbed the necessary knowledge, he commenced the transformation of his newfound insights into tangible products. Days later, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, he gazed at a chip, merely a few millimeters in size, which was the culmination of sleepless nights spent devising a brilliant solution to unlock the DNA sample stored within the little watch. This was the similar gene analysis system. As the name suggests, this system could scan and analyze the similarities between different genes. By installing this chip into the little watch, whenever Yuri scanned the DNA of a particular superhuman, the chip would automatically retrieve highly similar DNA from the watch's database. Typically, the little watch could only unlock access to corresponding samples when it encountered a species with DNA that matched exactly with those in its database. However, with the similar gene analysis system, it would suffice for the DNA to bear resemblance to the samples to gain access. Chapter 75. A new incident in a dimly lit, seldom-trodden corner of San Francisco, a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black was fleeing in a frenzy. The once pristine robe was now besmirched with dust and dirt, bearing evidence of dry blood. Trailing behind the enigmatic individual were three elderly men garbed in crimson robes. Their attire was identical in style, save for the color. One wore a deep purple-black robe, while the others donned garments reminiscent of blood, limited by their advanced age. The gap between the red-robed elders and the mysterious figure widened with each passing moment. Had it not been for the exhaustion wrought by several days of relentless flight, the mysterious figure would have long since evaded their pursuit. Run faster. The goddess Raven is just ahead. One of the red-robed elders shouted frantically. Only by bringing back the goddess can we summon our deity. I am no goddess, and my father is certainly no divine being. He is merely an evil demon. You have all been deceived, Raven retorted, struggling to maintain her pace while casting a scornful glance backward. You are just a bunch of feeble old men. You might as well abandon your futile attempts to capture me. Goddess, you cannot defy the will of our deity. You shall forever resist the three palaces. The red-robed elder proclaimed with fervent devotion. O great three palaces, grant us strength to bring back the goddess. As the raven darted further away, on the brink of vanishing from sight, three venerable elders clad in crimson robes knelt upon the ground, closing their eyes to chant incomprehensible incantations. In an instant, it seemed as if an ineffable presence responded to their summons from the void. An eerie energy surged into their bodies, and before long, the three red-robed elders rejuvenated in the blink of an eye, their physiques expanding rapidly, tearing their robes asunder, their skin transforming into a deep, sanguine hue. Demonic horns sprouted from their crowns, but most striking were the pairs of eyes that appeared upon their visages. For eyes devoid of pupils radiated an enchanting yellow luminescence. Power! I can feel the boundless strength coursing through me. We are grateful to our great deity of the three palaces. We shall bring forth the divine maiden for you. The three transformed demon warriors exclaimed fervently. With a whoosh, the trio of demon warriors pursued the direction in which the raven had fled, their velocity surpassing that of the swiftest automobile known to man. In mere seconds, they caught up to the raven. Damn it! These individuals have sold their souls to the three palaces. The raven cursed inwardly, aware that these beings had irrevocably lost their identities, now reduced to mere pawns of the three palaces. Mortals who had traded their souls could not escape the clutches of the three palaces. They would relentlessly hunt her down. Even if she managed to flee, they would pose a threat to innocent lives. She could not allow the minions of the three palaces to remain in this world. In that moment, the raven resolved within her heart, halting her flight and turning to confront the demon warriors crafted by the three palaces. A mysterious black energy enveloped her being, and above her, a colossal shadow of a raven materialized. If the warriors of the three palaces are immortal, then I shall banish you wretched demons back to the abyss. Shortly thereafter, at the Star Laboratory, San Francisco branch, with a cautious breath, Yuri carefully loaded the similar gene analysis chip onto the small device, and, after confirming that its transformation function remained unaffected, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, he lacked a DNA sample at present, rendering it impossible to test whether the gene analysis system would operate correctly. However, Yuri was not overly concerned. He had just joined a superhero organization. Surely, opportunities for combat would abound. As long as there was action, DNA samples would inevitably flow into his hands. Once I return, I must indulge in a well-deserved slumber. After finally completing his tasks, the tension that had gripped Yuri began to ease, only to be replaced by a wave of fatigue that washed over him. Tidying up the laboratory, Yuri departed from the Star Laboratory. Upon returning to Titan Tower, as Yuri was about to ascend the stairs to his room for a much-needed nap, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Yuri, where have you been? Turning around, he discovered Bart, who was now clad not in his usual orange attire and denim jeans, but in a sleek Pulse uniform. At this moment, Yuri suddenly remembered that today was Friday, the day when the Teen Titans gathered. His return was perfectly timed. Is it just you, Bart? What about Tim and Connor? Yuri inquired, puzzled. Oh, I'm the last one to arrive this time. They all got here before me, Bart sheepishly replied, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Yuri was rendered speechless. Through his observations over the past few days, he had come to realize that tardiness seemed to be a peculiar tradition of the Flash family. The last time Bart had been the first to arrive at Titan Tower, it was likely because he had taken Yuri's old, dilapidated car. Oh, by the way, a significant incident occurred in San Francisco today. Everyone is currently discussing it in the Titan Hall, and you're the only one missing. Gal mentioned you were at the Star Labs, so I want to look for you. Suddenly, Bart jolted awake and hurriedly spoke to Yuri. A few seconds ago, I arrived at Star Labs, but the people there said you had already left, so I came back and unexpectedly ran into you right at the entrance of Titan Tower. Don't panic, Bart. Please explain clearly what happened, Yuri said, patting Bart's shoulders to urge him to get to the point. A few hours ago, 3 demons were spotted in the abandoned district of Hunter's Point, and there was a girl fighting against them. Bart exclaimed, his arms wide open, his face a canvas of shock. The eyewitness even recorded a video on their phone and uploaded it to YouTube. Robin has confirmed that the video is authentic. There are indeed demons in this world, and they have invaded San Francisco. Yuri, however, was not particularly astonished. He had learned from Cassie that Greek gods exist, so it was only natural that other mythological beings could also be real. The existence of demons in the world was hardly surprising. Speaking of which, as someone from the 30th century, Bart should have known about these matters, unless he hadn't paid attention to his mother's bedtime stories about 1,000 years ago. Realizing that receiving crucial information from Bart was unlikely, Yuri decided to take him directly to Titan Hall. Upon their arrival, the enormous screen that had previously displayed Superman and Wonder Woman's communication with Titan Tower descended once more. However, this time, the individual contacting them was neither Superman nor any member of the Justice League. Instead, it was a middle-aged man in military attire with blonde hair and blue eyes. Yuri instantly recognized him as Steve Trevor, the head of the Eyes of the World, who frequently appeared on camera to clean up the Justice League's messes. Chapter 76. Trevor's commission. In front of the screen, Starfire, Robin, Superboy, Wonder Girl, and Beast Boy stood side by side, listening intently to Trevor's address. Although the Eyes of the World had swiftly removed the video from the internet after its release, it had already been viewed by over 500,000 people. It seemed that each of us had been busy these past few days. The Justice League was already aware of the incident involving the unidentified creatures resembling demons in San Francisco, and they were closely monitoring the situation. The sudden intrusion of Yuri and Bart did not perturb Trevor. He spoke gravely about the significance of the situation, which had already captured the attention of the Justice League. It would not be long before they departed for San Francisco to investigate the truth behind the demonic occurrences. What? Both Superboy and Robin exclaimed simultaneously. Superman and Batman had promised that the League would not interfere with the Teen Titans operations in San Francisco. Connor and Tim were correct. Whether it be demons or any other mutated beings, we can handle it. Gar concurred. Although he was not fond of intellectual pursuits, he still possessed a sense of honor and pride in the Titan team. What transpired in San Francisco was a matter solely for the Teen Titans to address. Trevor, we've known each other for a long time. You should know that the Titans have never welcomed the League's interference in our affairs, Starfire remarked, furrowing her brow at Trevor. Oh, come now, Starfire, and you too, kids. I haven't finished my statement yet, Trevor said, seemingly amused by the reactions of Superboy and the others, winking at them. Before reaching out to you, I had already communicated with the Justice League. Can you guess what I told them? Upon hearing this, Robin and the others felt a surge of excitement. Could there be a turning point? Indeed, I persuaded the League to refrain from interfering in this incident for the time being, entrusting the investigation of the demon and the mysterious girl to you, the Teen Titans. Trevor's response filled them with joy. But why? Mr. Trevor, why do you trust us with this task? While I have great faith in my team, the Teen Titans currently lack experience. This situation, which may involve high-threat hellish demons, would surely be best handled by that bastard in London, Tim inquired thoughtfully. Since you've asked, I will be frank with you. Recently, Congress has been pressuring me to introduce some trustworthy new members into the Justice League. We previously managed to placate them with substitute members, but now they demand formal ones. The candidates they recommend have impeccable backgrounds, with superior abilities and experience. However, neither I nor the League wishes to see those old geezers' choices enter the Watchtower. Trevor's expression turned serious, and he stated solemnly, You are all students of the Justice League's veterans, individuals whom I and the League hold in absolute trust. Only by your joining the League can I feel at ease. This will also silence those politicians who incessantly claim that 7 members are insufficient to protect the Earth. Therefore, you must accomplish a task of considerable difficulty that garners public attention to rightfully become part of the Justice League. Today is merely the beginning. However, considering your lack of experience, I have arranged for an assistant who should arrive shortly. In conclusion, Trevor summarized that the Justice League would not interfere in their actions until they uncovered the results, but they would closely monitor their progress. Behave yourself well, children. With those words, the call came to an abrupt end. Justice League? Am I really about to join the Justice League? Does this mean I can fight villains alongside Grandpa? Bart exclaimed excitedly beside Yuri. At that moment, everyone noticed the presence of two additional individuals in the hall. Yuri, you're back. Starfire greeted him warmly. You've been at the Star Lab for several days. I imagine you have gained much knowledge. Let us set that aside for now. Can someone explain to me what exactly the demons are? Yuri inquired, looking around at the group. After a brief pause, Yuri watched a video, lost in contemplation. The footage depicted three vividly red demon warriors attacking a young magical girl clad in black robes. The mysterious girl, engaged in combat with the demons, wielded a form of black energy that was intricate and complex, far beyond mere superhuman abilities. However, as Yuri observed the three demons, muscular beings with crimson skin and four eyes, he felt an unsettling familiarity. If one were to remove the horns from their heads and add two more arms, it would be hard for Yuri to believe they were not Tazramans. Their fighting style mirrored that of Tazramans as well. Throughout the entire confrontation, these demon warriors relied solely on their fists, eschewing any dark magic or hellfire. To be frank, it would be more credible to describe them as genetically mutated beings rather than demons. Yet, the collective association with demons arose from the following scene. The mysterious girl conjured tendrils of black energy to ensnare one demon by its neck and, with a forceful tug, decapitated it. Astonishingly, the demon did not perish despite losing its head. Did it regenerate a new one? Or perhaps it could still articulate words after decapitation. Was it merely a matter of reattaching its head for revival? None of these speculations were accurate. In the instant the head was severed, the demon's body disintegrated into countless red particles, revealing a bizarre blood-red magical circle on the ground. The demon re-emerged fully intact from beneath the circle. Not only did it evade fatal injuries, but any harm inflicted by the mysterious girl was instantaneously restored. The confrontation concluded only when a magical girl employed a powerful spatial spell, transporting the three demons to an unknown location. Following the use of this spell, she exhibited signs of profound fatigue, indicating a substantial expenditure of physical or magical energy, and subsequently departed the scene slowly. The entire encounter lasted less than 2 minutes. As for the eyewitness who recorded the video, he did not meet his demise. Instead, he cowered in a corner, trembling. Even half an hour after the girl's departure, his legs still shook uncontrollably. The agents of the Eye of Heaven had secured him, relieving the Teen Titans of any further concern in this regard. What thoughts do you have after reading this, Yuri? Tim suddenly inquired. Those demons are after that girl. Perhaps they are pursuing her. I believe she is the key to this incident, Yuri responded. I suspect more demons may arrive in San Francisco. Tim nodded. My thoughts align with yours. And we currently possess but this single clue. We must locate her swiftly. The battle has drained her significantly, and she cannot have ventured far. Chapter 77. The Fallen Titans, there is no time to lose. Let's depart at once, the Wonder Girl suggested. If those demons are indeed pursuing that girl, her situation must be perilous. The young heroes nodded in agreement, preparing to head to the scene immediately. Before that, however, you must follow me to see something, Starfire interjected, halting everyone in their tracks. Now, are you certain, Starfire? What could possibly be more important than the demons? Yuri queried, glancing at his spirited companions before turning to Starfire once more. Come with me, Starfire replied without providing a direct answer, her expression adopting an unusually grave demeanor. One Yuri had scarcely witnessed since their first encounter. I know what she intends to show you, Beast Boy chimed in, his tone somber. It is a memory and legacy of the Titans. With that, he followed Starfire down the staircase, leaving the others in a state of confusion as they trailed behind. Soon, they arrived in the basement, yet Starfire and Beast Boy did not pause. Instead, they approached a wall in the corner. Beast Boy tapped the wall a few times, and it swung open to reveal a passage wide enough for two. Upon entering, Yuri and the others were captivated by the environment within. The space was adorned with a dozen statues, elegantly arranged on either side, each crafted with remarkable detail, lifelike in appearance. At the end of the passage stood a statue of a woman, youthful in appearance, clad in a black bodysuit speckled with star-like patterns. That is Superboy, someone remarked. Visibly moved, Donna Troy, Robin murmured, his expression dark as if shadows could seep from him. This is a memorial. Each statue represents a Titan who has perished in battle. Starfire stated somberly, turning to face the group. This individual bears a resemblance to Hawkman. At that moment, Bart gazed at a statue to his left. He is Golden Eagle, a fervent admirer of Hawkman, who met his demise in combat against a Titan adversary. Beside Golden Eagle stood Dove, who tragically lost his life protecting a child from an oncoming truck. And there is Aqua Girl, Starfire continued, who drowned in toxic waters during a catastrophe that threatened the entire world. She and Beast Boy were introducing each of Titan's fallen heroes to the gathered crowd. Yuri listened intently. While he couldn't claim to hold them in profound reverence, he certainly felt a necessary respect for these valiant teenage heroes who had perished in battle. At present, he lacked the conviction to sacrifice himself for the protection of others. However, this did not preclude him from honoring those who possess such awareness. Who is that fellow with the golden goatee? Suddenly, Superboy inquired, gazing at a statue. That is Jericho Joseph Wilson, the son of Deathstroke. Beast Boy replied astonishingly. Deathstroke, the one notorious for being the most dangerous mercenary in the world? Tim exclaimed, I've seen information about Deathstroke in Batman's secret files. He has always preferred to operate alone. I didn't know he had a family. Isn't Deathstroke a villain? Wally remarked. I heard from Bart that he often opposed the Titans. How is it that his son became a hero instead? Bart asked curiously. Although Jericho is Deathstroke's son, he is a good person, possessing a kind heart and a sunny disposition, which is entirely different from his father's. In truth, he was a dear friend to all of us, Starfire reminisced fondly. Later, Jericho fell under the control of a malevolent force, enabling him to transfer his soul through eye contact, which drove him to extreme madness, ultimately leading Deathstroke to thrust a sword into his heart. Deathstroke killed his own son? The crowd gasped in shock. Both Beast Boy and Starfire nodded solemnly. Before embarking on any perilous mission, you must grasp the gravity of becoming a Titan. Many have sacrificed themselves for this cause, and in the near future, perhaps I will become one of these statues, or perhaps one of you will, Starfire concluded, explaining her reason for bringing them to witness this. After what happened with Donna, do you think I would still be oblivious? Wonder Girl retorted, her gaze resolutely fixed on the assembly. We fight to protect others, to save lives, and to assist people. Even if we perish in battle, it is a worthy endeavor, is it not? Yuri desperately wanted to disagree, yet the atmosphere around them forbade him from speaking such words. Nevertheless, reflecting on Jericho's ability to transfer his soul through eye contact, he pondered whether such a power made one truly susceptible to death. Even that fellow, the one called the Kid Flash, managed to be reborn through sheer weight. Yuri silently mused, though he quickly shook his head inwardly. What am I thinking? Since they have erected a memorial statue, and so many years have passed, how could Jericho possibly still be alive? Starfire, are we ready to depart? Superboy asked. Is that even a question? Starfire smiled slightly, responding in kind. After a while, the young Titans arrived at the site where Raven and the Demon Knight were engaged in battle, leaving no trace behind save for the remnants of their clothing. Tim took the lead in surveying the scene, with the others following suit. Ultimately, aside from the remnants of red fabric scattered on the ground, no additional clues were uncovered. These fragments appear to be robes. Perhaps we could piece them together, Bart. Yuri stroked his chin and then called out to Bart. Received. Bart promptly appeared before the pile of fragments, swiftly separating and assembling them. In the blink of an eye, Bart ceased his actions and stepped back a couple of paces. 3 robes lay on the ground. Although several parts were missing, it was evident that they belonged to some unknown cult. No known religion in the world possessed such a design, and the color and patterns suggested they were not affiliated with any legitimate sect. Wait, upon closer inspection, it seems this style resembles the attire worn by the mysterious girl in the video, albeit in different hues. Tim astutely noted the robe's design. Quite intriguing, Yuri remarked with a glint in his eye. The video captured by the witnesses did not feature any cultists, only 3 demons, and coincidentally, there were 3 cult robes torn into fragments here. You mean? Tim's gaze shifted sharply towards Yuri. Precisely as you deduced, Yuri affirmed Tim's speculation. Chapter 78, Super Beasts. What are you two discussing? Bart scratched the back of his head, puzzled. We suspect that the owners of these 3 robes are likely the same 3 demons that appeared in the video, Yuri revealed without withholding any information. These robes are not large, judging by their size. It is impossible for the demons to wear them, indicating that they were smaller when donning the robes. When they grew, the robes were torn into countless shreds. Tim stood up, speaking calmly. Those 3 demons may not be true demons, but rather transformed humans. It is also plausible that demons can alter their size, though this possibility is rather slim. From the video, those three demons seemed only capable of hand-to-hand combat, Yuri added. If your hypothesis holds true, what does that imply? The Wonder Girl inquired, furrowing her brow. Perhaps someone is attempting to create demon soldiers through human experimentation, Connor said darkly, his experience of being born in the Cadmus laboratory causing him to harbor a deep aversion to using humans as weapons. So who would be the mastermind behind all this? And who is that magical girl? Beast Boy questioned. They were the same style of robes, suggesting they may belong to the same cult, with different garments denoting different identities. The Wonder Girl speculated. Regardless, we must first locate that girl. Otherwise, all our conjectures will be in vain, Spark remarked, and the group nodded in agreement. What shall we do now? Bart inquired, surveying the scene where only 3 tattered garments lay as clues. Where would we search for the girl? San Francisco is vast. How long will it take to find her? Upon hearing this, Yuri chuckled. Finding someone is not so arduous. These 3 robes provide ample clues. With this proclamation, all eyes turned to Yuri. He activated his small device, selecting the DNA sample most urgently needed at that moment. It is you, Super Beast. A green light enveloped Yuri's entire being, and he dropped to the ground as his body began to twist and grow. His arms and legs became robust and powerful, while orange fur sprouted rapidly across his form. In an instant, a colossal creature, nearly 2 meters at the shoulder and over 3 meters in length, materialized before the onlookers. Its body entirely covered in vibrant orange fur, its forelegs sturdier than its hind legs. Its head bore no eyes. Instead, gills opened and closed rhythmically on either side. This super beast belonged to the species Vapingmancer star beast, a fierce creature devoid of vision, yet endowed with an extraordinary sense of smell and hearing, far surpassing that of ordinary canines. Consequently, its mental perception was composed of blurred 3D patterns, akin to a thermal imaging device, reflecting how olfactory signals formed images in its mind. Coupled with its acute hearing, its environmental awareness was remarkably heightened, enabling it to evade attacks with ease. Yuri had to admit that the experience of heightened senses, aside from sight, was truly wondrous. Although he could not see, he could construct a mental image of the surrounding environment. Yuri, is that you? The Beast Boy asked uncertainly, pondering why the creatures Yuri transformed into were always so peculiar. Yuri inclined his head slightly, affirming the inquiry. However, there was one significant drawback to the super beast. The linguistic logic of the Vapingmancer star beast was exceedingly complex and vastly different from that of any other extraterrestrial species, rendering even the built-in universal translator of his device incapable of interpreting its language. Previously, whether he transformed into the 4-armed tyrant, fireman, or diamond war god, Yuri's ability to communicate with others had relied on the presence of the universal translator, not due to any inherent proficiency in English or the existence of human vocal apparatus among extraterrestrial beings. The super beast lowered its head, drawing near to the cultist's robe on the ground, and began to sniff intently. Instantly, a multitude of different scents flooded its olfactory receptors. Can anyone explain what Yuri is doing? Bart pondered aloud. He seems to be smelling the garments. The super kid hesitated before responding. Indeed, Yuri is discerning the residual scents on the robe fragments. He aims to track down the mysterious girl through smell. The Beast Boy affirmed, well-versed in the traits and abilities of every animal on Earth, thus comprehending the super beast's actions with ease. In the mind of the Beast Boy, even if he transformed into the most perceptive of canines, he would still be unable to discern the scent of humanity amidst the demonic aroma. However, Yuri swiftly identified the scent he sought, as it bore a faint distinction unlike any other. Growl! Growl! Yuri bellowed at everyone, then gestured in a particular direction, urging them to follow. Subsequently, the super beast dashed towards that direction. Yuri had found it. Les hastened to his side. A smile illuminated the Beast Boy's face as he hurriedly trailed behind Yuri, with the others closely following suit. At that moment, none noticed a one-eyed man clad in orange and black armor, 2 kilometers away atop a towering building, silently retracting his binoculars. Cora and Gar, astonished to encounter these familiar faces once more in their lifetimes, were surrounded by a throng of unseasoned children. The ominous bell let out a derisive snort, murmuring in a tone only he could perceive. The existence of the Teen Titans will only lead to the demise of more children. Why can they not grasp this reality? The great triumvirate has bestowed upon me power. My focus should solely be on locating Raven. Yet now, with the interference of the Teen Titans, confronting them does not constitute defiance of my deity's command. In fact, perhaps I could leverage them to find Raven. If it takes the death of one to make those naive children understand the truth and forever silence that foolish Titan Tower, I shall not hesitate to assist them. With that, the ominous Bell donned his helmet and leaped from the rooftop. Some time later, at a dilapidated lighthouse near the coast of San Francisco Bay, soon to be demolished, the Teen Titan stood atop the tower, gazing at the horizon. I am certain this is where the scent leads, Yuri declared. At this moment, he had reverted from his super beast form back to his original self. At least 3 minutes prior, she had undoubtedly been here. Yet now there was nothing. The Beast Boy stared at the barren tower top. Could she possibly have flown? Well, perhaps she could, but even if she had taken flight 3 minutes ago, the expansive view offered no chance for her to vanish from sight. Was it conceivable that they had been deceived, and this was not their intended destination? The Super Kid suggested this possibility. Yuri, too, felt perplexed. Logically, the Super Beast's keen sense of smell should not have led them astray. Had they truly been ensnared in a trap? No, this must be the place. At that moment, Tim abruptly pointed towards the sea, and the group followed his gaze to a minuscule island barely visible to the naked eye. In an instant, Yuri comprehended Tim's implication. From the video, it was evident that the mysterious girl possessed a form of spatial magic, capable of teleporting 3 demons away. Why then could she not teleport herself? Yuri surmised that after her encounter with 3 malevolent demons, her magical energy had been entirely depleted, rendering her incapable of teleporting to distant locations. Thus, upon arriving at this place and spotting the diminutive island, she decided to transport herself there. Chapter 79. Children should not wear uniforms. Alcatraz Island. Approximately the size of 10 football fields, once housed a notorious prison, abandoned half a century ago, and is often referred to as Devil's Island. Yuri gestured towards the solitary isle adrift in the sea, explaining that he had perused every tome in the libraries of Mid-City, one of which chronicled details of various legendary prisons, most of which dated prior to the 1980s, with Devil's Island being one such account. The knowledge retained by Little Soldier is also stored within Yuri's mind. However, to safeguard the fragile human brain from being overwhelmed by vast and intricate information, the majority of this knowledge resides deep within his subconscious, surfacing only when Yuri engages in focused contemplation. This phenomenon parallels the behavior of young Ben Tennyson in the series Ben 10, where he typically embodies the characteristics befitting his age, yet at times demonstrates intellect that surpasses that of Gwen. By the time of Ultimate Ben 10,000, Ben's reservoir of knowledge rivaled that of the universe's most advanced races, indicating that the creation of the Omnitrix was not solely the result of an intellectually gifted extraterrestrial, but also required a foundation of knowledge. This implies that transforming into aliens via the Omnitrix indeed affects one's genetic makeup, with both positive and negative ramifications. The protective mechanism of the Omnitrix adeptly maximizes the elimination of adverse effects, meaning that the more frequently one transforms, the more significantly their original form is influenced by alien genes. Ultimately, this culminates in Ben acquiring various alien abilities without altering his physical form. Devil's Island, you say? Quite fitting for the investigation we are about to undertake, remarked Kid Flash, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, Beast Boy exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, Devil's Island was converted into a tourist attraction several months ago, attracting tens of thousands of visitors daily. Naturally, such a small island could not accommodate that many people at once, hence the implementation of a system that allows for 24-hour access with timed tours, permitting only 400 visitors at a time for a duration of 30 minutes. 2 passenger ferries continuously transported tourists, striving to ensure that the arrival and departure times of each group were closely aligned. Sheldon, look over there. A ferry is docking at the pier beside Devil's Island. Wonder Girl shouted anxiously, noting that a new wave of visitors was presently on the island. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, just as the Teen Titans became aware of the tourists on the island, a deafening explosion erupted from the heart of Devil's Island. From a distance, they could see thick plumes of black smoke ascending into the sky, accompanied by the flickering glow of flames beneath. Countless tiny black dots, akin to ants, scurried chaotically across the island, and all understood that these were the panicked tourists. There is no time to linger in shock. Bart, you are the fastest. Go ahead and ensure that all the visitors on the island are safely escorted to the ship. Connor, Cassie, Gar, and Yuri, you all go together to extinguish the flames. Tim reacted immediately, his voice urgent. Starfire, you and I shall verify whether the passenger vessel has been tampered with, and then safeguard both the ship and the tourists. In an instant, a flash of white lightning enveloped Bart, and he vanished. Superboy and Wonder Girl ascended into the air, propelling themselves towards Devil Island at near sonic speed. Beast Boy transformed into a swift, pointed-tailed swallow, trailing slightly behind Superboy and Wonder Girl, yet maintaining a commendable pace. Starfire grasped Tim's hand, lifting him into the sky. To accommodate him, she moderated her speed ever so slightly. As for Yuri, he promptly activated his small device, selected the appropriate DNA sample, and gently pressed the mechanism. Glide Beetle. With a brilliant flash, Yuri underwent a remarkable transformation. Sharp, elongated insect legs sprouted from his sides, while his arms and legs morphed into similar appendages. The only distinction being that his hands had transformed into fearsome claws. His head became encased in a black exoskeleton, and 4 eyes capable of independent movement emerged from either side of his head. His jaw expanded nearly twice its original capacity, revealing a mouth filled with menacing fangs. A pair of yellow, translucent wings unfurled from his back, and a stinger, sharp and formidable, extended from his abdomen, evoking trepidation in all who gazed upon it. The glide beetle, classified as a lepidopteran, resembled a gigantic insect of adult proportions, possessing abilities akin to those of most insects, including but not limited to flight. The expulsion of adhesive substances, the emission of toxic fumes, an all-encompassing field of vision and body fluids with irritating odors. The glide beetle's flight speed, while impressive, fell short of the speed of sound, hovering just above that of the swift swallow. Consequently, Yuri found himself closely aligned with Beast Boy, with Superboy and Wonder Girl leading the charge, while Starfire and Robin brought up the rear. Meanwhile, a chilling gaze fixated on them from a concealed vantage point on the island. Bart, the swiftest among them, swiftly reached the island. As he approached the lighthouse, visibility remained limited. It was only upon arrival that he discerned the dire circumstances. The flames had spread significantly, engulfing nearly half of the structures in fire, while thick smoke billowed throughout the center of Devil Island, punctuated by the sound of coughing emanating from within the haze. The smoke was too dense. If I were to run recklessly, I would surely collide with someone, Bart thought anxiously. Yet if I do not expedite the rescue, many will succumb to asphyxiation. Suddenly, Bart recalled the friendly match held on the first day he arrived at Titan Tower, where Tim had utilized smoke to obscure vision and had later advised him to disperse the smoke with wind. Well then, I shall give it a try. The immature Bart at this moment could hardly fathom the consequences of summoning the wind in such a dire situation. He merely yearned to contribute in any way he could. With a determined gesture, Bart extended his hands and began to spin, attempting to conjure a whirlwind. However, before he could even commence his rotation, a deafening gunshot erupted from behind him, followed by a searing pain that surged through the inner side of his right knee. Bart collapsed onto the ground in agony, clutching his leg and howling in distress. Fool, do you not understand that the wind will only exacerbate the flames? The whirlwind you create will merely allow the fire to engulf the entire island, and all will perish because of you. The Reaper, wielding a shotgun, slowly approached Bart, towering over him with disdain. Look at you, a pitiful, ignorant child like those in the Teen Titans. One day, you will bring about your own demise and endanger numerous innocents. In 30 seconds from the moment I finish speaking, your comrades will arrive here. Do convey my regards to them, and remind them that children should not don uniforms. With that, the Reaper leaped into the inferno, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 80. Illusion. 30 seconds later, Superboy and Wonder Girl indeed descended upon the scene, only to be met with the sight of Bart, shot in the right knee. Bart! The two exclaimed in unison, hastily descending. How could this happen? Who attacked you? It was the Reaper. I'm so sorry. I've ruined everything, Bart replied, grimacing through the excruciating pain. The Reaper wanted me to tell you that children should not wear uniforms. To hell with the Reaper. Superboy cursed vehemently, declaring, I will smash his head. I concur. Wonder Girl's face was contorted with rage as she vowed, I shall not forgive anyone who dares to harm my friend. Suddenly, countless white arcs of electricity erupted from Bart's body, swirling chaotically around him. The bullet wound in his right knee visibly began to heal. But the instant it was fully restored, his knee fractured once more, contorting in grotesque disarray. The shattered kneecap rapidly healed again, only to shatter anew, endlessly repeating this tormenting cycle. What was happening? Superboy and Wonder Girl stared in astonishment at the bizarre transformation occurring within Bart, utterly at a loss. I have had super speed since birth, which accelerates my metabolism far beyond that of an ordinary person. To regulate my metabolic rate, I must wear this pulse uniform to harness my super speed, but the Reaper has already compromised my uniform. Bart struggled to articulate, his face nearly contorted in agony. Due to the breach in Bart's uniform, his metabolic rate was thrown into disarray once more, and the Reaper evidently understood this. Thus, he struck Bart's leg from a particularly cunning angle, resulting in severe dislocation of the latter's right knee joint. Without surgical intervention, relying solely on the body's metabolism for recovery would not only fail to heal the injury, but could exacerbate the misalignment, potentially rendering the entire leg useless. This scenario represents the most favorable outcome. If the rapid force continues to influence Bart's metabolism, he could succumb to heart failure within a month. Cassie, you must take Bart to the Star Lab immediately. We can manage things here, Superboy urged, for although Star Lab is not a hospital, its medical equipment and personnel surpass those of conventional doctors, and such resources are not easily accessible even with wealth. However, all members of the Justice League and Teen Titans can receive treatment there at no cost. Of course, this free service implies they do not pay out of pocket, but it does not mean there are no expenses involved, which is indeed quite unfair, yet it remains the reality. Understood? Wonder Girl nodded resolutely, preparing to lift Bart. No. To everyone's surprise, Bart exclaimed loudly, "Don't worry about me. You must save the other tourists at once. I am truly sorry, Bart. But this is one matter where I cannot heed your wishes. We are friends, and nothing is more important than that. I will not abandon you." Superboy declared with utmost seriousness, "Quickly take Bart away, Cassie." No sooner had he spoken than Yuri, transformed into his gliding form, and Beast Boy, in his swift form, arrived on the scene. Connor is right. Saving lives is indeed paramount, but we cannot neglect our friend, Cassie. You must follow Connor's advice and take Bart away. Yuri shouted from the air without descending. We will extinguish the flames. You need not concern yourselves with that. Cassie swiftly scooped Bart up and soared toward Star Lab. Meanwhile, Beast Boy transformed into a colossal elephant, 5 times larger than an ordinary one, and began voraciously sucking in seawater until his belly swelled. Connor, quickly position Gar in the center of the inferno, Yuri shouted. Superboy comprehended immediately, flying beneath the enormous beast to lift him, and then soaring to the heart of the raging flames to set him down. Thereafter, Beast Boy began to expel the water he had ingested with his trunk. Although not as efficiently as a fire truck, it was the best option available at that moment. Connor, use your freeze breath to extinguish the flames, just as Superman often does. Gar shouted while attempting to douse the fire. I lack freeze breath. Superboy replied vocally. I am not Superman. I cannot do everything he can. What? Please tell me you possess X-ray vision. I had hoped to enlist your sight for assistance. Beast Boy exclaimed in astonishment. On the other side, Yuri was not idle. He began to employ the abilities of the gliding colossus, launching jets of viscous fluid around Demon Island, extinguishing the flames with his liquid spray. The viscous substance from the gliding colossus would explode upon contact with the fire of the Flame Man, yet posed no such threat to ordinary flames. Although the underlying principle eluded him, it appeared that the gliding colossus could secrete this slime without restraint. The only means to halt its actions were to exhaust its stamina or to drench its wings. Moments later, Yuri, while soaring high above and extinguishing flames, was able to maneuver freely, so he flew directly to the location with the most desperate cries for help and coughing. However, upon nearly quelling a significant portion of the blaze, he was astonished to discover that not a single person was present. All that lay before him were a series of raised stones. Yet, the cries for help had undeniably emanated from this very spot, a fact that Yuri could hear with startling clarity. Could it be that Yuri suddenly conceived a disconcerting possibility? Swiftly, he descended to the ground to inspect the raised stones, only to find that hidden beneath their shadows were speakers. Each speaker played a disjointed cacophony of screams, wails, pleas for mercy, and roars. creating an auditory illusion that would convince anyone of the existence of countless victims amidst the fiery chaos. Damn! Yuri could not suppress a curse. It seemed that there were no tourists on this island at all. Someone had deliberately fabricated this illusion. Was it the bell ringer? But what could possibly motivate such an elaborate ruse? Was this grand charade merely to injure Bart, hoping to intimidate the Teen Titans into disbanding? Yuri found this notion hard to believe. He suspected the bell ringer had ulterior motives. Was he also searching for that girl? Had he uncovered some clue? Or had he simply found her here before us, deliberately setting fire to delay our progress? Just then, Starfire suddenly swooped in. Yuri, something is amiss. We discovered the schedule on the ferry. The last group of tourists should have departed before the explosion occurred. The next group won't arrive for another 3 minutes. Earlier, when assigning action tasks, Starfire and Tim had been designated to check if the ferry was operational, leading them to deviate slightly from the flight path of Yuri and the others. They had directly boarded the ferry and subsequently uncovered the timing discrepancy. Indeed, upon hearing Starfire's words, Yuri was utterly convinced of his hypothesis. Chapter 81. Ambush. Meanwhile, Beast Boy and Superboy collaborated to extinguish the flames, transforming into a giant elephant. Beast Boy frantically sucked in water and sprayed it forth, while Superboy busily transported materials back and forth. By the way, what do you intend to do with my X-ray vision? Superboy inquired. Ahem, it appears we are alone here, so I shall confide this secret solely to you. The Beast Boy coughed softly twice, his voice laden with significance. The Starfire uniform is not made of lead. Connor, gal, the plan has changed. We have been deceived. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind the two. Turning around, they beheld Robin standing there, having approached unnoticed. Yuri ascended to the higher skies, surveying the surroundings, only to find the sea's surface devoid of any presence. When Bart was struck, the Reaper was still present. It was inconceivable that he could have fled far within such a brief span. The raging flames on the island rendered it perilous for the Reaper. The likelihood of him hiding on the island seemed slim. Yuri contemplated. If the Reaper was not on the island, then only one possibility remained. With this thought, Yuri executed an unusual maneuver. He dove sharply towards the sea's surface, and just as he was about to make contact, he swiftly turned a small dial on his watch. A flash of light enveloped him, transforming Yuri from a gliding behemoth into a grayish-white merman, possessing a fish's head and a human's body, adorned with sharp fangs and claws. His skin covered in scales, topped with a lantern-like protrusion reminiscent of a deep-sea anglerfish, albeit considerably larger. In an instant, as he submerged, his legs fused into a powerful tail, granting him astonishing speed underwater. If nothing was above the surface, it naturally had to be below. Indeed, upon diving, Yuri scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a figure equipped with an oxygen tank, swimming towards the shore. The visibility of the great tooth underwater was even sharper than on land, allowing him to easily discern the individual clad in a black and orange suit of armor, bearing a striking resemblance to the Reaper. It was evident this was not merely some bored tourist indulging in a dive. Moreover, alongside the Reaper was another silhouette, entirely enveloped in darkness, slightly smaller in stature. Most likely, this figure was the epicenter of all the recent events. The Reaper was approximately 30 meters underwater, a distance of less than 1,000 meters from Yuri. Although it seemed a considerable amount of time had elapsed since Bart first landed on the island, in reality, it had only been about 3 minutes. The Reaper's ability to traverse such a distance underwater within that brief time frame, while carrying another individual, was truly formidable, exceeding that of an average human by at least tenfold. However, the sea was the domain of Great Tooth, and no matter how swiftly the Reaper swam, he could not surpass Great Tooth's speed. With a vigorous flick of his tail, Yuri surged forward, his velocity eclipsing that of a sailfish, as if the resistance of the water bore no influence on his swiftness. The turbulence caused by his rapid movements stirred the surrounding waters, leaving a long trail in his wake. Sound traveled through water far more swiftly than in air, and thus, as Yuri commenced his pursuit, the Reaper sensed an anomaly approaching from behind. Indeed, merely breaking a person's leg does not deter them from pursuing their goals, does it? With a cold, disdainful smile in his heart, the bell tolled slightly, only to behold a grotesque and fearsome creature resembling a fishman charging towards him with remarkable speed. The distance between them diminished perceptibly. The bell's pupils contracted. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, it was not the fact that someone was in pursuit that surprised him, but rather the peculiar nature of the creature advancing towards him. It seemed that one could not permanently seal the Titan Tower without eliminating a person. The bell glanced at the raven, bound by his ropes and already lost to unconsciousness. Fortune smiled upon him, for his soul bore the potent gifts bestowed by the three palaces, enabling him to sense the raven's presence within a certain radius. Thus, while initially trailing behind Yuri and the others, he became aware of the raven's location on Devil Island as they approached the coast. This realization inspired him to devise a scheme to deceive the young Titans by exploiting the time difference during the island's open visitation period. Yuri and his companions, on the other hand, spent considerable time locating the lighthouse. As for why the raven was in a state of unconsciousness, it was not due to the bell's actions. She had already succumbed to her faintness in a corner of the island when he found her. After days of relentless escape, compounded by a recent battle against 3 modified demons, the raven's physical, mental, and magical reserves were nearly depleted. Sensing that someone was tracking her, she summoned her last reserves of strength to teleport to Devil Island, unaware that it had been transformed into a tourist attraction, believing it to be an abandoned isle. Exhausted to the brink, the raven could no longer sustain herself and fell into unconsciousness. The bell placed a fully encompassing oxygen mask over the raven to prevent her from drowning, for she was the daughter of the 3 palaces. And should anything happen to her, he would face the dire wrath of the 3 palace demon. While he had no qualms about personally slaying a Titan, there were more pressing matters at hand. A triumphant smile emerged beneath the oxygen mask as the bell thought, "Let them come and play." Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, 4 demon-like creatures erupted without warning, identical in appearance to the 3 that the raven had banished to hell. The only distinction was their added pair of gills for underwater breathing. This was the bell's final safeguard. He understood that the young Titans were a stubborn lot. An incapacitating one would likely not deter them from pursuing him. Thus, he had long since instructed 4 fervent devotees of the 3 palaces to beseech the 3 palaces to transform them into demons, lying in wait deeper beneath the water. In this manner, even if the young Titans uncovered the deception of the island's fire and pursued him, they would only perceive the bell, entirely oblivious to the ambush lurking in the profound depths of the sea. If the Teen Titans failed to uncover the truth behind the fire in a short span of time, or if they simply lacked the courage to pursue it further, such a scenario would undoubtedly delight the Reaper, despite the likelihood being almost negligible. Caught off guard, Yuri was suddenly confronted by 4 demons that emerged unexpectedly, disrupting his rhythm as he swam. Meanwhile, the Reaper continued to glide towards the coast, accompanied by Raven. Chapter 82. The Tenacious Undead Blasted. Yuri cursed vehemently. "Slayed? You wretched spawn!" The 4 artificially modified pseudo-demons surged forward, surrounding Yuri and seizing hold of his limbs. The strength of Big Tooth was not remarkable enough to break free from the simultaneous grip of the 4 demons, and he was swiftly dragged down into the depths of the sea. Observing their actions, Yuri scoffed inwardly. These demons likely intended to crush him with the pressure of the deep sea, unaware that Big Tooth could adapt to any water pressure, moving with ease even at the ocean's greatest depths. Suddenly, a spark plunged from the sky into the ocean as emerald energy coalesced in Starfire's hands, unleashing 2 beams of light towards the demons beside Yuri. Struck by this assault, 2 of the demons relinquished their grip on Yuri's arms. With his arms freed, Yuri erupted like a caged beast set free, arching his back in a position reminiscent of a seated forward bend. He then opened his massive jaws, biting down fiercely on the demon that had seized his left leg. Big Tooth's jaws could nearly extend to a full 180 degrees, with a biting force powerful enough to effortlessly shred the armor of an aircraft carrier. With a crunch, the demon's arms were instantly crushed in Yuri's grip. The demon that controlled Yuri's right leg was suddenly struck by a rushing green sailfish, its sharp bill piercing through the demon's abdomen and propelling it forward. Indeed, this sailfish was none other than Beast Boy. Meanwhile, the Superboy who had been with him was soaring above the water's surface, carrying Robin. "Where is that wretched demon who injured Bart?" Unfortunately, Superboy did not possess X-ray vision to see through the water surface and locate the Reaper. Regardless of his whereabouts, there was only one inevitable destination. Robin squinted as he spoke. "We simply need to circle the coastline." Suddenly, Beast Boy emerged from the water with a gasp. Exclaiming in shock as the demon he had just pierced remained unscathed, using its hands to grasp the sailfish's bill and, with sheer brute force, flung Beast Boy out of the water. "This is a demon. It is undoubtedly a demon. I will tear you limb from limb," Beast Boy roared, transforming into a great white shark and lunging at the demon with its wide-open jaws. In an instant, the demon was severed in two, as if bisected with surgical precision. However, in the next moment, the bisected demon's severed body suddenly transformed into light, effortlessly reassembling without a trace of injury. Boom! Simultaneously, Starfire emerged from beneath the waves, each hand gripping a demon by the throat, creating a colossal surge of water. Subsequently, she hurled the two demons skyward with tremendous force. It is important to note that the prowess of the Tamaranian people extends beyond their command of the unique energy known as starbolts. Their immense strength is not to be underestimated, as they can easily launch a person several hundred meters into the air. Starfire propelled the demons to an altitude of 500 to 600 meters, then unleashed two powerful starbolts from her hands, striking the airborne demons. A thunderous explosion ensued, and these two demons should have been obliterated. Yet, akin to the demon bitten in half by Beast Boy, in an instant, countless fragments coalesced and the demons naturally revived. Moreover, their resurrection was not merely a simple return to life. Upon reconstitution, they sprouted bat-like wings, effortlessly floating in the air. How could this be? To be shattered and yet restore themselves? Starfire exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout her years traversing the galaxy, she had witnessed many immortal beings. Yet none could instantaneously recover after being obliterated. Even those with the most rapid regeneration required over 12 hours. Ha ha ha! The two flying demons laughed mockingly at Starfire, declaring, "Foolish Tamarians, how could you, a vile extraterrestrial species, comprehend the might of our divine being? Great triumvirate, grant me even greater power to punish those lowly beings who dare defy you." The winged demons shouted fervently, inscribing incomprehensible symbols with their hands while chanting nonsensical incantations. Upon hearing the term lowly beings, Starfire's fury surged, as it evoked painful memories of a past she wished to forget. "Begone to hell, demons!" Starfire roared, unleashing two more starbolts. Roar! Roar! An astonishing scene unfolded. Faced with the starbolts released by Starfire, the two flying demons spewed forth blood-red flames from their mouths. The flames collided head-on with the starbolts in midair. The diminutive demons, previously toyed with by Starfire, were now unexpectedly holding their ground after their revival. Impossible! Starfire thought in disbelief. The demons continued to exert their power, their flames growing fiercer and soon overwhelming Starfire's starbolts. The situation, which had initially favored the young titans, shifted in the blink of an eye, too rapidly for anyone to react. "This is dire. Starfire cannot hold on much longer. Connor, you must assist her," Robin urged Superboy urgently. "And what about you?" Superboy inquired. "I will pursue the Reaper." Robin extended his finger towards a certain direction on the coast and calmly stated, "I have calculated that this is the most likely landing point for the death knell. Throw me over there." Upon hearing this, Super Kid hesitated for a moment. "Do not worry about me. My gliding wing will ensure a safe landing," Robin directly reassured him, sensing his thoughts. "All right, since Robin has said so." Super Kid resolved his hesitation. Although he could not speak for others, his trust in Robin was unwavering. Grasping Robin's feet, Super Kid began to swing him around in the air. Once, twice, thrice, whoosh. Robin was hurled forth like a shot put, speeding towards the coast. Immediately afterward, Super Kid charged towards one of the demons soaring in the sky. Meanwhile, in the only underwater battlefield, Yuri grimaced as he faced the demon before him. He had already bitten off its arm 3 times, its calf twice, its ribs once, its neck once, and even shattered its head with his great steel teeth. Yet, this creature remained unscathed. Its limbs and head regenerated in an instant. Moreover, it seemed that each time it revived, the demon's strength increased, making it quite a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the agility of the great steel teeth in the water far surpassed that of the demon, providing some respite from immediate danger. Yet, Yuri found it difficult to launch an effective counterattack. "This cannot continue. It seems I must resort to that." With a swift motion, Yuri placed his hand on a small broken watch on his left chest and summoned the mutated teeth of the great steel. Let us see how you handle this, demon. Spiral Force. Chapter 83. The death knell. The teeth, imbued with spiral force, bore little conspicuous change in appearance compared to the great steel teeth, save for the myriad yellow-green spiral patterns that adorn them. Under the protection of the great triad, I possess a true immortal body. You shall never defeat me. The demon expressed mild surprise at the transformation Yuri underwent, yet it remained unconcerned, convinced that no trickery could vanquish it. The Great Triad? Yuri silently noted this title, realizing that this group of demons worshipped a malevolent deity named the Triad. In response to the demon's taunt, Yuri had no intention of replying. Instead, his entire form began to twist in an uncanny manner as he casually extended his hand, stirring the water around him. Though his speed appeared unremarkable, in an instant, a conical, spiraling current formed rapidly from Yuri's movements, surging towards the demon across from him. What power could such a slender stream possess? The demon scoffed, making no effort to evade, instead choosing to stand its ground and await the impending attack. In the next moment, the conical spiral of water pierced directly into the demon's heart. Ha! Futile. Such a minuscule stream couldn't even kill a dog. You think you can pierce my heart with this? The demon laughed maniacally, its body having undergone numerous reconstitutions, resulting in a hardness far surpassing its original state. Oh, is that so? Yuri remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Arrogance comes at a cost. Suddenly, the velocity of the swirling water intensified, and a conical stream of water began to spiral fiercely, penetrating beneath the demon's skin like a power drill. In the demon's astonished gaze, it pierced through its heart, emerging from its back, then looping around to ensnare its upper body, binding its hands tightly. But that was not the end. Yuri's other hand commenced stirring the seawater, conjuring a second conical stream that swiftly ensnared the demon's feet. Thus, the dual torrents entwined the demon, their other ends connected to Yuri, as if he were binding the creature with two ropes. Futile. All your efforts are in vain. I am immortal, no matter how many times you attempt to slay me. I shall rise again. The demon scoffed. I am aware, which is precisely why I never intended to kill you, Yuri replied, casting a meaningful smile at the demon. What do you intend to do? The demon felt a foreboding sensation at Yuri's cryptic words. Yuri manipulated the two streams of water, initiating a broad circular motion. From another perspective, his movements closely resembled the graceful flow of Tai Chi. The demon, at the other end of the water streams, began to spin around its own axis, the velocity of its rotation accelerating. Indeed, Yuri was imparting a rotational force upon the demon. Within seconds, the speed of the demon's rotation had reached an incomprehensible level, a massive spiral of water coalescing around it. A vortex was formed, wide at the top and tapering at the bottom, with the demon as its apex. Soon, the vortex began to descend toward the ocean floor, with Yuri positioned above, continuously augmenting its rotational speed. Down you go. The demon, buoyed by the vortex, sank faster and faster, 30 meters down, 50 meters down, 70 meters down. This region of the sea was not far from the San Francisco Bay coastline, so the waters were relatively shallow, about 80 meters deep. Upon reaching the seabed, Yuri accelerated his movements several-fold, propelling the vortex, now more aptly termed a water drill, forcefully into the depths. It cleaved through mud and soil, penetrating rock and burrowing deeper underground. The nameless demon trapped within the drill's tip was disoriented, the surrounding seawater safeguarding it from being crushed. Since the demon could not be vanquished through conventional means and only grew stronger with each resurrection, Yuri devised an alternative strategy, to temporarily confine it. His plan was straightforward, to bury this demon at a depth of 1 to 2 kilometers below the surface. He had been engaged in combat with the demon for quite some time, possessing a clear understanding of its current strength. At a depth of over 1,000 meters beneath the sea, the pressure would render the demon utterly incapable of moving even a finger. And since the demon does not require breathing, even a suicidal attempt would be futile. Meanwhile, Robin was hurled towards the shoreline by Superboy, his speed rapid, advancing nearly 40 to 50 meters per second. The fierce winds stung Robin's face, causing his cheeks to twitch painfully. This was unavoidable, as a standard mask only covered his eyes. Before long, Robin approached the shore, calmly deploying the gliding wings strapped to his back. Under the influence of drag, his speed quickly diminished, gradually returning to a normal gliding state. He He then adjusted his flight angle to descend gently, inching closer to the land, ultimately landing safely. Upon touching down, Robin rolled a few times on the ground, dissipating the residual kinetic energy imparted by Superboy. He then stood there, seemingly unperturbed. In truth, there was hardly anyone around. Under normal circumstances, the coastline of San Francisco Bay would be bustling with tourists and locals. However, not long ago, the Alcatraz Island fire incident and the battle between the Teen Titans and the Demons had occurred. From this vantage point, one could even witness the sparks in the sky as Superboy engaged in combat with two flying demons, while nearby civilians had long since evacuated, and law enforcement remained stationed 500 meters behind Robin. To be frank, this situation was somewhat disconcerting for Robin, back in Gotham. Even if the police department was filled with ordinary individuals lacking capabilities, under Commissioner Gordon's direct command, they would all be on the front lines. Witnessing the police maintain their distance while superheroes engaged in battle was indeed a rare sight, unless faced with an insurmountable threat. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Robin's expression turned serious as a shadow gradually emerged on the surface of the sea, indicating that someone was about to swim ashore. Grimly, it appeared that Deathstroke had chosen to make landfall here. Damn it, writing about underwater battles is truly perplexing. No wonder characters like Big Tooth and Water King have low appearances in the original work. I may not delve deeply into underwater scenes in the future, as all the necessary characters have now made their entrance. Chapter 84. Is your mask bulletproof? I never expected you would come to find me alone, Robin. Deathstroke surfaced from beneath the water, placing the unconscious Raven onto the shore, then suddenly leaped forward, landing approximately 5 meters in front of Robin. Drawing a shotgun from behind, he cast a cold gaze upon Robin and stated, "It seems you are the lamb to the slaughter today. Marvelous boy. Is that so? Then let us commence." Robin retrieved a short metal rod from his utility belt, pulling it apart with both hands until it transformed into a long staff. "Are you serious?" The Grim Reaper gazed at Robin with a look of disdain. "I believe you possess great potential," he remarked, "but you are far from impressive." No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly raised a shotgun and pulled the trigger toward Robin. Yet, despite the swiftness of his action, Robin's response was swifter still. "Is this the best you can do, employing such outdated tactics? I encounter individuals like you every night in Gotham." As the Grim Reaper aimed his shotgun, Robin's staff had already extended forth, deftly flicking the weapon-bearing hand upward just as the trigger was pulled, sending the bullet soaring diagonally above him. In one smooth motion, Robin then thrust his staff towards the Grim Reaper's chin with unyielding force. The series of attacks flowed with the grace of water, each angle precise and devastating, executed without a hint of hesitation. However, there was no trace of triumph upon Robin's visage, for the impact he anticipated never materialized. It felt as though he had struck nothing but air, just as he had surmised. The Grim Reaper had evaded Robin's strike by tilting his head back at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the blow. Simultaneously, the Grim Reaper seized Robin's staff with his other hand. Robin attempted to wrench it back with all his might, but the Grim Reaper's grip remained steadfast. "I must concede, your performance has surpassed my expectations, yet you still pale in comparison to the original Robin," he stated calmly. With a powerful twist of his hand, the slender iron staff snapped under the pressure. Remaining composed, Robin immediately discarded the broken staff and swiftly retrieved a small ball from his belt, hurling it towards the Grim Reaper. While one hand clutched the shotgun, the Grim Reaper's other hand deftly drew a katana from his shoulder, slicing towards the incoming ball. Success! Robin's lips curled into a smirk of cunning satisfaction. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The Grim Reaper's katana did not strike the ball. Rather, it sliced through the air beside it, achieving perfect parallelism with the projectile. Subsequently, he struck the ball with the side of the blade, sending it soaring dozens of meters away. Upon hitting the ground, the ball detonated, releasing a cloud of smoke that enveloped a 5-meter radius. "Another paralyzing smoke? Can't you devise something more original?" The Grim Reaper remarked dismissively. "Did you think I would simply cleave it in two? The previous Robin often employed such tricks. It seems the current Robin is still playing the same game. Is this truly the wisdom imparted by Batman?" Robin remained silent, retrieving another staff from his belt. "My time is limited. If you choose to surrender, I shall grant you a swift end," the Grim Reaper stated earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Robin. "Much like how you treated Jericho, driving a blade into your own son's heart, unaware of whether he felt pain in his final moments. Robin suddenly spoke up. The expression in Clock King's eyes turned icy, his voice laced with anger. You have no right to utter that name. None of you Titans do. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish, 3 bat-shaped shurikens were hurled towards Clock King. Reacting swiftly, Clock King rolled aside to evade the assault. As he raised his head, Robin's staff came crashing down towards him, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Clang! Robin froze, revealing a stark expression of shock on his face for the first time since the confrontation began. Clock King effortlessly raised his hand, wielding a katana, swiftly slashing at the staff. The iron rod was severed as if it were mere tofu, the cut smooth and precise. At this moment, Clock King's reaction speed was on an entirely different level, as if he had been toying with Robin until now. With rising fury, Clock King resolved to stop playing games and get serious. You've truly provoked my ire, he said in a low voice, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Robin's abdomen. You've fallen for my trap. At that instant, the shock on Robin's face vanished, replaced by a smile. As soon as Clock King's leg moved, he suddenly fell uncontrollably to the ground, his leg ensnared by ropes unbeknownst to him. It turned out the bat-shaped shurikens Robin had thrown earlier were not ordinary. They were equipped with ropes. Utilizing a boomerang technique, Robin had thrown the shurikens, and as they returned, they ensnared Clock King's leg, making his attack merely a feint. If Batman has taught me anything, it's that even the most clever and composed individuals lose their rationality when emotions run high, Robin remarked, looking down at Clock King. I think I'm beginning to appreciate you, Robin. You've truly made me see you in a new light. Despite being bound, Clock King appeared to regain some composure. It seems Batman has imparted some valuable lessons. Now, let me teach you another. When you start indulging in the elation of victory, failure is already lurking nearby. Crack! Clock King suddenly raised his right hand, the one holding the shotgun, which was fortuitously pressed against the ground as he fell. As he lifted the shotgun, the trigger was pulled in an instant. At such a close range, the muzzle of the shotgun nearly touched Robin's face. In this proximity, no ordinary person could evade the shot, not even Batman. If such a person did exist, they would undoubtedly be a woman. In any case, that person could not possibly be Robin. Tell me, is your mask bulletproof? Bang! At the critical moment, a blue short rod unexpectedly flew in from an unknown direction, striking the hand of the Clock King just before he could pull the trigger. This incident not only diverted the barrel of the shotgun, but also compelled the Clock King to involuntarily release his grip on the weapon. Robin, on the brink of death, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This unforeseen event granted the Clock King ample time to sever the ropes and retreat a short distance. Chapter 85. I am Jericho. Robin picked up the blue short rod that had saved him, forcing a grim smile. No, it couldn't be him. At that moment, a bright voice resonated from behind Robin. Hey, Robin, it's been a while. Are you still adjusting to life in Titan Tower? A young man, approximately 1 meter 78 tall, clad in a black bodysuit adorned with a blue Robin emblem on his chest, appeared before him. In his left hand, he held a blue short rod, while his right hand was empty, clearly having just thrown the rod moments ago. The man's face was partially obscured by a mask, similar to Robin's, covering only his eyes. Nightwing, Robin stated flatly, recognizing the newcomer, and tossed the retrieved short rod to Nightwing, who caught it effortlessly. The founder of the Teen Titans, the first Robin under Batman. The vigilante Nightwing of Bloodhaven, Richard Grayson. Yet, those familiar with him often referred to him as Dick. A few meters away, the Clock King fixed his gaze on Nightwing and slowly spoke. Slade, you still haven't given up opposing the Titans? We can no longer continue as Titans. The feud between Jericho and Grant should not involve these children. Nightwing regarded the Clock King with a serious expression. And when did our relationship become so cordial that you could call me Dick? Opposing the Titans? No, the Clock King barked. I am aiding the Titans. I intend to prevent these children from placing their lives in jeopardy. The existence of the Teen Titans is a mistake, and I am here to rectify it. If I must kill one or all of them to prove my point, I shall do so, Dick. Wait. Robin furrowed his brow, realizing that he knew your name. How could the Clock King know his true identity? In fact, I know more than just who Nightwing is. I also know who you are, Robin, the Clock King said, locking eyes with Robin, his voice low and menacing. Robin's pupils constricted as he turned his gaze towards Nightwing. Be careful. Just as he turned, Robin noticed Nightwing had already dashed to his side, both hands raised high, wielding the blue short rod. Bang! The sound of Nightwing's rod colliding with the Clock King's sword echoed in the air, a metallic clash reverberating through the scene. Why could Nightwing's weapon withstand a confrontation with the Clock King, while Robin's staff had been so easily severed? Moreover, Robin's staff was not inferior in material to Nightwing's weapon. The answer is rather straightforward. Nightwing's baton did not collide with the blade of the katana, but rather pressed against the side of the sword's body. Most of Deathstroke's equipment is crafted from a material known as promethium, which possesses a hardness that far exceeds that of diamond, along with energy absorption properties that are beyond conventional understanding. In the presence of the promethium katana, ordinary alloys are as fragile as paper, rendering it an exceedingly dangerous weapon. With ample combat experience against Deathstroke, Nightwing is acutely aware of his rival's weapon sharpness and thus consciously avoids the blade. Do not trust Deathstroke. He knows of my identity due to past events, but he is unaware of who you are, Nightwing stated earnestly. It turns out Deathstroke intentionally revealed his knowledge of Robin's identity to provoke a loss of composure, aiming to launch a surprise attack. Such a despicable tactic. Robin, quick to respond, immediately retaliated against Deathstroke. With both of his long staffs broken, he resorted to wielding the two fractured pieces to strike at Deathstroke's vital points. When a surprise attack failed, Deathstroke remained unfazed, swiftly creating distance. Simultaneously, he raised a shotgun in his other hand and fired at Nightwing and Robin. Anticipating this, both swiftly dodged to either side, evading the range of the shotgun's blast. The means employed are of no consequence as long as the objective is achieved. Deathstroke's demeanor remained calm, undeterred by the additional adversary. The three of them, a duo against one, stood in mutual vigilance, the air thick with an indescribable tension. Nightwing, what brings you here? Robin inquired, his gaze fixed on Deathstroke while addressing Nightwing. Colonel Trevor believed you might need assistance, hence he entrusted me to check on you. Nightwing replied, his eyes unwaveringly locked on Deathstroke. So you are the one Colonel Trevor spoke of, Robin realized, relieved that it was not Batman who sent him. Slade, your skills seem to have diminished considerably since the last time. Have you grown old? Nightwing called out to Deathstroke. Provocation is futile, Dick, Deathstroke replied with a stoic expression. Do not call me Dick. Nightwing's expression darkened. We are not friends. He. Deathstroke suddenly chuckled softly. Not friends? No, you are mistaken. All of you are mistaken. I know this may sound unbelievable, but you must understand that everything I do is for the benefit of those children. I know what death feels like. With that, Deathstroke abruptly sheathed his katana against his back and reached for his helmet. In the depths of my heart, I remain your friend, Dick. In an instant, he removed the helmet, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, his hair, beard, and even eyebrows a striking white, betraying the passage of time. His right eye was covered by an eye patch, while a ring of green light suddenly illuminated the pupil of his left eye. This familiar visage left Nightwing aghast. Could it be that you are? Indeed, I am Jericho. Meanwhile, above the sea, Beast Boy, transformed into a great white shark, was entangled in a fierce struggle with a demon. Initially, his size granted him an advantage, but after dispatching the demon several times, the tides shifted. The demon leapt onto Beast Boy's back, gripping the shark's tail with its legs, and relentlessly struck at Beast Boy's back. I shall make you pay for your actions. In pain, Beast Boy could not suppress a scream, and then, in an instant, his entire form softened. A colossal cephalopod emerged on the ocean surface, measuring nearly 20 meters in length, adorned with 8 tentacles, each lined with suction cups bearing sharp barbs. Beast Boy had transformed into a green giant squid. In the blink of an eye, 10 tentacles ensnared the demon, binding it completely. Although Beast Boy was not known for his intellect, after several encounters with the demon, during which it not only revived but grew stronger, even the dimmest could discern the appropriate course of action. You shall not move an inch. The giant squid that Beast Boy had become firmly restrained the enemy, rendering it immobile. The situation above was no different. When faced with an indestructible foe, one could only resort to control. However, Superboy and Starfire's methods were rather simplistic and brutish, each grappling with a demon. Superboy's strength was beyond question. The mere demon could not even cause his grip to waver. Starfire, though not possessing such overwhelming power, found it manageable to subdue the demon. Chapter 86. Jericho's shock as Yuri emerged from the depths of the sea. He beheld the Titans, each controlling their captives, converging together. They expressed profound astonishment at the sight of Yuri, who appeared alone and empty-handed. Yuri, what the demon you were facing? Did you defeat it? Beast Boy inquired, blinking. A massive green squid blinking back at him sent a shiver down Yuri's spine. Naturally, had others known his thoughts, they would have remarked that the appearance of the great steel-toothed creature was equally unsettling. I buried it approximately 1,000 meters beneath the ocean floor. Yuri waved his hand dismissively. What? Is that even possible? Beast Boy exclaimed in disbelief. Where's Tim? Starfire scanned their surroundings, noticing the absence of one teammate. I didn't have time to explain earlier. Tim is currently battling Clock King alone, and we must hasten to assist him, Superboy declared. Wait, you mean Tim is facing Clock King by himself? Starfire's expression turned grave. Urgency tinged her voice. You have not fought Clock King before and are unaware of his prowess. Tim is in danger. Where are they located? Seeing Starfire's urgency, Superboy felt a surge of tension. He held unwavering faith in Robin's intellect, though not necessarily in his combat prowess. Superboy gestured with his eyes, indicating the direction in which he had thrown Robin. You'd best deal with the demons at hand. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. I will seek out Tim. You should hurry and follow, Yuri advised. Superboy, Starfire, and Beast Boy each restrained a demon, effectively controlling both the adversaries and themselves. Meanwhile, Robin was likely facing Deathstroke alone, and according to Starfire, the situation appeared dire. Flash Star. Yuri swiftly transformed into Flash Star and dashed toward the direction Superboy had indicated. As for Starfire and the others, they soared back to Alcatraz Island. Ordinary ropes were insufficient to bind these demons. Stronger materials were necessary for temporary confinement. Fortunately, Alcatraz Island housed an abandoned prison with steel fences prevalent throughout. Although a significant fire had recently ignited on the island, its temperature was far from sufficient to melt steel, merely charring the surface. The trio decided to bind the demons atop the island's tallest watchtower, with Superboy wrapping the demons in numerous layers of rebar until the thickness approached 0.5 meter. Such robust restraints would be nearly impossible for even Starfire to escape, let alone the small demons. On the other side, Flashstar arrived at the battleground where Robin confronted Deathstroke mere seconds later. He spotted Deathstroke lying on the ground alongside an unfamiliar young man clad in superhero attire. Robin was crouched nearby, appearing somewhat disoriented. The magic girl, previously seized by Deathstroke, lay unconscious further down by the shore. Hey, Tim, wake up. What has happened here? Yuri approached, shaking Robin's shoulder persistently. The vigorous shaking drew Robin's attention to Yuri, though he still seemed somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, he had stirred awake. Yuri ceased shaking him and turned to observe Deathstroke and the unfamiliar youth on the ground. Are you all right? Yuri inquired, glancing back at Robin. Thank you. I'm feeling much better, just a touch of a concussion, Robin replied, his voice calm and devoid of evident emotion, despite his weakened state. He noted with surprise that Deathstroke had already gone gray in his prime. Being a mercenary certainly took its toll, turning Deathstroke over to face upward. Yuri marveled at the renowned mercenary's visage. You are slightly mistaken. Deathstroke is in his 60s. He has undergone an experimental super serum called Miracru, which has endowed him with physical capabilities and mental acuity beyond human limits. Robin explained that this serum also slows down the aging process of the Clock King, which is why he appears to be in middle age. It dawned on Yuri. Could this be a form of super soldier serum? Intrigued, he considered procuring it for research, pondering whether it could be applied to himself. Stroking his chin, Yuri inexplicably produced a syringe from his pocket and drew a vial of blood from Clock King's arm. What are you doing? Robin asked, wide-eyed. I wish to experiment with creating a serum that counteracts the effects of the Miracuru serum. That way, we can negate Clock King's enhancements and restore him to a normal state. Wouldn't that be perfect? Yuri replied casually, the incredibility of his own words seemingly lost on him. Robin was momentarily speechless. And who is this person? Yuri inquired, gesturing towards the unconscious Nightwing, glancing back at Robin. At that moment, Yuri and Robin's gazes briefly intersected. Although Yuri quickly turned back to check Nightwing's breathing and heartbeat after a fleeting glance at Robin, their eyes had met for an instant. Meanwhile, a subtle glimmer ignited deep within Robin's eyes. Huh? Yuri turned quizzically towards Robin. Tim, don't you recognize this person? Why are you silent? At his words, Robin shuddered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his mind screamed. Why? Why can I not enter this person's body? Not long ago, Clock King had removed his helmet and revealed the truth about himself being Jericho. When Clock King killed Jericho, he had forcefully entered Clock King's body, hiding within his very soul, fueled by an extraordinary will to survive. Jericho's ability may have sounded like possession, but it was not. He merely transferred his soul into another's body to seize control. He could not expel another's soul nor extinguish it. Given Clock King's formidable will, Jericho had no hope of gaining control, remaining hidden within Clock King's body for eternity. Until one day, Clock King encountered a follower of the Triumvirate who enhanced Jericho's power, enabling him to seize control of Clock King. Starfire once mentioned that Jericho's abilities stemmed from a malevolent entity, which indeed referred to the Triumvirate. This also explains Clock King's current allegiance to the Blood Cult. Jericho had activated his power on Nightwing and Robin. Nightwing had promptly closed his eyes, but Robin, lacking sufficient understanding of Jericho's abilities, was a moment too late and was possessed. Clock King's soul had been suppressed for far too long, succumbing to a brief slumber. Once Jericho's soul exited, Clock King collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Subsequently, Jericho took control of Robin's body and struck Nightwing on the back of the head with a club. Nightwing is unlikely to be dead. He has probably merely lost consciousness. Then, there's the scene that Yuri beheld upon his arrival here. At the moment Yuri and Robin exchanged glances, Jericho attempted to possess Yuri's body, yet he found himself unable to enter. It was as if an unseen force repelled him. Indeed, it was the protective mechanism of the small broken watch, an automatic trigger designed to prevent malevolent souls from possessing the user. Jericho, who had never before failed in possession, felt a surge of panic and was rendered speechless. Observing Robin's demeanor, Yuri subtly shook his head. Tim, usually so composed for a youth, now resembled a frightened bird. One could only wonder what had transpired between him and the Grim Reaper moments ago. Dick. At that moment, Superboy and others arrived. Upon seeing the unconscious youth on the ground, Starfire gasped in shock and rushed forward. Chapter 87. Out of control, Superboy meanwhile, beyond the Earth's atmosphere. At an altitude of 22,300 miles, a satellite larger than the International Space Station floated silently in space. The letters JL were prominently displayed on its surface. In this universe, any Earthling would be familiar with this satellite, for it is the Watchtower, the headquarters of the Justice League. In a central conference room, a circular table stood at the center, surrounded by 7 chairs. 4 individuals were seated. The first was Superman, clad in blue Kryptonian armor and a red cape. The second was Batman, dressed in a black Kevlar bulletproof suit. The third was Cyborg, a being with half a human head and the rest of his body entirely mechanical, who was also a distinguished member of the Teen Titans. The fourth was Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, wearing a green uniform, white gloves, and a mask, with a peculiar green ring on his right hand, bearing the same emblem as his uniform. As for Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and the Flash, each was preoccupied with their own affairs. Reports indicated that Cheetah had been sighted in New Mexico, and Wonder Woman had been pursuing this lead for nearly 2 weeks, coinciding with Starfire's plans to rebuild the Titans. Aquaman was dealing with an incident involving an unknown marine creature, while the Flash's absence had become almost routine for them. Do you think it wise to entrust this matter to those children? Superman inquired of Batman, concern etched upon his brow. No, I have never thought so, Batman replied, shaking his head slightly, his voice a distinctive rasp. I find it not so dreadful, he added. The tone of Green Lantern always carries a hint of frivolity, albeit exceedingly subtle and undeniably present. When Nightwing and his companions established the Teen Titans, were you not equally concerned as you are now? Yet, history has shown that we must not underestimate the youth. That said, why has there not been a youthful Green Lantern to emerge? Hal pondered to himself with a tinge of frustration. Perhaps you're correct, Hal, but I can't shake the feeling that embarking on their independence might be a tad premature for them, mused Superman, his expression a medley of complexities. When the Teen Titans were initially formed, he had reservations about Dick and the others, yet his anxieties were far less pronounced than they are now, especially considering that Superboy had yet to make his debut. They are not like we were. I have faith in them. At that moment, Cyborg interjected, stating, when we established the first Titans Tower in New York, we did not bear the weight of our predecessors' tragedies. The gravity of the responsibility of being a hero did not resonate as deeply with us as it does with Tim and the others. Back then, Garth, Donna, and Hank were considerably more reckless than Connor and Cassie, and Tim was not as rebellious as Dick was at the time. As for Wally, I often find myself reminiscing about his former innocence. A nostalgic hue enveloped Cyborg-esque countenance. Being one of the 7 stalwarts of the Justice League was indeed impressive. Yet as a mere university student in his 20s, he struggled to find common ground with the older men surrounding him. Otherwise, he would not have taken the seemingly undignified step of joining the Teen Titans. Despite being slightly older than Dick and his peers, the generational divide was not insurmountable. Trust in the Titans. They will adeptly manage the situation in San Francisco. Moreover, Trevor has entrusted Dick with the task. If they truly falter, Dick will summon us. The transmission through the boom tube would require but a fleeting moment. On the other side, along the shores of San Francisco Bay, Starfire abruptly landed, her expression fraught with concern as she cradled Nightwing, assessing his condition. "Do you know each other?" Yuri inquired, perplexed, sensing an unusual connection between the two. "Dick, how'd you end up here?" Beast Boy descended, reverting to his human form, equally astonished. "His name is Nightwing, the original Robin, Batman's first youthful aide," Superboy explained as he landed beside Yuri. "In a manner of speaking, the Teen Titans belong to Nightwing, for he is the architect of this organization. Oh, and by the way, Starfire was once Nightwing's girlfriend." "Was?" Yuri keenly seized upon the nuance, questioning. "So, they have parted ways? Why then does Starfire exhibit such concern?" I had presumed her character would harbor resentment towards any man she had split with. Yuri scrutinized Nightwing closely, only to suddenly realize that something was amiss. He had just assessed Nightwing's condition, and if his calculations were accurate, Nightwing's height should exceed 176 meters, but certainly fall short of 180 meters. Conversely, Starfire's height was undeniably over 190 meters. Could it be possible that the separation of these two individuals is not rooted in emotional issues? In truth, I'm uncertain whether they have indeed parted ways. I merely question whether Nightwing's current girlfriend is still Starfire. After Superboy relayed the essential information about Nightwing to Yuri, he approached Robin while deliberately turning his back on Yuri. "What nonsense is this?" Every word of Superboy's utterance was familiar to Yuri, yet when strung together, they seemed utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, Yuri could not help but think how chaotic this circle truly is. Meanwhile, Starfire and Beast Boy gathered near Nightwing, while Superboy kept watch over Robin. Not a single soul paid heed to the fallen cyborg, nor did anyone care about the mysterious girl who lay unconscious by the sea. Though Yuri understood this sentiment, after all, one's close friend or partner being knocked to the ground could understandably preoccupy one's thoughts. He sincerely believed it was imperative to address the pressing matter at hand. Acting impulsively hardly befits someone capable of handling situations independently. Thus, he made his way toward the shoreline, scrutinizing the mysterious girl connected to the demon. She exhibited classic signs of fatigue, and while she posed no immediate threat to her life, there were no visible injuries. Let me record the basic information first. Name unknown. Female, appearance consistent with that of Earthlings, likely human ethnicity, height below 1.70 meters, approximately 16 years of age. Just as Yuri meticulously noted these essential details and prepared to attempt awakening the girl, a piercing shriek suddenly resonated through the air, one that was excruciatingly literal. Yuri distinctly felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, compelling him to cover his ears. Turning to look, he saw Superboy soaring into the sky, his visage contorted and eyes aflame with rage as he frantically swung his fists at the air while vociferously shouting. Chapter 88. Intense gaze. He's here. He's right here. I can hear his words. Superboy cried out nonsensically. I feel an overwhelming rage and hatred. Beast Boy and Starfire stood simultaneously, their expressions filled with concern as they gazed upon Superboy. Connor, what has happened? What are you doing? What is happening? No, nothing is amiss. I have never felt better than I do now. Suddenly, Superboy ceased his bizarre antics and revealed a smile that was unsettling in its strangeness. No, he is not Connor. At that moment, Robin's voice rang out, weakly lying on the ground, warning Starfire and Beast Boy. He is Jericho. He previously controlled Cyborg and me. Now, he has taken over Connor. What? You mean Jericho? That's impossible. Beast Boy exclaimed in disbelief. Be careful. Go. With a startling cry from Starfire, the possessed Superboy, under Jericho's influence, launched himself towards Beast Boy, his right fist coiled and prepared to strike. In a moment of urgency, Starfire grasped Nightwing with one hand, while seizing Tim with the other, propelling them skyward. Instantly, Beast Boy transformed into a seagull, escaping the ground. The ground shook dramatically as Superboy's fist collided with it, producing a thunderous explosion. A crater, several dozen meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep, materialized on the shoreline, sending shockwaves radiating outward, causing the entire coast to tremble. Within the San Francisco Bay Area, a minor earthquake ensued. Sand and debris erupted into the air, burying the unconscious dead man beneath the earth. No, do not use my body for such deeds. Superboy, in a fit of rage, found Connors while battling against Jericho's. Although Connor possessed overwhelming strength, his soul was not inherently powerful. In fact, when Connor was originally cloned, he lacked a true soul, which only developed as his humanity blossomed. Thus, Jericho easily seized control of Superboy's body. However, despite Connor's soul being relatively weak, its resilience and purity were unmatched, granting him a fighting chance against Jericho. Why resist? Connor, I am aiding you. I do not wish for you children to be in peril. Why can you not comprehend? Jericho bellowed from within Superboy. You are merely a delusional egotist. Get out of my body. Connor exerted all his strength, briefly reclaiming control. In a bid to prevent Jericho from wreaking havoc in downtown San Francisco, Superboy, while still lucid, soared swiftly towards the ocean, landing on a remote island far beyond Alcatraz's shoreline. Yuri, affected by the shockwave, scooped up Raven and utilized the speed of Kid Flash to swiftly escape the tremors, reuniting with Starfire and the others. Does anyone know why Connor suddenly erupted? Whoever provoked him must apologize, Yuri inquired directly. It's not Connor, it's Jericho. He has taken control of Connor's body. Tim reiterated, succinctly recounting the recent events. So it seems Jericho truly survived. I suspected that a superhuman with soul abilities wouldn't be easily vanquished. Yuri had long harbored doubts about Jericho's demise upon hearing of his soul transfer abilities through eye contact, and he was astonished to discover he was indeed alive. However, it was also true that Jericho was Deadman's son, and while Deadman had perished at his own father's hands, it was remarkable that Jericho had lingered within his father's body for several years, ultimately usurping control. Just moments ago, there was a complete disregard for the bell tolling nearby. One could only wonder if it would survive such a tumult. The bond between father and son, in Yuri's eyes, deserved full marks. Has Connor always possessed such formidable strength? The Beast Boy watched in awe, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Thankfully, I have never provoked him and even confided in him a secret. What secret? Starfire inquired curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Just a topic meant for boys. The Beast Boy shuddered, swallowing hard. The power displayed moments ago was barely a fraction of Connor's. And Jericho was still far from acclimating to Connor's physique, who was fiercely resisting. Among the crowd, Robin, who understood Superboy best, spoke up, declaring that to defeat him, they must act now. Yuri gazed toward the horizon, where the previously serene sea had transformed into tumultuous waves, some surging over 5 meters high. If this continued, the worst-case scenario could trigger a tsunami, endangering the entire city's populace. They left Nightwing, Raven, and Tim in this relatively safe spot and hastened toward Superboy. Kid Flash was evidently unable to cope with the current situation, prompting Yuri to switch forms. Velocity Star, with a flash of blue lightning, Yuri swiftly crossed the distance over the sea to reach Superboy's location. At that moment, Superboy knelt on a small island, engaged in a fierce struggle between his hands. Connor, let him have a moment, Yuri shouted, slowing to subsonic speed so that Connor could hear. Connor's soul instantly understood, relaxing to allow Jericho to regain full control over the body. In the next instant, Yuri accelerated again, positioning himself before Superboy and gracefully leaping to hover in midair. In this nearly suspended environment, Yuri unleashed a flurry of kicks at Superboy, each strike targeting his vital organs. In less than a second, Yuri delivered over 5,000 kicks, all landing squarely on Superboy as critical points. Bang! Through Jericho's eyes, he witnessed Yuri launch a swift kick, followed immediately by a tremendous force surging through his abdomen. In an instant, Superboy was sent hurtling over 1,000 meters away, crashing into the sea and creating a colossal splash. As Jericho was currently in control of the body, he absorbed the full brunt of Yuri's assault, the pain significantly affecting his mental state. Return my body to me. At that moment, Connor's spirit surged with newfound strength. gradually overpowering Jericho. No, great triumvirate, bestow upon me greater power, and I shall offer you my soul. An intensely malevolent spiritual force fused with Jericho's essence, enabling him to decisively overwhelm Connor and seize complete control of the body. It was only at this moment that he truly felt the formidable strength of his body. My eyes. Suddenly, Jericho experienced an intense, searing sensation in his eyes. Bubbling sounds erupted from the surface of the sea, as Yuri noticed that the water before him began to froth vigorously, as if on the verge of boiling. Boom! In the next instant, two crimson beams of light shot forth from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 89. Phantom Shadow. Connor versus Jericho. The scorching rays emerged from beneath the water, instantly evaporating the seawater within their reach. A thick fog of water vapor enveloped the surface of the sea. Utilizing his thermal vision, it was evident that Jericho was gradually acclimating to Connor's body. Was my assumption mistaken? Yuri's heart raced with alertness as he scrutinized the surrounding waters, bracing himself for Jericho's sudden onslaught. Simultaneously, he extended a hand to adjust his small, worn-out watch, switching to the DNA sample he intended to summon. Phantom Shadow. In a flash of light, the first form of the phantom, shrouded in an invisible, gelatinous exterior, materialized upon the ocean surface. Although the Icthurians lacked a specific advantage against spiritual entities, it was clear that Yuri had no better option than the phantom at this moment. The reason Yuri had not transformed into the phantom earlier, but rather into the speed star, was due to the Icthurians' slow, flying speed and the inability to conceal themselves within the shadow of Superboy beforehand. Had he simply transformed into the phantom on shore, it would have taken at least another half hour to reach the location. Now that he had arrived as the speed star, it was opportune to launch a surprise attack on Superboy, potentially disrupting Jericho's mental state without wasting time. After all, when the phantom possesses another being, their senses are synchronized, meaning the pain experienced by the host is almost entirely transmitted to the phantom controlling the body. Based on Yuri's understanding, Jericho's possession ability, rooted in the soul, would likely make him more sensitive to external physical strikes. Thus, the sudden kick he unleashed could very well catch Jericho off guard, allowing Connor to retaliate in turn. At that moment, if Yuri transformed into the phantom and entered Superboy's body, joining forces with Connor against Jericho, it would create an almost certain victory. However, while the idea was splendid, the unfolding reality diverged significantly from Yuri's expectations. As the phantom submerged into the ocean, it immediately beheld the anguished expression of Superboy, his elbows pressed tightly against his body, hands convulsively thrashing about. Superboy's head tilted back towards the sky, two vivid beams of crimson light emanating from his eyes. Connor Kent, you possess such immense power, yet fail to wield it. This only leads to harm for yourself and others. Do you remember Donna? Jericho's soul relentlessly suppressed Connor's spirit, while simultaneously undermining his will to fight with words. Had you fully unleashed your strength at that moment, how could you possibly have been bested by a mere synthetic being? How could Donna have sacrificed herself to protect you? If you truly wish to make a meaningful impact on this world, then surrender your body to me, and I shall ensure that henceforth there will be no unnecessary sacrifices. Only I possess the capability to wield the power of this body judiciously. Fortunately, Jericho lacks the ability to extinguish souls. Connor's spirit can still resist, albeit only for a fleeting moment, before inevitably succumbing to the depths of his subconscious. When that time arrives, the Super Kid will be entirely under Jericho's control, while he himself will succumb to a prolonged slumber. Hold on, Connor. At that moment, a spectral shadow infiltrated the Super Kid's being, commencing a struggle for dominance over his corporeal form. What are you? Jericho was taken aback, for he had never encountered a body capable of harboring three souls simultaneously. Yuri? Connor inquired uncertainly. It is I. If you wish to prevent this entity from seizing control of your body, do not hesitate. Join me in expelling him. Yuri communicated telepathically, while simultaneously unleashing the unique powers of the Ictorans. A dark violet energy coalesced around the spectral claws, releasing a wave of energy towards Jericho. Concurrently, Connor charged at Jericho with a furious roar, his fist aimed at the latter's face. In the boundless, ineffable void of the soul space, Connor and Yuri initiated their first confrontation with Jericho. Your powers are feeble. Jericho flashed a bloodthirsty grin, a viscous, crimson liquid oozing from every pore of his body, enveloping him entirely, leaving only his face exposed. Just as Yuri's energy wave was about to strike Jericho, the thick blood suddenly extended several tendrils, violently striking the wave and dispersing it in an instant. After neutralizing Yuri's energy wave, the tendrils withdrew quietly, as if possessing a certain intelligence, adept at sensing incoming attacks and retaliating with formidable strength. Drink. A similar occurrence transpired with Connor. The viscous blood transformed into a sharp tendril that pierced through his body. Connor's soul would not perish, nor would it bleed or sustain physical injuries. Yet he experienced unbearable agony, far more excruciating than any corporeal pain. Summoning his strength, Connor struck at the tendril that had impaled him. The viscous blood tendril, akin to a liquid, proved to be elusive, as the old adage goes. Severing water only causes it to flow more freely. Connor's hand slice effortlessly glided through the blood tendril, unable to truly sever it. With no other recourse, Connor expended all his strength and propelled himself backward, the blood tendril allowing him to retreat. Had Starfire mentioned Jericho possessed such abilities? Yuri sensed the predicament was becoming increasingly dire. No, just a minute ago he lacked this power. Connor forcefully suppressed the excruciating agony that surged from the depths of his soul, a pain potent enough to shatter any individual, as he elucidated the situation to Yuri. Jericho, much like those malevolent entities, could amplify his powers through fervent prayers, and they were all devotees of that enigmatic triad. Upon hearing this, Yuri finally comprehended the gravity of the matter. The triad, once again the triad. Why was it that anything associated with the triad proved so troublesome? Yuri cursed inwardly. He remained uncertain whether Jericho had reached the zenith of his power or if there was still room for enhancement. Yet, as Tim had asserted, the only chance to defeat Jericho lay in the present moment. Yuri summoned all the energy within his spectral form, preparing to confront Jericho with his utmost strength. He shed his invisibility cloak, revealing the true visage of the specter, an inverted skull, menacing claws, and countless writhing tendrils pulsating from his chest. Yuri charged towards Jericho, who immediately summoned his blood tendrils, surging wildly towards him. In response, Yuri extended the tendrils from his chest to collide with the blood appendages. Furthermore, he concentrated once more, coalescing dark purple energy in his hands. Its intensity and magnitude magnified several-fold compared to before. With a swift motion, Yuri unleashed a beam of light, several centimeters in diameter, erupting from his claws. Chapter 90. The Awakening of the Raven. A disdainful chuckle escaped Jericho's lips. Do not dare compare me to those inferior counterfeit demons. I possess the true power bestowed by the magnificent triad. With fervor etched upon his face, Jericho opened his arms wide, disregarding Yuri's assault. I need not engage in combat with you, for you shall never breach the barrier of the triad's might. No sooner had he spoken than the energy beam Yuri had launched approached within 10 centimeters of Jericho. However, in an instant, the blood tendril entwined with Yuri's appendage maneuvered before Jericho, forming a formidable wall of blood. Throughout this exchange, Yuri failed to discern the trajectory of the blood's movement. Gulp! The energy beam unleashed with all of Yuri's might did not dissipate as the previous energy wave had, nor was it deflected by Jericho's defenses. Instead, it was gradually engulfed by the blood wall, the energy beam inching deeper into the barrier, causing Jericho's sanguine shield to grow ever larger and more resilient. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yuri contemplated ceasing the release of energy, only to reconsider. The more resilient the blood wall became, did it not imply that it could also be shattered? Connor. Yuri communicated telepathically with Connor's essence, urging him to attempt to breach the wall. Understanding the directive, Connor swiftly propelled himself towards the blood barrier, delivering a powerful punch to its center. To the astonishment of both individuals, the once rigid wall instantaneously softened upon Connor's fist making contact, becoming remarkably elastic and producing a resonant sound. The supple, yielding wall enveloped Connor's fist before hardening once more. Connor attempted to withdraw his hand from the wall, yet the entire bloodied barrier remained immovable. In the next moment, an eerie sense of fatigue and helplessness washed over Connor, making him acutely aware of his strength dissipating uncontrollably. Unlike Jericho and the Phantom, Connor's very soul lacked inherent power. His strength was entirely derived from his corporeal form. When he sensed a decline in his spiritual energy, it signified a significant reduction in his control over his body. Should he lose complete dominion over his physical being, Connor would be rendered defenseless, succumbing to an eternal slumber, while Jericho would seize the full might of the Superboy. Yuri promptly ceased the flow of energy, approaching Connor and extending the tendrils from his chest to entwine Connor's arm, pulling with all his might. He hesitated to make direct contact with the blood wall, for the Phantom's energy had already been absorbed by it, and Yuri could not ascertain whether touching the wall would yield the same fate as Connor's. However, the Icthurians were not renowned for their strength. Despite both Yuri and Connor exerting their utmost effort, they could not extricate Connor's hand. The blood wall, constructed from the power of the Triad, loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. Ha ha ha! Jericho's maniacal laughter pierced the air, reaching Yuri and Connor's ears. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my God's greatness. The day of the Triad's arrival is imminent. None can obstruct my God's coming. When that day arrives, the world shall be transformed into an endless paradise under the will of the Triad. I feel as though he has become an entirely different person, Connor lamented. Although the previous Jericho was a madman, he had retained a semblance of rationality from his days as a Titan. His actions, though extreme, adhered to a logic of his own. Yet since he uttered that oath of soul devotion, he had morphed into a fervent zealot worshipping a malevolent entity from another dimension. Yuri furrowed his brow. Connor, has Superman not shared these matters with you? I would think that the Justice League possesses some intelligence regarding such cults that have emerged on Earth, especially concerning the weaknesses of this Triad deity. Connor shook his head. Superman speaks to me more about milking cows than his experiences within the League. I am unsure if the Justice League is aware of the Triad's existence, but I have never heard of this cult. Uncertain of their opponent's vulnerabilities, Yuri fell into contemplation. Yuri. Suddenly, Connor called out his name. Have you recalled some information? Yuri inquired eagerly. No, I merely wish to express my gratitude. I truly appreciate your willingness to risk your life to rescue me from this dreadful place. Connor's expression was remarkably genuine, yet Jericho's strength was overwhelming. Despite our combined efforts, we were unable to touch him. Therefore, you must not jeopardize your soul here. While Jericho's attention is diverted, hasten to leave this place and venture outside. Upon hearing this, Yuri finally understood why Jericho was merely fending off their attacks instead of retaliating. It was evident that Starfire and Beast Boy had arrived and were already engaged in battle with the Superboy controlled by Jericho. The situation was clearly dire for Starfire and Beast Boy. Jericho, Connor, and Yuri coexisted within the body of the Superboy, each wielding varying degrees of influence. Jericho held the dominant control over the body, fully aware of everything transpiring outside. Connor had lost this dominion, yet this body was inherently his, and thus various sensory information was still shared with his soul. Only Yuri was a purely external entity, having failed to seize control, and was left entirely in the dark regarding the events unfolding outside. Starfire and Gar no match for me. If this continues, they may perish in my hands. Connor anxiously communicated to Yuri. Yuri, quickly take Starfire and Gar away. Do not confront Jericho head-on. Seek assistance from the Justice League. The fact that the Superboy, who typically eschewed the League's intervention, was now advocating for their help indicated that the reality was far more grim than Yuri had anticipated. All right, Connor, take care. Yuri replied pragmatically, promptly exiting the Superboy's body. Just as the Shadow was on the verge of escaping the realm of souls, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Thinking of fleeing? Dream on, Jericho bellowed, and in an instant, half of the blood wall in front of him detached and morphed into a massive mass of viscous blood. Behold the might of the Triad. Ha ha! This sanguine mass swiftly moved behind Yuri, and countless tendrils emerged simultaneously, binding the Shadow tightly. Concurrently, a wave of blood-red energy, imbued with extreme malevolence, began to seep from the tendrils into Yuri's body. Unbeknownst to anyone, the small broken watch on Yuri's wrist suddenly turned yellow. Meanwhile, in a secure location on the coast, unaffected by the earthquake, where Tim and the others were situated, Robin gazed anxiously towards the horizon. With his limited vision, he could not discern the ferocity of the battle between the Teen Titans and the Superboy. However, he understood Connor's abilities, albeit not perfectly. Connor, You must not forget our pact. Always remember who you are. No one can dictate your fate." Robin murmured to himself. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside him, distinctly feminine and certainly not that of Nightwing. Turning to look, Robin saw Raven, who had previously been unconscious, slowly opening her eyes. Robin instantly reverted to a stoic demeanor, the concern on his face vanishing entirely. He approached the Raven and asked in rapid succession, "Who are you? Were those demons pursuing you? Why do they want to capture you? What are their weaknesses? How can we eliminate those demons?" The Raven paid no heed to Tim. Instead, she extended her hand to rub her forehead, gazing around in confusion. "Why am I here?" Awakening, the Raven felt utterly exhausted. She only recalled using her last ounce of strength to teleport to a deserted island, yet it appeared she had now reached the shore. "Hey, did you not hear me speaking?" Robin raised his voice beside her. At the sound, the Raven jolted awake, realizing she was not alone. She immediately sprang to her feet, retreating 3 paces while warning loudly, "Stay away from me. If you wish to live, keep your distance. Run as far as you can." With a vigilant gaze, the Raven scanned her surroundings, seemingly on guard against some unseen threat, urging Robin to leave hastily. "If you're worried about those pursuing you, one of them is currently engaged with my friend." Robin's expression turned serious. "Do you know a person named Jericho? He has taken possession of one of my friend's bodies. Do you know how to expel him from within my friend? You say your friends are battling members of the Blood Church?" The Raven's pupils constricted as she desperately concealed her whereabouts, moving only to uninhabited areas to avoid involving any innocents. Fleeing from the Blood Church, she had escaped from the eastern part of New Jersey to the western part of California, traversing nearly the entire expanse of the United States, passing through countless cities and wildernesses. Most of the time, she traveled on foot, for if she used her powers even once, the priests of the Blood Church would pinpoint her location, and the followers would pursue her relentlessly. If she refrained from using her abilities, they could only sense her presence within a general vicinity. The Raven never anticipated that even in her efforts to avoid contact with others, she would ultimately endanger innocent lives. A realization that weighed heavily upon her conscience. Where are they? The Blood Church cannot be confronted by mere mortals. They're always in peril, the Raven exclaimed anxiously. "So, those cultists pursuing you are members of the Blood Church? They are researching how to transform people into demons? Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Blood Church?" Robin, unable to fully trust the Raven, refrained from revealing the whereabouts of Superboy. He merely sought to extract information from this enigmatic girl swiftly. "I do not have time to explain these matters to you, nor should you know. What you must do now is tell me where your friends are. I can assist them. Please trust me, I am not a villain." The Raven gazed intently at Robin, her seriousness palpable. She could sense the emotional fluctuations of those around her, and thus, the skepticism concealed within the depths of Robin's eyes was as clear as day to her. Ultimately, Robin silently pointed in a certain direction, uncertain whether he truly believed in the Raven or had simply run out of alternatives. In an instant, the Raven transformed into a black crow and surged toward the direction indicated by Robin, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, several kilometers away over the ocean, a bare-chested youth with eyes glowing an eerie red was engaged in a fierce battle with another person and a beast. A woman, significantly taller than the average person, clashed with a green giant python exceeding 100 meters in length. This was Starfire and the Beast Boy. The Superboy, under Jericho's control, displayed overwhelming strength and an incredibly ferocious fighting style. Starfire unleashed the full force of her Starbolt power against the Superboy, only managing to leave a negligible burn on his skin, with the most notable outcome being the destruction of his clothing. In contrast, the Superboy's attacks on Starfire inflicted severe injuries. Whether through raw physical blows or energy blasts from his heat vision, she suffered grievous wounds. Her abdomen bore charred marks. Her body was covered in bruises and bloodstains, and at least 4 of her rib bones, similar yet distinct from those of a human, were fractured. This was the result even with Beast Boy absorbing much of the damage. Without Gar as a shield, Starfire would likely have faced dire consequences long ago. That said, Beast Boy's condition was not much better than Starfire's. More than half of the scales on his serpentine body had been shattered by the Superboy's assaults, and his massive form was riddled with dents and green blood. Even one of his fangs had been forcefully removed by the Superboy. Besides the injuries inflicted by the Superboy, maintaining such a large form demanded more of Beast Boy's stamina, and he could not hold out much longer. It was not that Starfire and Beast Boy desired to confront Jericho to the death. Rather, they were bereft of any opportunity to flee. Before long, as the Raven arrived, she witnessed an astonishing scene. The Superboy soared to the end of Beast Boy's tail, seizing the massive python's tip with both hands. With a surge of immense power, he lifted the colossal serpent, over 100 meters in length and more than 20 meters in girth, high into the air, ascending several hundred meters. Starfire, with a furious cry, charged at the Superboy. Having exhausted her ability to launch long-range starbolts, she concentrated her remaining strength into her fists and struck madly at the Superboy. However, her efforts were in vain, as Jericho completely disregarded her attacks, nonchalantly swinging the giant python above him. While Beast Boy's massive body cut through the air with a dull whooshing sound, the Superboy's rotation quickened, ultimately hurling the Beast Boy down toward the sea surface. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, instantly stirring up towering waves. The ocean within dozens of kilometers transformed into a tumultuous expanse. Even vessels far from the chaos experienced violent turbulence due to the sudden upheaval of the sea. A solitary caw of a raven echoed through the skies, immediately capturing the attention of all present. Jericho turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to behold a black raven soaring towards him at an unimaginable speed, swiftly penetrating his very being. Within the soul space of the super kid, Yuri, desperate to escape Connor's body, found himself ensnared by blood tendrils formed by the power of the three palaces, rendering him momentarily immobile. Yuri, Connor exclaimed, a mix of fury and desperation in his voice as he shouted to Jericho, "What you desire is my body. It has nothing to do with Yuri. Even Starfire and Gar cannot stop you. Release them at once." Ha ha ha. Connor, are you out of your mind to utter such words now? Jericho's laughter rang out, only to be abruptly silenced. What else has entered? The one destined to eliminate you, the lackey of the three palaces. A furious voice echoed as the raven materialized within the soul space, extending her hand toward Jericho. A surge of inky black soul energy erupted from her palm, coalescing into a colossal hand that lunged fiercely toward him. Chapter 92. Daughter of the Three Palaces, the Daughter of the Three Palaces. Jericho exclaimed in anger. Are you truly prepared to betray your own father? Yuri, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Had this individual just referred to that magical girl as the daughter of the Three Palaces? They had been searching for someone, only to discover she was actually a runaway princess, the offspring of a dark deity? Was the entire sequence of events merely a domestic drama of an otherworldly demon? Yet, that did not make sense. Why would a runaway necessitate the dispatch of demons to hunt her down? Moreover, the powers exhibited by the raven, as the daughter of an evil deity, seemed woefully inadequate for such a lineage. Struggling against a few minor demons had drained her energy, reducing her to being easily captured by Jericho, the harbinger of death. Could she truly be called a descendant of the dark god? Yuri's mind raced, thoughts flashing like lightning, momentarily dispelling his distractions. In the arena, the raven's dark hand was poised to seize Jericho, when suddenly, a surge of blood-red energy erupted from Jericho, forming a barrier that repelled the ominous hand. The two forces clashed, neutralizing each other completely. I have received the blessing of the Three Palaces. The soul magic you have mastered is utterly insignificant before their divine power. Jericho boasted with arrogant laughter. Noble blood of the Three Palaces flows within you. Your destiny is to summon them into this world, and you can never escape your fate. Indeed, even that girl seemed incapable of contending with the power of the Three Palaces, Yuri mused, furrowing his brow. He had once believed that a savior could vanquish Jericho in one fell swoop, but now it appeared that he had been overly optimistic. Damn it, I still cannot break free from these loathsome tendrils. Despite Jericho shifting his focus onto Raven, his control over Superboy's body and the blood tendrils diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the binding imbued with the malevolent power of Trigon remained unyielding. Even the phasing ability of Shade proved utterly ineffective. Merely a fraction of the power granted to him by Trigon's minions had ensnared me in such a predicament. From the moment I acquired the diminutive timepiece until now, this was the first instance Yuri felt utterly powerless. The strength demonstrated by the Superboy under Jericho's influence far surpassed Yuri's earlier estimations of Connor. Regardless of the approach, be it the four-armed overlord, the diamond warrior, the speedster, or the frost titan. None could penetrate Superboy's defenses. Even Jericho, the only potential avenue for breach, was rendered impotent against Trigon's malevolent might. Reluctantly, Yuri had to concede that should he encounter a similar adversary, he was left with but two options: to flee at the speed of the speedster or to await the arrival of the Justice League or some other superhero. But were these two alternatives truly viable? Within Connor's soul space, Jericho's words prompted Yuri to contemplate even graver matters. Trigon was an extra-dimensional, malevolent deity, coveting Earth yet unable to manifest within the universe, akin to Marvel's Crimson Lord, necessitating alternative means to breach into the material realm. Moreover, Trigon's arrival on Earth appeared intricately linked to his daughter. If Yuri failed to thwart Jericho from seizing Raven, or if the Justice League arrived too late, what then if Trigon were to descend upon Earth? Even those utterly unfamiliar with DC would recognize that the term malevolent deity connotes a formidable existence. What if even the Justice League succumbed to Trigon? What fate would befall Earth, and where could Yuri possibly escape? Well, perhaps I'm overthinking this, but the rationale remains unchanged. I must expedite the unlocking of the DNA samples. If I have Superman, what fear do I have of this so-called Trigon? Yuri's thoughts raced, though the external world merely experienced a fleeting moment. Jericho's words seemed to strike a nerve deep within Raven, and the fury etched on her face could no longer be concealed. Noble? The very notion that half of my bloodline originates from him makes me nauseous. With arms outstretched, her robe billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. An immense surge of soul energy erupted from her being, manifesting into a crow-like specter that nearly filled half of the soul space. You are utterly ignorant of my power. Jericho, I shall banish you to the netherworld, never to tread upon this realm again, for the departed souls deserve eternal rest. Under Raven's command, the crow specter swiftly enveloped Jericho. The blood-red malevolent energy shielded him entirely. No, I am imbued with the great power of Trigon. You cannot harm me. The sudden turn of events left Jericho in a state of panic, prompting him to loudly assert, "You have never understood. I have no intention of harming you." The Raven replied coolly, and in an instant, Jericho found himself enveloped entirely by the shadowy form of the Raven, leaving no gaps. Subsequently, the shadow swiftly contracted, ultimately merging back into the Raven-esque being. In that moment, it seemed as though Jericho had vanished entirely. What an impressive display of power from the daughter of the Dark God, Yuri mused, retracting his earlier superficial thoughts. She has effortlessly dispatched Jericho. At that moment, the blood tendrils binding Yuri began to petrify at a visible pace, disintegrating into dust. The blood wall that held Connor's fist captive met a similar fate. Yuri drifted closer to the Raven, now clad in a cloak of invisibility. Although her appearance was still less than ideal, it was unlikely she would be mistaken for an enemy. He observed the Raven half kneeling, gasping for breath, her face glistening with sweat, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She resembled a university student, unaccustomed to physical exertion, who had just completed a grueling sprint. It was evident that confronting Jericho had drained a significant amount of her strength. "Are you all right?" "Thank you for saving me and Connor." Yuri began to express his gratitude. But before he could finish, the Raven suddenly collapsed, her eyes rolling back as she slipped into unconsciousness once more. Had she just awakened, only to expend what little energy she had left to drive Jericho away? Why indeed she fled first? A peculiar thought crossed Yuri's mind. Could it be that she had acted to save others, disregarding her own safety? Such behavior seemed remarkably atypical for the daughter of a dark god. "Connor, I'm taking this girl with me. Please check yourself for any discomfort," Yuri instructed without looking back, swiftly gathering the Raven in his arms and rendering both himself and her invisible as they slipped through Connor. Upon emerging, Yuri was greeted by the sight of the battered Starfire and Beast Boy, both eyeing the suspended Superboy with palpable wariness. After explaining the situation to them, Connor had just managed to reunite his soul with his body. The group then returned to the location of Tim and Nightwing, and they all proceeded back to Titan's Tower. Chapter 93. The Origins of Raven. Several hours later, in Titan's Tower, Raven slowly opened her eyes, awakening in a soft, spacious bed. She gazed around in confusion, finding herself in a remarkably minimalist room. devoid of furniture save for a workbench resembling an experimental table, which appeared rather diminutive. The floor was impeccably clean, free of dust. Refuse, or discarded clothing. On the door lock, the name Yuri Aluperona Sotos was inscribed, indicating that only Yuri possessed the means to unlock it without resorting to teleportation, phasing through walls, or employing force. As for why the Raven was placed in Yuri's room, it was due to Connor's room being somewhat less tidy. While Tim exhibited a demeanor that suggested anyone entering his room would face dire consequences, they were unable to access Cassie's room, and Starfire and Beast Boy, due to their severe injuries, had proceeded directly to the Star Labs for treatment, which afforded them the opportunity to check on Bart's condition as well. The remaining vacant rooms within the Titan Tower were devoid of any furnishings and had not been organized, leaving but one option, Yuri's room. After all, he spent his days in the Star Labs, and his recently tidied room would undoubtedly remain clean for a while without inhabitants. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Yuri entered with a plate of food, which consisted of a vegetarian sandwich and a cup of hot milk. Superboy and Robin followed closely behind him. I figured you would wake up around this time, so I prepared some food in advance. By the way, my name is Yuri. He approached the bedside and offered the plate to Raven. You must be quite hungry. I know you have many questions, as do we, but it will be best if you ate something first. That Gygar is a staunch animal rights activist, and the Titan Tower's fridge is filled with various vegetables and some questionable Tamaranian delicacies, completely devoid of any semblance of normal meat. So this is all we have. Yuri explained with a hint of resentment, although he did not voice it, as a person who relished meat. Enduring several meals of nothing but vegetables in the Titan Tower was quite unbearable. During his impoverished days, he could at least enjoy meat, yet now that he was well off, he found himself deprived of it. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? The second reason for his stay in the Star Labs was the cafeteria, which indeed had a certain allure that kept Yuri coming back. Thank you, Yuri, Raven said in a barely audible voice, her gaze slightly flustered, not out of fear or shyness, but rather from uncertainty about how to respond, having undergone a rigorous upbringing that demanded the utmost control over her emotions. She had never experienced a typical human existence and was unfamiliar with human customs. Raven took a hearty bite of the sandwich, aware that there were significant matters to discuss shortly, and thus consumed the sandwich with remarkable speed before downing the hot milk in one gulp, entirely unconcerned with appearances. I am Raven. I can sense that you are all good people, and within your souls lies a very special power. Might I inquire if you are members of the Justice League? After finishing her meal, Raven was the first to pose a question. You know the Justice League? Yuri blinked in surprise, realizing that the renowned name had even penetrated the realms of alternate dimensions, reaching the ears of the daughter of the dark god of Trigon. His worldview was being reshaped yet again. No, I did not know. I learned of the Justice League during my flight to this place. The Raven shook her head. For nearly every individual in the city sang praises of the Justice League. Surely, they must be the guardians of Earth. Is the Justice League truly you? No. We're the Teen Titans, Connor interjected. There are many superhero teams on Earth. The Justice League is merely one among them. Superheroes? Is that how you refer to the Guardians? The Raven inquired with curiosity. More or less, Yuri replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Raven, it is now your turn to answer our questions. Who are you? What is the Triarch? Does it possess any weaknesses? What is the Blood Cult? And what schemes do they harbor against Earth? The Raven bowed her head in silence for a brief moment before resolutely lifting it. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware. I am grateful for your willingness to provide sustenance, yet I cannot linger here. Otherwise, you may all be in grave danger due to me. As she spoke, the Raven attempted to rise from the bed, but a wave of weakness washed over her. Yuri cautioned, though I am no magician, it is evident that you have exhausted all your strength. You will not be able to take many steps if you leave this place. With no choice but to resign herself, the Raven sat back down on the bed. We have already battled the followers of the Blood Cult. If you still wish to keep us out of this, I must inform you that we are already involved, Yuri asserted, placing a hand on the Raven's shoulders to compel her gaze to meet his. You mentioned we are all good people, correct? Then you should trust us and divulge everything. Perhaps the Raven realized that she had indeed drawn Yuri and the others into this predicament. The Teen Titans were now fully exposed to the Blood Cult scrutiny, and there was no escaping this quagmire. She turned her head away and slowly began. The Triarch is the most powerful and malevolent demon within the multiverse. It It has obliterated countless universes, ruling over innumerable dimensions solely to satiate its desire for conquest. Earth, or more precisely, this universe, is among those that the Triarch seeks to dominate. Once it descends upon Earth, everything in this world shall be annihilated. The blood cult, seduced by the Triarch, worships it with fervor and willingly becomes its minions. Similar followers have been cultivated by the Triarch across the infinite cosmos. And you? Are you truly the daughter of the Triarch? You do not appear to be a demon at all. Yuri questioned the Raven. The Triarch is indeed my father, but my mother is human. The Raven slowly recounted her mother's tale, a rebellious girl who ran away from home. Deceived at 18 into the clutches of the blood cult, ultimately sacrificed to the demon Triarch. Upon conceiving the Triarch as child, the true form of the demon was revealed. It was then that the girl realized she had offered her body to a malevolent entity. Upon learning the truth, she fled the cult and was fortuitously rescued by priests from the magical dimension of Azarath, who brought her to safety within its protective embrace. 10 months later, a hybrid child, embodying the human form, yet perfectly inheriting the powers of a demon, was born. This hybrid is known as Raven. Alas, today is truly unfortunate. At 11 o'clock tonight, the electricity abruptly cut off while I was typing, plunging my screen into darkness. I had to venture out in the dead of night to recharge, and it took over half an hour for the power to return. Thankfully, I had real-time autosave, or this chapter would have been in vain. Chapter 94. Remaining in the Titan Tower, let me summarize. 16 years ago, your mother was deceived by the Blood Church and became the wife of the triumvirate demon, and then they bore you, a hybrid of human and demon? Yuri pondered, stroking his chin. You mentioned that your mother escaped the Blood Church and then encountered the priest of Azarath. What is that? Azarath is a pocket dimension beyond the cosmos, inhabited by many benevolent mages who sheltered my mother and me. It is there that I learned my magic. Raven slightly lifted his head, reminiscing. It was once a veritable sanctuary, with a turquoise sky and crimson clouds, streets paved with solid marble, and buildings adorned with pure golden columns. You said once? The young boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity, interrupting. Upon hearing this, Raven's gaze dimmed significantly. For years ago, the triumvirate discovered the location of Azarath, and he corrupted its reality with his malevolent power. The verdant sky turned a burning crimson, the air was permeated with a sulphurous stench, and the land of Azarath trembled endlessly, resonating with a thunderous sound. Anyone daring to resist the triumvirate was ruthlessly slain, their souls eternally shackled in the flames and confines of hell, unable to find the peace they deserved. Tranquility transformed into terror, and life succumbed to death. Once a thriving magical dimension, Azarath is now reduced to ruins and a few wandering souls. Upon hearing Raven's account, Yuri and the others immediately wore grave expressions. Merely Raven's brief words painted a chilling scene. If what Raven said is true, then the power of the triumvirate demon exceeds their wildest imaginings. If the triumvirate can invade Azarath, why cannot it directly invade Earth? Yuri inquired, harboring this doubt since he learned that the triumvirate needed Raven to descend upon Earth. Raven contemplated for a moment and explained, although Azarath is a powerful magical dimension, it is merely a small dimensional space adrift beyond the cosmos. Once its location was discovered, invading it was not difficult for the triumvirate. However, breaching into the universe requires a passage capable of accommodating the formidable essence of the triumvirate demon, which is embodied in me, who inherited its power. Yuri nodded in understanding, considering whether it could be interpreted that some existence has established a barrier around the universe, preventing powerful demons like the triumvirate from invading in their true forms. Based on what you previously said, Azarath has been destroyed by the triumvirate. How did you escape? And how did you come to Earth? At that moment, Robin suddenly inquired. The Trimonarch desires me to serve him, to become the conduit through which he descends into this universe. Hence, he preserved my life. I cannot even take my own life, for should I perish, my soul would descend into hell, where I would be subject to the whims of the Trimonarch. I have lived in the desolate realm of Azarath alone for a considerable time, until 3 months ago when I utilized teleportation magic to arrive here. My knowledge of Earth's location stems from my mother taking me back a few times during my childhood. As she spoke, Raven buried her head deeply into her legs. Choking back tears, I am truly sorry. I recognize that I should not have come to Earth. Had I remained in Azarath, the Trimonarch would never have been able to descend upon this universe. I have brought calamity to this world. Yet, I could no longer endure the endless desolation and silence. Each night, I could still hear the wails of departed souls. I'm so profoundly lonely. Yuri felt a pang of shame. If it were he could scarcely withstand a day in such a hellish place. What did it matter if the world were to perish? Devoting one's life to the world while remaining unacknowledged, without even a semblance of a good reputation, living a life worse than death yet unable to end it. However, this 16-year-old girl had endured 3 years and 9 months alone. Consider the immense pressure. She was merely 12 years old 4 years prior. Now, reflecting upon this matter, her immediate reaction was to blame herself for potentially attracting the Trimonarch and endangering this world, rather than lamenting the squandering of her youth in that obliterated dimension. What 16-year-old girl possesses such awareness? This is nothing short of a saintly disposition. Even the resurrection of Joan of Arc pales in comparison. Even Yuri, with his steadfast heart, could not help but feel pity for this girl with such a complex background. Raven, you need not bear this guilt. Though you are of mixed blood, Earth is still your homeland, your home. Here, there are the Teen Titans, the Justice League. Whatever adversities may arise, we shall confront them together. Yuri spoke earnestly. If you are the portal through which the Trimonarch descends upon Earth, let us ensure that this portal remains forever sealed. Superboy, filled with righteous indignation, stood up and exclaimed, "This is not your fault. It is that demon called Trimonarch who bears the blame." Yuri is correct. Even if you had remained in Azarath, the Trimonarch would undoubtedly have discovered other means to invade Earth. If Batman has taught me anything, it is to never rely on a single plan. This principle applies to our foes as well. Tim, however, remained calmer than Connor, analyzing the situation with a level head. Raven, continuing to wander is perilous. It would be far better for you to stay at Titan Tower. The Titans will initiate an investigation into the Blood Church, and with your assistance, we can more easily vanquish those corrupted demons. Yuri ran a hand through his hair, suggesting to Raven, although my experiences have not been as tragic as yours, I too have lived a life akin to that of a vagabond, and it is truly unbearable. Remaining at Titan Tower would at least ensure your safety. Stay here? Raven lifted her head slightly, warmth coursing through her heart. Are you unwilling? No, I am willing, but my willingness is sufficient. Let us not dwell on concerns for now. Yuri turned to Superboy and Robin. What are your thoughts? I concur with Yuri's proposal, Connor promptly declared with enthusiasm. I do not oppose it. The existence of the blood cult is a grave threat that must be eradicated, and Raven is an indispensable force, Tim stated calmly. That leaves us with Starfire and Cassie. Yuri mused. Do not worry. I assure you they will agree. Connor confidently patted his chest. Then it is settled. Raven, you should rest well. We have matters to attend to. With that, Yuri exited the room alongside Superboy and Robin. The trio made their way to the Titan Hall. Do you find Raven's words credible? Yuri inquired, his expression turning serious as he addressed the two. I have analyzed every micro-expression of hers. She does not appear to be lying, Robin replied. I believe she speaks the truth, Connor remarked with a sense of certainty. So it seems we have reached a consensus. Yuri nodded and added, let us report this to the Watchtower. Chapter 95. Has the four-handed tyrant grown up? Sometime later, at the Justice League's Watchtower satellite headquarters. That encapsulates the entire situation. Despite some setbacks, the young Titans have successfully completed their mission. In the central conference room, Steve Trevor, the head of the Watchtower, had just ended a communication. Superman, Batman, Cyborg, and Green Lantern fell into a contemplative silence. Hey, let's not be so somber. You should be uplifted. I always said we should not underestimate the youth. Hal finally broke the silence, attempting to lighten the mood. Tear it apart. Trevor mentioned that the new Titan from Mid-City sacrificed himself to save Connor. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? What was his name, Yuri? Hal asked. Suddenly, Batman called out Green Lantern's name. What? Hal replied in confusion. When is the next time Stewart will be on Earth? And the person you mentioned is called Yuri. Batman said. The Stewart Batman referred to as John Stewart, another Green Lantern like Hal. As cosmic lawkeepers, Green Lanterns oversee an immense jurisdiction, with Earth being merely an insignificant planet within Hal's sector. There are two Green Lanterns assigned to Earth's sector, Hal and Stewart, both of whom happen to be Earthlings. According to the Green Lantern Corps regulations, Green Lanterns are required to patrol all civilizations within their sector and cannot remain stationed on a single planet. However, due to Hal and John's preference for Earth, coupled with the inexplicable frequency of disasters on Earth. They agreed that one of them would regularly remain on Earth while the other patrolled throughout the sector, swapping after completing a rotation. What do you mean by that? Hall raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words, implying that he believed he was inferior to John in Batman's eyes. Batman fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Hall's assertion. Amused yet exasperated, Hall was about to speak when a piercing glance from Batman sent a chill down his spine. That insufferable Batman. Hall's point was indeed valid. His curiosity about the promising child Wally had mentioned was piqued. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to meet him. Superman concurred with Hall's statement, acknowledging the child's potential. Yet he also noted a troubling lack of responsibility and a sense of mission, which signified considerable instability. I do not believe he deserves our trust at this juncture, he remarked. Batman, his expression impassive, interjected, "We discussed this matter previously. Until we ascertain the origins of his extraterrestrial technology, we must remain vigilant. You needn't be so harsh on him. He is merely a child. The extent of alien technology left behind on Earth is unknown, much like Blue Beetle's situation." Superman's tone softened. Moreover, he is now a member of the Teen Titans. I trust that Connor and Yuri will become good friends. They simply need time to adjust. Do as you wish, but I shall keep a watchful eye on him. At that moment, Batman turned to Cyborg and inquired, "Vic, have you found anything?" "No. I checked with the Watchtower and all databases of the Superintelligence Department, but found no records pertaining to the blood cult." Cyborg shook his head, revealing he had been seeking intelligence on the blood cult. The only potential lead related to the blood cult emerged as Cyborg activated a projection device from his mechanical shoulder. A holographic image materialized on the Justice Roundtable, showcasing footage reminiscent of surveillance recordings. The scene depicted a group of enigmatic figures clad in crimson robes, darting through a shadowy alleyway. "Where's this?" Upon recognizing the dark corner, Batman's pupils dilated. He was intimately familiar with this locale. Cyborg nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this location is Gotham. The footage is approximately 3 months old, aligning with the intelligence relayed from Titan Tower. In other words, the girl named Raven, whom the Titans had rescued, had not lied. Our world was once again targeted by a formidable enemy, akin to Darkseid of yore." Superman, his demeanor grave, stated, "We all understand the brutality of that war. I will not allow a recurrence of such horror. Thus, from this moment forth, investigating and eradicating the blood cult shall be the Justice League's foremost priority." Meanwhile, at Titan Tower, Yuri descended alone into the basement, arriving at the dilapidated vehicle parked in the lot, entering the mirror laboratory he had constructed. After learning of the information regarding Trigon and Azarath, he felt an immense weight of pressure. A malevolent demon capable of traversing the multiverse was poised to invade Earth, placing the entire world in jeopardy. Although Yuri was aware of the calamities that plagued the Earth within the DC universe, his understanding of such disasters remained superficial. Despite the chaos instigated by the third-rate characters in Mid-City, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by an entity of extraordinary magnitude, the Triumvirate Demon. The villains in Mid-City were notably feeble, and Yuri believed that significant crises would not arise for at least another 3 to 5 years. Consequently, while he recognized the necessity to enhance his power, he felt little urgency and his motivation to unlock new DNA samples diminished. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to Yuri. The major crisis not only arrived, but did so without any forewarning, indifferent to his readiness. He needed to act swiftly to unlock new samples. If I am not mistaken, when ensnared by the tendrils, the little chronometer activated its capture mode. Yuri approached the experimental platform, extending his left hand to command the device to search the database for new DNA samples. Nothing. After a moment, he discovered that the database contained no newly unlocked extraterrestrial specimens, nor were there any indications of old samples. What would be the reason for this? Is the chronometer malfunctioning? Yuri furrowed his brow. I recall Jericho mentioning that I should experience the magnificence of the Triumvirate's power, while the Raven had stated that the Triumvirate's strength could corrupt all, even the pure Azarath, transforming it into a realm of death. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Yuri as he promptly selected the icon of the Little Sentinel. The holographic projection of the Little Sentinel appeared on the dial, unchanged from before, providing him a sigh of relief. The hologram was merely a preview mode, showcasing the transformed state. Subsequently, Yuri continued to explore one icon after another, finding no discrepancies until he summoned the Four-Armed Tyrant. where he noticed a peculiar anomaly. The once imposing four-armed tyrant had grown even larger, its arms adorned with slightly elongated spines, its skin darkened, and its musculature further developed. Apart from these alterations, no other changes were evident. There were neither genetic mutations nor entirely new forms. If one were to identify a change, it would merely be that the four-armed tyrant had grown. Yuri found himself deep in contemplation. Given the potential connection to the triumvirate's power, perhaps it would be prudent to consult the Raven. It's incredibly hot this year, not only sweltering, but also lacking in water and electricity. It feels as if the future will only become more arduous. Chapter 96, Blood Brothers. Meanwhile, in Phoenix, Arizona. Nestled over 100 kilometers outside the renowned city of Phoenix, lies a vast underground cavern. Within this cavern are countless paths and tunnels, where even the most seasoned adventurers may find themselves lost amidst the intricate maze. Only a singular, correct path traverses this intricate network of caverns, leading to a final destination, a sacred temple constructed from natural crimson rock and soil, safeguarded by an imperceptible magical barrier. Hundreds of men and women, clad in blood-red robes, congregate in reverent supplication before a towering altar, yet no offerings grace its surface. Instead, a pool of blood glistens ominously, indicative of some sinister cult ritual. All hail, the Blood Brother. Great Sebastian Blood. The day of prophecy approaches. Awaken, we beseech you. The fervent voices of the cultists rise in unison, seemingly calling forth a revered entity. As their chants crescendo, ripples begin to disturb the surface of the blood pool. Suddenly, a figure emerges, rising from its depths. Before them sits a youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, with an unnaturally pale complexion and blood-red eyes radiating an eerie light. Unfazed by his nakedness, he stands from the blood pool. Though Sebastian Blood serves as his name, it is also the title of each bishop of the Blood Church, a legacy that has endured through 9 generations. Thus, he is known as Sebastian Blood 9, the 9th Blood Brother. This occurrence signifies that the machinations of the Tricourt are afoot on Earth, a plan centuries in the making, with the faith having been disseminated long ago. Its origins shrouded in mystery. The Blood Brother gazes down upon the worshippers, extending a finger toward a young, beautiful female devotee, beckoning her forth. Momentarily taken aback, she gazes at the exposed Blood Brother, contemplating various possibilities, yet she resolves not to defy the bishop's command. With an expression of honor, she approaches him and willingly sheds her robe. However, her gesture fails to elicit joy. Instead, a crimson glimmer flashes in his eyes as he callously casts her frail form into the blood pool. A sound of corrosion fills the air as her body visibly dissolves within the sanguine depths. She is my sister. Henceforth, she shall attain eternal life within me, proclaims the Blood Brother, arms outstretched toward the congregation, his countenance somber, blood trickling from his lips unheeded. An even stranger phenomenon unfolds as the aged cultists become fervently zealous, chanting praises for the Blood Brother. Despite their trepidation, the younger devotees find themselves unwittingly extolling him. Great Blood Brother, we have awakened you for a matter of utmost importance, one acolyte proclaims. Yet, the Blood Brother shakes his head, signaling that further words are unnecessary. I have already gleaned all pertinent information from my sister. There is no need for you to expend time relaying details to me. The actions of Jericho have met with failure. He has squandered the divine power bestowed by the 3 palaces and betrayed our expectations. The Blood Brothers extend their hands, clenching their fists, proclaiming, the daughter of the 3 palaces has emerged into this world, and the day foretold by ancient prophecy draws near. The great 3 palaces descend upon the earth, and we shall surely usher in the true favor of the divine. Only by summoning the 3 palaces can we redeem this world, rife with sin and anguish, the Blood Brothers declared. To ensure the prophecy unfolds, we must reclaim the daughter of the 3 palaces. The raven belongs to the Blood Brothers. Reclaim the daughter of the 3 palaces. The raven belongs to the Blood Brothers. The followers of the blood cult erupted into fervent cries. In Titan Tower, within Yuri's chamber, upon his entrance, he beheld the raven levitating cross-legged above the bed, her eyes shut, murmuring, heavens and earth, heed my command. A visible circle of purple magic swirled beneath her, inscribed with mysterious runes. As Yuri pushed open the door, The raven opened her eyes, causing the magic circle to dissipate, and she gracefully settled onto the bed. It is indeed Mr. Sotos. I thank you for allowing me to rest here. I apologize for occupying your room for so long. I shall take my leave now. The raven's demeanor had evidently calmed, her face betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, for she must constantly regulate her feelings to avoid succumbing to the corruption of the three palaces' power within her. Yuri was momentarily speechless. How could this magical maiden be so polite? He waved his hand dismissively. You think too much. I am not here to rush you out. And please, do not call me Mr. Sotos. Formalities sound rather odd. Just call me Yuri, Raven. The raven hesitated for a moment before softly responding. Yuri? I sought you to inquire about something. Yuri approached her, his expression grave. You can discern the condition within a person's body, correct? The raven nodded. Then can you sense if there lies any hidden malevolent force within me? Upon hearing this, the raven paused, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she gently closed her eyes to concentrate. After a while, she opened her eyes, seemingly relieved, and said, No, your soul is pure, untouched by any malevolent force. Is that so? With the expert's assurance, Yuri felt a wave of relief, yet he pondered anew. The transformation into the four-armed tyrant had undergone changes, and the untainted form did not guarantee the transformation remained unaffected. The room was too confined to transform into the enlarged four-armed tyrant. Raven, how is your stamina recovery? If you have time, would you accompany me to a certain place? Yuri extended the invitation. To his surprise, the raven readily accepted without further contemplation. Chapter 97. Born of evil, Yuri guided the raven into the training room of Titan Tower, where the open terrain and vast space were well suited for their forthcoming endeavors. Raven, allow me to elucidate the situation. Yuri recounted an experience from Connor's soul space, wherein Jericho seemingly infused a trace of the Triad's power into his own being. Upon hearing this, Raven's expression turned grave. The essence of the Triad is imbued with malevolence and destruction. It gradually erodes and taints those who succumb to its influence, distorting their souls and minds, ultimately rendering them eternal servants of the Triad. Even I am susceptible to the Triad's insidious power, which is why the priests of Azarath have imparted methods for emotional control to me. Only by maintaining a tranquil mind can one resist the corruption of the Triad's evil. Raven articulated, her brow furrowing in concentration. However, I did not detect any traces of the Triad's power within you just moments ago. Logically, even the faintest vestige of that power should not have escaped my senses. If you did not perceive it then, what about now? Yuri activated his device, transforming into the formidable four-armed tyrant. Towering nearly 4 meters, his muscular form, deep crimson skin, and the distinctive 4 arms with yellow-pupilled eyes elicited a gasp from Raven. Ah, the Triad. Raven shivered, a cry of alarm escaping her lips, her gaze betraying a flicker of fear. Yet, this trepidation swiftly morphed into fierce determination. Triad, I shall not permit you to tarnish the souls of the innocent. All of creation, heed my command. As she chanted incantations, a dark, ethereal energy surged from her hands, coalescing into spheres that enveloped them. What are you saying? Yuri scratched his head, bewildered by Raven's sudden demeanor, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within him. Do you sense the Triad's power corroding my soul? At his inquiry, Raven circled the four-armed tyrant, scrutinizing him meticulously. Before long, her eyes widened in astonishment. How did you achieve this? Achieve what? Transforming from a human into this form? This is technology. It is understandable that magicians may not grasp it, Yuri replied, puzzled. No, I have detected an exceedingly faint trace of the Triad's power within you. Although nearly imperceptible, it is undeniably present. Yet, when you are still human, I cannot sense it at all. I have never encountered such a phenomenon, Raven marveled. Furthermore, your soul appears untainted by the Triad's influence. It is as if some barrier protects your essence, keeping the Triad's power at bay, unable to invade your soul. As she spoke, Raven resumed her circling around the four-armed tyrant, her scrutiny unrelenting. The Triad's power has completely merged with your physical form, becoming an instinctual part of you, which implies that any aggression you direct towards others will not only inflict physical harm, but will also impact their very souls. Yuri finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he need not worry about the power of the three palaces distorting his inner self. Moreover, It seemed he had gained a passive ability akin to true damage. Raven, if what you say is true, will I be able to extinguish my enemies' souls? He pondered. However, Raven shook his head, explaining, the power of the three palaces within you is too feeble to inflict genuine harm upon a soul. It falls far short of the capacity to obliterate one. Thus, you need not fear inadvertently harming other souls. Yuri nodded in understanding, interpreting this to mean that the ratio of true damage was rather low, constituting only a minor fraction of his physical attack. Overall, it seems satisfactory, certainly better than having nothing at all. Having clarified the origins of the changes in the four-handed overlord, Yuri chose to revert from his transformation. Raven, how about I assist you in tidying up your room? The Titan Tower has many vacant chambers. You may select any one of them as your future home. If I were to make a recommendation, I would suggest a room on the northern side of the third floor, where the large windows perfectly face the sea, offering a splendid view. You can even see the small garden of tamarind that Starfire has established on the island. With a smile, Yuri spoke to Raven, grateful that the latter had helped alleviate his inner turmoil. It was only right to assist with something within his capability. My home. Raven felt a warmth in her heart. It had been ages since the notion of home had crossed her mind. Only she understood the depth of her longing for a stable place to reside. Yet, the moment she contemplated her identity and the potential for her powers to spiral out of control, she couldn't help but question, can someone like me, born of evil, truly possess a home of my own? She thought this and posed the question, uncertain why it escaped her lips. Perhaps deep within, she indeed sought an answer. What do you mean by that? While I cannot claim that no one in this world is born evil, you are certainly not among them, Yuri replied, furrowing his brow. He sensed a troubling trend of self-loathing within Raven, which was far from a healthy mindset. You don't understand. I am different from ordinary humans. From the day of my birth, my being has been filled with the wicked power of the three palaces. If I cannot effectively control my emotions, I cannot predict what I might become. Raven shook her head slightly. Have you ever lost control? Yuri countered. The priests of Azarath have taught me emotional regulation since I can remember. I have never faltered. In other words, you have not lost control thus far, right? After receiving Raven's affirmation, Yuri continued, in this world, some things are indeed fated, yet there are also aspects that can be transformed. Even if change is unattainable, one must not accept blindly. For over a decade, you have resisted the seductive allure of power, steadfastly avoiding the descent into malevolence and refusing to succumb to your father's will. Believe me, few possess the audacity to oppose a formidable demon as you do. Yuri spoke with grave sincerity, having witnessed Jericho lose his identity upon acquiring the trifling power of the Triad. A mere fragment of that strength rendered the mentally gifted Jericho utterly bereft of self. The mental strain borne by the Raven is almost beyond comprehension. Whether you acknowledge it or not, deep within your soul blooms one of humanity's most resplendent virtues, courage. True courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to resist despite it. As long as you do not relinquish the courage that resides within your heart, the Triad shall never exert its influence over you. As Yuri's words lingered in the air, Raven stood motionless, lost in contemplation. Chapter 98. Bart's transformation. So, is this the room? Yuri led Raven to the third floor, guiding her to select a room of her own. Although it was Raven's room being chosen, she remained largely passive, making no demands. Ultimately, she opted for a room on the northern side of the third floor, which Yuri recommended. Coincidentally, Starfire's room was also on this floor, separated from Raven's by 2 walls, while Cassie's room lay diagonally opposite. The room's decor was exceedingly sparse, appearing almost barren, devoid of furnishings. Furniture is of little consequence. We shall retrieve it directly from the underground storage. The quality and aesthetics are unparalleled, and the variety is extensive, ensuring that it surpasses anything you might acquire from a furniture store, Yuri remarked with a smile. When the Titan Tower was constructed, provisions for future expansion were considered, resulting in over 30 bedrooms. Furthermore, recognizing the diverse preferences for room decor among individuals, each room is to be personalized by its occupant. In the basement, there exists a dedicated warehouse stocked with everyday essentials, all produced by Wayne Enterprises, boasting impeccable craftsmanship that ranges from luxurious styles to more modest appearances, catering to the varied needs of the Titans. What is a furniture store? Raven blinked, inquiring. Yuri responded, It is essentially a large marketplace specializing in the sale of furniture. Oh, Raven nodded, somewhat understanding. Ahem, this room appears to have gone quite some time without proper cleaning. Let's tidy it up first, Yuri said, lightly clearing his throat while expressing his annoyance at the absence of Connor and Tim, who had failed to assist. With that, Yuri picked up a vacuum cleaner and began to eliminate the dust from the floor. Yet, after only a few steps, Raven approached and gently shook her head in protest. Puzzled, Yuri watched as Raven extended her right hand and uttered an incantation. All things of earth and heaven, heed my command. A surge of black energy enveloped the vacuum cleaner in Yuri's grasp. As he released his hold, the device autonomously descended to the floor, commencing its task. Not only that, even the glass squeegee and cloth used for cleaning the windows took flight, autonomously tending to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yuri gazed at the unfolding scene with a complex expression. While it was unexpected, it was also quite reasonable. After all, those who wield magic would hardly need to engage in manual labor. It was entirely logical. Soon, the room transformed into an immaculate space, devoid of any dust. Following this, Yuri led Raven to the underground storage room. According to Yuri's expectations, the girl's chamber should be meticulously arranged, and he had prepared for the possibility that Raven would take considerable time in making her selections. However, they spent less than 30 seconds. Upon entering the storage room, Raven immediately set her sights on a purple wooden bed, choosing unassuming black sheets and blankets to accompany it. Aside from the bed, the only other furnishings were a large wardrobe and a vanity. Notably, these two items were selected by Yuri, as he felt it would be quite peculiar for a girl's room to lack these essentials. Having lived in Azarath since birth, and being forbidden from expressing emotional fluctuations, Raven had never been able to make friends. Now, on Earth, she found herself caught in an endless pursuit, leaving her utterly unfamiliar with the normalities of human life. Without any luggage, once the furniture was arranged, there was nothing left to organize. Just as Yuri and Raven finished tidying the room, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked toward the door and saw Tim and Connor entering, their expressions peculiar. We just received news from Cassie that Bart is having some issues. What? Yuri exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he in the medical room at the Star Lab? How could there be a problem? We're not entirely sure of the specifics, Connor explained. Cassie mentioned that Bart's behavior is quite strange right now, and we need to get to the San Francisco Public Library as soon as possible. At these words, Yuri was even more puzzled. I recall that the public library is located at 100 Larkin Street. What would Bart be doing running over there? Who is Bart, and who is Cassie? Raven inquired curiously. Bart and Cassie are two other members of the Teen Titans. Bart was injured in a recent battle, and Cassie took him for treatment, which is why you haven't met them yet. Tim answered her question. He then turned to Yuri. Yuri, we need to set off immediately to check on Bart. Raven, if you'd like to join us, you are welcome to come along. At this, Raven stood frozen in place. Come on, this will be your first mission with the Titans. You should make a good impression, Yuri said with a wink and a smile. With that, Yuri, Tim, and Connor stepped out. Raven tilted her head in hesitation for a moment, but then quickly followed suit. Noticing her movement, the three of them shared a knowing smile. Although Tim and Connor had been preoccupied with their own tasks, it did not imply that they undervalued their new member. The most significant distinction between the Teen Titans and the Justice League lies not merely in their composition as a team, but in their essence as a family. They aspire for Raven to swiftly assimilate into this familial bond. With no imminent threat compelling them to fly, Yuri and the others opted for a more grounded approach. After all, the sudden appearance of several superheroes soaring through the bustling streets during daylight could easily provoke misunderstandings among the populace. Yuri drove them in his old, battered vehicle, which, given its speed, would reach the public library in no time. Regarding the issue of speeding, the old car's license plate was long since registered within the traffic system. As long as no accidents occurred, they could evade any repercussions. Superheroes often enjoy privileges that elude the average citizen. Seated in the driver's seat, Yuri had Connor beside him, while Tim occupied the space behind them, and Raven discreetly concealed herself in the rear of the vehicle. She cautiously examined the interior of the dilapidated car, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to touch anything, evoking both amusement and sympathy. Connor, how is your progress with Cassie? Yuri inquired, maintaining his focus on the road. What progress? What are you talking about? Connor's face flushed crimson. Humph. Yuri smirked with a strange grin that unnerved Connor. Your feelings for Cassie are hardly a secret. Everyone noticed them during the welcome ceremony. The way you look at her is far too evident, Connor. You are ill-suited for concealing secrets. Tim chimed in from the back. Come on, you must have spoken to her at least once during this past week away from Titan Tower, right? Yuri teased with an odd intonation. Of course we talked. Twice, in fact. Connor's face turned even redder as he blurted out the information. Chapter 99. Pulse? Kid Flash? Puffed. Upon hearing Connor's words, Yuri couldn't help but chuckle, and even Tim's lips curled into a faint smile. The reality is not what you imagine, Connor protested, feeling disgruntled. Cassie has been quite unhappy lately, especially after being expelled from school. Over the past week, her mother has taken her to countless institutions, but none have been willing to accept her. Perhaps she will have to rely on her mother's homeschooling from now on. Then you must exert even more effort, Connor, to win back Cassie's heart as soon as possible. Yuri advised. During such times, she needs your comfort and companionship more than ever. Win back. Connor detected an inconsistency in Yuri's words. How do you know? I know about your past relationship with Cassie and that you broke up. Yuri preemptively answered Connor's unasked question. Gale informed me. We're here. Tim suddenly interjected, pointing out that they had arrived at their destination. The public library loomed into view. Then they realized that something was indeed amiss here. From the direction of the library, hundreds of people surged forth, frantically fleeing towards Yuri and the others. The crowd hastily disembarked, and to Yuri's surprise, Raven's movements were even swifter than those of Tim and Connor. What transpired in the library? Why are you running? Connor intercepted the nearest little girl, eager to ascertain the situation. The girl, having witnessed something within the library, was as startled as a frightened bird. Upon Connor's approach, she let out a piercing scream. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Connor stammered, taken aback by her reaction as he hurried to comfort her. Allow me. Suddenly, Raven stepped forward, crouching slightly to gently place her hand atop the girl's head. She then cast her emotional transference spell, absorbing the girl's panic and fear into herself. Almost instantaneously, the girl's distress subsided, and she spoke in fragmented sentences. There are ghosts in the library. Many books are flying in the air. After uttering this, she resumed her flight. Upon hearing this, Yuri furrowed his brow. Ghosts? Books that can fly? Could this be the work of Bart? In the speedster state, one could read or engage in any activity without being seen. Raven dismissed the mention of ghosts and began to expand the radius of her magic, calming the emotions of those around her, enabling them to exit in an orderly fashion, thereby reducing the atmosphere of panic to a minimum. The negative emotions of over 100 individuals were transferred to Raven, causing tears to form in her eyes, her face reflecting her own burgeoning fear. Yuri and the others exchanged glances, shocked by the scene. Even Yuri, who had conversed with Raven before, was unaware of the full extent of her magical abilities. Fortunately, the number of people fleeing from the library was not excessive. It took little time for Raven to cease her spell, her expression returning to normal. Despite the many questions swirling in Yuri's mind, the pressing concern was to discern Bart's motives. This matter undoubtedly involved Bart. We must hurry, Yuri urged the group, to which Tim readily agreed. The four of them rushed into the library, only to be greeted by a bizarre sight. Within the vast library, nearly every book on every shelf had detached and was floating in midair. Each tome was automatically opened, its pages flipping rapidly, akin to the speed of quantum reading. Once a book finished its flipping, it would descend to the ground, joining the pile of books below. Meanwhile, Cassie stood amidst the floating volumes, shouting incessantly. Cassie! Connor called out, and Cassie turned, her face lighting up upon seeing them. Finally, you've arrived. Bart has been maintaining this state since earlier, and no matter how much I called out to him, he did not respond. Cassie rushed over, distressed. Bart has been in the Star Lab for quite some time. How long has he maintained this state? Yuri inquired. Approximately 15 minutes. Initially, when Bart arrived, only a few books were flying out, which didn't startle too many people. However, as time passed, more and more books began to float, ultimately scaring everyone in the library away. Cassie responded. I can hardly believe it. Is Bart truly reading? Connor gasped. Given the circumstances, it appears he's indeed reading, and he's consuming all the books in the library simultaneously. He can see us, yet he cannot hear our words. Tim asserted confidently. I understand, but Bart never reads. He only plays games and watches animations, does he not? Connor's expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that Bart has been possessed by someone? I find that unlikely, As I do not sense any special spiritual energy, Raven interjected, stepping forward. Oh, who is this? Cassie finally noticed Raven's presence. This is Raven, a new member of the Titans. Connor promptly introduced her to Cassie. You all keep an eye on the library's entrances. I will go and find out what Bart is up to, Yuri announced to the group before activating his stopwatch. Speed Force. In an instant, the world as seen through Yuri's eyes transformed. Tim and the others appeared as mere statues, motionless and silent. All the books in the library were suspended in mid-air, the previously frantic pages now still. Yuri scanned the surroundings and quickly located Bart, who was engrossed in a book near a neighboring bookshelf. Bart comprehended the content of a book no slower than an average person. It was merely that his speed was 1,000,000 times greater. What would take a normal person 10 minutes was an entire year for Bart. However, upon seeing Bart, Yuri's brow furrowed even deeper. The once 13 or 14-year-old Bart now seemed significantly older, nearly the same height as Yuri. This growth spurt rendered Bart's original Pulse uniform ill-fitting, prompting a complete transformation of his attire. The design shifted from white with red on the sides and a red center to a predominantly yellow upper body, red arms, and entirely red lower body. Compared to the Pulse uniform, it resembled the outfit of Kid Flash more closely. The second volume is nearing its end, brothers. Chapter 100, Destruction of the Justice League. Bart, Yuri called out, not through vocalization, but via the connection of a speed force, enabling a telepathic conversation. Yuri's voice jolted Barton awake, and he turned to look at Yuri, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Hey, Yuri, I have just finished perusing the entire collection here. It took me about 1.5 years. Yet outside, only about 15 minutes have passed. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect is that I can vividly recall the contents of each book, although there are some texts I have yet to fully comprehend. I am confident this is merely a matter of time. I have accomplished what Wally, my grandfather, and other speedsters could not. They may learn at a pace as swift as mine, if not quicker, but their rate of forgetting surpasses that. I, however, do not forget. Barton continued with enthusiasm. Only now do I realize how naive I was. I was nothing but an impulsive fool. But now things have changed. I thirst for knowledge and absorb it eagerly. This enlightenment has illuminated the grave mistakes I have made. The Grim Reaper is right. Attempting to summon winds upon a burning island is an act of utter folly, unless the winds are powerful enough to extinguish all flames at once. Yet such force would obliterate everything on the island. What I should have done was run to the sea. Do you know? When water boils into steam, its volume expands approximately 1,600 times, simultaneously transferring energy to any object it encounters. This means I could, before Barton could finish, Yuri interrupted him. I know what you are capable of, and this is neither the time nor place to flaunt your knowledge of physics. Yuri felt a slight headache. Did everyone from the Lightning family become so loquacious upon maturing? Barton, why did you come here to disrupt order instead of returning to Titan Tower once your leg healed? And what is the story behind your uniform? As you can see, I came here to learn, Barton replied nonchalantly. As for my attire, I crafted it myself after studying aerodynamics and athletic gear. It did not take much time. My Pulse uniform was destroyed by the Grim Reaper, which sent my super speed into a chaotic state. My growth accelerated, but thankfully, I eventually learned how to stabilize my super speed. If this incident had not occurred, I might have been reliant on a specially designed suit for life. Barton spoke lightly. Yet Yuri understood that overcoming the chaos of uncontrolled superspeed was undoubtedly a harrowing ordeal. Barton had endured considerable hardship. So, do you intend to remain here reading? Cassie and Connor are quite worried that something is amiss with you, and soon the rumors of hauntings in the library will spread, attracting the attention of the superhero department. We must leave at once. Yuri gestured toward the Titan statues behind them and then indicated the entire library, urging Barton to grasp the situation he had created. Of course. Let us depart. Barton acquiesced readily. He promptly returned all the books to their rightful places, restoring order to the library. Then, he released himself from the state of superspeed. Yuri subsequently transformed back. Wow, is that you, Bart? The Titans were taken aback by Bart's appearance. Hey, guys, it's been 1.5 years since we last met. Did you miss me? Bart greeted everyone with a radiant smile, essentially reiterating what he had just said to Yuri. However, the reaction from the group was beyond his expectations. Bart, do you have any idea how much trouble you almost caused? If we hadn't arrived in time, this place would have been surrounded, Tim admonished with a stern expression. And you completely ignored me. You had no idea I was worried about your safety. Cassie added, her demeanor unyielding. Cassie is right. I almost thought you had been possessed by some malevolent spirit, Connor remarked, equally serious. Behind the group, Raven seemed to sense something, her gaze softening as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. That is not, I didn't know, Bart stammered, swallowing hard in the face of his teammates' reprimands. Suddenly, Tim, Connor, and Cassie burst into laughter simultaneously. Tim was somewhat restrained, while Connor and Cassie's laughter was more pronounced. None of that matters, as long as you're all right. You really scared me back there, Bart shot them glare. All right, if we continue to linger in this haunted library, we might actually get surrounded. Yuri clapped his hands, addressing the group. Since everyone is here, why don't we first check on the conditions of Starfire and Gar, and see if Nightwing has awakened? Meanwhile, in Phoenix, Arizona, at a secret Blood Church hideout, an unexpected visitor stepped inside. It was a tall, slender man clad in a robe, his face entirely obscured by a hood. A coin with a three-eyed skull emblem hung from his chest. An eerie aura emanated from this mysterious man, sending chills down one's spine. Who are you? The current bishop of the Blood Church, Blood Brother, inquired with a hint of curiosity, eyeing the uninvited guest. He sensed that there was no formidable power within the mysterious man. He was merely an ordinary individual. Yet, how could an ordinary person bypass the Blood Church's protective barriers? How could he evade all the patrolling followers to stand before him? I know who you worship and your upcoming objectives, Sebastian Blood, the mysterious man replied, disregarding Blood Brother's question. Although I am not a follower of the Three Houses, I share the desire for their coming, which is why we intend to assist you in eliminating some threats. We, Blood Brother's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, we, the mysterious man, responded calmly, his demeanor and gaze radiating profound confidence. What assistance can you provide us? What threats exist in this world against the Blood Church? The Blood Brother, with a haughty demeanor, inquired of the enigmatic man. The Justice League. At this revelation, the Blood Brother's pupils constricted, although he had been in slumber for many years. He was not unaware of the formation of the Justice League. Through the consumption of the blood and flesh of his devotees, he had acquired a wealth of information regarding the present, including intelligence about the Justice League. The Blood Brother possessed an extensive mastery of ancient dark magic. Yet he could not deny that the Justice League posed a significant threat to his aspirations of seizing Raven, especially now that they were aware of Raven's close ties with the Teen Titans, who happened to be an affiliate organization of the Justice League. The Blood Brother understood all too well that the Justice League would undoubtedly be the Church's greatest adversary. Even he did not dare to claim he had a means to contend with the Justice League. And now, suddenly, a stranger appeared claiming to assist him in eliminating this threat. Do you possess a way to confront the Justice League? The Blood Brother's skepticism towards the mysterious man's words was palpable. Certainly, we possess a weapon capable of dismantling the Justice League. As the mysterious man elaborated, the Blood Brother's eyes began to gleam with intrigue. While it may not annihilate the Justice League, it would certainly divert their attention from your actions, allowing you to boldly summon the Triumvirate. The enigmatic man concluded, your words intrigue me greatly, so tell me, what is it that you desire? Eternal life? Or perhaps immense power? The Blood Brother inquired directly, unwilling to believe that the stranger would offer assistance without expectation. What we seek is rather simple. Chapter 101. Yuri's proposal within the Star Labs medical facility. Starfire and Nightwing found themselves in conversation. The Tamaranian's healing abilities were remarkable, and any trace of injury had vanished from Starfire's form. Nightwing had also awakened from a slumber. You should have returned. We have all missed you. Starfire seated herself at the edge of the bed, addressing Nightwing. I too yearn for the days of old, Corey, yet our time has passed. It is now their era. Furthermore, should I truly return to Titan's Tower, Tim would be the first to object. Nightwing smiled gently, declining Starfire's invitation, then shifted the conversation. However, I could occasionally come to observe your training progress. Managing rebellious youths is no simple task. I understand, but I often doubt my ability to lead this team effectively. I aspire to emulate what you achieved, yet I find myself unable. Starfire sighed, expressing her concern. Perhaps my decision to reassemble the Teen Titans was indeed misguided. I failed to consider how to proceed, acting merely on a fleeting impulse. That is precisely the issue. You need not lead them perfectly. Nightwing grasped Starfire's hand earnestly. Superman and Batman have imparted all that is necessary. So why did they consent to the Titan's reconstruction? There exists but a singular reason. They aspire to mold Tim and his companions into a cohesive unit. Tim embodies the intellect of Batman. Connor harbors the profound compassion of Superman, and Cassie is well-versed in the ways of the Amazonian warriors. They do not require directives on what to do. Rather, it is essential to guide them in their collaboration, to resolve conflicts, and to provide them with an environment of relative freedom. Suddenly, the door to the medical room swung open with a clang, and Yuri and his entourage entered. I must admit, I concur with your sentiments, Nightwing. Though such an acknowledgement is somewhat irksome, Tim remarked first, his arms crossed, his expression stoic as he fixed his gaze upon Nightwing. Your words are rather hurtful, especially considering I once saved your life, Nightwing replied, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Tim fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a complex expression. I apologize. It was my fault for not closing my eyes in time, allowing Jericho to seize control of my body. This statement, seemingly sincere, belied the turmoil evident in Tim's visage, as if the very letters of reluctance could be inscribed upon his forehead. Has Tim always been like this? Yuri inquired curiously of Connor and the others, noting the stark contrast between Tim's current demeanor and his typical composure. Connor, Cassie, and Bart nodded in unison, affirming that Tim remained calm under most circumstances, yet would transform into his present self whenever matters concerning Batman, Nightwing, or the former Robin arose. Understood, Yuri acknowledged, then glanced around, asking where's Gar. Gar has already returned to Titan Tower. I came to check on Dick, Starfire responded, her gaze then falling upon Bart. Bart, you've grown. Actually, it's a bit more complicated than that, Bart explained, recounting the details of his growth. By the way, we have a new member. Cassie stepped forward, introducing Raven, who had just emerged from the back. This is Raven. She defeated Jericho and saved Connor. And she also saved me and Gar, Starfire added, recalling how Raven had entered Connor's body just as she and Gar were on the brink of succumbing. Thank you for rescuing us, Raven. You need not thank me. I merely fulfilled my duty, Raven replied, her demeanor calm. Connor, Yuri suddenly leaned closer, patting Connor's shoulder and whispering, you should take a page from Nightwing's book. Look at the progress of his past relationships compared to your own. Yuri pointed to the intertwined hands of Nightwing and Starfire. Observe their postures. Starfire's form is intimately pressed against Nightwing's thigh, an undeniable closeness, which I surmise was initiated by Starfire herself. Following Yuri's guidance, Connor glanced over, and indeed, as the latter had mentioned, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. How did you notice these things? He stammered. Oh dear, how can someone of your age still be so easily embarrassed? Are you not an American boy anymore? Yuri placed a hand on Connor's shoulder, adopting a serious tone. As a friend, I advise you, if you truly wish to reconcile with Cassie, you must learn from positive experiences. I can see that Cassie holds an interest in you as well. However, she is not as forward as Starfire. Be bold, and perhaps things will fall into place. Be bold and proactive? Connor pondered this carefully, finding merit in Yuri's words. He turned to glance at Cassie, secretly making a decision. I can only say so much. The rest is up to you, Connor. I wish you good fortune. With that, Yuri fell silent. Let us return, since Gar has already left and Nightwing is unoccupied. With Raven's matters concluded, there is no further reason for us to linger here. At that moment, Tim suddenly called out to Yuri and the others, turning to head toward the door. This Gaia's pride is still so strong. Does he not want to thank me properly? Nightwing rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit exasperated. Shall we not disturb you any longer? Connor awkwardly scratched his head and followed Tim outside. Nightwing, Starfire, we shall take our leave now. Cassie and Bart also turned to depart. Raven intended to leave with the group, but noticed that Yuri seemed disinclined to go. She turned back, her gaze questioning. I shall remain for now. I have some research to conduct in the Star Labs, Yuri explained, noticing Raven's confusion. You should return with Tim and the others. I likely want to be back at Titan Tower for a few days. Raven nodded and exited the medical room. Moments later, she returned. The transitional narrative is nearing its conclusion. An epic battle is about to commence. This time, I shall ensure that the protagonist maintains a sense of presence. While the Justice League will undoubtedly be offline throughout, the plot on that side will draw inspiration from the villain's journey, and I shall refrain from detailing it too extensively. Additionally, something is set to launch in a couple of days, so I encourage everyone to support the initial orders as much as possible. Chapter 102. The reason behind Raven's good deeds, what brings you back? Yuri inquired, puzzled by Raven's re-entrance. Raven remained silent, walking straight to where Starfire and Nightwing stood. Under the astonished gazes of her companions, she began to weave her magic. Elements of earth and sky, heed my command, your pain shall be mine. As Raven recited the incantation, a dark mass suddenly emerged from within Nightwing and Starfire, then flowed into Raven's being. In the next moment, Raven furrowed her brow, a look of anguish crossing her features, though it was swiftly concealed. Starfire and Nightwing, captivated by the dark substance, remained oblivious to this scene, with only Yuri catching a glimpse of Raven's expression. As the black matter receded, a wave of warmth and comfort enveloped them. Incredible! My headache has completely vanished, Nightwing exclaimed, his astonishment mirrored on Starfire's face. I feel perfectly normal, remarkably well. Raven, you have healed us completely. I am immensely grateful. Raven, her face devoid of emotion, merely nodded before turning to exit. From their previous encounter outside the library, Yuri had a vague inkling of Raven's intentions. She was transferring the lingering injuries of Nightwing and Starfire onto herself. What manner of person could exist in this world? Although Nightwing and Starfire's injuries were not severe, the former was undoubtedly suffering from concussion, and while the latter appeared to be recovering well, even with Tamaranian healing speeds. Internal damage was not so easily mended, though it did not impede normal function. For both of them, such injuries would heal within days, perhaps even without further treatment, relying solely on their self-regeneration. Yet Raven had preemptively healed Nightwing and Starfire, likely also transferring the hidden wounds accumulated from years of battle, bearing the burden of their pain herself. Whether in the library or here, Raven's actions were, in essence, unnecessary. Still, she chose to endure suffering for the sake of strangers. Since meeting Raven, Yuri felt an unshakable sense of inadequacy within himself. In the past, encountering superheroes like Wally or the Titans, he never doubted their sense of justice or combat prowess, yet he never felt inferior to them. Rather, he believed the disparity between himself and these heroes was not as vast as imagined. Superheroes are human too, with their own cherished ones, and they cannot achieve absolute selflessness. Take the Flash, for instance. When Iris's life was threatened, he did not hesitate to snap Reverse Flash's neck, killing this future criminal. For the Titans, Bart's injury was of utmost importance, and they prioritized his treatment above all else. Wally and Linda shared a profound bond. Should anything happen to Linda, Wally would undoubtedly forsake everything to save her. Who among them is devoid of selfishness? It merely varies in degree. For Yuri, Raven was the first person he had encountered who truly embodied selfless dedication. Her most selfish act was succumbing to loneliness and returning from the desolate Azarath to Earth. At times, he found himself curious about the education Raven received in Azarath. Could it be that the so-called magical dimension was a utopia? Yuri exited the medical room, catching up to Raven. Raven. The Raven halted its advance, turning to gaze at him. I have something to inquire of you. What is it? The Raven blinked and asked. You have a tendency to absorb the suffering of others, often unbeknownst to them. I wish to understand your motive for doing so. Yuri stated plainly, believing there was no need for ambiguity in conversing with the Raven. Seeing others in distress evokes my compassion, if I may articulate it correctly. The Raven replied with a calm demeanor. The malevolent influence of my father perpetually seeks to erode my spirit. Should I falter in my commitment to goodness, I shall inevitably fall under his dominion. I refuse to become that. At the very least, I must differentiate myself from the three palaces. Is your motivation for doing good rooted in a desire to oppose your father? Yuri pondered whether to deem this rationale absurd or sufficiently profound. There exists an even more significant reason, the Raven said after a moment's silence. In Azarath, to prevent my emotions from spiraling out of control and allowing the evil of the three palaces to infiltrate, the priests forbade me from engaging with anything that might provoke emotional upheaval. Even my mother could only visit me during designated times. Throughout my 16 years of existence, the only emotion I could comprehend was the profound hatred I felt for my father when he devastated Azarath. Yuri listened quietly. Upon my arrival on Earth, witnessing the myriad emotions of its inhabitants made me contemplate that since I am denied my own emotions, why should I not experience the emotions of others? I cannot bear to snatch away another's joy, yet even to feel disappointment, pain, and sorrow is a worthwhile endeavor, especially when it enables me to assist others in their liberation from suffering. This brings me a sense of fulfillment. The raven's expression remained largely unchanged. Yet Yuri perceived a spark in her eyes. She genuinely found joy in this. "Why are you willing to confide in me? Shouldn't these be your secrets?" Yuri asked after a prolonged silence. "Secrets? In Azarath, there are no secrets. You pose a question, and I merely provided an answer." The raven tilted her head slightly, perplexed by Yuri's inquiry. "But this is Earth, not Azarath." Yuri shook his head, realizing the girl's innocence was quite pronounced. "In this land, it is essential to possess secrets. Everyone must harbor their own." "Why is that?" the raven inquired, puzzled. "You will come to understand as you encounter more people," Yuri replied meaningfully. "Raven, could you promise me something?" At this moment, Yuri glanced around before subtly addressing the raven. "The matter you shared today regarding your ability to absorb others' emotions should remain undisclosed to anyone else, and you ought to refrain from employing such magic further. Sometimes, suffering is not the enemy of humanity. Blindly bearing the burdens of others may not necessarily be an act of kindness. Furthermore, as far as I know, there exists an individual who harbors a strong aversion to the act of stripping others of their emotions. Even if your intentions are noble, he may never concur with your actions. Thus, if you wish to avoid becoming his particular target, it would be wise to refrain from such behavior, although it is quite possible that you have already attracted his ire. Nonetheless, reducing animosity, even slightly, is always beneficial." Yuri gazed intently into Raven's eyes and earnestly proposed. "Shall we consider this conversation as the first secret of your life? A secret we share." Chapter 103. The conflict between Congress and the Justice League days later. The weekend for the Teen Titans came to a close, leaving Titans Tower considerably more desolate. During this time, Nightwing observed each training session of the Titans, occasionally offering suggestions, which Tim would often counter. This would inevitably lead to spirited debates between the two. Sometimes Nightwing would emerge victorious, while at other times, Tim would prevail. However, most of the time, the training regimen was refined amidst their discussions. Connor, disinterested in academics, would frantically rush to complete his homework every Saturday evening by 6 o'clock, for he needed to return to Smallville before 9 to submit his assignments for Superman-S review. This often led to him being subjected to Bart's mischievous antics that delayed his progress. Tim, the model student, would complete his homework entirely based on his mood. But, generally, he would have all his tasks finished before the end of school on Friday. Cassie, currently on a leave of absence, was free from such worries. As for Bart, having absorbed all the knowledge from the San Francisco library, high school assignments were a trivial matter, and he could finish them in the blink of an eye using his super speed. Unlike the others, Yuri spent his days immersed in the Star Labs, diligently deepening his understanding of technology, aspiring to one day penetrate the underlying logic of the little robot. He would only return to Titan's Tower at night. Occasionally, he would assist Star Labs in deciphering complex alien technologies. Although these tasks were rudimentary for the little robot, they were sufficient for Yuri's name to gain recognition within Star Labs. Raven's situation mirrored Yuri's. She secluded herself in her room day and night, with no one aware of her activities. Starfire devoted herself to nurturing her small garden, considering those tamarin plants as the most precious entities on this planet. Aside from her romantic interludes with Nightwing, Gar remained unchanged, perpetually captivated by the beauty of nature and his meticulously crafted vegetarian meals. He frequently shared his culinary creations on YouTube, and during this time, his follower count steadily increased. As the Teen Titans returned to their respective homes, Nightwing set off back to Bloodhaven. For a moment, San Francisco was tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Since Raven joined Titan's Tower, Yuri had worried whether the followers of Trigon would attempt a grand invasion to seize Raven, but it seemed that the situation was not as dire as he had feared. The Eye of Heaven and the Justice League are currently investigating the Blood Church, having uncovered signs of its activities across the globe. After dismantling 3 of its strongholds, the Church has temporarily retreated into silence. In Washington, a report meeting hosted by the Eye of Heaven for congressional members is underway. Dozens of legislators are seated in a circular hall, their attention fixed on Steve Trevor as he presents the recent achievements of the Justice League and the Eye of Heaven. Invited media representatives fill the audience, their cameras trained on Trevor, with several television stations broadcasting the event live. It is evident that the legislators show little interest in the League's efforts to eradicate the cult. Upon concluding his report, a corpulent, bespectacled congressman poses a question. Colonel Trevor, why hasn't the Justice League expanded its ranks? Trevor, maintaining a calm demeanor, responds, I beg your pardon, Congressman, but I struggle to comprehend your inquiry. The League has been augmenting its personnel in recent years, and there are now over 50 superheroes on the roster of candidates for the Justice League. Candidates. That is precisely the issue. The rotund congressman retorts sternly. I refer to official members, those who can ascend to that damned satellite above us. The Watchtower requires no surplus members, nor does the League intend to expand. Despite Trevor's relatively low rank, he exhibits no intention of appeasing the Assembly with agreeable remarks. The Justice League operates as a tightly knit unit, and the addition of any extraneous personnel could jeopardize their cohesion. At that moment, another congresswoman speaks up. You are correct. Colonel Trevor, everyone in this world recognizes their close friendship, and we understand this well. However, the elderly woman, her hair a silvery hue, addresses Trevor with a gentle tone. Prolonged stagnation without fresh perspectives can lead to complacency. It may not be unwise to consider welcoming a new companion. Are you suggesting that we appoint someone of your choosing to the League? Trevor narrows his eyes slightly. To be frank, the Justice League would never acquiesce to that. If they refuse, then our discussion today is utterly futile. Colonel Trevor, your stance invariably raises doubts about whether your favoritism towards the Justice League stems from your association with Wonder Woman. With conciliatory words yielding no results, the Congresswoman's tone sharpens. I share nothing beyond a strictly professional relationship with Wonder Woman, Congresswoman. Trevor's expression becomes stern. Your assertion contradicts the prevailing rumors. And you are indeed the first male she has encountered. Indeed, and so what? Trevor responds with an air of indifference. We have requested intervention with the League on several occasions, Colonel Trevor. When we engage with them, they consistently exhibit disdain. Yes, they are living legends. While we are mere mortals, such an attitude is to be expected. At that moment, the previously rotund legislator could no longer restrain himself. However, one must acknowledge that their satellite hovers ominously above us, and we remain oblivious to its precise location. Their transparency is sorely lacking. No one has ever ascended the Watchtower, not even you, Colonel Trevor. Trevor nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, I have never been up there. Why not? Upon hearing this, Trevor offered a wry smile, responding, because they did not extend an invitation to us. But we must ascertain what lies above, Trevor. We need to uncover the activities of the Justice League aboard that satellite. The portly legislator's fervor resonated with the sentiments of his fellow members. We invest hundreds of billions of dollars annually into the Justice League and the Eye in the Sky, providing them with every conceivable convenience, while overlooking the fiscal losses they incur. Yet, we find ourselves devoid of any semblance of control. Trevor's demeanor turned icy as he declared, They're the greatest heroes in the world. No one can exert control over them. Absolutely no one. However, I could convey your desire to the League to exert control over them. I believe their reaction would be quite intriguing. That sounds like a threat, Colonel. The rotund legislator retorted, slamming his hand on the table. That is indeed a threat. Trevor countered, if you do not trust the League, then they, in turn, will not trust you. Can you imagine what Superman might discover with his X-ray vision peering into your office or home? The room fell silent at his words. Chapter 104, Assault on Titan Tower. Shortly thereafter, due to Trevor's unwavering stance, the legislators were left without recourse and announced the conclusion of the meeting. As Trevor departed the Capitol under the seething glares of the congressman, he boarded a flight back to the Eye in the Sky. A mere colonel daring to confront congressional members in front of countless cameras could only be attributed to the unique power of the Eye in the Sky, but more importantly, to Trevor's close ties with the Justice League. With the formidable Seven watching over him, no matter how Trevor might threaten the legislators, they could only seethe in silence. Upon returning to the Eye in the Sky, Trevor immediately powered on his office computer to contact the Justice League. Soon, the screen illuminated, divided into two segments. On the left was the conference hall within the Watchtower, while the right displayed Wonder Woman amidst the desert. Hello, Steve, she greeted, her gaze warm and cheerful as it met Trevor's through the screen. Diana, you're still in New Mexico? Have you found Cheetah? Trevor inquired, glancing at the backdrop behind Wonder Woman. She shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her expression. I've searched every possible location where Cheetah might appear, but I've yet to catch a glimpse of her. To be frank, I was preparing to return to the watchtower. By the way, why the sudden communication? Just a reminder that Congress has recently, before Trevor could finish, a cacophony of voices erupted. The sound emanated from the left tower as the main forces of the League entered the conference hall. Notably, in addition to Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, and Cyborg, there is a new member within the tower, Wally West the Flash. With Barry Allen's prolonged absence, a vacancy had arisen within the seven-member alliance. And to prevent Congress from seizing the opportunity, someone needed to fill that role. Although numerous candidates existed, the majority had yet to earn the trust of the Seven Titans. Thus, Wally was temporarily appointed to assume the mantle of the Flash, especially since Central City indeed required a speedster. Bruce, can't you take a moment to relax? We've dismantled the cult, defeated those abhorrent little demons, and saved the entire city. What more do you want? Hal exclaimed impatiently. If you had followed my directives, we could have resolved this more swiftly, minimizing financial losses and mitigating risks, Batman stated firmly. Risks? Risks are an integral aspect of life. I relish them. Hal retorted nonchalantly. Wally stood by, attempting to quell their argument. Barry mentioned to me that Hal genuinely enjoys taking risks. It's part of his character, but Batman does have a point. Mind your own business. Both Batman and Green Lantern glared at Wally in unison. Wait, isn't that Trevor? Suddenly, Hal noticed the communicator was active, revealing Trevor's face clearly. Hello, Hal. Trevor, we need more supplies, food, drink, and useful items. Have your men drop off the supplies at the designated point. I'll pick them up shortly, Hal requested without hesitation. We just provided you with a month's worth last week, Trevor replied, exasperated. Well, saving the world tends to whet one's appetite, and I need to pack some supplies to take home. I don't have time to shop at the supermarket. I'm busy saving the universe, you understand? Hal waved dismissively. Trevor reluctantly agreed, acknowledging the necessity of the supplies. Trevor, oh, Batman, he sighed in relief. Knowing Batman would likely refrain from making outlandish requests. Tell the United Nations to promptly dissolve that ridiculous International Justice League. Batman's words nearly caused Trevor to drop his jaw in disbelief. Didn't you all agree to form that organization to replace you? Participating in political theatrics you wish to avoid? Trevor groaned further. However, I never anticipated the UN would select such foolish members. I have collaborated with them and witnessed their actions. They possess neither standards nor the requisite awareness. Batman replied brusquely. If you cannot manage them, we shall handle it ourselves. Immediately, Steelbone spoke up, urging my father not to attempt to connect to our system any longer. Given the current technological capabilities of the Stargazer Laboratory, it would take at least 13 years to breach my firewall, and by then, my defenses would only be more fortified. Very well, Trevor said, his expression softening, continuing. Is there anything else you wish to complain about? I wish you a splendid day, Colonel. Wally ventured cautiously, glancing around to see no one else was inclined to speak. That appears to be all. Trevor sighed in relief. Hey, Steve, suddenly called Wonder Woman. Are you all right? Answering those questions from Congress must be quite burdensome. Her words brought warmth to Trevor's heart. I'm managing, at least I have experience dealing with them. Why do you persist? Wonder Woman asked, noticing the evident fatigue etched on Trevor's face. Because the Justice League brings hope to everyone, yet there are always those who must clean up the mess. Trevor replied with a faint smile. In a corner unnoticed, a pair of eyes observed Trevor. The key to dismantling the Justice League was not a weapon or an object, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous Steve, Trevor himself. As the night deepened, in the Stargazer Laboratory in San Francisco, Yuri was perusing research materials on known metahumans, which included a plethora of both infamous and obscure supervillains. The information was detailed, encompassing ability ratings and historical achievements, providing Yuri with numerous alternative targets for his next phase of planning. Suddenly, a purple portal opened before him, and Raven rushed out, her face etched with urgency. Raven? Yuri questioned, bewildered. Come with me. Starfire and Beast Boy need your help, Raven exclaimed, seizing Yuri's hand and pulling him toward the portal without hesitation. What's happened? Yuri inquired. The Titan Tower has come under attack. As they traversed the portal, they were instantaneously transported back to Titan Tower, where Yuri was taken aback by the scene before him. The waters surrounding Titan Island had turned a deep crimson, and a colossal skeleton, towering several stories high, emerged from the sea, its target unmistakably the Titan Tower. Starfire and Beast Boy were desperately assaulting the giant skeleton, but their efforts merely delayed its advance without inflicting any significant damage. When the world is this? This is far too sudden, Yuri thought to himself, bemused that after several uneventful days, he was suddenly thrust into this chaos. Author's note, I have delightful news to share. This book is about to be released. I humbly request your initial support. The time is approximately noon on Friday, though there may be a slight delay. As per tradition, I should weave a heart-wrenching tale to captivate my audience, yet I find myself unable to conjure a story that resonates deeply. Thus, I shall refrain from attempting to sell a narrative. I am profoundly grateful to everyone who has accompanied me on this journey, allowing this novice to receive a recommendation. This achievement belongs to all of you. Since I began this writing endeavor, numerous issues have come to light, and I am diligently seeking ways to enhance my approach. I sincerely hope for your understanding, and I apologize for any unsatisfactory plot developments. I believe the matter of most concern is the issue of frequent updates upon release. Regarding this, I can only promise to deliver as much as I am able. Furthermore, I will be returning to school on the 27th, and after my return, I should be able to provide 2 updates daily. If my schedule permits, I may even manage 3 updates. Additionally, for those who wish to support my work, I kindly ask for your initial subscription before you begin nurturing the story. I am immensely thankful for your support. As for any additional remarks, I find myself a loss for words, so let us proceed to the next segment. Book recommendations. Into the unscientific, explosive entertainment circle. Is this a mere hobby? Reincarnation simulation. Can I alter my fate? The first minister of the Ming Dynasty, days as a spiritual mentor in American comics. Police Officer Lu Ling, Mission of the Star Ring, Movie Savior, in a Strange World. I can modify destiny. Heavenly Realms, starting invincible from the Xianhuang Great World. I want to challenge Superman, devouring the cosmos. Lord of All, I. Celestial Dragon, Umbrella Interstellar Group, American Comics, Life Simulator, 1993, a retrospective, Survival in the Wilderness. Only I can see the hints, Rebirth, starting from 06. If I were gazed upon by a frigid beauty, Mage Sean, Eerie Resurrection. I can see the script of life in closing. I earnestly beseech for your initial subscriptions, dear friends. Chapter 105, Four-Handed Overlord vs. Skeleton Monster. Chapter 106, Four-Handed Overlord vs. Skeleton Monster. Hattercall Tar. The Starfire roared in Tamaranian, enveloped in the power of the Starbolt, piercing straight through the skull of the skeleton monster. A third of its cranium was shattered, creating a gaping hole. This would be a fatal wound for any creature, yet it appeared to have no significant effect on the skeleton monster, merely pausing it for an instant. In the next moment, the wound inflicted by the Starfire began to mend itself, the scattered bone fragments reassembling upon the skull. Simultaneously, the skeleton monster continued to chant intermittently. The raven belongs to the Blood Brothers. What on earth is that? Yuri gazed at the massive skeletal creature, inquiring of the nearby raven. This is a skeletal soldier conjured from hellish magic. It possesses neither soul nor life, driven solely by malevolent forces. The raven succinctly conveyed the enemy's information to Yuri. The assault from Starfire and Beast Boy failed to inflict any genuine damage. The existence, devoid of soul and life, relied solely on magic to animate its puppet-like form. Yuri found this description oddly familiar. Wasn't this merely a magical summoning? Couldn't T1 simply dispel the magic controlling it? Yuri inquired of the raven. I am unable to do so. The force sustaining its corporeal structure derives from the soul magic of the Triad Azarath, which is ineffective against it unless I invoke the Triad power within me. However, the raven left her sentence unfinished. Yet Yuri comprehended her implication. Should the raven harness the Triad's power, she risked being corrupted by the malevolence within that power. Thus, only Yuri, possessing the same Triad strength, could inflict harm upon the skeletal creature. I understand. Then it must be you, four-armed tyrant. Without delay, Yuri activated his diminutive chronometer. In a flash of light, the imposing four-armed tyrant, towering at 4 meters, made its grand entrance. Despite being unable to reach even the knee of the skeletal creature due to its size, Yuri approached fearlessly. At that moment, Beast Boy had transformed into a green triceratops, relentlessly battering the skeletal creature's legs. Beast Boy, move aside. Suddenly, Beast Boy heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw a robust figure in red. charging toward him while clutching a tree trunk as thick as two people could wrap their arms around. Recognizing Yuri, Beast Boy swiftly transformed into a sparrow and fluttered aside. With the path ahead now clear, Yuri leaped forward, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air, landing mere meters before the skeletal creature. With a resounding thud, the four-armed tyrant swung its four arms in unison, striking the skeletal creature's foot with the tree trunk. Crack! 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 The skeletal creature's body proved less resilient than Yuri had anticipated. With the might of the four-armed tyrant, that blow shattered its ankle. Suddenly deprived of a support point, the skeletal creature collapsed, toppling a vast expanse of trees on the island. Fortunately, Starfire's garden lay on the opposite side of Titan Tower. Otherwise, she would have surely lost her mind. Seizing the moment, Yuri discarded the tree trunk and leaped onto the enormous skull of the skeletal creature. Indeed, this head, several times larger than the four-armed tyrant, exuded an imposing presence up close. Raven belongs to the Blood Brothers. The skeletal creature, seemingly devoid of pain, showed no reaction to the loss of a foot, mechanically repeating the same phrase. The triad power within the four-armed tyrant was limited and could not be transmitted through objects. Thus, the shattered foot of the skeletal creature was gradually regenerating. Starfire, Beast Boy, first, restrain the movements of this skeletal monstrosity. I should be able to obliterate it. Yuri called out to Starfire and Beast Boy. Upon hearing Yuri's command, the two immediately understood. The blazing Starfire dove towards the intact foot of the skeletal monster, her immense strength and the energy of the Star Lock rendering the destruction of this foot a trivial matter. The Beast Boy transformed into a mighty gorilla and leaped to the vicinity of the recovering ankle, seizing the branch that Yuri had used to shatter the skeletal ankle, relentlessly pounding the regenerating area to smithereens. Meanwhile, the Raven swooped in, conjuring countless black vines through magic to ensnare one of the creature's arms. Azarath's soul magic was notably low in combat efficacy, leaning more towards a supportive role, with its capabilities primarily targeting the soul. Unable to easily tap into the vast power within, the Raven exerted every ounce of her strength to bind only one arm of the skeletal fiend. However, the skeletal monster was not merely a passive target. It quickly identified Yuri, who was within its line of sight, and swiftly extended its unbound hand, bringing it crashing down upon him. Despite its considerable size, the creature moved with surprising swiftness, its colossal hand creating a gust of wind as it descended upon Yuri's head in an instant. With unwavering composure, Yuri extended all four of his hands simultaneously to brace against the descending skeletal palm. The clash of forces caused the ground beneath Yuri to sink several decimeters, fissures spreading across the earth. Despite the immense pressure of several tons bearing down upon him, Yuri felt no discomfort. In fact, he found himself rather at ease. With a decisive motion, the four-handed tyrant retracted two of his hands, relying solely on the remaining two to withstand the skeletal giant's palm. In a moment of inspiration, Yuri's eyes gleamed as he summoned his strength to deliver a powerful punch upward. Upon impact, a crack appeared on the skeletal palm, showing no signs of repair. Yuri realized that the power of the three palaces within him was indeed effective, and he began to strike upward in a furious frenzy. Crack! 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 As Yuri's assault intensified, more and more cracks emerged on the skeletal palm. Each strike from the four-handed tyrant instinctively harnessed a trace of the three palaces' power, functioning almost as an instinctual response without requiring Yuri's conscious direction. The primary drawback was the limited striking area, which meant it could only wear down the target bit by bit. Nevertheless, the pace of the assault was far from slow. In less than 10 seconds, the skeletal hand was smashed to pieces, leaving no possibility for regeneration. Seemingly enraged by Yuri's onslaught, the skeletal monster thrashed violently. However, its three remaining limbs were firmly controlled by Starfire, the Raven, and the Beast Boy, while its fourth limb lay utterly destroyed by Yuri. Regardless of how frantically it struggled, the outcome remained unchanged. With one of the enemy's hands incapacitated, Yuri wasted no time and leaped towards the creature's head. The four-handed tyrant descended from above, and with the force of his descent, delivered a tremendous blow with all four fists aimed at the skeletal monster's skull. A resounding thud echoed as a crater several meters in diameter formed upon the creature's cranium, while cracks radiated outward from the vicinity of the impact. Yuri, undeterred, unleashed a furious barrage upon the skull of the skeletal monster, striking with all four hands in a frenzy. The skull, renowned for its formidable hardness, withstood over 10 seconds of relentless blows, resulting in the shattering of only 2/3 of its cranium. Just as Yuri prepared to obliterate the remaining third and conclude this unexpected skirmish, a sudden transformation occurred. With a piercing shriek, the skeletal creature began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless fragments of bone cascaded from its body, and even the remaining third of its skull swiftly fragmented into numerous shards. "Oh dear God, it's collapsing!" Beast Boy exclaimed in alarm. "Everyone retreat." He promptly transformed into a seagull and soared into the sky. "Yuri, Raven, get away from there!" Starfire shouted. Also taking to the air, the four-armed titan could not fly, but Yuri had the option to transform in a fireman or gliding gorilla, or simply leap to safety. However, he found no need to contemplate this, as Raven instantaneously appeared beside him, utilizing a portal to transport them both to a secure position atop Titan Tower. Boom! Mere seconds later, the skeletal monster's body erupted into countless fragments, raining down upon Titan Island. As the sea breeze swept through, both tiny shards and large bones disintegrated into ash, visibly floating into the air. Wait! Suddenly, Yuri observed that the ashes suspended in the atmosphere were coalescing in a peculiar pattern. Beast Boy and the others quickly recognized this phenomenon as well. Before their eyes, innumerable ashes gradually formed a string of words. "Raven belongs to Blood Brothers." The words lingered for several seconds before dissipating into the wind, leaving the ashes completely vanished. "Look at the sea." Starfire suddenly pointed towards the ocean. Yuri turned his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. The blood sea that had formed around Titan Island due to the skeletal monster's arrival began to flow ominously. The crimson waters converged, creating a substantial area of blood-red sea directly in front of them. This expanse measured 20 meters in width and nearly 100 meters in length, its near side smooth, while the distant end tapered into an arrow shape, almost beckoning Yuri and the others with a glaring invitation. Unlike the previous words, this blood sea showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it remained steadfast on the surface, with the arrowhead slowly expanding, seemingly assimilating the surrounding waters. The Raven gazed upon the scene, a flicker of trepidation evident in its eyes. Folks, does anyone know if we should follow the arrows?" Beast Boy, having descended to the summit of Titan Tower, transformed back from seagull to human, inquired. "This must be the work of the blood cult. They aim to lure us in. There is surely a grand trap waiting beyond those arrows. We cannot fall into our enemy's snare." Starfire echoed his sentiment as she flew in. "I believe it would be prudent to inform the Eye of Providence or the Justice League before deciding whether to follow the arrows," Yuri suggested to the group. No sooner had he spoken than a grave voice resounded from above. "There's no need." Yuri looked up to see Superboy, Robin, and Wonder Girl hovering in the air, with Robin being held by Superboy. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Titan Tower, Superboy released Robin, who landed gracefully. It was indeed Robin who had spoken. "Wait, wasn't today merely Wednesday? It's not yet your time to arrive at Titan Tower," Beast Boy remarked, scratching his head at their unexpected presence. Earlier today, Colonel Trevor, the head of the Eye of Providence, mysteriously vanished. A note was left in his office, the contents of which remain unknown. But the Justice League immediately abandoned all duties to investigate Colonel Trevor's whereabouts, Robin stated gravely. Once the Justice League commenced their inquiry, they suddenly lost all contact. I attempted to reach Batman several times, but each attempt was in vain. I couldn't get in touch with Superman either. Superboy mirrored Robin's concern. Just then, a flash of white lightning surged toward them, halting before the group. "And then there's Wally, who missed dinner with Linda today. Something significant must have transpired," Bart exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "I haven't contacted Wonder Woman, but my mother called her and there was no response," Wonder Girl concluded. Reflecting upon the fact that the Justice League and the Eye of Providence had just identified the blood cult as a primary target, Robin mused. "I suspect this incident is intertwined with the blood cult. Superboy and his group share similar findings, so we decided to convene here. Skipping a few days of school won't impact my grades. Indeed, this is quite alarming. With the Eye of Providence lacking leadership, it's akin to a disorganized mob. The Justice League is entirely out of contact, and Titan Tower has also been attacked. All these occurrences on the same day. The more I ponder, the more I sense a grand conspiracy," Yuri remarked with dismay. "Titan Tower was attacked," Bard exclaimed in astonishment. Otherwise, what do you think that blood-red arrow over the sea signifies? Yuri gestured toward the ocean. Beast Boy vividly recounted the recent battle to Superboy and the others, who had arrived late and narrowly missed the encounter with the skeletal creature. So, what shall our next course of action be? The young prodigy shifted his gaze towards Robin. Yuri, what are your thoughts? Robin pondered for a moment before directing his attention to Yuri. My thoughts, Yuri contemplated for a brief spell. Given the current circumstances, the Blood Church has unequivocally demonstrated its relentless ambition to seize Raven. Their determination is unwavering. Should they succeed, the arrival of the Triumvirate would spell doom for our world. Thus, safeguarding Raven must take precedence. Entering the enemy's trap would undoubtedly be a foolhardy endeavor. After all, the enemy refrained from launching a full-scale assault on Titan Tower while the young heroes were absent, indicating their lack of absolute confidence in overpowering the Teen Titans to capture Raven. It is also possible that they are unaware that the Superboy and his team are only present at the tower on weekends, or that the skeletal foe they dispatched was merely a probing tactic to gauge our strength. However, neglecting the situation could lead to the rapid spread of the blood tide, which would soon engulf the entire San Francisco Bay. Raven had attempted to dispel the sea of blood with magic earlier, but to no avail. Moreover, if the Blood Church is not eradicated swiftly, who knows how many more assaults like today as we may face. Remaining at Titan Tower in a defensive posture is hardly a viable strategy. The troubles with the Justice League and the Eye of Heaven remain unresolved, and Yuri has never been one to place his hopes in others or to endure passive aggression. He gradually fell into deep contemplation. Is there a way to strike proactively without stepping into the enemy's snare? Chapter 107. The Reaper and the Marauder Yuri considered that the enemy's ability to conjure a sea of blood from a distance indicated they could communicate the location of Titan Island. Is it possible to reverse engineer their magic to ascertain their location? Or could it be that their spellcaster is nearby? He looked at Raven, his curiosity piqued. Raven, do you have a way to pinpoint the enemy's location? All eyes turned to Raven, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Yet, she disregarded her discomfort and closed her eyes to focus. Their territory is shrouded in magical concealment, so I can only discern a rough area. After a short while, Raven opened her eyes to respond. What is the extent of that area? Robin immediately pressed. Well, Raven tilted her head in thought. If my geographical memory serves me right, it should be in Arizona. Arizona? Good heavens, do you have any idea how vast that is? Beast Boy lamented. Are we expected to search the entire state? Can we narrow it down to a specific city? No. I can only see the shadow of the Triumvirate looming over the skies of Arizona. I cannot delve any deeper. Raven shook her head. Do not be disheartened, Beast Boy. I could traverse every corner of Arizona in mere seconds. And Yuri can transform into that extraterrestrial creature endowed with astonishing speed. At this moment, Bart, with an air of gravity, patted Beast Boy on the shoulder. As long as we are united, we shall swiftly uncover the enemy's lair and confront them directly. That may not be feasible, Yuri countered Bart's assertion, stating that the headquarters of the blood cult is shrouded in magic, rendering it rather elusive for us to locate. Raven, does the enemy possess means to monitor our every move? Robin inquired suddenly. That should be improbable if I do not employ my magical powers. They cannot ascertain my precise location. You lack any magical abilities, and they possess no medium to track you. Raven finally delivered a piece of news that could be deemed somewhat reassuring. Wait, an idea has struck me. At that moment, Yuri experienced a flash of inspiration, nearly forgetting that crucial detail. I have understood. Since they have extended an invitation to us, we need not fret excessively and should simply follow along. Yuri smiled enigmatically, addressing the group. Huh. Meanwhile, on the remote coast of San Francisco, which had been sealed off, a slender figure stealthily infiltrated. Although her face was obscured by the night, her flowing white hair was strikingly conspicuous. This mysterious woman approached the shoreline, bending down, her hands moving rhythmically as she dug into the sand with a shovel. Do not be deceived by her femininity. She possessed remarkable strength, excavating with astonishing speed that rivaled the efforts of 3 or 5 individuals working in unison. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the woman had unearthed a pit approximately 5 to 6 meters deep on the beach. Even more alarming was the discovery of a person buried within. The black and orange alloy armor, along with the helmet on either side, unmistakably revealed the identity of the individual entombed beneath the earth. It was the clock, Slade Wilson, several days prior, when Jericho controlled Superboy. Causing a slight tremor along the coast, the clock, still unconscious, had been buried under the sand. Fortunately, an oxygen tank for diving had fallen beside him during the burial, providing him with vital oxygen. Though scant, it was sufficient to sustain him, and with his superhuman resilience and will to survive, he had managed to endure until this moment. "Father, please awaken." At the instant the woman unearthed the clock, her eyes brimmed with tears as she embraced him. This woman was none other than the clock's daughter. Having languished underground for days, the clock's body had weakened to an extreme state. Nonetheless, he retained a flicker of consciousness, and, upon hearing his daughter's calls, he gradually awakened. "Rose, my dear," the clock uttered feebly. Upon hearing this, Rose finally exhaled in relief. She hoisted the bell of death onto her back and swiftly ascended from the pit to the surface. How could a woman possess such strength? The answer was simple. Like the bell, Rose had been injected with a miracle serum. More precisely, it was the bell that administered the injection. Disinterested in filling the pit back in, Rose departed from the sealed coastline with the bell in tow. After a while, she returned to her personal stronghold with the bell. Under the illumination of the lights, Rose's true visage was revealed. She appeared to be merely 17 years of age, her figure slender yet striking, and her face possessed an unparalleled beauty. During this time, the bell gradually regained some strength and appeared considerably more spirited. "Rose, Joseph, your brother, once shattered my heart." The bell spoke. "Father, you should rest more and speak less," Rose replied with concern. "No." The bell's expression shifted to one of grave intensity. "The blood church manipulated Joseph, compelling him to commit acts I can never condone. Your brother used my hands to slay Wintergreen, allowing his soul to be toyed with by demons. Tell me, Rose, what must we do?" The gravity of her father's demeanor signified to Rose his earnestness. After a moment of hesitation, her gaze turned icy. "We must ensure Joseph is truly dead. And how do we accomplish that?" "By annihilating the blood church, Father." Rose's response pleased the bell immensely. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders and spoke softly. "Good girl, do something that will make your father proud. Do not emulate your two brothers. Do not let me down." Rose nodded, declaring, "I shall not. Moreover, I believe it is time for a name change. How about calling me the Raider?" "Excellent," the bell affirmed. "During the protracted period when Joseph occupied my body, I glimpsed many of his memories, including the location of the blood church. Raider Rose, you must book 2 tickets to Phoenix at the earliest available time." "Yes, Father." Meanwhile, Yuri and the Titans continued their advance, guided by the blood-red arrows on the CS surface. Approximately every 2,000 meters, there was such an arrow. The crow's judgment proved correct. The blood church could not monitor Yuri and his companions in real time, or perhaps they chose not to keep a constant watch on the Titans. In any case, a new arrow would only appear once they reached the location of the previous one. Bart, unable to contain his impatience, ran ahead multiple times, only to find nothing. Tim piloted the Batfighter, carrying everyone at a steady pace. After several hours, guided by the arrows, Yuri and his group flew to the wilderness near San Diego, completely entering the inland, where the sea's guidance ceased to be of use. In its stead was the eerie, blood-colored soil of the ground. Thus, over an hour had passed, and the Batwing officially soared into the skies of Arizona. Everyone was acutely aware that their destination was drawing near. Chapter 108, Reflections of the Self Within the Valley. Amidst the winding and labyrinthine caverns, Yuri and his companions navigated with utmost caution. The Batwing had recently found a suitable place to land. In the fleeting moment before arriving at the cave, all guiding signals that had lured them had vanished, signifying that the stronghold of the Blood Church lay within. Simultaneously, the enemy had already set traps inside, and perhaps they had unwittingly stepped into the snare. They had advanced for a considerable time, yet the end of the cave remained tantalizingly out of reach. Superboy and Wonder Girl led the group, followed closely by Robin and Bart, with Raven situated in the middle. Yuri and Beast Boy trailed behind, while Starfire brought up the rear. "Yuri, are you truly certain this method will work?" Bart inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as they continued onward. "It should be effective. After all, we tested it with Raven beforehand," Yuri replied, cautious not to sound overly confident. The likelihood of success was high, and if it failed, they could always adapt on the fly. "Thick shell crap," Suddenly, Beast Boy gasped, one hand covering his mouth while the other held a phone. Are you afraid the enemy won't know we've entered? Starfire, positioned just behind Yuri, swatted Beast Boy on the head in exasperation. Yuri felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, contemplating whether to distance himself from Beast Boy. Tim slightly tilted his head, a peculiar glimmer fleeting in his eyes, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. You all ought to see this news. Beast Boy rubbed his head and explained his sudden outburst. I must say, only you would have such audacity to check the news at a time like this, Yuri remarked, bemused. But how is it possible that your phone still receives a signal in this cave? Need I elaborate? My phone is specially designed by steel, capable of receiving signals even if I were on the other side of the solar system. Beast Boy couldn't resist boasting about his device. Aren't you curious about the news I mentioned? It concerns the Justice League. What? Superboy, Wonder Girl, Robin, and Bart chorused, their gazes fixed on Beast Boy. What transpired with the Justice League? Wonder Woman struck Green Lantern, and subsequently, even Superman became involved in the fray. Beast Boy played a video for the group. The clip, though a mere 30 seconds long, vividly captured the moment Wonder Woman ensnared Green Lantern, her fury leading to an attack, followed by Superman intervening to shield her. Reportedly, just an hour prior, every television station across the nation had broadcast this footage simultaneously, rapidly disseminating it worldwide, as someone had hacked into all media networks. The Beast Boy divulged all the information he possessed. What transpired thereafter with the Justice League? Robin inquired eagerly. It was said that Batman appeared at the last moment, employing some unknown means to whisk away Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern, after which he vanished without a trace. It seemed the enemy had ensnared not only us, but had also laid a trap for the Justice League. Robin quickly composed himself. At that moment, Starfire stepped forward and stated, "We are unaware of the troubles faced by the Justice League, and we cannot afford to be distracted. Let's first complete our own mission before addressing other concerns." Yuri then pointed ahead, alerting everyone, if my assumptions are correct, our destination lies just ahead. Looking forward, they beheld a faint flicker of firelight emanating from a cave entrance. Instantly, they cast aside all distractions and hastened toward the front. As they emerged from the cave, a vast hidden temple revealed itself before Yuri's eyes, an edifice seemingly carved from the very mountain itself, devoid of any trace of human craftsmanship. In the heart of the temple, hundreds of devotees clad in blood-red robes fervently knelt in unison, reverently facing a primitive altar where a youth with a pallid complexion stood. This boy donned a Greek-style purple garment, a blood-red cloak draped behind him, and a helmet fashioned from an unknown animal skull adorned his head. The praises of the Blood Brother were fervently proclaimed by the worshippers, who had unveiled his name, the young Titan. The Blood Brother gazed down upon Yuri and his companions with an air of arrogance, his demeanor suggesting that he had long anticipated their arrival, albeit the manner of their entrance took him somewhat by surprise. I surmised you would arrive straightforwardly, yet I did not anticipate your foolishness in actually walking through the entrance. Squandering the energy I expended upon the stone walls, he remarked with palpable disdain, beginning to question whether he had been overly cautious. The young Titans were but a disorganized rabble. He could not fathom how Jericho, endowed with soul power by the Triumvirate, had met with failure. The mere thought of Jericho ignited a surge of jealousy within the Blood Brother, for despite his esteemed position as the High Priest of Blood, the foremost lackey of the Triumvirate on Earth, he had not been granted the blessing of a soul vessel. Regardless of how formidable an entity might be, it could be forcibly controlled without the need to expend much of one's own strength. To lose under such circumstances left the Blood Brother incredulous at the notion of Jericho's ineptitude. With a snap of his fingers, the Blood Brother summoned a crimson, sinister glow that enveloped the entire temple. Crimson magic circles manifested upon the stone walls, and even beneath Yuri and his companions' feet, a magical sigil emerged. Before anyone could react, the magical array swiftly ascended, constructing a crimson cage that ensnared all within. The Blood Brothers, anticipating the sudden intrusion of the young Titans from various directions, had laid a trap of imprisoning magic throughout the entire sanctuary. Should anyone dare to force their way into the temple, they would undoubtedly find themselves sealed within the confines of the cage. The Blood Brothers descended slowly from the altar as hundreds of devotees parted, forming a path leading to the cage that held the Titans captive. Though your foolishness in walking into this trap renders the encounter rather tedious for me, I must nonetheless express my gratitude for bringing back the maiden of the three palaces. The Blood Brothers' gaze fixated on the figure of Raven within the cage, gradually revealing a morbid smile. Truly, as a scion of the great three palaces, your beauty is intoxicating. However, to his surprise, Raven displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she calmly addressed the Blood Brothers, saying, "You did not foresee our voluntary entrapment, just as I did not anticipate your arrival here." At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated from behind the Blood Brothers. "He must be the leader. Quickly, restrain him." No sooner had the words been uttered than the Blood Brothers felt a binding force behind them. The Superboy had somehow circled around to their rear, gripping tightly around their neck. The Wonder Girl and Starfire seized the Blood Brothers' arms, while Robin, Beast Boy, and Bart turned to face the hundreds of devotees, prepare to counter any reckless charge. As for Yuri, within the cage, the figures of the young Titans shattered like a broken mirror, leaving only Raven and Yuri behind. At this moment, although Yuri appeared unchanged, he had activated his little chronometer, drawing upon the DNA acquired from the Mirror Master. The Mirror Man. Chapter 109. Blood-biting magic. The DNA of the Mirror Man originated from the Rogue Gang's Mirror Master, Sam. Despite Sam's appearance being human, his genetic sequence had been utterly disrupted, bearing no resemblance to the human gene chain. Thus, when the little chronometer optimized this DNA, it automatically selected the most compatible form. The limbs and torso, while not drastically different from a human's, were elongated, towering over 2 meters in height, with a body seemingly composed of countless silver mirrors, ceaselessly reflecting light in a dazzling display. The most striking feature was the absence of facial features, replaced instead by a star-cross emblem. Similarly, the Weather Child and the Frigid One also did not possess human appearances. As for the abilities of the Mirror Man, he could create a myriad of illusions using mirrors, traverse through the mirror space, and even pull others into that mirrored realm. The capabilities of the Mirror Master are effortlessly replicated by the Mirror Man, who is not bound by the constraints of reflective surfaces, as he embodies countless mirrors himself, capable of conjuring mirror duplicates at will. Regrettably, he cannot venture into the mirrored realm of his own body. As Yuri and his companions grapple with the uncertainties of the Blood Sanctuary's lurking traps, they recognize that failing to address the Blood Church poses interminable repercussions. Thus, Yuri recalls the Mirror Man. The Raven once asserted that the Blood Church could not ascertain the precise movements of each individual, allowing for the clever subterfuge of mirror duplicates. The plan entails Yuri creating mirror duplicates of everyone, sending them ahead to scout, while their true selves follow at a distance, cloaked in optical invisibility by the Mirror Man. In this manner, should they inadvertently trigger a magical trap, only the mirror duplicates would be sacrificed. What if the Blood Church has set physical traps? If that were the case, with Robin, trained by Batman, nothing would escape his keen perception of physical traps. However, to ensure that any other means of detection does not unveil the mirror duplicates and their invisibility, Yuri also instructs the Raven to cast a flawed magical concealment over their true selves. The purpose of this flaw is twofold. Firstly, to obscure the exact location of their true selves from the enemy, and secondly, to allow the enemy to perceive a vague location. Consequently, as long as they maintain a close distance, regardless of whether the adversaries rely on magic or mere sight, they would mistake the duplicates for the true selves. This assertion was validated after the Raven's experimentation. Only a magical expertise surpassing that of the Raven and Azeroth would suffice to penetrate Yuri's meticulously crafted disguise. Whether the Blood Brothers possess superior magical prowess to the Raven remains uncertain to Yuri. Thus, at the climactic moment, they require one final step: bait. The Blood Church's primary objective has always been the Raven, so as long as the Raven remains genuine, they will overlook the potential falsity of the others. After the Raven exhaustively attunes himself, he concludes that the magical array at the entrance is merely a binding spell, unlikely to endanger their lives. Subsequently, Yuri and the Raven take the initiative to provoke the enemy, leading the boss closer to create an opportunity for their invisible allies to execute a decisive strike. Thus, the scene unfolds with the Blood Brothers ensnared, and only Yuri and the Raven within the magical array. With the strategy successfully established, the task of the Mirror Man is deemed complete. Yuri extends his hand, adjusting the small broken watch, altering the DNA to that of a wraith. The binding magic constructed by the Blood Brothers was specifically designed to restrain the Raven, rendering him incapable of dismantling the magical array. Yet, Yuri possesses an unrestricted escape artist, the Wraith. The Wraith can render those it touches, along with objects, intangible, enabling passage through nearly all barriers, unless such barriers are specifically designed to counter intangibility. Yuri lifted Raven's 2 arms, guiding her as they emerged from the magical cage. Just as they broke free, a furious voice echoed, "You wretched mortals! How dare you lay hands on the body of my blood brother?" Blood Brother, filled with rage and humiliation, struggled violently. Yet his strength was no match for Superboy, especially with his hands bound by Starfire and Wonder Girl. Blood Brother's frantic attempts to escape, though not entirely futile, resembled an ant shaking a tree. "Quick, say Blood Brother!" The transformation unfolded so rapidly that the hundreds of devotees within the hall were only now beginning to comprehend the situation. "Stay back, or I shall snap your leader's neck." Superboy shouted fiercely, his arms tightening around Blood Brother's neck, muscles bulging, veins protruding. A suffocating sensation gripped Blood Brother's throat. Robin, Bart, and Beast Boy prepared to combat the frenzied crowd of zealots at any moment. Superboy's actions were merely a threat. He was not yet prepared to take lethal action against his foes, at least not at this moment. Nevertheless, the devotees appeared intimidated, frozen in place, caught between advancing and retreating. "You filthy, hypocritical shell, I demand you kneel before me." Blood Brother's face contorted in rage as he prepared to execute an unexpected maneuver. It was an ultimate strike, primal and potent, one that could only be invoked in the direst of circumstances. Blood Brother opened his jaw, capable of only a limited displacement, and stretched his mouth to an alarming angle of nearly 170 degrees, revealing 2 extraordinarily sharp fangs. In an instant, he sank his teeth into Superboy's arm. To everyone's astonishment, Superboy's skin, which was many times harder than diamond, was effortlessly pierced by Blood Brother's fangs. Blood streamed from Superboy's arm, and Blood Brother fervently began to drain his blood. This unprecedented sting overwhelmed Superboy, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. Seizing the moment, Blood Brother summoned all his strength, breaking free from Starfire and Wonder Girl's hold, and leaped back among the devotees. The force he exhibited now was incomparable to what he had shown before. "No, this cannot be." Raven, who had just escaped from the cage, was taken aback by the scene before her. "What is wrong?" Yuri asked, startled by Raven's reaction. Blood Brother did not pierce Superboy's skin merely with his teeth, but through a dark magic known as blood consumption. Raven's expression grew increasingly grave as she spoke. "I have read about this magic in Azarath. It is one of the most malevolent spells recorded in the Book of Blood. The blood-sucking magic allows one to seize the power of others by consuming their blood, yet one can only acquire the strength of a single individual at a time. The more blood consumed, the greater the power obtained. Esteemed daughter of the 3 palaces, your vast knowledge is indeed impressive. I can hardly contain my anticipation to behold the grandeur of the 3 palaces." The Blood Brother grinned widely, feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 1:10. Capture the leader first. Devotees of the great 3 palaces, tear apart the enemies before us, and create a blood feast as an offering prior to the arrival of our deity. The Blood Brother revealed a bloodthirsty grin and proclaimed to the followers behind him. The acolytes immediately obeyed the command and charged towards Yuri and the others. Suddenly, a voice resounded from above the Blood Brother. "Before that, I shall crush you." The Beast Boy, transformed from a mere mosquito, soared above the Blood Brother and instantly morphed into an elephant, descending heavily upon him. "It seems you have yet to grasp the situation." The Blood Brother's eyes flashed with ferocity. Having recently acquired a portion of power from consuming the Super Kid's blood, he was eager to utilize it. In a flash, the Blood Brother reached out and seized the tail of the Beast Boy's elephant form, forcefully swinging it downward. The Beast Boy instantly felt an overwhelming force acting upon him, driving him uncontrollably toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the earth, sending tremors through the cavern and dislodging countless rocks, as a rain of stones began to fall. Dazed by the impact, the Beast Boy was propelled again, crashing into the opposite side. The 10-ton elephant in the hands of the Blood Brother was akin to a mere toy, swinging back and forth with reckless abandon. Just as the Beast Boy-turned-elephant descended, hundreds of fervent devotees of the Blood Church surged toward the remaining Titans. Annihilate this group of heretics. Only those who worship the three palaces may survive. Some of the acolytes wielded a modicum of magic, unleashing crimson magical projectiles with fervor. Others, imbued with unwavering faith in the three palaces, were transformed into undead demon soldiers. The combination of hundreds of low-tier dark sorcerers and dozens of undead demon soldiers plunged the Titans into a fierce battle. Before the arrival of the Raven, the undead demons had posed a significant challenge for the Titans. Now, with the Super Kid, Wonder Girl, and Starfire severely weakening the demons, the Raven could easily banish them back to hell. Robin employed his versatile utility belt, tossing out an array of gadgets as if they were of no consequence: smoke bombs, tear gas, and tranquilizers gliding through the crowd like a specter. He often appeared behind his enemies, incapacitating them with a single strike. The constraints of the battlefield restricted Bart's movements. He could only enter combat mode, unleashing twin tornadoes with his hands, sending dozens of acolytes flying every second. As for Yuri, he was engaged in completing a critical mission. On the other side, the Blood Brother relentlessly toyed with the Beast Boy, seemingly aware that the latter's abilities were closely tied to his concentration, never allowing him a moment of focus. "You scoundrel, I will surely crush you." The Beast Boy struggled to articulate. Suddenly, the Blood Brother's movements came to an abrupt halt, releasing his grip on the tail, providing the Beast Boy with a fleeting opportunity to escape. The Blood Brother then shouted to the followers, "O disciples of the three palaces, my deity has just imparted a revelation unto me. The young Titans are not our foes. Withdraw and do not attack them." At these words, all members of the Blood Church stood frozen in disbelief. The Blood Brother had long commanded respect. None dared to defy his orders. Yet the Titans, unbound by such constraints, swiftly felled dozens of adversaries. "Who told you to cease? Tear them apart." In the next breath, the Blood Brother chastised the disciples, his conflicting commands leaving the congregation in utter confusion. What was the Blood Brother playing at? His face contorted inexplicably, his body flailing, as he vociferously uttered incomprehensible curses. "What manner of being dares to tarnish my soul?" He clasped his head with both hands, drenched in sweat, entering a dialogue with himself. "I am the darkness within you. I am the vengeance residing in your heart." "What nonsense! Get out of my way!" The Blood Brother half knelt, fists clenched, striking the ground with fervor as he cried out to the heavens. A torrent of crimson malevolence surged forth, nearly expelling the otherworldly spirit within him. Damn it, indeed. Those entangled with the Blood Church of souls that are not easily managed. Yuri inwardly cursed, realizing that it was his own transformed specter that had just rescued the Beast Boy. Unlike Jericho, the Blood Brother was not a soul adept. The power bestowed upon him by the three palaces had no connection to the soul. Thus, it was entirely plausible for the specter to gain control over the Blood Brother. Or so Yuri believed. Once the Blood Brother was subdued, the remaining disciples would prove far easier to handle. However, this was not the most critical factor. It was clear that the ritual to summon the three palaces through the Raven Gate was not common knowledge among all members of the Blood Church. Neither the half-hearted dark sorcerers nor the brash artificial demons could complete such a rite. Only the Blood Brother possessed the capability and authority to do so. Therefore, by eliminating the Blood Brother, the remaining disciples would pose no threat. This is what is known as capturing the leader before the followers. However, although the Blood Brother lacked mastery over soul abilities, he was still capable of wielding soul magic, and his resistance was characterized by a potent explosive force. A moment's carelessness could result in the specter being expelled from the Blood Brother's body. It would take time to fully seize the Blood Brother's form. It seemed I would require some external assistance. Yuri continued to exert pressure on Blood Brother, while contemplating that he alone might not be able to subdue this formidable adversary. "Super Kid, forget about those minions for now. Come and face me." The Phantom Shadow instantaneously unleashed his power, suppressing Blood Brother's soul and commanding his body to shout aloud. Upon hearing the call, Super Kid immediately understood and charged at Blood Brother with such speed that no disciple could impede him. He collided fiercely with Blood Brother, clasping tightly around his waist, and then recklessly propelled them both towards the rocky wall ahead. Observing this, Yuri promptly released his hold, as he had no desire to experience the wall collision in place of Blood Brother. "You filthy counterfeit shell. You wretched puppet unworthy of possessing a soul. Remove your despicable hands from my body. Blood Brother bellowed in fury, relentlessly pummeling Super Kid's back with his fists. The power of blood-devouring magic was merely a fraction of the strength contained within blood, far inferior to the original. Thus, Blood Brother could not shake Super Kid's resolve. With steadfast determination, Super Kid remained immovable, even accelerating his flight speed, plunging into the thick rock wall, causing both to vanish from sight. The sound of shattering rock echoed continuously, akin to a relentless earthquake within the cavern. Chapter 111. In Metal Father. How much further do we have to go? In the profound depths of the cave, a man and woman were advancing. It was the Grim Reaper and his daughter, Rose, though she was now more fittingly called the Raider. The current Raider was a striking reflection of the Grim Reaper, adorned in a similarly styled but considerably lighter orange-black armor. Her helmet concealed only the upper half of her face, leaving her lips and chin exposed. Their weapons differed as well. The Grim Reaper bore a brand new katana on his back, while the Raider sported a freshly acquired straight blade at her waist. These weapons were not the originals of either individual. Just a few hours prior, after disembarking from a flight in Phoenix City, the Grim Reaper had taken the Raider to one of his safe houses to equip them with new arms. As a mercenary frequently traversing the globe, the Grim Reaper possessed safe houses scattered worldwide. Some prominent cities boasted more than one. If all these safe houses were legitimate properties, Grim Reaper could effortlessly accumulate a fortune through rental income alone. With his intellect, ascending beyond social strata would be a trivial endeavor. The speaker was the Raider. She and the Grim Reaper had been navigating the cave for nearly an hour without yet reaching the Blood Cathedral. To become an exceptional hunter, patience is paramount. The Grim Reaper intoned gravely. Our quarry remains oblivious to our approach, which is our greatest advantage. According to the memories I acquired from your brother, this path is the most discreet and secure, known to very few even within the Blood Church. In 10 more minutes, we shall penetrate the enemy's headquarters. The Raider nodded thoughtfully. Father, Jericho possesses a certain malevolent power. What if our other foes wield such abilities as well? My doubts do not stem from a lack of confidence in our capabilities, but rather from the recklessness of storming the enemy's stronghold. This is precisely why I brought you back to the safe house to change our weapons. The Bellkeeper's gaze remained fixed ahead. He did not turn as he spoke. You are not yet well versed in the secrets of this world, but I shall gradually impart knowledge upon you, beginning with a knife in your hand. Wielders of magic are among the most enigmatic beings in existence, adept in manipulating various forms of energy, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. Yet, there exists a certain metal, known as in-metal, which serves as a natural nemesis to all forms of foreign energy. The Bellkeeper drew a katana from his back, forged with a blend of in-metal, enabling it to nullify all known foreign energies. The blade you carry at your waist is imbued with the same properties, beyond its capability to disrupt magic. Its sharpness is equally commendable, capable of slicing through matter at an atomic level, provided one can perceive the atoms. Although the Bellkeeper possessed but one eye, he could, when concentrated, accurately perceive even the minuscule atomic entities. The Raider, however, had not yet approached the Bellkeeper's level of prowess. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the cavern, causing the entire expanse to tremble violently. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Or have we been discovered? The Raider swiftly drew his blade, eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce intensity. Calm yourself. It appears we are not the only visitors here, the Bellkeeper remarked, his eyes narrowing with significance. Several meters away, in the cavern, Super Kid, clutching Blood Brother, had crashed through countless layers of rock, ultimately arriving here. Blood Brother felt a searing pain in his back, accompanied by a torment deep within his soul as phantasmal shadows stirred. From the moment of his birth, Blood Brother had never encountered such a grave setback, igniting his bloodlust to its zenith. Suppressing the convulsions emanating from his very essence, Blood Brother grimaced and opened his mouth wide, intending to bite Super Kid's head while he was still grasping his waist. Wretched puppet, surrender your power to me. Do you truly disregard my existence? However, as Blood Brother's jaws parted, the voice of the specter resounded within him. Yuri harnessed the powers of the Inktorians to their utmost potential, forcibly seizing control over Blood Brother's body for but a fleeting moment, rendering him immobile. Blood Brother's mouth remained agape, consciousness intact, yet he was unable to bite down. In the next instant, Super Kid's fist erupted, striking Blood Brother squarely in the face. With his mouth still open, Blood Brother's jaw dislocated from the force of the blow. Fury etched across Super Kid's features. He bellowed, "I am no puppet. I was indeed born from a laboratory, yet I possess a soul of my own. You are the puppets brainwashed by the triumvirate." Ack. My Blood Brother's fury surged. He yearned to unleash a tirade upon the clone he deeply despised before him, and the audacious spirit within that sought to usurp his very form. Yet, what escaped his lips were merely incomprehensible howls. Indeed, in the eyes of my Blood Brother, the Yinkatrian, devoid of the celestial essence of life, was but a departed soul. Tell me, how many strongholds does your blood church conceal across the globe? How many souls have fallen victim to your venomous hands? The Super Kid bellowed, relentlessly striking at my Blood Brother, who was rendered powerless to retaliate. The effects of the blood-devouring magic were not everlasting. The energy harbored within his veins was destined to deplete. To ensure my Blood Brother's survival amidst the onslaught, he acutely sensed the waning of his strength, the powers he had pilfered from the Super Kid dwindling to near nothingness. He attempted to cast a spell to repel the Super Kid, seeking a moment to breathe, but Yuri would not grant him such respite. The moment my Blood Brother endeavored to conjure magic, the phantom would disrupt his focus. He had to concede that he had underestimated this band of adversaries. If this continued, he would likely meet his end here. This realization left my Blood Brother steeped in humiliation, whether it was the Super Kid or the Phantom. He held confidence in vanquishing either in isolation, yet together they rendered him defenseless. "Hey, Father, look what we have found." Suddenly, a cool feminine voice pierced the air. The figure of a raider emerged from the breach my Blood Brother had created, beckoning those behind her. In an instant, the will to survive ignited within my Blood Brother. His spirit forcefully subdued the phantom, seizing the time to unleash a torrent of magical energy. The Super Kid was struck by this surge, propelled backward for dozens of meters until he collided with the rocky wall. Without pause, my Blood Brother soared toward the raider. Though she was merely immortal, draining her blood would undoubtedly augment his strength. In his desperate bid for survival, my Blood Brother failed to notice the blade in the raider's hand glistening ominously. Chapter 112. The first encounter with the triumvirate. As my Blood Brother approached, he finally discerned the weapon wielded by the raider. She grasped the hilt with both hands, poised to strike at any moment. Through my Blood Brother's eyes, Yuri beheld the raider's attire and was taken aback. Was that not the armor of the Death Bell? Judging by her stature, she did not appear to be an old woman. Could this be his daughter? Had she come to avenge the Death Bell? In an instant, Yuri's mind raced with thoughts regarding the raider's presence. No, wait. Had she not just called him father? Could it be that the Death Bell was not dead? In a fleeting moment, Yuri contemplated the most fitting yet utterly improbable possibility. The Bell of Death lay buried underground, devoid of ample oxygen supply. How could it have survived? Not long ago, Yuri had examined the blood of the Bell of Death and had roughly reconstructed the miracle serum, gaining a certain understanding of its effects, which certainly could not sustain life without respiration. Confronted with the raider's aggressive stance, Blood Brother remained unfazed, perceiving the raider's feigned strength. After all, they were merely an enhanced human, not different from a mere mortal. "Vile mortal, hasten to offer your blood to me," Blood Brother bellowed. His face contorted as he struggled to suppress the haunting shadows, veins bulging with exertion. The anguish emanating from the depths of his soul caused beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. "You demand my blood? That shall not be. I am yet unaware of your blood type," he retorted defiantly. The raider's eyes blazed with murderous intent as they coldly replied, when beseeching another, "Do you not know to utter please?" No sooner had the words left their lips than the raider charged toward Blood Brother, brandishing their knife. The Bell of Death observed silently from behind, eagerly anticipating the ensuing spectacle. Indeed, the bell had not perished. It must have acquired oxygen by some means. Yuri mused internally, noting Blood Brother's assault on the raider. Clearly, they were not allies, perhaps an opportunity to unite against a common foe. "Dare you strike me?" Blood Brother, amused by the raider's audacity, nearly let his guard down, allowing Yuri to seize the moment. An arcane incantation began to form, and a magical circle ignited in Blood Brother's hand, crimson energy coalescing into a beam directed at the raider. However, the raiders stood their ground, striking the magical beam with their knife. The ensuing scene left Blood Brother momentarily stunned. Upon contact with the raider's blade, The magical beam was swiftly absorbed by the end metal, vanishing as if it had never existed. "I beg your pardon, but your tricks are no longer effective," the raider remarked, resting the knife on their shoulder with a faint smile. Yuri's mind raced. He recalled encountering records of a similar metal in the stellar laboratory. This substance, known as end metal, was a peculiar material abundantly found on the planet Senegon, possessing the ability to subvert all scientific and magical principles. Almost every form of energy could be absorbed or negated by end metal, and the weapons forged from it were remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through atoms. It was said that end metal could even defy gravity, granting the wielder the ability to fly. To date, only the Eagle Man and Eagle Woman on Earth had the privilege of harnessing this metal. When Yuri had first encountered descriptions of this extraordinary material, an idea had instinctively sprung to mind, although the stellar laboratory lacked such a precious resource. Now it seemed that anyone could wield end metal to forge weapons. Blood Brother belatedly recognized the raider's formidable nature. His magic had become utterly ineffective. However, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Blood Brother as he charged towards the marauder with the swiftness of lightning. Though the marauder managed to leap back just in time, the shockwave generated by the Blood Brother's impact with the ground still sent her crashing to the earth. Magic was off the table, yet remnants of the Superboy's power lingered within him. Even with this most primal force, the Blood Brother felt confident in his ability to crush the woman before him. In the distance, the grim Bell wore a somber expression. He had no intention of aiding the marauder. This was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather a desire for her to grow strong enough to resolve her own battles. After all, what difference would there be between her and his previous two sons? Such thoughts were inconceivable. Before she breathes her last, you must perish first. Just as the Blood Brother was poised to end the marauder's life, Yuri, who had just been temporarily subdued, resurfaced, launching an assault on the Blood Brother's soul. The marauder, perplexed by the sudden halt in the Blood Brother's actions, seized the opportunity and sprang up, bringing her blade down towards his forehead. Driven by the instinct for survival, the Blood Brother desperately turned his head, resulting in the blade striking his shoulder instead. The razor-sharp edge swiftly severed his arm, blood gushing forth and splattering the marauder. "Ah!" The Blood Brother could not contain a heart-wrenching scream, his rage peaking not at the marauder, but directed at Yuri. "I shall make you pay for your actions today. I will subject you to the most harrowing tortures of hell, listening to the cries of your soul as it suffers in the fires of perdition." Although Yuri had not engaged in direct combat, his influence was undeniably significant. Whenever the Blood Brother glimpsed a chance for retaliation, it was Yuri's sudden emergence that obliterated all hope. Channeling all his strength, the Blood Brother soared into the sky, seeking to escape this dire situation. "You shall not flee." At that moment, Superboy charged in, roaring as he delivered a powerful punch to the Blood Brother's back. The impact sent the Blood Brother plummeting from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater from which he struggled to rise. "Hey, you stole my prey, Superboy." The marauder glared at him in displeasure. Simultaneously, the Grim Bell appeared beside her. "Grim Bell, what brings you here?" Superboy's expression shifted as he questioned him. The consecutive injuries had finally left the Blood Brother in a state of mental disarray. With but a slight exertion of force, Yuri completely dominated his soul, employing the power of the Phantom Shadow to plunge him into an extended slumber. Heaven descends this would prevent the Blood Brother from utilizing the power of the Tri-Palace, as Jericho had done, leading to an inexplicable turnaround. After accomplishing this, Yuri began to sift through the memories within the Blood Brother's soul, hoping to uncover any valuable information. With so many eyes upon him, it was inappropriate to conduct such affairs in the outer world. Within the realm of the soul, however, Yuri felt liberated from such constraints. What a fascinating little trinket. Suddenly, Yuri felt a strange sense of oppression rising from within, rendering him nearly immobile. The small, battered watch on his chest had inexplicably turned purple, flickering wildly. Amidst the haze, a vision of a burning land materialized before him, with a throne standing majestically at its center. Upon this throne sat an enormous red giant, whose 6 eyes emitted an eerie and malevolent glow, crowned with 2 devilish horns. Without a doubt, Yuri recognized this being, the Triad Demon. Yuri swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. Confronting a demon capable of effortlessly annihilating the multiverse, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. Wasn't it said that the true form of the Triad demon could not descend upon Earth? Had it summoned the inhabitants of Earth to hell? Was what he witnessed before him truly the genuine Triad demon? In that moment, a multitude of questions surged within Yuri's mind. Yet, one thing remained indisputable: the oppressive sensation that gripped his heart. Under this immense pressure, Yuri found himself unable to move even a single finger. "Little watch, where is your protective mechanism? Transform into a superhero," he shouted inwardly. "Fear not, Earthling." The Triad demon suddenly spoke, his voice resonating like a gong, echoing across the land. Yuri was taken aback. The Triad demon had not crushed him with a mere swipe, nor had it extracted his soul to scrutinize his memories and distort his will. Instead, the demon gazed down at Yuri with keen interest, as though observing a rare creature. However, it soon dawned on Yuri that the demon was not looking at him, but at the small watch. "You possess something quite intriguing. I have traversed countless universes and encountered marvels beyond the stars. Yet nothing compares to the power of what rests in your hand. Though I cannot see its entirety, I am certain it does not belong to this universe." The Triad demon remarked slowly, his tone gentle and cultured, devoid of any hostility. This was entirely different from the raven's description. Yuri furrowed his brow, feeling an intense sense of dissonance, yet unable to articulate what felt amiss. The Triad demon seemed to perceive Yuri's doubts and smiled. "You must have heard some unfavorable rumors about me from my daughter. Such tales are not true." The Triad demon dismissed the raven's accusations. "I do not revel in destruction. Rather, I cherish the propagation of faith, nurturing my followers across various universes. The raven is currently in what you might call a rebellious phase. Thus she fabricates lies of my destruction of countless universes to mask the fact that she is merely a wayward girl. It possesses the extraordinary ability to flawlessly replicate any organism's genetic material, not solely for oneself, but also to bestow upon others. With but a mere inclination, one could conjure a civilization or assemble a formidable army. Yet you have refrained from such acts, demonstrating your noble character, which I truly admire. How about serving as my subordinate? If you were to return my daughter and present your modest watch, I would grant you boundless wealth and power." Yuri finally comprehended the source of his unease. Amidst a desolate land ravaged by roaring flames and littered with bones, a being resembling an evil overlord casually proclaimed himself a good person in his presence, even daring to request his meager watch. This was akin to a bloodied individual brandishing a weapon emerging from crime scene, smiling and imploring others to believe he was innocent. Even if there existed a possibility that he was not the perpetrator, his demeanor was undeniably unsettling. Yuri remained skeptical of the Three Palaces demon, resolutely refusing to believe a single word. Did he truly desire the insignificant watch? Observing the followers of the Blood Church, one could hardly expect their beliefs to be virtuous. If one sought to deceive, at the very least, they ought to alter their surroundings, perhaps fabricating a serene world where harmony reigned. Perhaps then Yuri might have been swayed. Alas, it appeared that the illustrious Three Palaces was nothing but a farce, incapable of even a simple deception, and yet dared to label himself a demon. Though immobilized, Yuri's expression betrayed mockery. Upon hearing his words, the smile vanished from the Three Palaces demon's face. "Are you not afraid that offending me might bring about your ruin? If you possess the capability, then by all means, attempt it. I would relish witnessing your efforts to end my existence." Yuri scoffed, recognizing that the demon's demand for his watch indicated a lack of leverage over him. If the Three Palaces demon truly possessed the power to influence beings on Earth across the multiverse, then previously, Jericho should have summoned him to obliterate both the Super Kid and himself, rather than resorting to enhancing souls through borrowed strength. Alternatively, he could have forcibly drawn the Raven into his realm, negating the need for the Blood Church to capture him. Even if one were to assume that the Raven possessed a means to evade the demon's grasp, Yuri certainly did not. The demon's desire for the watch could have been resolved through Yuri's demise, yet he refrained, resorting instead to the most clumsy of lies to entice him. This indicated that the Three Palaces demon was utterly incapable of luring Yuri to his side. What Yuri inhabited was merely an illusion crafted by the demon's power. The oppressive sensation he experienced was likely a fragment of the demon's consciousness, descending through the Blood Brothers as a medium to intimidate him. Thus, apart from the overwhelming sense of oppression, Yuri exhibited no other adverse reactions. It is precisely for this reason that the little broken watch merely issued a warning without activating its active protection, just as it did upon its first encounter with Cassie. When a certain presence hidden within the pond triggered the little broken watch's alert. In essence, everything is a facade. False, false, all of it false. There is no watch. There is no life. As for what the Triad demon seeks from the little broken watch, had it not been for the encounter with Raven Yuri, it might have remained an enigma. However, now it appears quite evident. The Triad demon spreads seeds throughout the multiverse, hoping these seeds will blossom and bear fruit, thus creating pathways for its invasion of countless universes. Thus far, only Raven has perfectly inherited the powers of the Triad, while the others are mere misfits. This is why the Triad demon is so fixated on Raven, not only to invade Earth, but also to study what makes Raven so unique, hoping to create more beings akin to her. The emergence of the little broken watch evidently presents the Triad demon with a superior alternative. For Yuri, the half-human genes within Raven cannot be recorded by the little broken watch. However, for the myriad of various demons under the Triad's command, mass-producing Ravens becomes a tangible possibility. What difference does this have for the Magus? Yuri couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Regardless, the little broken watch is now bound to Yuri's life. To desire the little broken watch is equivalent to seeking Yuri's demise. This is a matter of life and death. What are you waiting for, Triad? If you are incapable of action, then return to your own world. Earth does not welcome you. Do not presume that because the Justice League is currently facing some minor troubles, you can act as though they do not exist. Next time you dare entertain such vile thoughts, beware of Superman's fist. Yuri shouted fervently, making sure to involve the Justice League in his tirade. You cannot escape my grasp. Nor can Raven. Your world is destined to belong to me. The clamoring of this insignificant creature did not stir the slightest ire in the Triad demon. It simply uttered a calm statement before vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, the desolate land ablaze before Yuri began to shatter. Molten lava gushing forth from the fissures in the earth, as the entire world fragmented and threatened to collapse entirely. The instant of that collapse coincided perfectly with Yuri awakening from the illusion. He remained within the soul space of his blood brother, preparing to delve into the memories of his fallen companion, while outside, the Ravager was accusing Superboy of stealing her prey. Everything Yuri had just witnessed seemed as if it had never occurred. The sole distinction was that his blood brother lay dead. Chapter 114. Deliberate provocation. Yuri emerged from within his blood brother, startling the Ravager. "Oh, do you have ghosts among the Teen Titans?" she exclaimed, her blade aimed directly at Yuri. Unexpectedly, however, the tolling bell behind her gently tapped her shoulder, signaling her to lower her weapon. "Your blood brother is dead. Did you slay him?" The tolling of the bell observed the lifeless body of blood brother beneath Yuri's feet and inquired with a certain interest. Although the recent attack by Superboy was indeed forceful, he had deliberately restrained much of his strength at the last moment, allowing blood brother to retain his life. Consequently, the identity of the person responsible for blood brother's demise was glaringly apparent. "I'm under no obligation to explain anything to you, tolling bell. While I have contemplated eliminating that malevolent cult leader who has caused untold suffering, I did not take his life," Yuri stated, his arms crossed defiantly. The death of blood brother was undoubtedly linked to the recent manifestation of the Three Palaces demon. Yet Yuri was disinclined to disclose this information in the presence of Tolling Bell and the Raider. Clearly, Tolling Bell found Yuri's unconvincing statement amusing. As a glimmer of mirth danced in his eyes. "I have always regarded the Teen Titans as a rather tedious organization akin to the Justice League. Yet your presence has significantly altered my perspective," remarked Tolling Bell. "What is it that you desire?" Superboy interjected, his brow furrowed with concern over blood brother's sudden death. Though he trusted Yuri's honesty, there must be other reasons behind blood brother's demise. "You inquire about what my father desires?" The Raider brought the blade in his hand close to his lips, licking the edge with his tongue. "Our purpose here is the same as yours, to eradicate the Blood Church. However, encountering you here allows for a delightful appetizer first." With that, the Raider redirected the tip of his blade towards Superboy. "Who are you? Is Tolling Bell truly your father?" Superboy asked, his demeanor turning serious. "Call me Raider. I am the one who will take your life." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow lunged at Superboy. Yet, it was not the Raider but Tolling Bell himself. In battle, Excessive dialogue often leads to dire consequences, Raider, Tolling Bell declared, rushing towards Superboy with his katana drawn, while simultaneously admonishing the Raider without glancing back. You are not yet capable of handling Superboy. I will deal with him. You focus on the other. The Raider obeyed Tolling Bell's command without hesitation, swiftly redirecting his blade towards Yuri. Now it is time for our game, Ghost. I am the Phantom, Yuri replied coolly. Regardless, you shall soon become a true specter, the Raider retorted arrogantly. It has indeed been a while since I encountered someone so unaware of their own limitations. Yuri raised an eyebrow, noting that Tolling Bell's daughter was somewhat presumptuous, unlike her father in this regard. However, it could also be attributed to the side effects of the Mirakuru serum. While it bestows superhuman strength and intellect, the repercussions are indeed considerable. According to the experiments previously conducted by Yuri, over 90% of the laboratory mice succumbed to fury after being injected with the serum, ultimately losing their lives in self-inflicted torment, while the remaining 10% exhibited various degrees of mental deficiencies, with none maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Among all those who have received the serum, only the bell toll retains an extraordinary level of composure and discipline. With a flash of cold light, the marauder swiftly closed the distance to Yuri, the blade in her hand slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a shattering void. Her movements were exceedingly fluid and decisive, a feat difficult even for those trained specifically for combat. However, as the marauder's blade swept through, there was no trace of Yuri to be found. Marauder, I suspect you are a novice in this line of work. Perhaps the bell toll has only recently begun your training. The voice of the Phantom emerged from behind the marauder, as Yuri had seamlessly melded into the ground, maneuvering to the marauder's rear. The end metal is notorious for its ability to counter all forms of flamboyance, and even the Phantom's intangibility can be struck. Yuri must tread carefully. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. Has he not taught you that to recklessly attack without understanding the enemy's capabilities is a profoundly foolish endeavor? Judging by your actions, it seems he has not. Or perhaps you simply did not heed his words. You appear to care little for the bell toll, and he likewise shows no concern for you. Yuri mocked with the Phantom's chilling, twisted voice. Upon hearing these words, the marauder felt a surge of indignation. How dare you question my loyalty to my father? You know nothing. My father loves me. The marauder bellowed, slashing violently at the Phantom behind her, who once again evaded into the ground. Witnessing this reaction, Yuri felt a glimmer of satisfaction. He had long observed the marauder's deep-seated blind devotion to the bell toll and intentionally provoked her ire, even igniting her overwhelming murderous intent. The reason for this maneuver was a plan that lingered in Yuri's mind. Should this plan unfold successfully, it would grant him access to a new DNA sample. Your desperate need to prove that the bell toll cares for you reveals your status as a pitiable child deprived of paternal affection. Perhaps the bell toll abandoned you shortly after your birth. Yuri maintained his distance from the armed marauder, persistently burrowing underground, occasionally surfacing to taunt her. Each time the Phantom revealed itself, the marauder frantically swung her blade, her once precise and decisive attacks devolving into chaotic hacking. Marauder, ponder the moniker you have chosen for yourself. It mirrors your brother's original codename. He once idolized the bell toll, just as you do now, yet ultimately chose to abandon the darkness and ally with the Titans. Deep down, you know that the bell toll's return to recruit you as his aide is not born of love, but rather a desire to exploit you. What kind of father truly loves his child, yet allows her to become a mercenary? The haunting whispers of shadows echoed from all directions, igniting her nerves. Meanwhile, the battle between Superboy and Clock King was gradually nearing its conclusion. Superboy bore numerous gashes upon his body. The katana, forged from end metal, possessed a sharpness that could easily slice through even the skin of Kryptonians. Despite being vastly superior in strength, Superboy found himself thwarted by Clock King's agile movements, who effortlessly anticipated and evaded every one of Superboy's attacks. Is running your only tactic, Clock King? Superboy exclaimed, his impatience beginning to surface. Though Blood Brother had been vanquished, Wonder Girl and her companions were still embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Blood Cult's main forces, and Superboy was reluctant to linger any longer. Chapter 115, Whirlwind Tortoise. The thought of Wonder Girl and her friends engaged in a desperate battle stirred an unsettling restlessness within Superboy. Clock King, I have no time to waste here. Anger began to manifest on Superboy's face, his eyes inexplicably turning crimson, a burning sensation faintly igniting within his orbs. Clock King's gaze flickered slightly as he discerned Superboy's impending action and promptly leaped from his previous position. Boom! In the next instant, two red beams struck the very spot where Clock King had just stood. Indeed, it was the location Clock King had occupied, not the man himself. The sheer energy of the heat vision created a sizable crater in the ground. Without hesitation, Superboy surged toward Clock King, who had jumped to a different location. I don't wish to squander time here, nor do you. This time, as Superboy charged, Clock King stood his ground, gripping his katana with both hands, ready to cleave towards Superboy. Universal Great Law. Crack! Superboy clapped his hands together, trapping Clock King's katana between them. Veins bulged on Superboy's forehead as he exerted tremendous force, twisting the blade to the side. The katana contained only a trace of end metal, its purity significantly lower, rendering it less durable than authentic end metal weaponry, albeit still surpassing diamond in hardness. Superboy's strength was immense. Typically, he restrained his power, rarely unleashing even a fraction of it. At times, he even forgot how to tap into his true potential. However, when confronted with lifeless objects such as swords, there was no need for restraint. Crack, crack, crack. Under the weight of Superboy's immense pressure, tiny fissures began to form along the blade of the katana. Just as it seemed Superboy would shatter the weapon, Clock King remained as calm as a tranquil pond. You have made a fatal error. Superboy, he suddenly spoke. With a swift motion, he withdrew one hand and, like lightning, executed a throwing motion towards Superboy. It was an utterly unremarkable iron dart, the only peculiar aspect being a small piece of green crystal embedded in the tip. I had been patiently awaiting an opportunity, one that would allow you to linger momentarily within my range. In a heartbeat, the dart pierced the chest of the Super Kid, his skin yielding as effortlessly as tofu. What followed was an overwhelming sense of helplessness that engulfed him in sheer terror. Thud! The Super Kid's strength dissipated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer sustain flight and plummeted from the sky. This is kryptonite. Impossible. Where did you procure this? Struggling to rise from the ground, the Super Kid was drenched in sweat, utterly feeble. If you conserve your strength now, you might prolong your life a little longer. The Grim Reaper pressed his foot down upon the kryptonite dart embedded in the Super Kid's chest, exerting a slight force to drive it deeper. Kryptonite, a radioactive mineral from Krypton, is essentially harmless to ordinary Kryptonians, yet it is lethal to those like Superman, who absorb energy from the yellow sun. Not only does it strip Superman of his abilities, but the emitted radiation can also directly kill him. The Super Kid, a clone of Superman, a human, possesses a marginally higher resistance to kryptonite, yet prolonged exposure will lead to his demise. Meanwhile, the Plunderer began to feel anxious upon witnessing the Super Kid's defeat. In this brief span of time, the Grim Reaper had subdued the more formidable Super Kid, while she had merely been toyed with. The Plunderer foresaw the disappointment reflected in the Grim Reaper's gaze, a sight she could not tolerate. Hey, Shadow, your trump card has been defeated. Soon, it will be your turn. If you fear facing me, then scurry away with your tail between your legs. I have no time to watch you continue your futile tricks. The Plunderer scoffed, scanning her surroundings in hopes of provoking Yuri. To be candid, she lacked confidence, for the Shadow appeared to be a cunning individual, not one to place value on personal honor. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, Yuri indeed made his appearance. My trump card? You mean the Super Kid? Yuri floated slowly before the Plunderer, his expression peculiar. You seem to have made a mistake. I am the Super Kid's trump card. Whoosh! The Plunderer did not hesitate. Upon seeing Yuri's figure, her blade struck out with precision. She had not anticipated her opponent would willingly expose a flaw, and after stifling a torrent of pent-up frustration, she finally had the chance to unleash it. Simultaneously, Yuri, seemingly oblivious to her sudden onslaught, stood frozen in place, awaiting the Plunderer's attack. At that moment, the Plunderer was consumed by rage and murderous intent. Though her strikes were somewhat disordered, their speed and power surpassed her initial assault. She was eager to prove her worth to the death knell. Thus she did not ponder deeply on Yuri's abnormal behavior, merely attributing it to the other party's lack of reaction. The Marauder, imbued with an absolute intent to kill, exuded an imposing aura as the blade in her hand sliced through the air, creating a fierce arc that whistled ominously towards Yuri. Just as the edge of the blade seemed poised to cleave the specter's skull, Yuri, unperturbed, subtly shifted his body, unexpectedly exposing his chest beneath the razor-sharp blade. In that critical moment, Yuri suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing a meaningful smile directed at the marauder. Instantly, a sense of foreboding surged within the marauder's heart. She wished to retract her assault, but it was already too late. With a resounding clang, the marauder found herself confronting an unexpected obstacle. Her blade had, astonishingly, lodged itself into the cracked surface of the small watch on Yuri's chest. In an instant, the watch was triggered into action, automatically activating its protective mechanism without any movement from Yuri. The marauder's fierce assault, laden with lethal intent, coupled with the unique property of end metal that nullified magical powers, led the watch to determine that Yuri faced an insurmountable, life-threatening peril. A translucent shockwave emanated from the watch, propelling the marauder backward. Simultaneously, countless DNA samples flickered chaotically on the watch's display. A blinding green light, akin to a flashbang, erupted, forcing everyone in the cavern to shield their eyes. As the brilliance faded, where Yuri once stood, the specter had vanished, replaced by a colossal upright sea turtle. This turtle bore 8 large holes on its plastron, with flipper-like forelimbs and robust cylindrical hind legs, each adorned with 3 black claws. The Whirlwind Divine Turtle. Chapter 116. How to Deceive the Small Watch. The Whirlwind Divine Turtle, a species from the planet Atabra's Galabaz turtle, possesses an innate affinity for magic, rendering it immune to the majority of magical attacks. Beyond its magical prowess, it also possesses an inherent biological instinct. The Whirlwind Divine Turtle can expel or inhale airflow through the 8 openings on its plastron, generating devastating tornadoes. Furthermore, it can rotate its limbs like propellers to achieve high-speed flight. Naturally, the shell of the Whirlwind Divine Turtle exhibits remarkable physical resistance. Although there are no current instances, it is reasonable to conclude that its shell could withstand a nuclear explosion of considerable magnitude. Even among the millions of DNA samples within the small watch, the Whirlwind Divine Turtle ranks among the foremost. Success. Yuri glanced at his flipper-like hands, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. The small watch's unlocking of DNA samples includes not only an active mechanism, but also a concealed mechanism embedded within its protective system. When the small device determines that its user is facing a life-threatening situation and the existing DNA samples are insufficient to mitigate the threat, it will automatically retrieve a DNA sample from its database to address the current crisis. This temporary DNA sample may not possess extraordinary combat abilities, but it is guaranteed to be perfectly suited to counter the imminent danger. Subsequently, this DNA sample will be retained in the unlocked sample list, allowing Yuri to summon it at will in the future. Although Yuri himself is not in any peril, he has the capacity to create such threats. Initially, Yuri harbored little confidence in deceiving the small device's protective mechanisms, and even if he succeeded, he did not anticipate obtaining a formidable sample like the Whirlwind Tortoise. Perhaps the recent arrival of the Third Palace's intent rendered the small device exceptionally sensitive, and the raider's attack, imbued with fury and lethal intent, triggered the release of the Whirlwind Tortoise with the slightest provocation. It could also be due to the disruptive effects of end metal causing a misjudgment by the small device. Or perhaps both factors played a role. Regardless, the Whirlwind Tortoise has been summoned, which is undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Yuri. What on earth? The raider, having been sent flying several meters away, sprang to her feet, bewildered by the recent events. Raider, have you not yet dealt with your opponent? At that moment, the sound of a death knell echoed through the air. The raider turned to look, sensing a hidden disappointment in the eyes of the Bell of Death. Do not worry, Father. I shall soon eliminate this foe, she shouted defiantly. Though you may never comprehend it, I must express my gratitude for the assistance you unwittingly provided. Yuri remarked with a sly grin, hinting at something deeper. Do not presume that transforming into a tortoise will grant you safety. I shall shatter your shell in no time. The raider brandished her blade, its edge aimed directly at Yuri. She could not fathom why Yuri claimed she had aided him. She suspected it might be some form of insult typical of the young titans, though it undeniably irked her. Perhaps you can achieve that, but only if you can draw near, Yuri retorted, suddenly leaping into action, retracting his head into his shell and extending his limbs to spin rapidly around his shell's axis. In a scene that defied common sense, the Whirlwind Tortoise hovered mid-air, its limbs whirling like helicopter blades, yet its body remained upright. Perhaps a more fitting comparison would be to a ceiling fan. With a powerful gust, streams of air erupted from the holes in the whirlwind tortoise's shell, coalescing into a fierce hurricane that surged towards the raider. The intensity of the wind was vast, and with her speed, the raider found it impossible to evade, being struck directly by the tempest. The raider's face was stung by the fierce wind, forcing her to cross her arms protectively over her visage. Observing this, Yuri immediately intensified the airflow, unleashing a more ferocious hurricane. In an instant, the cave resonated with the howling of the tempest, and even the distant Super Kid and Doombell felt the force of the gale. Under the immense power of the wind, the raider sensed a tremendous force tugging her backward, threatening to hurl her into the abyss. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly withdrew her hands from her face and plunged her blade into the ground, hoping to anchor herself against the relentless retreat. However, she was unprepared for the shock of the supposedly unyielding rocky terrain, which yielded to her weapon capable of slicing through matter at an atomic level, akin to parchment. With minimal effort, the blade sank deep into the earth, yet the ground offered no resistance against the howling wind, and she was still uncontrollably propelled backward. A perfectly straight and smooth incision, as long as the blade itself, marked the ground where she had struck. Within moments, Yuri escalated the wind's intensity again, lifting the raider off the ground, as gusts sliced through her like razor blades. Had her armor not been forged from palladium, like Doombell's, she would have been left bruised and battered, with some wounds potentially exposing bone. Damn it, what a ridiculous farce. The raider cursed, feeling like a comical clown in a circus, manipulated by her opponent without her awareness. Despite possessing such formidable strength, she remained shrouded in secrecy. Yuri paid no heed to her curses. His previous incremental increases in wind strength were merely to gauge the current power of the whirlwind divine turtle. He had utilized scarcely half of his strength to send her flying, achieving at least an 8 on the Beaufort scale. If he unleashed his full might, reaching the magnitude of a 12-level typhoon was not out of the question, albeit the destruction would not match that of a genuine storm. As his power grew, so too would the winds conjured by the whirlwind divine turtle. Now it was time to test another ability. Suddenly, Yuri ceased expelling air outward and shifted to drawing it inward. Come forth, universal attractor. The raider, who had been swept away by the winds, felt the force dissipate, gradually descending from the air. Before she could touch the ground, an entirely opposite force emerged, yanking her back with a ferocity that rivaled, if not surpassed, the previous gusts. Under this irresistible power, the raider was drawn swiftly toward Yuri. Moreover, both Doombell and Super Kid were similarly affected, struck by the kryptonite blade and severely injured. Super Kid was rendered powerless, hurtling directly towards Yuri. Meanwhile, Doombell offered little resistance to the pull of the winds, willingly being drawn closer to Yuri's position. He subtly gestured towards the Marauder, who instantly grasped the implication. As they approached within approximately 15 meters of Yuri, the Marauder discreetly signaled to the Bell of Death. However, before the bell could respond, the Marauder's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Chapter 117. You are nothing like me. When a Marauder and the Bell of Death were drawn within 10 meters of Yuri, the suction abruptly ceased, replaced by a powerful gust of wind. Despite the formidable defenses of the whirlwind tortoise, weapons forged from end metal could still inflict damage, and Yuri was certainly not foolish enough to draw his enemies too close. The fierce airflow sent both the Bell of Death and the Marauder hurtling backward, crashing violently against the cavern's rocky wall, embedding them within it. Oh dear, I may have exerted too much force, Yuri remarked, scratching his head. Let us try again. The whirlwind tortoise ascended several meters higher, reaching the midpoint of the cavern's height. Subsequently, Yuri began to draw in air recklessly towards the Bell of Death and the Marauder. It must be said that these two possessed remarkable physical resilience. Most individuals, if subjected to winds akin to a level 8 or 9 tempest, would be torn apart and, upon colliding with the wall at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, would be left in a state of utter incapacitation, if not worse. Yet, the damage sustained by the Bell of Death and the Marauder was merely a few broken ribs. Given their recuperative abilities, they would recover in a matter of hours. This meant that Yuri could experiment with some audacious capabilities. For instance, the heavenly judgment of the divine realm. The Bell of Death and the Marauder were alternately drawn toward Yuri and then cast away, as Yuri gradually adjusted the intensity of the opposing winds, allowing them to remain airborne without touching the ground. Neither heaven nor earth responded to their plight. At that moment, even the super kid, who had been saved by Yuri, couldn't help but feel that the Bell of Death and the Marauder were being toyed with rather mercilessly. He's toying with us. I must kill him. The Marauder seethed. The Bell of Death remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yuri, keenly observing the distinction between the expulsion and intake of air. Just as a person cannot inhale through one nostril while exhaling through the other, the whirlwind tortoise was incapable of simultaneously blowing and sucking. Thus, when transitioning from exhalation to inhalation, there would inevitably be a temporal gap, however minuscule, making seamless continuity unattainable. Yuri was acutely aware of this, which is why he meticulously controlled the distance, ensuring that the Bell of Death and the Marauder were never afforded the opportunity to approach him. The Bell understood this as well. Hence, he had no intention of closing the distance. At the moment when Yuri pushed the Bell of Death and the Marauder away, halting the wind's expulsion to switch to inhalation, the Bell of Death hurled a small object, no larger than a palm, into the air with utmost speed. With a resounding bang, a blinding flash of white light enveloped the entire cavern. A powerful flashbang. Yuri retracted his head into his shell, seemingly unaffected. Yet he was unable to see anything through the blinding light. As the brilliance dissipated, the cavern revealed no sign of the Reaper or the Marauders. Coughing, Superboy struggled to rise from the ground, the kryptonite dagger that had pierced his chest dislodged by the ferocity of the wind, its whereabouts unknown. The impact of the kryptonite on Superboy was not as profound as it would be on a pure-blooded Kryptonian, so within a few minutes he began to regain his strength, the bleeding from his chest gradually ceasing. However, deprived of sunlight underground, his powers were not restored rapidly. He was now only slightly stronger than an ordinary human, easily overpowered by the Marauders. Yuri, Superboy called out, I can't regain my ability to fly in the short term. You must return to assist Wonder Girl and the others. If you remain here alone, what will happen if the Reaper and his minions return? You are defenseless at the moment. Yuri descended from above, transitioning from an upright position to lying flat, with his belly facing down and shell upward, hovering 30 centimeters above the ground. If you perish, we will have a lot to answer for Superman, so hurry up and don't waste time. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Superboy wasted no time in climbing onto the back of the whirlwind tortoise, grasping the edges of its shell firmly. Hold on tight. I lack your biofield and cannot shield you from the air resistance. As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlwind tortoise surged upwards, racing towards the blood temple at nearly 100 meters per second. For the first time, Superboy felt that high-speed flight might not be as exhilarating as it seemed. The kryptonite had rendered his body unusually fragile, and as he lay on the back of the whirlwind tortoise, the wind whipped against his face painfully, causing his features to contort. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cave, the Reaper and the Marauder dragged their weary bodies into the shadows of countless tunnels, their expressions grim. They had initially come to confront the Blood Church, but after the intervention of the Teen Titans, they found themselves humiliated and forced to retreat in defeat. The blame for their failure rested squarely on the Marauder, as the Reaper had effectively dealt with Superboy, while the Marauder had been easily subdued by Yuri, a fact that left her seething with humiliation. But soon, she would come to realize that someone was even more infuriated than she was. Rose, your performance has utterly disappointed me. The Reaper's gaze was icy. How many times have I told you that maintaining composure in battle is paramount? Your emotions should not be swayed by the enemy. Instead, you should aim to influence theirs. There is no shame in retreat. If you find yourself unable to overcome your adversary, it is prudent to promptly choose retreat, gather intelligence on your enemy, and seek out their vulnerabilities, rather than engage in a futile battle. The Bell told in disappointment, shaking his head as he lamented, I had hoped you would surpass your two brothers, embodying more of my essence. I believed you would make me proud, but I was mistaken. Rose, you bear no resemblance to me. Perhaps one day, you too shall betray me like Jericho, leaving me forever. This statement pierced the heart of the Marauder like a sharpened blade, instantly recalling the words Yuri had spoken to her not long ago. You truly do not care for the Bell. He does not care for you. How could a father who genuinely loves his child allow his daughter to become a mercenary? He does not love you. He does not care for you. No. Suddenly, the Marauder screamed to the heavens in a frenzy. She fixed a fierce glare upon the Bell, her face contorting as she declared, I am your daughter. You're my father. If you think I am unlike you, then from this day forth, I shall mirror you in every aspect. In an instant, the marauder drew her knife and unhesitatingly plunged it into her left eye. No, Rose, don't. The belle attempted to intervene, but his movements were a fraction too late. Blood gushed forth from her left eye as she grasped her eyeball tightly in her hand. Indeed, she had gouged out her own eye, in a cruel symmetry. One had lost their right eye, while the other lost their left. Now, do you still fear that I will betray you, father? Chapter 118. I shall conquer hundreds. Meanwhile, within the Blood Temple, Starfire, Beast Boy, Wonder Girl, Bart, Robin, and Raven were embroiled in fierce combat against hundreds of mutated demons and dark sorcerers. Among them, Starfire, Bart, and Wonder Girl served as the primary offensive force. The Tamaranians' starbolts soared across the battlefield, while Wonder Girl brandished a golden lasso. This lasso bore a striking resemblance to Wonder Woman's famed lasso of truth. Yet, unlike the smoothness of a lasso of truth, Wonder Girl's lasso was adorned with tiny, thorn-like spikes. Those ensnared by the lasso did not compulsorily divulge the truth. Rather, they were subjected to inexplicable electric shocks emanating from the lasso. The intensity of the lightning was contingent upon Wonder Girl's anger. The more enraged she became, the greater the destructive power of the lightning. She referred to it as the lightning lasso, a recent acquisition whose origins and bestower remained a mystery. It was known, however, that the electric shocks from the lightning lasso possessed a natural counter to the mutated demons. Any demon ensnared by it was reduced to mere ash, as if their immortality had been rendered ineffective. In contrast, the flesh and blood dark sorcerers, when bound, would merely be left unconscious from shocks. Bart unleashed twin tornadoes with his hands, sweeping across the battlefield, while the Blood Temple was filled with magical barriers that hindered his ability to employ his super speed for movement. Beast Boy occasionally transforms into an elephant, a dinosaur, or a colossal ape, embodying various massive creatures to shield his comrades from harm. Meanwhile, Robin utilizes his ghostly agility to become an assassin on the battlefield, launching surprise attacks against every mortal enemy spellcaster. Although Raven's powers assist the Titans in banishing each demon and unraveling the foe's magic, the sheer number of blood cultists is overwhelming. As the battle rages on, everyone has exhausted a significant amount of stamina, yet nearly 200 adversaries remain. Has Superboy and Yuri not dealt with that blood brother yet? We can hardly hold on. Beast Boy, now in the form of a T-Rex, charges forward while calling out to Wonder Girl. Could you urge your boyfriend to move faster? We need his firepower. Superboy is not my boyfriend. At this, Wonder Girl's expression darkened, recalling some unpleasant memories that ignited her anger, simultaneously amplifying the power of her lightning lasso severalfold. But he truly cares for you, and you have feelings for him as well, don't you? Beast Boy continued. Beast Boy, your tendency to bring up such irrelevant topics at the most inopportune times is truly vexing. Wonder Girl retorted, ensnaring a demon with her lasso, then grasping the end and wielding the creature like a hammer to knock down a dozen surrounding foes. Of course it's relevant. Just like how Superman rushes to Louise's side when she's in danger, Superboy should do the same for you when you're in peril. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed from the rocky wall outside the Blood Temple. Superboy emerged, propelled from the wall like a shell, soaring towards the battlefield at remarkable speed. I appreciate the comparison to Superman, Beast Boy, but I fear I may disappoint you. I am not of much assistance in this battle at present, Superboy shouted back. Is that Yuri? Has he transformed into a new species? However, Beast Boy was too engrossed in the sight of the giant turtle spinning like a propeller to heed Superboy's words. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such an illogical creature in the cosmos. The blood cultists erected magical barriers in the air, attempting to confine Yuri and Superboy aloft. Yet, as the whirlwind turtle approached, these barriers were effortlessly traversed as if they were mere illusions. This was Yuri harnessing the inherent ability of the whirlwind turtle. Most magic proved ineffective against him unless it possessed overwhelmingly potent power or unique attributes. Otherwise, for ordinary mages, encountering the whirlwind turtle rendered them utterly impotent. Among the blood cult's mages, perhaps only the blood brother himself could contend with the whirlwind turtle. The rest would be akin to children meeting their father. You fervent devotees of the Blood Church, your leader, blood brother, has met his demise, Yuri proclaimed loudly, utilizing the air from his abdomen to amplify his voice. ensuring that it resonated throughout every corner of the blood sanctuary, allowing all to hear him with clarity. I do not wish to squander time here, so it would be prudent for you to surrender post-haste, immediately assuming the position of submission with your hands clasped upon your heads, thereby mitigating your suffering. The three-palace demon has just conferred with me, declaring that I am to be appointed as his foremost general. Should I acquiesce, you lot would all become my subordinates. If you choose to disregard my command, beware, for the three-palace may render your existence a living hell. Hey, Yuri, do you truly believe they will accept your words? I suspect you may incite their wrath, the super kid whispered from atop the whirlwind tortoise. While his words may have been somewhat exaggerated, I spoke nothing but the truth. If they possess any sense, they will comply. Those who do not will face greater difficulties. Yuri replied in a similarly hushed tone, prompting the super kid to roll his eyes in disbelief. Upon hearing Yuri's declaration, the assembled devotees erupted in outrage, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at him. Disregarding the Titans engaged in battle with them. How dare he claim to have encountered the three-palace? Impossible. We have devoted ourselves day and night in reverence, yet have yet to behold the true visage of the three-palace, and we seldom hear the oracle. How could a mere tortoise have met the great three-palace? This is sacrilege. This is an affront to the three-palace. We cannot allow this blasphemer to exist. By any means necessary, eradicate the blasphemer. Nearly 200 fervent devotees shouted in unison, directing their ire towards Yuri. Fortunately, the whirlwind tortoise remained airborne, allowing everyone to strike with ease, unencumbered by the concern of friendly fire, despite the absence of such a concept in their minds. In summary, Yuri had successfully drawn the enmity of the enemy upon himself from the moment he appeared. The super kid swallowed hard and inquired, "What shall we do now? They look as though they intend to devour us alive." "Not us, but me," Yuri calmly corrected the super kid's choice of words. "Is this really the moment for such semantics? If you are flayed alive, I cannot escape unscathed either." The super kid internally lamented. "So what shall we do now?" "What to do?" Yuri scoffed, stating, "This is how we shall proceed. I shall take on 10, nay, 200. Chapter 119. The fall of the blood sanctuary destroy the blasphemer. The devotees of the blood church cried out, simultaneously launching an assault against Yuri. Among the barrage were crimson magical orbs, fierce magical beams, weapons forged of concentrated magic, and an array of chaotic tendrils and vines, all converging upon Yuri. An overwhelming offensive that appeared quite formidable. Though each magical assault bore relatively modest damage individually, their cumulative power was indeed quite astonishing. Lying on the back of the whirlwind god turtle, the super kid's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His current state rendered him incapable of withstanding even the aftershocks. "Fear not, super kid. Their magic cannot harm us." Yuri spoke with an air of indifference. He remained motionless above the blood sanctuary, making no effort to evade the assaults directed at him from below. The foolish and ignorant blasphemers must be paralyzed with fear, unsure of where to hide. The fervent devotees of the three palaces mocked upon witnessing the whirlwind god turtle's stillness. Such a coward, terrified beyond measure, dares to claim a summons from the great true deity. This is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. If we slay this sinner who desecrates the three palaces, we shall surely earn his reward. Almost every follower was convinced that Yuri would perish under this onslaught. A coordinated attack from over 100 dark sorcerers devoted to the three palaces. Though none among them were genuine high-level mages, their combined might was formidable enough to rival several advanced practitioners. Yet, something felt amiss. Suddenly, a few acolytes noticed something peculiar and urged those around them to gaze skyward. In an instant, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Countless magical assaults struck the whirlwind god turtle, which indeed did not dodge or conjure a protective shield. However, whether in the form of magic orbs or beams, upon contact with Yuri, they vanished without a trace. The anticipated explosive effects never materialized, as if they had never existed at all. Even the super kid, resting upon the back of the whirlwind god turtle, remained unscathed. The devotees had envisioned numerous scenarios. Perhaps the adversary would conjure a magical shield to block the attack, or suddenly teleport to evade it, or even endure the onslaught. Yet they had never anticipated that their magic would lose its efficacy. For the first time in their magical pursuits, they encountered such a phenomenon, leading to a profound disillusionment. It seems your attacks are limited to this level. Now it is my turn, Yuri stated calmly, immediately activating the biological instinct of the whirlwind god turtle. With a thunderous roar, a powerful tornado erupted from the turtle's carapace, crashing down onto the ground and creating a massive crater with its immense destructive force. The entire blood sanctuary trembled. Dozens of nearby devotees were instantly swept up by the tornado. Simultaneously, Yuri manipulated the tornado to continuously draw in the surrounding worshippers. Even the pseudo-demons crafted through magic could not resist the tornado's pull, all being engulfed within. No, by the three palaces. Some attempted to shield themselves with magic, yet their barriers crumbled effortlessly before the overwhelmingly destructive whirlwind. If many were to simultaneously construct magical barriers, Yuri would charge through, shattering their defenses. As the tornado rages with increasing ferocity, not only the devotees but even the natural stones that constitute the blood temple are swept into the tempest. The entire edifice teeters precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. The anguished cries of the faithful are engulfed by the swirling winds. While the cavern begins to tremble violently, it feels as if it is on the brink of collapse. The destructive power of Yuri in this transformed state is truly astonishing. On the Titan's side, Beast Boy exclaimed, "I have never witnessed Yuri exhibit such ferocity. I truly wonder what the followers of the Blood Church have done to provoke him. I am uncertain as to why Yuri is behaving this way, but I am aware that misfortune awaits them." Bart's eyes gleamed with intensity. Raven remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yuri, lost in thought. Beast Boy had misspoken earlier. It is not as if the structure might collapse. It is indeed on the verge of crumbling. At this moment, Robin sheathed the device he had inexplicably produced, addressing the group. "We have no more than 3 minutes before this place will be inundated with countless rocks. We must evacuate swiftly." "Wait, are you suggesting we abandon Connor and Yuri to escape first?" Wonder Girl furrowed her brow. "No. What I mean is that we must act decisively," Robin asserted. No sooner had he spoken than he launched a grappling hook skyward, swiftly gliding towards the crowd farthest from the tornado. A flurry of bat-shaped projectiles was unleashed, striking down numerous cultists with unerring precision. The tranquilizers coated upon the projectiles took immediate effect, sending the afflicted crashing to the ground. "We have less than 2 minutes to defeat these individuals. After that, we must retreat." Starfire, Wonder Girl, Beast Boy, Bart, and Raven promptly followed suit. The pressing concern was how we would evacuate. Beast Boy transformed into a brown bear, swatting a cultist aside. His current stamina could only sustain such a large form. "I can create a large portal. It will take but a second to transport everyone outside." Raven responded in due time. "Raven, how many individuals can your portal support? Can it take the followers of the Blood Church with us?" Robin inquired loudly. "That should not pose a problem," Raven contemplated before replying. Having witnessed the magical disregard of the whirlwind turtle, the cultists were profoundly shaken. Thus, the Titans' united assault effortlessly tore through their defenses. Meanwhile, on the back of the whirlwind turtle, Superboy sensed something amiss. "Hey, Yuri, I feel something is off. It appears this place is about to collapse." "Indeed, it seems so. And that is precisely what we desire, is it not? This is the headquarters of the Blood Church. If we do not obliterate it, they may rise again," Yuri stated matter-of-factly. "But that could mean the death of everyone here," Superboy replied, his eyes flickering with concern. "Yuri, hurry, direct the tornado this way." At that moment, the voice of Starfire resonated through the cavern, her powerful tone echoing without the need for any wind assistance. Yuri and Superboy turned to gaze upon the scattered congregation at the periphery, which had been subdued by the Titans, all securely bound. A raven opened a black portal, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, as the enigmatic girl relentlessly cast a cultist into the abyss. Chapter 120. The Construction Plan of the Void Spirit Realm. "Yuri, did you hear what Starfire just said? Quickly redirect the tornado over there," Superboy exclaimed with excitement from atop the whirlwind turtle. Yuri squinted slightly, his expression clouded with inscrutable thoughts. He pondered deeply. The members of the blood cult were followers of the Triumvirate. If they were allowed to survive, even in the most fortified prison, it would be a trivial task for the Triumvirate to rescue them. Thus, Yuri had indeed contemplated the idea of eliminating all cultists. However, this did not imply that such a choice was the most prudent. The moment each cultist began to harbor faith in the Triumvirate, They unwittingly bore the malevolent mark of the triumvirate. Once activated, this mark enabled them to communicate with the triumvirate at any time and place, drawing upon their power and knowledge. The cost, however, was their souls being irrevocably enslaved by the triumvirate, destined to serve eternally, even beyond death, as their souls would be appropriated for the triumvirate's purposes. In other words, allowing the triumvirate's followers to exist on Earth meant they would act as vanguard for the triumvirate in the material universe, relentlessly pursuing the Raven to open the portal. Conversely, should these followers be slain, their souls would inevitably shift to the realm of the triumvirate upon entering the underworld, thereby augmenting the strength of the demonic legions under its command. Whether to kill or spare them offered no substantial advantage to Yuri. His previous inclination to kill stemmed purely from the absence of an optimal solution. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward course, confident that the triumvirate could not breach Earth. He resolved to protect the Raven, ensuring they could not open the portal, regardless of whether the triumvirate's influence in Hell was slightly stronger or marginally weaker. Yet, he overlooked a significant dilemma: the fundamental principle of superheroes, which dictates that one must not take a life lightly, especially not in a massacre of 200 individuals. To be frank, Yuri held no aversion to the principle of non-lethality. In fact, he found himself in support of it, in a rather grim sentiment. Even if the supervillains he had apprehended escaped and caused the deaths of countless individuals, it was of no concern to Yuri. If the law forbids killing, then he would abide by it. The escapees' actions were their own responsibility, and if their escape resulted in tragedy, he could only say it served them right. Why had they not sentenced them to death? The actions of fugitives were of no consequence to him. He had committed no crime, merely acting in defense of justice. The deaths caused by escaped convicts were not his burden to bear, as he had no personal stakes in the matter. So what if superheroes refrained from killing? Yuri believed that it was unnecessary to resort to killing. Rather, it was preferable to allow the supervillain to wreak havoc upon those Americans. Indeed, while anti-heroes may not shy away from murder, they too embody a sense of heroism. The rationale behind their actions stems not from personal gain, but rather from a desire for vengeance on behalf of loved ones or to safeguard the innocent. The only time one might consider taking a life is when their own existence is at grave risk, what one might call a last resort. The potential threat to others, however, did not occupy Yuri's thoughts. He had always regarded the notion of heroism as somewhat naive. Yuri was acutely aware that the perspectives of superheroes were likely in stark contrast to his own, yet ultimately, the outcomes could converge. However, this was now a pressing concern for him. The Teen Titans would undoubtedly not stand idly by while he eliminated the Blood Cult members. With the Whirlwind Tortoise now in play, the Blood Cult posed little significant threat to Yuri. The sole source of danger lay with the Triumvirate. Regardless of whether he chose to eliminate these individuals, it would invariably benefit the Triumvirate in some regard. Option 1. Eradicate the cultists, thus severing ties with the Teen Titans. Option 2. Spare the cultists and imprison them. Which course would yield greater benefit, and which would present more detriment? Perhaps a third option could also be considered. While his mind raced with possibilities, it took but an instant to contemplate. Yuri scanned the vicinity, ensuring no stragglers remained, before directing the whirlwind straight towards Raven's portal. Even if there were any lingering threats, they would pose little concern. Raven had opened the other end of the portal in a clearing beyond the valley, and all the cultists were swept forth by the whirlwind, tumbling out and landing unceremoniously on the ground as the tempest dissipated. Shortly thereafter, Bart, who had preemptively arrived, rushed in to secure handcuffs on each individual. Meanwhile, Raven enchanted each pair of cuffs to bind the magical powers of the cultists within them. Simultaneously, the Titans emerged from the portal. As the Whirlwind Tortoise stepped through with Superboy, sunlight illuminated the latter, revitalizing him within mere seconds, restoring his vigor. Yuri chose to maintain his transformation, remaining in the form of the Whirlwind Tortoise. With a resounding boom, an earth-shattering noise erupted as all emerged, causing the Blood Temple to tremble violently. Countless stones plummeted from above, burying the temple beneath the earth and filling the vast space entirely. This dark edifice, which had stood for centuries, was instantly obliterated. At last it was resolved. Outside the valley, Beast Boy exhaled deeply, taking a moment to rest on the ground. However, the matter was far from settled. Yuri hovered above, gazing at the restrained cultists, inquiring, "What shall we do with these individuals?" I do not believe that the existing prisons can contain them, and they have left no traces of their crimes. Under normal judicial procedures, it is impossible to convict them. What do you wish to convey? Robin inquired solemnly, fixing his gaze on Yuri. I suggest that perhaps we could address these magical offenders through alternative means. Yuri met Robin's eyes with an unwavering gaze. What means? To kill them? Robin retorted without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of all the Titans shifted dramatically. Calm down, Yuri. We cannot resort to such measures, Superboy interjected earnestly. These individuals have lured innocents into the blood cult, offering living sacrifices to the Triad. For years, countless lives have been cruelly taken, and they even seek to summon the Triad demons into this universe. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable on my planet. Starfire added, but this is not Tamarin. It is Earth, and we cannot cross that line. Yuri, upon hearing her words, felt compelled to retort. Was she not the one who had deceived Cassie into joining the Titans? Although it could not be equated with a cult, it was hardly a noble endeavor. Wonder Girl displayed no notable reaction. While my grandfather did kill Swan, it was under dire circumstances and it was only Swan. Here, we are dealing with no less than 200 individuals, Bart interjected hesitantly. Why are you all so agitated? Yuri waved his hand dismissively. I never suggested we kill them. My intention is to construct a specialized prison to detain these traitors to Earth, as well as any potential supercriminals we may encounter in the future. And I do not wish for interference from certain politicians. This prison must be managed solely by me. Oh, by the way, I have decided to name it the Void Realm. Chapter 121. When a rider falls ill, Yuri was correct. The magic I had placed on the handcuffs would gradually weaken over time, and they would eventually regain their powers. Mortal means of confinement are ineffective against them. Raven was the first to speak, aligning herself with Yuri. These individuals worship the Triad, unless one has witnessed the Triad firsthand. Mere words cannot adequately convey his malevolence and might. No one knows what powers and knowledge he might bestow upon his followers. So conventional arrangements for the blood cult are absolutely unfeasible. Yuri glanced at Raven in astonishment. He had assumed that the inherently kind Raven would oppose such a plan of private detention, yet she was the first to endorse it. I also find it feasible, but on the condition that this prison must be sufficiently robust and reliable, at least stronger than Iron Heights prison. Bart was the second to agree, which was within Yuri's expectations. Unlike the others, Bart did not adhere to the rules. As a man from the future, he held no trust in the capabilities of the current government. Otherwise, how could the history books of the 30th century deem the 21st century as the most perilous 100 years in history? Moreover, it was not long ago that the Iron Mountain prison experienced a viral outbreak. Had it not been for Yuri's timely provision of an antidote, one can only imagine the calamity that might have ensued. This incident significantly diminished Bart's already scant trust in the government, plunging it into negative territory. If a more formidable prison were to be constructed, considering Iron Mountain's reputation as a renowned superhuman facility, with an unparalleled level of security, one must ponder how escapes or jailbreaks could still transpire. How could other prisons possibly fare any better? Robin furrowed his brow, remaining silent, lost in contemplation. Shouldn't we let the Justice League or the Watchtower decide on this matter? Beast Boy tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Yuri couldn't help but commend Beast Boy in his thoughts for articulating another significant psychological concern of the Teen Titans, their excessive emphasis on independence. They wished to escape the shadows of their predecessors, rejecting the older generation's methods and resisting any interference in their affairs. As anticipated, this statement immediately provoked a rebellious sentiment among the Titans who had yet to voice their opinions. I care not whether human prisons can contain these cultists. What I know is that there are prisoners of war, and victorious warriors have the right to deal with their captives as they see fit. Wonder Girl exclaimed, pulling her lasso of truth outward with a sharp crack. On Paradise Island, their gender would be their death sentence. The discussion of whether we should handle the blood cult in our own manner is indeed necessary, but I do not wish for the League to intervene. The League cannot dictate our actions at every moment. Thus, we must learn to make our own decisions, Superboy asserted. Hey, guys, I haven't finished speaking yet. At that moment, Yuri clapped his hands, signaling everyone to listen to him. My plan to construct the Void Realm is not intended to replace the existing superhuman regulatory agencies. Any criminal who can be punished through normal legal processes will not enter the Void Realm. Only threats that transcend legal boundaries will fall under our jurisdiction. Surely, everyone is aware that the Justice League has its own small prison, the most notable of which is Superman's Phantom Zone. In my vision, the Void Realm serves a similar purpose. If the Justice League can employ an independent oversight method, then why can't the Teen Titans? Yuri spoke with a blend of sincerity and jest, his words proving alluring to the assembled Titans. Yuri, how can you be certain that the prison you construct will not be breached? Robin pointedly raised the most critical question. The Batcomputer describes the Phantom Zone as an unknown dimension existing beyond the universe, where time and space hold no significance. Such a prison would certainly render even the most heinous criminals powerless. But how do you plan to accomplish this? Excellent question. However, I have already devised a plan, and perhaps I will even require your assistance when the time comes to ensure that you will be thoroughly impressed, Yuri replied. Yuri smiled faintly, noting that Robin's inquiry indicated he was no longer contemplating whether to act, but rather how to proceed. The construction of the Void Spirit Realm necessitates considerable time. It cannot be completed in just a day or two. Therefore, for the time being, we can relocate the Blood Church into my mirrored space. There is no dissent on this matter. Bart, please go to the adjacent Phoenix City and bring back a full-length mirror, Yuri instructed Bart, who promptly vanished and reappeared with a magnificent full-length mirror. Subsequently, Yuri transformed into the figure within the mirror and opened a portal to the mirrored space upon its surface, while the Titans swiftly sealed all the followers of the Blood Church within. Once this was accomplished, Yuri and his companions embarked on their journey back to the Titan Tower. Meanwhile, in the Himalayas, at a mysterious location known as the Valley of Souls, entirely blanketed in ice and snow, the 7 core members of the Justice League, including Wonder Woman and Aquaman, had gathered, albeit with the Flash being a mere substitute rather than the original. Just days prior to the Blood Church's summoning of skeletal creatures to attack Titan Tower, each member of the Justice League encountered significant troubles. A figure who referred to himself as the Grave Demon approached Cheetah, Key Mage, Scarecrow, Weapon Master, Cleaner, and Weather Wizard, extracting from them some of Batman's lesser-known vulnerabilities and secrets through intense interrogation. It remains a mystery how the Grave Demon managed to pry such information from these supervillains. But it was evident that after his questioning, the 6 became as frantic as frightened rabbits, wreaking havoc. After the Justice League subdued these adversaries, their plans against them were only just beginning. The Grave Demon had kidnapped Steve Trevor, the leader of the Eye of Heaven, from whom he obtained the means to access the Watchtower. This directly led to the League's first confrontation with the Grave Demon, resulting in a complete defeat for the League. The Grave Demon possessed formidable mental abilities, exploiting the most vulnerable aspects within each hero to strip them of their fighting spirit, ultimately plunging the entire League into slumber before vanishing. Upon the Justice League's return to the atmosphere to trace the Grave Demon's whereabouts, a schism emerged within the League, culminating in the publicized altercation between Wonder Woman and Green Lantern. Disagreements among League members are not uncommon. However, this was the first instance that revealed to the world that the Justice League was not as united as perceived. Indeed, the Grave Demon shattered the flawless savior image the League had cultivated in the public's mind for years, and coupled with certain external influences, their reputation plummeted among the populace. Subsequently, through Batman's investigation, it was revealed that the Grave Demon was, in fact, David Graves, a writer renowned for his work Justice League, Gods Among Men. Many years prior, during Darkseid's initial invasion of Earth, it was the Justice League that had saved David and his family. Since then, David has been an ardent admirer of the Justice League, penning countless biographies to extol their greatness. However, recently, he discovered that his family had suddenly contracted a mysterious ailment that proved incurable. His wife and children succumbed to the illness one after another, and he himself was on the brink of death. In tracing the origins of the disease, they uncovered that its onset coincided with the establishment of the Justice League. For reasons unknown, David began to attribute his family's misfortune to the Justice League. At this juncture, a mysterious figure, bearing a 3-eyed skull coin, emerged. He informed David that in the distant Himalayas lay a Valley of Souls, a place concealed with the power to save him and aid in his quest for vengeance. No one knows what David encountered within the Valley of Souls. All that is known is that upon his return, he transformed into the Tomb Demon. When Batman unraveled the truth, the Justice League hastened to the valley, not only to bring the Tomb Demon to justice, but also to rescue Trevor, if he still lived. Chapter 122. The Peril of the Justice League, Himalayas, Valley of Souls. The 7 Titans of the Justice League stood at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, facing a landscape obscured by ice and snow. The frigid winds howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Anyone lingering in such an environment would surely perish from the cold. Yet, apart from Batman activating the thermal functions of his suit, none of the League had changed attire. Wonder Woman remained undeterred, exposing her pristine thighs, seemingly impervious to the chill. Batman, are you certain we Haven team misjudged our location? Green Lantern Hal inquired, surveying the vast, white valley, finding no apparent hiding place for the Tomb Demon. The only possibility was that within the mountain before them lay a hidden cave. However, the problem was that my ring has not detected any entrance. The Tomb Demon spent considerable time studying the Valley of Souls, amassing a wealth of legends about the place. If anywhere could have birthed the Tomb Demon, it would be this very location. Batman recounted impassively. Superman focused intently on the mountain, shaking his head. I cannot penetrate the environment within. Something is obstructing my X-ray vision. If there is no entrance, then we shall create one ourselves. With that, Wonder Woman unsheathed her sword, determined to carve a path forward. Calm down, Wonder Woman. We are unaware of what traps may lie within. Hal interjected promptly. Enough. Green Lantern, if you wish to avoid another confrontation with me here, do not hinder my path. Wonder Woman's demeanor turned icy. The Tomb Demon has kidnapped Steve. I do not even know if he still lives. The longer we delay in rescuing him, the greater the likelihood of his demise. If the Tomb Demon has slain Steve, I shall sever his head from his shoulders. Batman's gaze suddenly shifted, his voice cold as ice. We shall not behead anyone. I will, Wonder Woman declared resolutely, and the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. Hith. Can't you all just settle down for a moment? The Flash, Wally, hurriedly interposed himself between Wonder Woman and Hal, separating the two. He finally comprehended why Barry always remarked that life in the Justice League differed vastly from his expectations. The experiences of just these few days had nearly shattered Wally's radiant image of the Justice League. However, Wally found no disdain in this revelation. The more flaws the superheroes exhibited, the more human they appeared, fostering a sense of familiarity within him. Point guard here, Wally interjected. Before you all start squabbling amongst yourselves, I believe I may have found the entrance. Just then, Cyborg's voice emerged from the side, capturing the attention of everyone. He circled the mountain for a short distance and pointed at a solid rock face, stating, "There is a massive cave here." Did you detect it with your electronic eye? Hal asked after failing to scan the entrance with his power ring. No, I saw with my naked eye, Cyborg replied, his head only partially intact. According to the notes of the Tomb Demon, only those teetering between life and death can perceive the entrance to the true Valley of Souls. Batman recalled the contents he had seen. I am not on the brink of death, am I? Cyborg asked uncertainly. Certainly not. Batman replied as he led the way towards the direction Cyborg indicated, the others exchanging glances before hastily following. Under Cyborg's guidance, they ventured into the mountain, passing directly through the icy wall. Indeed, they discovered a vast cavern within, complete with numerous dilapidated structures resembling a kind of temple. It seemed that many practitioners had once dwelled here. As they walked, a sudden chill enveloped them. Do any of you feel cold? Wally inquired. I feel a bit, but that's impossible. No sooner had he spoken than wisps of white, translucent gas began to rise from the ground, rapidly surrounding the Justice League. The ethereal gas twisted violently, eventually taking on humanoid forms that floated in the air. Guys, I think we're in trouble, Wally exclaimed, his eyes widening as he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, above the straight road returning from Phoenix City to San Francisco, Tim piloted the Batplane, carrying the entire Teen Titans back to Titan Tower. After utterly dismantling the Blood Cult headquarters and finalizing the construction plans for the Void Spirit Realm, Yuri and the others set off directly back to San Francisco. Online, the negative discourse surrounding the Justice League was growing increasingly prevalent. The Beast Boy lamented, clutching his phone. The situation is getting worse. The exploits of the Grave Demon, David Graves, have reverberated across the globe, inciting widespread condemnation of the Justice League. Many assert that the League must bear responsibility for the misfortunes that have befallen the Graves family, and, consequently, the reputations of nearly all other superheroes have been tarnished to varying degrees. What has become of the world? Why should the Justice League be blamed for Graves' terminal illness? How could the abduction of Colonel Trevor by this so-called grave demon possibly be the fault of the League? At this moment, Connor is perusing various news articles on his phone. Moreover, individuals are now enumerating the destruction and financial losses incurred during past battles involving the League, claiming that taxpayer money has merely been squandered to clean up after the superheroes. Hundreds have already gathered in front of the White House to protest, demanding the cessation of funding and additional privileges for superheroes. The expressions of the other Titans are grave. The Justice League has never faced such a severe public relations crisis. If only Trevor were present, all unfavorable news regarding the League would be deftly managed. Indeed, that is contingent upon Trevor's presence. Steve Trevor's role within the Justice League is indisputable. He is an indispensable force in public relations. The Grave Demon's targeting of Trevor reflects a keen insight into the League's vulnerabilities, truly befitting a former staunch supporter of the Justice League. Such is the nature of humanity, foolish, ignorant, and only believing in what they can see, Yuri remarked with a sardonic smile. To withdraw funding from superheroes? What a brilliant move. Not just on a global scale, but right here in our own land, how many superhumans are masquerading as masked heroes? There must be at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Among them, how many genuinely pursue justice, and how many seek to subsist on government grants? If even the Justice League, a paragon of superheroes, were to lose its funding, what thoughts would cross the minds of those superhumans lacking conventional life skills, yet wishing to avoid a life of crime? While Yuri's words may be extreme, the others cannot deny the validity of his points. Nightwing calling the Teen Titans. Suddenly, the communication device within the Batplane crackled to life. Dick, is something amiss? Starfire immediately responded to Nightwing's call. Corey, I haven't seen a soul at Titan Tower. Where you all? Nightwing inquired urgently. Upon hearing this, Yuri in the back seat perked up. Nightwing visiting Titan Tower at such a time seemed implausible without cause. It is uncertain whether this situation is a blessing or a curse, as the Justice League is in disarray due to the Grave Demon, while the world watches this debacle unfold. In stark contrast, the Teen Titans are engaged in battles against the likes of the Skull Creature and the Church of Blood. Yet no one seems to be aware of their plight. Starfire recounted the recent events to Nightwing. What? The Church of Blood attacked Titan Tower, and you pursued them to their lair for a ruckus? Nightwing exclaimed, genuinely astonished. To be precise, we have eradicated the stronghold of the Blood Church. Tim symbolically corrected Nightwing's words. So, how did you arrive at Titan Tower, Dick? Starfire continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Nightwing's tone grew significantly heavier. An hour prior, Alfred received a distress signal from Batman, who had been operating alongside the Justice League not long before. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. After receiving the news from Alfred, Nightwing immediately reached out to Tim, only to discover that he had been skipping school for the entire day. Subsequently, Nightwing attempted to contact Titan Tower, but received no response. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an immediate journey to Titan Tower. Although he did not find Starfire and the others, he discovered that the Batplane, granted to Tim by Batman, had been taken. Thus, the Batplane received Nightwing's communication signal. Gasp! The Titans collectively inhaled sharply. Batman, who was with the Justice League, had issued a distress signal. What could this signify? It was highly probable that the Justice League was facing an extraordinary crisis. Whether having fallen into a trap set by their enemies or genuinely being defeated, they were currently unable to extricate themselves from their predicament. The Justice League was in trouble, and Yuri fell into deep contemplation. It was not difficult to deduce from recent news and Nightwing's account that the troubles faced by the Justice League coincided almost precisely with the Blood Church's assault. Although the enemies of both parties were entirely unrelated, it appeared as if someone was secretly targeting both the Justice League and the Teen Titans. According to the original plan, the Justice League should have been collaborating with the Teen Titans to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Church. However, just after the League had dismantled several of the Blood Church's strongholds, the Tomb Demon commenced his revenge scheme. Simultaneously, the Blood Church began to strike against the Teen Titans. The timing was too fortuitous. The Tomb Demon had been afflicted with a terminal illness for several years, and he should have harbored resentment against the Justice League since then. Why would he wait until now to execute his revenge, even if he had been striving to enhance his power over the past few years? It was hardly likely that he would coincidentally acquire the strength he believed could overcome the Justice League just recently. Yuri's brow furrowed deeply. as he bore further concerns within his heart. Having encountered the Blood Church, he was certain that the brainwashed cultists were unlikely to devise such intricate plans. The Tomb Demon was indeed a clever individual. His strategies against the Justice League clearly indicated that he was a cunning adversary. However, the likelihood of him establishing contact with the Blood Church, which had concealed itself for centuries, was exceedingly slim. Moreover, the Tomb Demon had always been an avid admirer of the Justice League, making it improbable that the Blood Church would voluntarily engage with a writer who leaned towards superheroes. After all, there was no intersection between the Tomb Demon and Raven, and the Blood Church had no reason to take note of him. Thus, the mastermind behind all of this cannot possibly be the Grave Demon or any faction of the Blood Church. There surely lies a hidden third force. The most intriguing aspect is that, while this force is indeed causing turmoil, they may not genuinely intend to eliminate the Justice League and the Teen Titans. The Blood Church has already faced defeat, and although the Grave Demon seems to have inflicted significant losses upon the Justice League, information gleaned from Yuri's past indicates that such defeats are not uncommon in the DC universe. They occur almost weekly and are hardly surprising. Yuri has no recollection of the Grave Demon, nor does he possess any substantial background on this entity. It is evident that this is not a formidable villain. A temporary setback for the Justice League is inconsequential, as they are bound to prevail in the end. What, then, is the objective of the individual orchestrating the simultaneous actions of the Grave Demon and the Blood Church? Are they assessing the strengths of the Justice League and the Teen Titans, or are they attempting to divert the League and Titans' attention for ulterior motives? It is perplexing, unless this is indeed a mere coincidence. Yuri lacks evidence to substantiate his theories, yet he remains skeptical that such coincidences occur in reality. Regardless, the most pressing matter at hand is to ascertain the status of the Justice League. From every conceivable perspective, the current Earth is inextricably reliant on their protection. Even if the League is destined to triumph, one cannot dismiss the significance of external assistance in securing victory. Yuri is not the only one aware of the Justice League's importance. Tim, situated in Gotham, is acutely aware of the horrors that would befall the city in Batman's absence. Extending this to a global scale, one must ponder what Earth would become without the Justice League safeguarding. Nightwing, do you know where the Justice League has ultimately gone? What was their last known location before Batman transmitted the distress signal? Tim inquired with a grave expression. We must act immediately to rescue the Justice League. If news of their defeat spreads, who knows what those who fear the League might do? In a place known as the Valley of Souls in the Himalayas. This location does not appear on any known satellite maps. However, Batman's distress signal has revealed its coordinates, which I am now uploading to the Batplane. Without hesitation, Nightwing transmitted the location information. You all return to Titan Tower. I will accompany you to the Himalayas. Before Nightwing could finish, Tim abruptly altered their course toward the Valley of Souls, with no intention of returning to collect Nightwing. Nightwing, there is no time to return to San Francisco, and we do not know what befell Batman and the others. It is possible that we could encounter unforeseen circumstances upon arrival. Therefore, one of us must remain behind. If we face total annihilation, you must be prepared to handle any ensuing crises. What? Robin, you cannot. Nightwing's tone grew urgent, yet Tim severed the communication. He then addressed everyone. All right, folks, we are about to embark on a mission to rescue the Justice League. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? On this journey, we may encounter unimaginable challenges, face adversaries far more formidable than those taught by blood, and perhaps even meet our demise. Therefore, if anyone feels fear, you are welcome to disembark the aircraft now. Chapter 124. Strange glimpses. What jest is this, Tim? Superboy Connor raised an eyebrow, asserting, we must undertake our rightful duties. He spoke with truth, Tim. Rather than uttering these words, you would be better served by accelerating the speed of the Batplane. Wonder Girl crossed her arms, affirming Superboy's statement. Though others remained silent, their attitudes were unmistakable. Yuri felt similarly. The defeat of the Justice League might not be an uncommon occurrence, yet it certainly would not be trivial. Who knows what madness the Grave Demon might unleash after toppling the League? Furthermore, without the Justice League stationed at the Watchtower, numerous extraterrestrial threats could descend upon the Earth, leaving Yuri with no means of escape. Since someone must resolve these issues, the Justice League is indeed an indispensable presence. However, Yuri privately acknowledged that his thoughts were not entirely aligned with this sentiment. The Grave Demon, once an ordinary writer, had transformed into a formidable villain capable of challenging the Justice League in just a few short years. It would be naive to assume there were no secrets behind his power. Yuri was intensely curious about the source of his strength. Suddenly, Yuri sensed a gaze fixated upon him from behind. He turned his head and discovered that only Raven remained seated at the back. Her entire visage was concealed beneath her hood, rendering her expression indecipherable. Even as Yuri looked back at her, she remained utterly unperturbed. Given Raven's demeanor, it was unlikely she had any leisure to observe Yuri furtively. Recognizing this, Yuri's caution heightened. Could there be another lurking aboard the Batplane? Yet, this suspicion was swiftly dismissed. With Raven's perceptive abilities, it was nearly impossible for anyone to approach so closely without detection. Moreover, his watch provided no alerts, indicating the absence of threats nearby. Was it merely an illusion? Yuri continued to glance over his shoulder, still failing to uncover anything suspicious. "Hey, what are you looking at, Yuri?" came the voice of Beast Boy from ahead. "Nothing, just feeling a bit odd," Yuri replied, turning around to find Beast Boy grinning at him playfully. "Feeling a bit strange." "Huh?" Beast Boy winked, whispering conspiratorially. "Aside from Raven, there's nothing else back there. What is so peculiar? Come on, your excuse is flimsy. You're spying on Raven, aren't you?" "To be honest, I understand your fascination. That girl possesses an enigmatic allure, and those of you who revel in scientific inquiry are drawn to mystery. So she must have captivated you deeply." Yuri was a loss for words. Indeed, such remarks could only emanate from the Beast Boy. "You're overthinking it, Gar. I do not spy on anyone." "Oh, is that so?" Beast Boy raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced. Yuri chose to ignore him, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, and closed his eyes to rest. Who knew what awaited them? It was prudent to conserve energy while they could. Observing this, Beast Boy muttered that it was rather dull before turning away. As time passed, the Batplane surged ahead, steadily approaching the Himalayas. The endless expanse of snow-capped mountains and glaciers unfolded before their eyes. Soon, Yuri and his companions neared the coordinates signaled by Batman. Delving over 1,000 kilometers into the mountains, a virtually untouched wilderness by humankind. "Tim, can you establish contact with the Justice League?" Yuri inquired of Tim in the pilot's seat. "No, I cannot reach them," Tim replied, shaking his head. "Not even Cyborg?" After receiving Tim's affirmative response, Yuri furrowed his brow. He understood that Cyborg's mechanized essence was linked to the Mother Box, serving as an indispensable communication hub within the Justice League. Disabling Cyborg was not merely a matter of defeating him. Few technologies on Earth could effectively disrupt Cyborg's signals. Even organizations possessing countless advanced technologies, such as the Eye in the Sky, the Superintelligence Bureau, and the Chess Society, predominantly retained their extensive data in paper form, regardless of the astronomical increase in workload. This illustrated the significant threat Cyborg posed in the eyes of the government. Even if there were technologies capable of interfering with Cyborg, the duration of such interference would be exceedingly limited. It was already remarkable that a mere literary figure, once an ordinary author, had awakened the power to rival the Justice League within just a few years, and now he had access to such high technology. Wasn't that rather excessive? Moreover, since Batman had sent out a distress signal, there was no reason Cyborg couldn't transmit a signal in return. The fact that they could not contact anyone raised serious concerns. Unless Cyborg wasn't merely being jammed, but had been rendered inoperative by their adversaries. Regardless of which scenario it was, Yuri's apprehension regarding the complexity of the situation escalated significantly. "Titans, stay alert. We have arrived at the coordinates provided by Nightwing," Tim reminded everyone as the Batplane's speed suddenly decreased, tilting downward to lower its altitude in preparation for landing. Simultaneously, all sensors on the aircraft activated, scanning the surrounding environment to ensure there were no traps before finally touching down on the snowy surface. "We have reached our destination, folks. It's time to disembark," Tim announced as he stepped down from the pilot's seat. Just as Yuri was about to unbuckle his seatbelt, he felt a fleeting sensation of being watched, a feeling that was ephemeral, almost as if real, but possibly an illusion. Instinctively, he glanced back but found no suspicious signs. Nonetheless, the peculiarity heightened his alertness to its peak. "What are you looking at?" At that moment, the cawing of the raven brought Yuri's thoughts back to the present. He noticed the raven gazing at him with a curious expression before inquiring, "Is there something on my face?" It was only then that Yuri realized his gaze was directly fixed upon the raven. Clearing his throat, he asked with a serious demeanor, Raven, "Do you sense anyone else besides us here?" The Raven, perplexed, observed Yuri's solemnity and began to attune her senses, only to shake her head gently. "I do not sense the presence of others. Is that so?" Yuri's confusion deepened. Surely, it could not be that his recent exertions had led to hallucinations. Not once but twice. If a watcher truly existed, what could their intentions be? If they bore hostility, they had ample opportunities to strike during their journey, including the present moment. Yet this mysterious individual had chosen not to attack. Conversely, if they approached with benevolence, intending to assist the Titans in rescuing the Justice League, there would be no need to conceal their presence. "Are you not coming?" At that moment, the Raven had descended from her seat and approached the cabin door, with the rest of the Titans having already exited, leaving Yuri seated alone. "I'm coming," he replied, hastily following her. As they stepped out of the cabin, a biting cold wind greeted them, the temperature plummeting to several degrees below freezing. For Starfire, Superboy, and Wonder Girl, their physical prowess rendered such conditions negligible. Bart and the Raven could employ their super speed or magic to ward off the chill. Tim had donned a cold-resistant Robin uniform, while Beast Boy chose to transform into a polar bear. As for Yuri, he activated the thermal functionality of his attire. After the battle in Mid-City against the Blacksmith-S ragtag crew, Yuri had salvaged numerous remnants of mechanical soldiers as materials, utilizing technology from Gavin to create this seemingly ordinary casual outfit. Its defensive capabilities were adequate. It could easily resist bullets, and it boasted a plethora of functions, including insulation and heat retention, powered perpetually by a small device. Surrounded by an expanse of white, visibility was nearly non-existent. "Where the Justice League and the Tomb Demon?" Beast Boy queried. No one answered, for each person harbored the same question. This was the last known location from which Batman had sent a distress signal. He should be nearby. Tim surveyed the area, but not a single footprint was visible, let alone Batman himself. "I sincerely apologize for my prolonged absence. This delay has not solely been due to my own health issues. Rather, it is primarily attributed to the sudden discovery of a tumor in my mother's throat, necessitating immediate surgical intervention. Consequently, I had to return home to care for her. It all transpired so abruptly that I found myself at a loss for words. Initially, I was grappling with my own medical concerns, and now my mother faces her own dire situation. It may be hard for you to believe, yet the unfortunate events have coincidentally compounded. I have felt powerless, hesitant to articulate my plight until today, when I finally managed to regain my composure." Chapter 125. The True Terror of the Grave Demon. Tim crouched down, scooping up a handful of snow. Yuri approached from behind, gazing up at the seemingly endless snowfall that fell from the sky, and spoke, "Let us prepare for the worst. Just hours ago, Batman transmitted a distress signal in this vicinity. If he encounters misfortune here, it won't be long before he is buried beneath the snow, vanishing without a trace." Tim continued along Yuri's train of thought. "Oh, so that means Batman could very well be right beneath our feet?" The Beast Boy, who had recently transformed into a polar bear, exclaimed, leaping aside and frantically clawing at the ground. "We must hurry to unearth him." "Stop, Gar," Tim interjected, halting the Beast Boy's frantic actions. He rose and declared, "Batman is not beneath us, at least not in this patch of snow. His previous movements were not merely a matter of scooping snow." "All right, then where should we search for the Justice League?" the Beast Boy inquired. "In a vast expanse of the Himalayas, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and glaciers. Locating the 7 members of the Justice League in such an environment was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Tim fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yuri, too, struggled to conceive a viable plan. Aside from the 2 prior instances that remained shrouded in uncertainty and possibly linked to the grave demon, no further leads presented themselves. Perhaps we might employ the powers of the Super Beast. "I hope the scent left by Batman has not dissipated," Yuri mused, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. While the Super Beast's sense of smell was formidable, the prevailing environmental conditions were hardly conducive to scent retention. Still, it could serve as a potential solution. Just as Yuri was about to activate his transformation into the Super Beast, Tim's voice rang out once more. "Connor, have you discerned anything?" Yuri turned to Superboy, who appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed, ears twitching as if he had sensed something. Upon hearing Tim's inquiry, Superboy hesitantly replied, "I believe I heard a faint vibration, barely perceptible. I'm unsure if it's real. You heard it too? It seems I'm not experiencing auditory hallucinations. Wonder Girl remarked, clearly having detected a similar sound alongside Superboy. I dare say that the commotion is likely related to our objective for coming here. The sound seems to emanate from that direction. The marvelous girl remarked, extending her finger toward the southeast, where a snow-capped mountain stood less than 300 meters away. Excellent. Our target has finally become clear. It is time to set forth, Titans. Tim brandished his staff, pointing toward the mountain as he addressed the group. Meanwhile, shrouded in an enigmatic force, within the mountainous terrain lay the Valley of Souls. Amidst the ruins of a vast and dilapidated ancient temple, a man, his body marred with scars, staggered through the remnants of broken walls. His movements were exceedingly cautious. He repeatedly verified his surroundings with each step, as if fearing discovery by some unseen presence. Engaging the Tomb Demon without adequate understanding poses great peril for the Justice League. I must locate them swiftly to deliver my warning. The Tomb Demon's abilities are not what one should fear. It is the true terror that lies within. Despite his battered physique, the man harbored a resolute belief that propelled him forward. Outside the snow-capped mountain, the young Titans swiftly approached the base. Bart, in the blink of an eye, circled the mountain several times before returning with less than favorable news. I found no entrances or caves on the mountain. Yuri pondered for a moment before turning to Raven and inquired, is it possible that the entrance here is concealed by magic? Raven stepped forward, placing her hand against a wall of ice, closing her eyes to attune her senses. I can sense a peculiar force within, but it is not magical. I am unsure how to dispel it. Soon, Raven withdrew her hand, her expression slightly despondent. I apologize for not being of more assistance. Do not say that, Yuri replied with a hint of exasperation. You possess abilities that none of us can replicate. You have already aided us immensely. Do not burden yourself with undue pressure. Nightwing had just uploaded the Tomb Demon's previous research notes, which mentioned a place called the Valley of Souls, from which he derived his power of redemption. The coordinates are likely right beneath us. At this moment, Tim displayed the information on Robin's visor. It is said that one cannot enter the Valley of Souls through conventional means. Only those teetering between life and death can perceive the entrance. Tim, are you speaking of some mythological tale? Superboy scratched his head. I do not find this odd at all. Not all myths are fictitious. And Cassie should be able to attest to that. Yuri gestured with his thumb toward the marvelous girl behind him, who stood with her arms crossed. Her right hand resting on her left upper arm, gently tapping her arm with her index finger. Speaking of which, Connor, having been Superboy for so long, you must have encountered numerous supernatural occurrences. It seems rather peculiar that you are now so astonished. I know, but this is too incredulous. Does it not imply that only those on the brink of death can witness the entrance? Superboy remarked. What realm can only be traversed by those on the brink of death? Heaven? Hell? Perhaps the underworld, for the land of the deceased encompasses more than merely two domains. As the marvelous girl elucidated. A what? The super kid was taken aback, and not just him. Everyone was stunned, including Yuri. Well, it seems you are lacking in some basic knowledge, the marvelous girl remarked with a hint of exasperation. According to the records from Paradise Island, there are 3 known realms for souls after death: heaven, hell, and the underworld. While the Amazons possess limited understanding of heaven and hell, their knowledge of the underworld is quite profound. Unlike hell, which is presided over by a singular sovereign, the underworld is managed collectively by various deities of death, one of whom is my uncle, Hades. Other gods akin to him include Anubis from Egypt, Ereshkigal from Sumer, and Hel from Norse mythology. However, some beings may forge contracts with deities or demons, binding their souls to the contractor, thus preventing them from entering the realm of the deceased in a conventional manner. The Titans nodded in understanding, surprised by the multitude of afterlife realms. Whether this information would aid their current predicament remained uncertain. If the snowy mountain indeed served as a dimensional gateway to the underworld, perhaps the marvelous girl's connection with Hades might facilitate their endeavors. Yet, the relationship between Zeus and Hades in Greek mythology does not seem particularly amicable. Would the status of being Zeus's daughter prove advantageous? Moreover, it appears that all death deities reside within the underworld. Might they encounter the enigmatic figures of the black and white impermanents? Yuri's imagination wandered. What are you all contemplating? This cannot possibly be the entrance to the underworld, nor to hell or heaven, the marvelous girl observed, recognizing their expressions. Although I have never ventured into the underworld, all realms of the deceased lie beyond the cosmos, and no passage exists. Upon death, beings naturally transition into the realm of the deceased, regardless of their location in the universe. If the notes of the grave demon were not mere figments of his madness, and indeed only those straddling the line between life and death can perceive the entrance to the Valley of Souls, I may have a solution. Yuri proposed. There happens to be a DNA sample that meets this criterion. The Spectre. This chapter concludes with a brief explanation. Initially, I had intended to provide updates in the past few days. However, due to Huawei's campus recruitment activities, I found myself engrossed in interviews, necessitating considerable preparation. After all, it is Huawei we are discussing. Where else could one find a more esteemed organization? Given my qualifications, the campus recruitment was my only opportunity to secure a position there. Once I graduate and enter the workforce, it would be far-fetched to even consider Huawei. My resume might not even qualify to reach the hands of an interviewer. Today, I have just concluded all interview activities. Whether I pass or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I can finally resume updates. From tomorrow onwards, I anticipate a continuous stream of daily updates. The update time, as per tradition, will be around 23:59. Honestly, this is no jest. Chapter 126. Though the enemy remains unseen, I too am in the shadows upon Yuri transforming into a shadowy figure. The entrance to the Valley of Souls was suddenly laid bare before his eyes. Much like a steel skeleton, it was utterly impossible to discern whether this shadowy entity was alive or dead, perfectly aligning with the criteria for entering the Valley of Souls. A vast cavernous entrance appeared before Yuri, shrouded in profound darkness, with no end in sight. Quite suitable, indeed, for the shadow's predilections. Yuri floated to the entrance, marveling as he surveyed the surroundings. Before his transformation into a shadow, no method had revealed this opening. Neither Robin's advanced technology nor Crow's magic could make the entrance visible. From the outside, the mountain appeared entirely cohesive, enveloped in ice and snow, with no discernible caverns for entry. Yet, to the shadow's perception, the mountain wall that had previously concealed the entrance had seemingly vanished. Yuri attempted to materialize and enter the cavern, and lo and behold, there were no barriers. It appeared that the outer mountain wall was merely an illusion. "Hey folks, come this way," Yuri called to the Titans. The group approached the cavern entrance, gazing at the rocky wall with a variety of expressions. "Yuri, are you certain this is a massive entrance?" Beast Boy inquired skeptically. "Of course. Why else would I have called you over?" Yuri floated around the Titans, pondering that the research notes of the Tomb Sorcerer were likely not entirely the product of madness. At least regarding the entrance to the Valley of Souls, he was indeed correct. "Cast, can you hear that?" The vibrations previously heard seemed to grow progressively clearer. Superboy's ears perked up, and he earnestly asked the Wonder Girl. "Yes, I can hear it," she affirmed. "All right, we don't have much time to waste. Let us hurry inside." Starfire took the lead, stepping into the cavern, and the seemingly seamless wall was indeed traversed without any obstruction. Following closely, everyone entered the cave together. "Wow, this is just like Platform 9, exclaimed Beast Boy. "By the way, I adore unicorns." "Is that so? Yet why have I never seen you transform into a unicorn?" As Superboy posed a question beside Beast Boy, his voice abruptly ceased the moment he stepped into the cave. He turned to gaze at Wonder Girl, who likewise returned his look. A profound rumbling emanated from the depths of the cavern, compelling us to investigate. Aside from Superboy and Wonder Girl, Starfire also detected a faint tremor, reminiscent of the vibrations heard by the two outside. In comparison to these extraordinary beings, the physical capabilities of the Tamaranian were somewhat inferior, yet still superior to those of others, including Yuri. The Phantom could not perceive sound from such a distance. "Connor and Cassie, you shall lead the way. Starfire and Gar, keep watch at the rear. Everyone move out." Robin succinctly issued his orders. Under the guidance of Superboy and Wonder Girl, the group swiftly advanced deeper into the cave. In no time, they traversed the lengthy, winding tunnel and entered a vast chamber. Before them loomed a collection of ancient, dilapidated structures. The temple-like architecture bore the weight of at least a millennium of history. The sheer number of grand edifices hinted at the former splendor of this place, where thousands had surely lived or practiced. Unlike the naturally formed caverns of the Blood Temple, the tunnels here bore unmistakable signs of human excavation, revealing the extraordinary effort it took to carve such a vast space from the mountain. The architects of this enigmatic temple were undoubtedly remarkable. It remained a mystery when this once magnificent sanctuary had fallen into its current state of ruin, abandoned for many years until the tomb demon discovered it. Perhaps his power was derived from this temple. Yuri pondered, reflecting on the day. The Titans had scarcely emerged from the Blood Church's temple before venturing into yet another unknown deity sanctuary. What a day to be at odds with the divine. Yuri couldn't help but mentally scoff. In just a day and night, they had traversed from San Francisco to Phoenix and then to the Himalayas, nearly encircling the globe. Upon returning, a thorough rest would be in order. Boom! The moment they arrived here, everyone could distinctly hear the tremors. To be precise, they not only heard it, but also felt the ground beneath them vibrating. The sound originated from the central area of the temple ruins, obscured by the remnants of the structure, rendering the situation beyond their view. Yuri was acutely aware that this signified their destination was near, igniting a renewed sense of urgency within him. The adversary they faced, the Tomb Demon, was capable of confronting the Justice League, and underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. Although the protective mechanism of his watch ensured Yuri's survival, it was certainly not a reason for complacency. One must exert full effort even when battling a seemingly weaker foe. It may not be as exaggerated as it seems, yet under no circumstances should one underestimate the enemy, for it is a poor habit. Each Titan is now filled with an urgent desire to charge forward and uncover the truth. Had the leader been Dick, they might have already confronted the adversary. However, the current commander is Tim. As the most prudent Robin in history, recklessness has never been his preferred course of action. Before formulating the next steps, it is imperative to assess the enemy situation. This aligns perfectly with Yuri's thoughts. Currently, the circumstances favor the Titans. Their journey thus far has encountered neither traps nor obstacles, and even minions seem absent, suggesting that the Grave Demon likely operates as a solitary player. If he lacks exceptionally strong perception abilities, he should remain unaware of the Titan's approach. Even if he possesses such capabilities, he ought to have taken some action while the Titans traverse the tunnel. Setting traps, for instance, would not be a daunting task. Since the Grave Demon has not done so, it at least indicates he is preoccupied and unable to attend to the Titans. Considering this, it is reasonable to surmise that he is engaged in a one-man battle against the entire Justice League. If he had surplus energy to guard against the Teen Titans, his strength would be formidable indeed. From various perspectives, the enemy remains obscured while we are shrouded in secrecy. Now is the time to ascertain the enemy's true capabilities, thereby shifting the advantage to a state where the enemy is revealed and I remain concealed, significantly enhancing our position. When dealing with the Grave Demon, who can contend with the Justice League, utmost caution is warranted. Given the Shadow's ability to become intangible, Yuri naturally assumes the role of the scout. He swiftly becomes incorporeal and burrows underground, moving towards the source of the tremors. Chapter 127. The vulnerability within the Justice League. Yuri advances underground towards the source of the tremors, the sounds growing increasingly pronounced as he nears. Just as he plans to accelerate his approach, a painful groan suddenly pierces his ears. It is a coarse voice of an adult male, stirring a sense of familiarity within Yuri. The location of the sound is alarmingly close, perhaps not more than 10 meters away. With uncertainty gnawing at him, Yuri heightens his vigilance, deeply concealing himself beneath the surface and moving towards the origin of the groan. Indeed, the position is remarkably near, merely separated from him by 2 walls. Upon traversing these barriers, he discovers the source of the moan, a bloodied, blond man in military garb, sprawled on the ground. Struggling to crawl while clutching the wall with one hand, blood continuously oozing from his numerous wounds, trailing behind him an endless stream of crimson. With such a significant loss of blood, any ordinary person would have perished long ago. He crawled in a direction nearly parallel to Yuri's original path, seemingly heading toward the enigmatic site of tremors. However, his trajectory was slightly askew, making it unlikely that he would reach his destination. Yuri couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this man before, scrutinizing the bloodied visage with great care. Simultaneously, the ghostly figure began to employ the exceptional memory retrieval abilities of the Icatorians. In the next moment, Yuri recognized the individual. Colonel Trevor, the leader of the Eye of Heaven, Steve Trevor, who had been abducted by the Tomb Demon. Many believed he had perished at the hands of the tomb demon. Yet here he was, alive and seemingly having escaped. Preoccupied with the urgency of warning the Justice League about the tomb demon's peril, Trevor was startled by the sound of his name being called, fearing it was the tomb demon closing in. "Who is there?" he bellowed, his voice resonating with authority as he struggled to rise. Yet, despite his utmost effort, he could only prop himself up. Within less than a second, he collapsed back onto the ground, evidently drained of all strength. "Do not move, Colonel Trevor. Your condition is dire," Yuri cautioned as he gradually revealed himself. Upon seeing the ghostly figure, Trevor maintained an air of nonchalance, unfazed, which greatly enhanced Yuri's regard for this steadfast ally of the Justice League. "Are you a new member of the Teen Titans?" Trevor inquired uncertainly. The leader of the Eye of Heaven, recalling a fledgling like him, was indeed a matter of honor, thought Yuri, as he humorously pulled out a syringe and injected it into Trevor's shoulder. "What have you done to me?" Trevor exclaimed, startled by the sharp sting in his shoulder. But soon, a wave of cool comfort enveloped him. "This will help you staunch the bleeding quickly and provide analgesic effects," Yuri casually remarked. "Thank you," Trevor replied, having maintained his tense composure through sheer will. Now, with relaxation washing over him, an overwhelming fatigue set in, as if his eyelids were burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds, yearning for an extended slumber. No, he could not afford to faint. A sudden realization struck Trevor. He needed to alert the Justice League. Moreover, it appeared the Teen Titans had arrived as well. If he failed to disclose the true nature of the tomb demon, they all might perish here. "Yuri!" Trevor shouted with all his might. Yuri understood the gravity of the situation. This was likely to be the classic last utterance before losing consciousness. "Information is crucial," Yuri stated with a serious demeanor, refraining from further dialogue to avoid wasting time. "You must warn the Justice League, inform the Teen Titans. The tomb demon is exceedingly dangerous. His true capabilities are—" Yuri perked up, keenly awaiting Trevor's revelation of the tomb demon's powers and vulnerabilities. At that moment, he would no longer need to seek intelligence himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Why has it fallen silent? Yuri looked down and saw that Trevor had completely lost consciousness, utterly unresponsive. Yuri exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" He hasn't even finished speaking before he passes out. What exactly is the power of the tomb demon? Merely stating that a tomb demon is dangerous is of little use. Who doesn't he know that? With no other choice, Yuri concealed Trevor in a position that could be considered somewhat hidden, realizing that he must rely on himself to gather information. Yuri set off promptly, and before long, he approached the source of the tremors. This location was at the very heart of the temple ruins, an expansive open area resembling a plaza, surrounded by countless dilapidated side halls. Cautiously, Yuri emerged from underground, glancing around the open space. To his astonishment, his jaw dropped at the sight before him. Scattered across the open area were 8 individuals clad in bizarre attire. 7 of them were either kneeling or lying on the ground, their eyes vacant and expressions dazed, with a few intermittently pounding the earth with their hands. The tremors Yuri had heard earlier originated from this very scene. Even more shocking was the presence of several semi-transparent, soul-like entities encircling these individuals, manifesting in various humanoid forms and incessantly speaking to them. Clearly, these 7 were the 7 leaders of the Justice League, while the 8th, adorned with a grotesque demon mask, was the tomb demon. The bizarre circumstances left Yuri feeling uneasy. The entire Justice League had lost their will to fight, while the tomb demon stood motionless nearby, observing the heroes in their agony and regret. Even though the Justice League had completely surrendered, the tomb demon did not strike a finishing blow. It was uncertain whether he was preoccupied with maintaining the existence of those soul entities or simply relishing in the weakness of the Justice League. Among them was Superman, clad in blue armor with a red emblazoned on his chest, kneeling with tear-filled eyes. Before him stood a couple dressed similarly, each also bearing the emblem on their chests. This couple spoke to Superman in a gentle, hopeful tone, saying things like how, "We have always been watching over you. You have endured so much over the years, and we can live together here forever." Their words subtly suggested a desire for Superman to abandon his burdens and enjoy a tranquil life with family. Although Yuri could not discern the exact appearance of these semi-transparent soul entities, he surmised that this couple was likely Superman's biological parents, Jor-El and Lara, the chief scientist of Krypton. The tomb demon showed no reaction to Yuri's arrival, indicating that he likely had not discerned the incorporeal nature of the souls, which was fortunate for Yuri. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Batman, kneeling a few dozen meters away, even though half of his face was obscured by a mask. The sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Before him stood the ethereal forms of a middle-aged couple, the indelible shadows of Batman's existence, Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne, the parents of the Dark Knight. Just as the Joel couple had done, the Waynes too were imploring Batman. "Bruce, why must you torment yourself so? You need not seek vengeance for us. Dear child, we wish for your happiness." Yuri observed Superman and Batman with great care, attempting to deduce the essence of the grave demon's abilities. The intelligence currently available was limited, allowing only for speculation that the demon possessed the power to summon the spirits of the deceased or to manifest them in corporeal form. Looking to the other members of the League, their situations were similarly dire. Aquaman beheld the visage of his deceased father, while Hal encountered the spirit of his father, who perished in a crash. Cyborg saw his unaltered self, and Wally confronted the tragic spirit of Donna, who had fallen in battle. Without exception, each individual faced the souls of those they had lost, compelling them to confront their most painful memories. It was possible that the grave demon's mental prowess lurked insidiously, subtly influencing the emotions of its targets, leading them to despair and a loss of will to fight, submerged in anguish and regret. This was the reason Wonder Woman's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression oscillating between rage and remorse, for before her stood the spirit of Steve Trevor. Yuri's eyes sparkled with realization. He had grasped the warning Trevor had sought to impart. The capabilities of the grave demon were indeed beguiling. Should one confront it without a full understanding, it was likely they would follow in the footsteps of the Justice League. The apparitions surrounding the other members of the Justice League, without exception, were those of the dearly departed, closest kin and comrades, embodying the most poignant memories in the hearts of these heroes. This was not akin to a mere illusion of the mind, for no one knows the existence of these lost souls better than those who love them. Any hint of artifice would be readily discerned. Yet, none of the Justice League members questioned the authenticity of the spirits before them, which was rather intriguing. It was as if the souls of the deceased had indeed been summoned by the grave demon, coupled with the notion that this place was known as the Valley of Souls, where only those straddling the line between life and death could perceive the entrance. These various factors led Yuri to naturally deduce that the grave demon's powers were intricately linked to the essence of souls, perhaps manifesting the spirits from the realm of the departed into reality in some manner. It might even exert a degree of control over these souls, thereby extinguishing the fighting spirit of the Justice League. It was akin to an alternative medium, the allure of reuniting with those forever lost being immense, leading countless individuals astray. Anyone with departed loved ones would likely fall prey to the grave demon's seduction. Even the resolute wills of heroes like Hal and Batman have been ensnared, leaving little hope for others, as their fighting spirit has been utterly extinguished. Had Yuri not witnessed the spectral apparition of Trevor, he would have surmised the same. Yet, the grave demon conjured forth Trevor's soul, revealing the true essence of his power to Yuri. Just moments ago, he had saved Trevor's life, and now the man thrived. From where could the grave demon summon Trevor's soul? Undoubtedly, all these spectral forms were mere illusions. It remains unclear what the grave demon has done or said to convince the Justice League that they genuinely beheld the souls of those individuals. Although Yuri had gleaned some understanding of the grave demon's abilities, this did not imply that he would be an easy adversary. Yuri pondered privately, recognizing that the grave demon likely belonged to a formidable class of mental manipulators, capable of crafting illusions so convincing that even the Justice League's 7 Titans were deceived. Given the current strength of Phantom Shadow, the odds of successfully confronting the grave demon on a mental front appeared slim. The risks associated with a surprise assault were also considerable. The true combat prowess of the grave demon remained a mystery. Should he fail to defeat the entity in one decisive blow, the consequences could be dire. What if the grave demon altered the illusions perceived by the Justice League? Casting Yuri as their foe, he would find himself pitted against Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, the Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg, a scenario he certainly wished to avoid. Charging in recklessly would be foolish. He needed to devise a means for the Justice League to recognize the falsity of the souls they beheld. Just as Yuri contemplated his strategy, the grave demon, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly moved. With deliberate steps, he approached the 7 members of the Justice League, his crimson eyes aglow, and his visage twisted in a terrifying semblance of a demon, more akin to his natural appearance than a mere mask. As he advanced, the black cloak that had enveloped him fell away, revealing his bare torso, its hue an unsettling shade of bluish-green, adorned with tattoos resembling 3 faces embedded in his skin, those of an adult woman and 2 children. They were the likenesses of the grave demon's wife and children, who perished from a mysterious affliction. I intended for you to experience a deeper anguish, the grave demon rasped, standing among the League's leaders. However, given that the entire world has witnessed your true selves and the frail spirits within you, which mirror my own, I have resolved to seek a different resolution. I have studied you for many years and gleaned much information from your numerous adversaries. As my understanding of you deepens, I find myself beginning to empathize with the suffering you have endured. At that moment, the grave demon's tone took on the exuberance of a child with a new toy, brimming with delight, except when he approached Wonder Woman, whereupon his demeanor turned icy. The progeny of Zeus and the Amazon Queen, a natural demigod and an exquisite princess, has never experienced human suffering. Upon hearing the words of the grave demon, Wonder Woman swiftly turned to glare at him, exclaiming, "You have slain Trevor." "No, Diana." As Wonder Woman exhibited a rising inclination to confront the grave demon, Trevor's spirit immediately intervened before her. "Why are you stopping me, Steve? I seek vengeance for you." Wonder Woman inquired, perplexed. "The one responsible for Colonel Trevor's demise is not I, but you, Wonder Woman." The grave demon retorted sharply, pointing at her. "The entire world is aware of your profound bond with Steve Trevor, despite Colonel Trevor's fervent denials of your intimacy. His role as the Justice League's sole liaison has repeatedly placed him in peril. Regardless of my involvement, Colonel Trevor was destined to perish due to your connection, and only his death would allow you to truly comprehend suffering." The grave demon's words, imbued with a certain enchantment, rendered Wonder Woman's complexion ashen. I caused Steve's death? That is the truth. Colonel Trevor perished because of you, transforming into your anguish, making you akin to your comrades and to me. The grave demon articulated, extending his arms toward the Justice League. Whether you wish to acknowledge it or not, it does not alter the fact that we are fundamentally the same. I have shattered the Justice League, yet I harbor no malice towards any of you. I'm here to aid you. I compel you to experience pain and then relieve you of it, for only in this manner can we assist the world. The expressions of the Justice League members turned vacant, murmuring, "Assist the world?" Indeed, the grave demon clenched his fists, and an abundance of translucent gas materialized around him, transforming into numerous silhouettes. These souls were taken by various misfortunes, much like my wife and child. They should not have perished. We can alter all of this. Join me, and we can return these souls to their families. Everyone can reunite with the deceased, and those who have suffered can find everlasting happiness. As the grave demon's words resonated, the spectral figures he conjured began to lend their support. "Trust him, Diana. We could be together forever." Trevor's spirit suddenly entered Wonder Woman's being, and she offered little resistance. "All these years, I've been deeply concerned for you, Arthur. Being caught between 2 worlds is exceedingly burdensome." The spirit of Aquaman's father similarly entered him. "Bruce, your life is fraught with pain, and we grieve for you." This was the Waynes. "Kara, we owe you an entire half of your life. If we could, we would sincerely seek to make amends." These are the Elf family. The souls crafted by the Tomb Demon have all infiltrated the bodies of the 7 Titans of the Justice League, and before long, a similar crimson glow emerged in their eyes. Chapter 129. Teen Titans vs. Justice League? Splendid. At last, we have reached a consensus. United in our efforts, we shall undoubtedly transform this world into a better place. Gazing upon the Justice League, now utterly lost to themselves, the Tomb Demon reveled in delight. However, prior to aiding the entire world, a trivial matter must first be addressed. The Tomb Demon shifted his tone. "Not long ago, someone passed through the entrance of the Soul Valley. They must be concealed somewhere within. Seek them out and compel them to join our ranks." Near the entrance of the ruins of the Soul Valley Temple, the Teen Titans concealed themselves in a vantage point with a clear view. As they surveyed their surroundings, they awaited Yuri's return. "Why hasn't Yuri come back yet?" I hope nothing has befallen him. Superboy expressed his concern, a sense of foreboding weighing on him. Upon hearing this, the Titan's expressions darkened. It shouldn't be too dire, right? We all know how elusive Ghost Shadow can be. Even if he couldn't win, escaping should be quite feasible, Beast Boy remarked. As long as Yuri is determined to hide, the enemy might not even detect him. You truly have faith in me, Gar. Perhaps I ought to reward you with a chicken leg, vegetarian, of course. Suddenly, Yuri's voice echoed from beneath their feet. A ghostly, translucent creature emerged from the ground, slowly levitating. Folks, we might be in trouble, Yuri declared, his countenance grave, as he relayed all he had recently discovered, including that Steve Trevor was still alive and the Justice League was suspected of being under mental control. As soon as Yuri finished speaking, the Titans fell into a stunned silence. Wait, you just said the Tomb Demon created illusions of the deceased to deceive the Justice League, and in doing so, exerted control over their minds? Robin was the first to react. Is Batman among them as well? As it stands, yes. But it's also possible that Batman has a separate plan. Yuri hesitated to conclude definitively. The reputation of Batman was quite formidable in the annals of the internet. Who could fathom what schemes he might be concocting, perhaps feigning to be under the Tomb Demon's control to counteract him at the opportune moment? Robin lowered his head slightly in contemplation. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. So, the enemy we must contend with this time is the Justice League? Beast Boy swallowed hard. That seems to be the case, Yuri affirmed, then, with a confident demeanor, added, but there is no need to worry excessively. I have already devised a plan to defeat the Tomb Demon. The Titans exchanged glances, their attention converging upon Yuri. Given our current capabilities, engaging in direct combat against the Justice League presents a formidable challenge. However, temporarily restraining them remains within our reach. Yuri articulated, as long as we devise a means to liberate the Justice League from the Grave Demon's control during this interval, victory shall be ours. To achieve this, we must rely on Raven. Startled by the unexpected attention, the often overlooked Raven looked at Yuri with a quizzical expression. She had not acquired the magic to free others from mental domination during her time in Azarath, although she grasped the general principles. The practical application was an entirely different matter. Yuri, unaware of Raven's internal musings, did not anticipate her to directly break the Grave Demon's hold. Raven, come here for a moment. I shall explain what you need to do. Yuri beckoned her aside and quietly divulged his plan. After sharing his thoughts, he earnestly addressed Raven. I recognize that this may not seem entirely fair to you, and you are under no obligation if you do not wish to proceed. Raven gently shook her head, replying, I understand what must be done. What on earth are you two mumbling about? Beast Boy inquired, furrowing his brow. It's nothing. Raven will act independently while we strive to hold the Justice League at bay. Providing her with cover, Yuri stated calmly, as Raven transformed into a shadowy silhouette and soared away. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to locate the Grave Demon and the Justice League. The Titans understood the urgency of the situation, and thus, no one engaged in futile discussions. Wait, something is approaching from underground. You all need to leave this place. Do not remain stationary. Just as Yuri and the others were about to vacate their hiding spot, Superboy's ears perked up, and his expression shifted dramatically as he warned the group. In the next moment, Superboy struck the ground with a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Soul Valley, as the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around Superboy collapsed, forming a vast pit over 10 meters deep, with countless unfathomable fissures cracking the pit's bottom. In this sudden upheaval, those quick to react, such as Bart, Wonder Girl, and Starfire, swiftly evaded the collapsing area. Meanwhile, Robin and Beast Boy, who were slower to respond, were pulled along by Bart and Starfire. As for Yuri, still in his ghostly form, he effortlessly became intangible, immune to nearly all physical harm, rendering any attempt at evasion unnecessary. At the center of the pit, Superboy hung suspended in midair, inverted, with a fist extended downward. Opposing his fist was another, larger and more formidable. The first clan, adorned in a billowing red cape and radiant blue armor, bore the unmistakable emblem upon his chest, denoting his identity as Superman. Wow! Beast Boy exclaimed, that is really Superman. Indeed, that is the genuine Superman, Yuri remarked gravely. If Superman were to arrive here, it would signify that time waits for no one. This statement rings profoundly true, Hence, I believe it unnecessary to squander our time on a trivial search for individuals. At that moment, a revolting, withered voice echoed from behind Yuri and the others. Instantly turning around, they beheld the Tomb Demon, flanked by the remaining 6 Titans of the Justice League, appearing before them. Young Titans, you perceive me as an adversary, a deranged supervillain of unparalleled malevolence. Yet that is not the reality. The Tomb Demon began slowly. I am not your enemy. I fight for justice just as you do. Observe your mentors, the greatest superheroes of Earth. They have embraced my ideology, and you ought to learn from them. Do not jest. You have merely ensnared the Justice League with your mind control abilities. Robin retorted sharply. Tomb Demon, do you believe we have not encountered foes like you before? The Despair Demon and the Mind Pirate possessed similar formidable psychic powers. They too hypnotized the Justice League, yet ultimately they were all vanquished. You shall not be an exception. Chapter 130. The battle commences mind control. The Tomb Demon scoffed at Robin's words. Do not presume to gauge me with such superficial abilities. Robin, your comparison of me to the Despair Demon and the Mind Pirate stems from your ignorance of the soul, he continued. 3 wisps of translucent gas coalesced beside him, forming 2 children, a boy and a girl, and an adult woman. They were none other than the Tomb Demon's wife and children. His children perched upon his shoulders, while his wife entwined her arm with his, her face radiant with bliss. If one disregarded their eerie, semi-transparent forms, they appeared to embody a picture of familial happiness. In this valley of souls, I am able to converse with the departed, even bringing them back to the living realm to reunite with their bereaved families. Just as I have, the Tomb Demon expressed, gazing tenderly at his wife as though he genuinely believed that was her soul. Do you see, young Titans? I am engaged in a magnificent endeavor. I return the dead from the depths of hell. The Justice League has accepted me. We shall collaborate to eradicate the sorrow of separation from this world. You should join us, and together we can achieve this monumental feat, the Tomb Demon declared, his expression one of rapture. Yuri could not help but mentally applaud him for his performance. Setting aside the fact that he genuinely believed in his ability to summon souls at will was enough to command Yuri's admiration. Had it not been for Yuri's unexpected rescue of Trevor, he might have been swayed by the Tomb Demon's deceitful words. Robin, do not engage in further discourse with him. The Tomb Demon is merely a madman lost in his own delusions. Yuri shouted loudly, charging directly towards Aquaman, one of the 7 Titans. His choice of opponent was not arbitrary. He had his reasons. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and the Flash were formidable allies, and sending Superboy and the others to confront them would undoubtedly yield success. The remaining adversaries were Aquaman, Green Lantern, and Cyborg. Yuri had scant knowledge of Green Lantern Hal. After all, he had only watched a poorly received Green Lantern film in his previous life. Even his recent research at the Star Lab on metahuman files yielded little information about Green Lantern. Typically, the Green Lantern patrol the cosmos, making it rare for even Star Lab to encounter him, thus limiting any capability studies. Unlike the cooperative natures of Superman and the Flash, Green Lantern remained an enigma. All Yuri knew was that the Green Lantern ring could emit a form of green energy, which could be utilized to create various constructs. He was completely unaware of the limits of the Green Lantern ring, its explosive potential, or the scale of constructs it could manifest. Recklessly confronting Green Lantern was evidently not a prudent choice for Yuri. Cyborg seemed to be at a disadvantage against the shapeshifter. Yet it was crucial to note that Cyborg possessed a mother box within him. If the mother box remained intact, the shapeshifter would be unable to control Cyborg. But could the shapeshifter neutralize the mother box? Uncertain, Yuri was aware of the high limits of the Gavin star's shape-shifting capabilities and the existence of the metamorphic mutant. But there have been instances where the shapeshifter had escaped the control of the cosmic arena's owner. The technology of the Apokolips mother box clearly surpassed that of the robot, and Yuri was unwilling to take such a risk. Without the shapeshifter, other extraterrestrial heroes offered no significant advantage against Cyborg, presenting no difference from Aquaman. Given that Cyborg was a founding member of the Teen Titans, it was most fitting for Starfire and the others, who better understood Cyborg, to confront him. As for Aquaman, despite his portrayal in films as a brawny man with flowing black waves, Arthur Curry was actually depicted as a well-built blonde youth. According to the data from Star Lab, although known as Aquaman, his abilities bore no relation to water. Aquaman possessed physical attributes second only to Superman and Wonder Woman within the Justice League. making this his most prominent combat capability. While he also wielded impressive powers, such as telepathy and communication with marine life, these often proved inconsequential in most situations. For instance, at this moment, Aquaman's brute strength was his only advantage, and without his iconic trident, Yuri found the prospect of a confrontation considerably less daunting. Four-handed tyrant. Upon seeing Yuri take action, the Titans hesitated no longer and each sought out their respective opponents. Wonder Girl Cassie boldly approached Wonder Woman, drawing her lasso of lightning and swiftly flicking it forward. The lightning lasso surged forth with a life of its own, swiftly ensnaring Wonder Woman. The Diana I know would never succumb so easily to control. Have you forgotten the honor of the Amazon warriors? Awaken at once, the Wonder Girl shouted, as the lasso shimmered with a burst of electricity. Huh! Feeling the sting of the electric shock, Wonder Woman let out a light exclamation, her hands straining against the lasso before she leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Wonder Girl's neck. Meanwhile, Pulse sought out the third-generation Flash, Wally, igniting a duel between the speedsters. Two beams of light, one yellow and one white, darted through the Soul Valley, their movements too swift for anyone to discern. Robin drew his staff and aimed to strike at Batman's head, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the latter's armored arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that same instant, Batman unleashed 3 batarangs from his other hand with blinding speed. Yet Robin seemed to anticipate Batman's counter, hurling 3 batarangs of his own almost simultaneously. The 6 batarangs collided mid-air, tumbling to the ground with a chorus of metallic clinks. Starfire and Beast Boy faced off against Green Lantern and Cyborg. Hal and Starfire soared into the sky, a brilliant green light erupting intermittently, accompanied by thunderous booms. Beast Boy exploited his shape-shifting abilities to keep Cyborg on his toes, transforming into a polar bear, then a mammoth, a dinosaur, and even a tiny insect. Each time Cyborg's weapon was about to land a hit, Beast Boy would morph into a minuscule mosquito, causing the attacks to miss while nearby ruins suffered considerable damage. Behind them, Superboy Connor had already engaged in a fierce tussle with Superman, their blows landing with the force of thunder, each punch echoing like a muffled explosion. Despite the intensity of their battle, the surrounding environment remained largely unscathed, indicating their instinctive restraint. Even amidst confusion, their subconscious held onto the habits of their daily lives. This was true not only for Superman, but for the rest of the Justice League members as well. In the distance, the Grave Demon observed the heroes' internal struggle with great delight. Each Titan began to clash with their respective opponents, and Yuri was no exception. When facing adversaries of the Justice League's caliber, holding back was the most foolish approach. Thus, Yuri unleashed his full strength from the onset, engaging without mercy. Yuri, transformed into the formidable four-armed overlord, charged directly at Aquaman. With a swift motion, he seized Aquaman's arms, and before the latter could react, he hurled him skyward, sending him soaring hundreds of meters away to a vacant area. Without hesitation, Yuri leaped, traversing dozens of meters to land precisely where Aquaman had fallen, planting a foot firmly upon his chest. The sudden and immense pressure upon his ribcage elicited a muffled grunt from Aquaman, his face instinctively contorting in pain. Although the Justice League's strength had been diminished under the control of the Tomb Demon, Yuri was still taken aback by how effortlessly he subdued Aquaman. It seemed that the current might of the Justice League was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Yuri mused inwardly. At that moment, Yuri felt a hand grasping his ankle, followed by a surge of immense power that swept through him, causing the world to spin uncontrollably. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yuri's attack had not inflicted any significant damage on Aquaman. The latter merely used one hand to pull the four-armed overlord down. In the next instant, Yuri sprang back to his feet, confronted once more by Aquaman, who stood defiantly before him. However, Yuri noticed several finger marks on his right ankle, indicating that it would take some time for them to fade. Ah, it seems you have some objections to my thoughts. Very well. I shall retract my previous assumptions, Yuri remarked, waving his hand dismissively at Aquaman. With a resounding thud, Yuri's 2 right fists collided with his left palm in front of his chest, the sound echoing as his joints cracked. His focus sharpened, and the muscles in his forearms tensed, attentively observing Aquaman's movements. Aquaman, expressionless, twisted his neck, revealing no desire to speak, and charged directly at Yuri, adopting a stance to throw a punch. Strangely, even for a fleeting moment, Yuri distinctly noticed that Aquaman's body halted abruptly, without warning, as he rushed towards him. The motion appeared unnaturally stilted. Could it be that the Justice League still retained some self-awareness capable of affecting their bodies? To validate his earlier hypothesis, Yuri gazed into Aquaman's eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. In his previous life, this was merely an artistic metaphor, but in this world, it held a literal truth. If he could glimpse even a flicker of humanity within Aquaman's gaze, it would signify that the hero's consciousness remained intact. However, Yuri could perceive only the vacant stare of a soulless child, devoid of any glimmer of light. Aquaman's awareness was not lucid enough to influence his own body. This indicated that the peculiar pause in Aquaman's movements was not a result of his consciousness resisting control, but rather an indication that the controlled Aquaman was fundamentally flawed. Perhaps the sheer number and strength of those under the Tomb Demon's mental influence were too great, preventing him from perfectly manipulating the actions of the 7 Titans of the Justice League. Yuri was not the only one to sense the anomaly. In summary, after just a few brief encounters, nearly all Titans immediately discerned that the movements of the 7 giants of the Alliance were markedly sluggish compared to their usual agility, and their battle stances appeared rather unnatural. At that moment, Yuri's mind, seemingly cluttered with thoughts, processed everything in the blink of an eye. Just then, Aquaman charged towards Yuri. Swinging his fist with tremendous force aimed at Yuri's face, the resounding whoosh of air nearly deafening him. Unfazed, Yuri extended all 4 palms to meet the oncoming blow, successfully blocking Aquaman's strike. Bang! Yuri's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Aquaman's punch, one that was nearly beyond his capacity to withstand. In an instant, this immense power forced Yuri to retreat uncontrollably, his feet leaving a trail several dozen meters long on the ground. Was Aquaman's strength truly this formidable? Indeed, he was the legendary being capable of shifting the Eurasian tectonic plates. Yuri pondered gravely, sensing that this was far from Aquaman's full potential. Yet it was already enough to impose significant pressure on the 4-handed overlord. Nevertheless, Yuri remained composed. While Aquaman's base strength was undoubtedly superior, he was not at his peak condition, and his movements had become sluggish. Thus, engaging him directly was unnecessary. At that moment, the 4-handed overlord's agility surpassed that of Aquaman. Each time Aquaman launched an attack, he hesitated momentarily before striking again, allowing Yuri to evade the first blow and seize an opportunity for retaliation. Swoosh! Seemingly intent on denying Yuri any respite, Aquaman charged at him once more, this time aiming for Yuri's heart. Under the control of the Tomb Demon, Aquaman resembled an emotionless zombie, uttering not a word, but relentlessly advancing to strike. The only sound accompanying his rapid approach was the slicing of air. Having experienced the force of Aquaman's punch, Yuri was not foolish enough to engage him in a fistfight. He swiftly sidestepped the attack. Simultaneously, Yuri unleashed all 4 fists, striking Aquaman. Despite Aquaman's considerable strength and hardened physique, his resistance to the impact was not significantly greater than that of the 4-handed overlord. Upon receiving Yuri's 4 punches, Aquaman was sent flying, skidding across the ground and leaving a long trail in his wake. Moreover, the slight residual power of the 3 palaces further inflicted genuine pain upon Aquaman. Remarkably, even under the mental control of the Tomb Demon, Aquaman, though lacking full consciousness, could still feel pain. It was peculiar, yet that was the reality. Seizing the advantage, Yuri leaped into the air towards Aquaman, soaring above him. Clap! Just as Yuri reached the apex above Aquaman's head, he extended all 4 hands and forcefully struck downward at the Atlantean. A fierce gust of wind howled towards the head of the Sea King, causing pain to his face, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes and shield his visage with his arm. In contrast, Yuri was propelled upwards due to the force of the reaction, ascending for a brief moment. Subsequently, he adjusted his position, with his head oriented downward and feet upward. As he reached the apex of his ascent and began to descend, he shot towards the Sea King like a released arrow, his 4 arms extended, adopting a posture of striking downward. Infused with the momentum of his fall as he collided with the Sea King, a thunderous impact resonated, shaking the entire Soul Valley violently, creating a deep pit several meters wide centered around Yuri. With a resounding crash, a shadow erupted from the pit, soaring skyward at an astonishing speed before crashing heavily against a stone wall hundreds of meters away. The tremendous force left a hemispherical indentation in the solid rock, and at its core, a red giant with 4 arms was embedded, as if fused with the wall itself. Disregarding the ache in his body, Yuri exerted a slight effort to free himself from the stone. It appeared the Sea King was not as easily subdued as he had anticipated. Mere moments prior, after Yuri had felled the Sea King into the pit, the latter had retaliated as if unaffected. The Sea King delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the 4-armed overlord, sending him hurtling backward like a released arrow. Fortunately, the resilient skin of the overlord endured the blow without significant harm. As Yuri extricated himself from the rock, a shadow descended from above, crashing heavily before him and stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. As the dust rapidly dissipated, a muscular man, standing at 185 meters with short golden hair, clad in a yellow scaly bodysuit and green tights, emerged. It was King Arthur Curry. With unarmed ferocity, the Sea King exhibited formidable combat prowess, launching a rapid fist towards Yuri. The punch cut through the air, producing a deafening whistle. "Huh!" Yuri bellowed, raising all 4 arms high before bringing them crashing down to the ground. The full force of the 4-armed overlord surged forth, causing the earth to shatter. A violent seismic wave emanated from Yuri's position, swiftly reaching the feet of the Sea King. The ground trembled fiercely, and a fissure several meters wide split open. Before the Sea King could react, he plummeted into the abyss of the chasm, which echoed with the sound of his descent, estimated to be around 400 meters deep. Yuri understood all too well that this depth would not confine the Sea King. Even if the Sea King's leap was merely a few dozen meters, lateral jumps would suffice for his escape, let alone the fact that the Sea King's leaping ability surely exceeded mere dozens of meters. Yuri harbored a fervent hope that Raven would soon bring forth the one capable of breaking the deadlock. Gazing down into the abyssal darkness of the crevice, where visibility was utterly obscured, he pondered this thought. Although the current situation maintained a semblance of equilibrium, it was evident that if the battle continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Even the diminished Justice League was beyond the capabilities of the youthful Titans at this juncture. To genuinely alter the course of events, Yuri could only rely on the task he had entrusted to Raven. The confrontation between Yuri and Aquaman seemed to stretch on indefinitely, yet it had only been a fleeting 3 minutes since the emergence of the Grave Demon alongside the Justice League. Uncertain of when Raven would fulfill her mission, Yuri momentarily set aside his musings upon hearing Aquaman's ascent as he leapt up the rocky walls on either side of the fissure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he was drawing near. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yuri's eyes. Rather than remain stationary, awaiting Aquaman's arrival, he decisively leaped into the chasm. With precise foresight, Yuri collided with Aquaman mid-leap. The force of Yuri's descent halted Aquaman's upward momentum, compelling him to plummet back down. Meanwhile, Yuri, propelled by the reaction force, vaulted back to the ground. The objective of the battle was not to vanquish Aquaman, but rather to prolong the engagement. Thus, Yuri intentionally evaded direct confrontation. Fortunately, Aquaman, lost in his own turmoil, exhibited diminished intellect and reflexes, allowing Yuri to maneuver around him with relative ease. While the situation on Yuri's front remained relatively stable, the circumstances of his teammates were less promising. Starfire fared reasonably well, evenly matched with Hal throughout their skirmish, even gaining a slight upper hand. Her combat style was a bold amalgamation of close-quarters brawling and energy projectiles, unflinchingly embracing pain and scars, truly embodying the spirit of a warrior. Hal, however, appeared to be struggling. The constructs formed from his power ring were alarmingly fragile, shattering upon the slightest contact and lacking any coherent shape, resembling a mere mishmash of forms. While others remained oblivious to the underlying issues, Starfire had formed her own conclusions. The Tamaranians had limited interactions with the Green Lantern Corps, resulting in a lack of fondness. After all, the Green Lantern Corps prided themselves on being the cosmic enforcers of peace, yet not a single Green Lantern had appeared on the day of Tamarani's destruction. Though Starfire did not hold them accountable for this, she genuinely believed that both the Green Lantern Corps and their protectors were excessively arrogant. In summary, based on Starfire's understanding of the Green Lantern Corps, she recognized that the power of a Green Lantern stemmed from their ring, which was fueled by the wielder's willpower. The stronger the willpower, the greater the potential of the ring. The intricacies of this principle eluded her, but she was certain that Hal, currently adrift in his own will, was at his most vulnerable state. At this moment, the ability to wield the light rings in Harrow is nothing short of miraculous, and the strength they can muster is significantly diminished. Starfire and Yuri are among the few who can maintain parity with their adversaries in battle, even managing to subdue them. The remainder find themselves embroiled in arduous combat. The clash between Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl is exceptionally dazzling. Both are warriors proficient in Amazonian combat techniques, their movements during battle closely mirroring one another. Under normal circumstances, Wonder Woman's strength and experience would far surpass that of Wonder Girl, making the fight quite effortless. However, now afflicted by the debuff of the Tomb Demon, the advantage of experience has evaporated, leaving only strength as a remaining asset. Although the gap remains considerable, it nonetheless grants Wonder Girl a fighting chance. The confrontation between Superboy and Superman requires little elaboration. It is undoubtedly the most brutal of the 7 battlefields. The sheer destruction wrought by their every movement is staggering. Should they unleash their full power, it would take mere minutes for Soul Valley to be reduced to a wasteland. In such a scenario, the entire Justice League and Teen Titans would find themselves buried beneath the Himalayas. Consequently, Superboy has consciously directed Superman away from the others, effectively enduring a relentless onslaught while retreating further. To engage Superman without injury, one must only do so when he is lucid. Although the controlled Superman experiences a decline in many abilities, he simultaneously sheds the shackles of restraint, allowing him to wield his power unencumbered. The unleashed devastation proves to be even more formidable than when he is fully aware. In a brief span, Superboy has accrued numerous bruises while his opponent, Superman, has merely had his red cape torn. From every angle, it is clear that Connor finds himself in the most precarious position of all.